because I guess they want this game to be even easier than normal. That's just silly. The last rival to do that was... Hang on a second.
Oh, no waiting screen?
However, that compared to the other
should I?
Well,
we're already in the middle of it, so it doesn't really matter.
More expressive in their animation specifically.
We exist. Hello, everyone. Finger guns.
It's time for a Let's Endure. Let's go.
Looking cute out there, viewer Chan. They don't need notice. They're waiting on us.
Yeah, the notification hasn't been sent yet, so nobody should be watching.
I'm watching.
I know how
I'm always watching
notifications
your stream,
work.
Luffy.
Thank you, Luffy.
No problem.
Stream elements.
There's the notification there.
It's here now. Booty presents.
Yeah. It's a good bit. Like, have you not noticed that? That's always been the notification for a while.
I never seen Moody's notifications.
Oh,
wow.
Moody muted.
Notice off. Cringe.
Oh, notices are on. Just like away from the page.
Okay, I need some kind of
Wait, what's Moody's notification? What's Moody's notification?
Moody presents.
Don't fucking post your booty for the fucking tweet, please.
Okay,
Booty presents.
No, he's doing it. He always does. It's the rules.
If I have no other clickbait for it, I just
Please.
do that.
I want to retweet it.
Okay, how about this one then?
Yeah, just.
How about this one then, Rattyy? Is this fine? I put it in general. Or I will.
I mean, we're watching a Pokemon video right now. Just post an innocent picture of Vaporeon. Everyone will click the stream.
I love Vaporeon.
You'll just put Pokemon all caps question mark exclamation mark.
I love Vaporeon. Vaporeon's my favorite Pokemon, you know.
Alright.
Vaporeon caught you, it seems.
We love Vaporeon, we do.
Okay, let me find a specific picture. I found
I think I like low punny just a little bit more.
Oh yeah.
We're live, by the way.
That's fair. Yeah, I know. I'm agreeing.
Oh boy.
Hop and I get endorsed by the champion right away, and so there goes any.
Okay, what do I
thought I was going to need to earn
right
something
here.
for a second there. Bead gets endorsed.
Love the way Moody's coming in with it. Remember, guys, we're live, and we're like, no, we stan low punny. We don't care.
Yeah, what? Low punny's really cute.
I need my hitbox. Low
punny presents.
Yeah, we have to unpresence Moody and replace him with a low punny.
この番組はスポンサーでお送りします。
Oh my god, it's...
You filthy weebs.
You did the bit, it was you.
Yeah, but the fact that you understood it means everything.
Yeah.
Moody, where's your side tube?
Side tube?
Yeah,
it should be in chat. Here, I'll put it again.
Yeah,
I had to
like,
reset my browser to actually make it
I
work.
guess I'll make something.
Yeah, just
yeah.
Why are you wasting my time?
let viewers get higher definition.
Thicker and thicker, and I mean that's great for me. That's right up my alley. But soon enough, we run into the Legionary on the box.
Where's their mood tube?
It's him. It's kind of him. Yeah, he's looking a little malnourished here. In fact, so much our attacks just phase right through him like he's not even there. In fact, while we're talking about the Legionaries,
all good now.
This box art is rubbish. Out of everything they could have gone with for the box art, this is what they go with. It's boring, it's bland, and I wish they'd just stop with this sort of thing. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
like
what the
Ultra
hell?
Suns and Ultra
Giga
Suns
bland.
more than these two, but at the very least they had a proper
Giga
background.
bland.
I would much prefer a proper artwork with lots of detail rather than
It lacks theming, that's what it lacks.
And while we're on
Hyper
the boxes,
bland.
We don't need two versions of the same game anymore. We never really did, but it's been so successful, and because it's Pokemon, it's kind of just been brushed under the rug by the majority of fans. Heck, many of them buy the double pack, no discount or anything, just 2 of the same game together.
Disgusting.
Rikair.
About 15 different Pokemon, plus their evolutions, and 2 different gym leaders.
Rikair, no.
That's it.
Not pointing any fingers, Rikair.
What happened?
Rikair, yes.
Oh, hey, look, Moody.
What's up? What?
Your favorite characters on screen? Oh, they're gone.
15 new, sorry,
Ooh,
new but
wait.
mostly old Pokemon and fight 2 new gym leaders. People would go
Who was
fucking
it?
bananas.
It was the
I got it
fighting
late.
gym
I didn't even see, but I know who it is.
Exactly.
And not because the game actually supports
Hold on, you don't admit to that, Rez.
But still, you're crazy, all of you.
You don't just like, I didn't see, but I knew. Oh dear.
Yeah, I posted the tweet as well. It should be good to go. The stream. I mean.
Oh shoot, that's the character you should have used on the tweet.
I know.
Who?
Whenever you're gonna say I know, I still
The fighting gym leader from this game.
Oh yeah, dude. B is
What's her name,
so
B?
fucking cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That and right up your alley.
I think I got like Sun or something like that. So I don't know if she's in it. I am. Yeah.
Yeah. No, considering that's the game from the generation prior, no.
Right, feel free to challenge me or whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess Voice already did.
Challenge you to Pokemon?
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, to death battle.
Yeah.
To death battle! On this
Into the
episode of
Shadow
Death
Realm.
Battle. Yeah.
That move. Like, for example, Fire Punch will just be like the flames. That's how the special
I feel like playing.
That's how they get away with all that, because every move looks different, but it's actually just got a extra special effect built on top. For example, if I use my special move, let's say for special moves like Water Gun or Thunderbolt is this, I don't know why I would make a noise. Then every time I do Water Gun or Thunderbolt, I'll do that animation.
Speaking of the animations in like Pokemon Stadium were pretty good.
Oh yeah.
That was an N64 game, and they've only gone backwards.
The one on the Wii's pretty good too.
Battle Revolution.
Yeah.
The one on the Wii was mostly just, other than new models being added in, it was the same.
Yeah.
Well, better graphics too, but yeah, I didn't actually play that one.
Yeah, as I said, better graphics is just model updates.
Yeah.
For one reason or another, the higher-ups at Game Freak decided to chop the Pokédex in half.
Yeah.
There's no way to transport all the Pokemon to it in the future. First of all, their excuse they gave about having to
Continue to preach at us, Radical Soda. I love you, damn it.
A, because they were rushing the shit out of this game and didn't want to spend any extra money to hire any more employees to finish all the Pokemon on time, or B, they're trying to get you to pay for a subscription to Pokemon Home, which will essentially be the new Pokemon Bank with a few more features, so they can keep your old Pokemon hostage until they deem it acceptable to put a...
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Pokemon Home, what the heck?
What the fuck is the Pokemon Bank? I've never.
It's so you can hold all your Pokemon in the bank, in this service that you pay for monthly.
Oh.
Because they made it harder to actually keep your Pokemon, take your Pokemon from previous games into the next games now. So you have to do it. You have to take them from one game, put it in bank, and then take them out in the other game.
Yeah. Pokemon Home is specifically for Gen 5 to Gen 6. So it's not as bad as the new one, the one for Sword and Shield, because they made a second one.
Ooh.
But since like half the Pokemon are gone,
yeah,
you can't even bring your Pokemon into anywhere. They're just stuck
Yes, you're
in there
paying
somewhere.
monthly for nothing.
that sucks. Yeah.
But and if you stop paying, all the Pokemon that are in there just disappear.
Bruh.
Yeah, like, all the way up until this point, kind of, you could play a game of any particular gen, and if you had games going all the way up, you could transfer all the way up.
Yeah.
That's
Except like starting from Gen 3.
Yeah, you can do it from
Gen 2.
the Game Boy games.
I didn't know about that. It would have been cool to like bring over my Pokemon.
Yeah.
But I guess I skipped like 1 or 2 generations, so maybe.
Yeah, I used to, like... I know I started in Gen 4, but, like, the Pokemon I started with, my literal starter from when I was, like, a child...
Let's go.
Oh, neat. But,
you love rollback, we love rollback.
Wonderful. But, like, the starter I had from when I was a literal kid, I had kept all the way up till, like, the end of the 3DS. Like, I had it in the Ruby and Sapphire remix, even.
Oh yeah, that's an overhead.
But it's just not a thing you can do anymore.
Yeah.
Wait, so could I not carry it over from Sun and Moon?
I mean, so many of the Pokemon don't exist in the new games anymore, so not really, no.
Well, I'm thinking just like, you know, since it's the last, is like the last.
The most
gen.
recent before that, yeah, no, still no.
Wait, what was the question?
Could I carry over my Pokemon from Sun and Moon into the new ones?
Not all of them. Which is really stupid. Like,
yeah,
some Pokemon are only in a single game.
But yeah, I think not even most of them.
Bruh. Just why even offer it then? If you can't get all of them, you actually may as well not even have it.
No, literally, like the catchphrase of Pokemon was "Gotta catch them all" for the longest time.
Well, I mean, they phased it out
at
a certain point, like long before this, but because I mean, eventually the number of Pokemon would just be unfeasible. Like there are no other JRPGs that would have this many like monsters in one game. I don't think. And add more every generation, but yeah, that's what they sold it on.
Yeah.
So like that's their own fault.
And then like, also like, there's no way they're making the models, at least the like, you know, Sun and Moon, Sword and Shield, and then this new one, Scarlet and Violet. There's no way like they're making the models that much better. Like they can't be like if they already have the 3D models, why is it such a big fucking deal?
Yeah, which is why
they don't even. Yeah,
they didn't even change it. Any of the models. Like people
compared. They lied about it. They said that they had to redo all the models, and that was why. And then they got data mined, and it was just recycled.
Yeah.
They don't even add like new animations to them or anything.
Yeah. There were even some posts where people are like, "Oh, there's clearly differences in these areas," and then, as you can see, like the one on the left is better in quality, but then people were like, "Oh, that's the 3DS model."
Based.
Well, yeah, most of the differences came down to lighting, which is not to do with the models themselves.
Yeah, and that's just the engine.
Yeah.
The magic of lighting.
Oh god, reminds me of the SADX problem for Sonic, where they just removed the cool lighting that they had in the previous game and imported it 17 times.
Kai player. Kai player playing Kai Iseki. Crazy.
Wait, so someone showed up?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
If I'd stuck to only catching the very first Pokemon on store, I'd have never caught Pokemon like Lynx or Stunfisk. Some Pokemon also have distinct movements, which are pretty neat. Like some will run after you and attempt to fight you, others will run around.
Okay, yeah, I played the story mode of Slayer. I still don't get why does he suck up his wife at the start of each match?
Because he feels like it.
In theory.
In theory.
So true.
Featuring Matt Pat. Just a theory, a skin theory. Thanks for watching.
Rip skin off, secretly onto Kamiki beneath.
Oh no!
It's all connected, all of it.
I mean, Unova.
Her
Taurus has
suit's
been
just
completely
skin all this
brainwashed
time.
by that video.
Hey, more on that later. Witchcraft has a variety of them.
No.
The train station, the Pokemon lab, the Pokemon
Six
Center,
Horn No, I'm anti Kamiki.
He is, and oh boy.
Rips profile picture off, reveals PNG, rips that off, reveals anti Kamiki.
That's your Halloween costume next
Gonna
week.
be it's your opening bit.
Yeah, I need to find a way to get a PNG of her. Just open with that instead, immediately get taken down.
Really foreshadowing the Persona video here.
Oh, can't wait.
There of course isn't a hair salon in this town, so we can't do that here, but on we go.
No.
Route 2. What amazing new Pokemon designs await us. Oh, how hot is that? So because it was the first Pokemon we encountered on Route 2, Abomination has joined the team. I hope he fades soon. So whoever
Lip
designed
bug.
it, why does stretch his head? Then the game proceeded to zoom in on the small child. I would say
Look at the top of his head.
So youngster Jake Paul challenges us to a battle, and we're treated to a brand new battle opener. A battle opener which seems to lower the frame rate. Is that just me? It happens every single time a battle begins, so I'm really wondering whether it's just because the game can't handle the backgrounds moving, or if it just looks that
The
way.
human eye can't see 60 FPS.
Yeah, just stop frame rate
We can't see
complaining.
if our eyes aren't real.
Thanks, Elgato. So occasionally you might see the odd
I'll have you know, console gaming is totally valid.
Thankfully, this thing sort of
Yeah, no, the Switch isn't valid. Get out of here.
Guess what? You can sit on benches again, just like an X and Y.
Alright,
But unlike an X and Y, they don't offer you a new camera angle to admire the scenery or anything, so they're kind of...
I like how Kai Player's name is just Kai.
You start the game with a fishing
I
rod
wonder
this
who
time,
he
so you can
is.
fish whenever you like.
Who could this individual be?
Specific designated
His name is Jeremy.
oh,
Okay.
oh, I see.
So Hop and I have a battle.
I see, yeah.
Professor to show him that we're ready to be endorsed for the gym challenge. Hop says, "It's time for
Leo.
the legend to begin." That's Hop's voice, apparently. Hop, you're gonna go down the route of every other recent rival. Don't get your hopes up like that. Hop. Now, one thing I learned in this battle against Hop, Nick, it sucks. Real bad.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It sucks.
I played this game and Nick, it does suck.
Nick it?
You know,
Oh,
how they
I
hit
didn't even
presses,
bother.
Hop then pretends to
Nick
count
it.
again, and two wishing stars fall onto the ground 5 meters away from us. The wishing stars can be turned into Dynamax wristbands. You can use
I won't, but thank you.
Perfect time.
Try this time, eh? Like, in X and Y, you get the Mega
Let's go. I'll be Kai Player number 2. Let's go.
rival for it because Gherkin,
Faking Mr. Kai.
his name was Gherkin. Okay, Gherkin only had one, and in Sun and Moon you get your Z-Ring from a sparkling stone you receive from the legendary Pokemon Tapu Koko for saving a Cosmog. Sword and Shield? Falls from the fucking sky.
That's
Are
raw.
you kidding me?
Oh,
Anyway,
boy.
the professor gives us a big boy.
Oh, it was so well animated though.
To check out why there was a prompt at the bottom of my screen.
I hate Kai
This is the
so much.
Flycom, here to replace the PSS from the 3DS games.
You just don't.
Doesn't do a really good job of replacing it. You've got your standard trade and your wonder trade, which they've renamed to surprise trade. Your normal battling mode, you can choose a picture for your profile. Not sure why you can't just pick your fucking avatar. You can't choose to look like NPCs you can pick from here online, so like... You can search up stamps, I don't actually know what that does. Oh, stamps are those
boy.
stupid things that
Oh,
show
I
up in
forgot.
Pokemon.
Fuck, there's a big ass spider over here.
Uh-oh.
Fucking kill it.
Kill it first.
That's right, the GTS, the global trade system. The only
Remember, if it jumps at you, you have to block.
4-year-old who wants a mutual exchange.
You have to parry or die.
Someday, I'm gonna fall for it. The
Oh,
GTS is
shit.
apparently coming
It
out
like
to be
disappeared into my
as I
keyboard.
said,
Oh, no!
Oh no!
they will see
Fuck!
that, I guess.
No.
Oh, don't say that.
You can just leave.
At the
You can
time
just-
of recording, nobody
Freaking me
Don't
out.
worry, we don't blame you.
DLC has been announced.
Burn the house down?
Throw that thing away.
Really no need for the GTS anyway, unless you want a Pokemon
Just-
from another country so you can hatch.
Burn
Leave the
it.
country for a
You
while.
won't be able to trade Pokemon from future games to Gala. There really isn't any
Shit.
need.
Do an on-screen keyboard.
Why there's no GTS? Figured it out, folks.
I don't even
Stop
see it
first before we
anymore.
can head back to... Oh. Oh, I guess the Elgato doesn't want to hear it. All right. Okay, nice. Skip the boring tutorial talk, I see.
Well, it's gonna kill me eventually, I guess.
Hopefully my capture card does not do the Elgato thing.
That reminds me, I also received a special meow. I hear that it can completely break the game and give you infinite cash using
What Elgato thing?
Well, he's having a lot of Elgato trouble. Like a bunch of the recordings has just been useless.
Oh, from the video. Okay.
And look at the telekinesis.
Come on.
Feels like it's turning into a .exe game. Sonya hands us the box.
I don't know. Elgato works on my machine.
Yeah, well, that was the result of Elgato happening there now.
Speaking of easier, I just realized I was meant to turn off the XP share. Up until now, all my Pokemon have been getting XP without actually needing to participate. Let me just... Oh wait, that's right, you can't turn it off. You heard me right, folks. Pokemon, the series all about playing...
From then on in.
The series all about creating and keeping bonds with Pokemon new and old have completely disregarded both of those things I just said. Okay, then. It's not even...
it's Thunderbird!
I don't understand. In all of the 3DS games you could turn it off. Why is this game so limiting and frustrating? What could honestly be the problem with allowing people to turn it off? Game Freak was actually asked about this, whether or not you could turn it off like in previous games. They said no, of course. Well, thank goodness they didn't at least lie. Again. But when they were asked if you only wanted one Pokemon to get experience, you know what they said?
Bad
Just have
burst.
that one Pokemon in your team.
At least it was gold, so I didn't waste too
Fucking
much.
words of wisdom, they hate no fucking shit, but maybe I don't
Kai
want to
player.
do
I'm
that.
gonna wait until Moody's.
Tree of Legends.
I want to go around with Mr. Abba
You know
himself.
that modders have already made
God
this tree
damn
so much
it.
better, right? This ocarina
It's
has
unblockable.
no excuse to be as ugly as it is. You can also shake a very different looking tree to gather berries. Dude, this tree is completely fucked. It looks like something out of a toy set. It pops in and out like
Do
a Pokemon
trees
game,
have
just
berries?
like the other trees and...
Yeah, sometimes.
Oh man, something about gathering
Yeah.
a berry from a single tree
Super
rubs me the
berries
wrong way.
sometimes.
Don't get me wrong, it's easy and quick.
A Gigaberry from hell?
You're gonna get, as well as finding the fucking things can be a nightmare. Again, what's
Oh,
fucking
goodbye,
nice
Kai
is
player.
on everything. By the end game, when I had a bike, I just kept accidentally running into shit.
Kai
actually
players
ruining
deserve
the
that.
singular catch chance I had in an area. Also, before I forget, apparently this berry tree has all the berries on it, right? Do these look like berries? They look like plastic balls to me. And even
Voice
when you
pick up
dig through it, they don't
Strive
fall
so
to the
you can
ground,
be
they
a
fall
Kai
through
player.
it. Then the game just tells you what's there on the ground. Fucking lazy is what it is. Anyway, the
Maybe
wild area
someday.
has a bunch of different places to explore, and I'll be treating each...
So, Mo, do you want to go around after?
Yeah.
That means that we can have
Just one more game. Unless he beats my ass.
Okay.
Which it seems like it's gonna be the case.
Or don't have any friends. Can battle a giant wild Pokemon. Looks like this one's one of the new Pokemon because I don't recognize their silhouette in the slightest. What is it? A funny looking pole?
I can't even.
Oh, you know what I thought was really weird in Sword and Shield is the raids.
Yeah.
The raids were very odd.
Some of them were pretty impossible because of the NPCs just getting entirely one-shot.
You can play with NPCs.
Yeah.
You have to if you don't have the online subscription.
Shoutouts to Nintendo and every other game company for fucking being a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I'm already paying for internet. I don't want to also have to pay an extra fucking 20 or 60 fucking dollars, however fucking much, to fucking play internet on a shitty console. When I could be playing internet for my one internet price on PC.
What we should do, we should all get X-Link Kai.
Oh yeah, X-Link Kai is actually pretty good for playing other old games and stuff online.
Wait, what is it?
X-Link Kai.
Accent
X
Kai?
and Kai?
Accent Core Kai?
X-Link Kai.
Yeah.
Accent Kai is good for playing games online.
Whatever it is, we'll probably message about it afterwards.
Firstly, the weather system makes this place a hodgepodge of confusion and just pure drab. Most of the time the weather's pretty flat and grey, leaving the wild area looking washed out, but the other half you'll be...
No, the weather being wacky is quite a... It's accurate to the location they hope to depict, set for the sandstorms. Just not that bit.
Oh, nice rollback. Let's go.
Has there been an American one yet?
Isn't Gen 5 your favorite?
I just I didn't play it.
Oh, really?
Or watch the anime or whatever.
Oh, I thought you did play it, but you just didn't watch the anime.
No.
I see.
No, I skipped black and white. And then also, by the way, I later like found out like those stupid cloud legendaries. They're like the Reggies, I guess, or whatever. Like they look so stupid.
Yeah, but they got like better forms in like the next game that actually makes them good.
Yeah, the other forms are more like interesting in Pokemon of them. The other ones are just like dudes, but they're like supposed to be Jin in a way, I guess. But like the fact that the three of them look practically the same was kind of jarring.
And yeah, like if you compare them to the Reggies just look infinitely cooler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then like they're also like, yeah, the Reggies are just really fucking cool. I love the Reggies.
Yeah, I like the trend of legendary trios.
To whoever has finished the curry decks out there,
Yeah, that cooking looks a little bit shit. Like you'd have to do this every time.
Yeah.
You guys like cooking minigames?
I'm good with like Breath of the Wild's cooking.
Because it's just
that was actually interesting to play around with.
Yeah.
You just do that for fun. Breath of the Wild's one of those ones where it's like, the type of game it is that the skills that are in it are pretty easy to master, and once you do, the game becomes easy. So, like, you can kind of just wear whatever fashion you want and just do whatever you want, really.
So the spicy one is tasty and the sour one is not. Look, I don't really need to explain this. Just know that
It'd be a cooking minigame.
Maybe a bit of minigame for creative. You can only flap a fan and stir a pot this
Or actual game.
Also, I'd like to point out that there are two servers.
No.
At first I thought this was just how much you made.
I'm just thinking back to Gen 4, with them making poffins.
Yeah.
I actually want some curry now, seeing that on screen.
No, goddamn. Alright. I forgot how to fight against Abba, but now I remembered. Don't worry.
Aren't you like full yet, Vice?
I didn't eat all the food I got.
You didn't eat all of
I
it?
got a bunch of free food, but I didn't eat all of it.
Isn't it gonna get like cold?
Treating life like what's it called, Fallout or Bioshock or something. I got food and put it in my fridge.
Oh, I didn't know you get like free food from like like a supermarket or something.
Well, you can't grab it.
I think if you got it from like a restaurant or something, you'd eat it there.
No.
I think
Some restaurants
really
are done in, others do like carry out. Like Buffalo Wild Wings gives you like free stuff.
Oh, okay.
For example. Little Caesars.
No
places.
Stop grabbing me.
Stop talking.
I didn't really fight many Dynamax Pokemon on my first playthrough, but when I got to the wild area on my second, a few minutes of grinding later, and I was already extremely overleveled.
No.
Competitive play. On the other,
Don't fucking splash your blood on me, you little weirdo.
can't even use Giraffe Ring. Actually, speaking of the competitive Pokemon scene, you remember that special Meowth and Eevee I was talking about before, and how they had special forms when they Dynamax?
No.
Well, they're called Gigantamax
No.
forms.
No.
Get this, being too overpowered. And they said they were cutting the deck to help the balance.
What?
Total lie, didn't it? Well, fucking
No.
So far we have a bunch of excuses.
No. Fuck off. Alright.
I have teleports too, dude.
If anyone can give me a single good reason to cut the decks in the way they have, I will
Alright.
be very surprised. And keeping the team small so they can have good communication is not
Money!
Good grief, I've spent this whole time complaining. This is like Sonic Forces all over again. And this video is going to be longer.
Comes from the coffin
And
dimension.
I hate Sonic Forces.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think I hate this game more. And I love both
I think I've watched his Sonic Forces video, but I don't remember if I have.
Pearl, I loved White and White too. That sounded
I definitely watched the,
That was where Pokemon
No, I have watched his Sonic Forces video, and his Doki Doki video. He does good long-form content.
substantially with each new release, and the 3D models and worlds just aren't worth it.
That's good.
Speaking of going 3D,
Because
the mystery dungeon.
I
Doki Doki
definitely
Panic?
agree with. I definitely agree with
It's like,
Great. They didn't need
I agree with a lot of the techs.
Yeah.
It's softening us up for the pain that we're gonna go through later.
So thought he was gonna be like on camera the whole time. I'm glad that isn't really the case so far.
Oh yeah, like he actually has footage to explain part of the stuff that he's saying.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna go into some
Not just
weirder
talking
stuff,
at us.
but yeah, but I'm glad we're not there yet.
Oh yeah. We can go into the deep parts of the internet and why long-form content just didn't want to be edited down. Or even worse, it was edited down. How long could it have been?
Jeez. I have so much to say about this topic, and
that I need to go
like
like
every
3
video.
hours.
Like a DSP video, except... well, that works.
I have so much
anything
to say on
relevant
this
to-
topic that I couldn't split into like a series of videos. It had to be one.
Yeah, nice try, Moody. Or should I call you Booty?
See, this at least makes
Oh,
sense.
you want me to
'cause
share
it's-
that?
It's context for like one game ultimately.
Yeah. Oh, I really like this game. I got this. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon DX or something like that.
Is this just a remake or?
It's just a remake. But
Okay.
they changed a
I
few
was
things
so
about
disappointed
mechanics.
because I thought it was a new game.
Yeah. It
sucks.
But like all
I mean, honestly, they should just make new games. There's too many remakes
Yeah.
in the world right now.
People
As
lack
it stands.
creativity
They're
now.
out of ideas.
Yeah.
It's not even the worst thing is that there's remakes. It's just remakes need to live up to the originals if you're gonna bother doing them.
No.
They almost never do.
There's like a good Resident Evil video Riz showed me on good criteria for a good remake. I don't remember though.
Remember when
what'd you say?
Pokemon used to be the people that made good remakes?
It was a Resident Evil video that
They only made 2
exemplified
good remakes.
like good properties of a remake. I don't remember which one it was though.
Interesting. Well, the Resident Evil 1 remake is
Nice.
probably one of the best remakes I can think of. The Pokemon remakes are also really good, like you were saying, 6Horn.
Up until a point.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it dramatically shifted. Like,
Fire Red and Leaf Green and Heart Gold, Soul Silver are really good.
oh yeah, really good. But like when it comes to specifically the most recent of just the Diamond and Pearl remix, you kind of have to forgive it because they handed it off to people that had like never made a Pokemon game before, and just said do this. But like,
Oh shoot, I killed myself.
Well, a little bit, but like they handed off Ocarina of Time to Grezzo
Yeah,
for
and they made it really
3DS. And it was perfect.
yeah, that's fair.
The only thing is like tiny like lighting differences. Where you're like, oh, Ganon looks kind of, fucked with this lighting. That's about like it. That's it. It's perfect. Like I know they had to do more with the other remake, but still, it's like there's not really too much excuse for it.
What if I want a crazy hairstyle like Gladions, huh? I can't get it. What if I want to wear crazy clothing like the gym leaders or Elite Four do? I can't. What if I want to look like a smug asshole like this motherfucker?
Booty, why do you have 400 ping all this?
Oh god, the worst part is like,
No matter what I do.
see, I don't even want to
I guess
spoil
I'm-
the end of the video, but darn,
Oh darn. Dang.
darn.
Well, yeah, you can't spoil something we're gonna spend 4 hours on.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah. We're not gonna do that to you.
Ah,
Look at this blank white background.
The void?
Yeah.
I'm all alone.
Oh no. I gotta get out of here.
Alone. Alone.
Alone.
Oh man.
feeling I get is more akin to the one I get when my Pokemon evolves after a battle they didn't take part in thanks to the XP share. There's no sense of pride
No.
or satisfaction when a Pokemon evolves just because it was in your
God damn it.
hasn't been used.
I always feel stupid when I backdash into an attack. Like if I forward dash it into it, like you know, usually I'd be in a better position.
I think if you jump cancel his backdash into a special move, the special move will get invulnerability as well.
If I, what do you mean?
You like backdash, then input the special move button and then press up at the last frame. It's really tough, but it teaches you in Xrd how to do it.
I don't get it. All right.
So you like backdash and then backdash, input special move, then up. Something like that.
That's too complex for me, unfortunately. All right.
Need more Unga Bunga.
What ones do I press?
Too many words. Turn off brain.
It turns out that the ceremony to start the Gym Challenge doesn't start until the next day, so to end the night, Hop and I enter the Purdue drop in so we can catch some Z's.
And this game really didn't want to render that Onyx, huh?
Not that I wanted to exist, I just felt that X and Y didn't have enough content. Yeah, I'll just be honest.
Shoot.
But for God's sake, Sonia,
No,
what?
what?
Is it this time? More boring lore, is it? Yes,
Oh,
yes
damn.
it is. Nobody gives a shit about the Pokemon lore, Sonia. Not when this giraffe or a
No.
catch.
No one gives a shit about Pokemon lore. Yeah.
No one gives a shit about the Pokemon lore. Meanwhile, videos longer than this about the Pokemon lore.
They're not really doing much, just being loud that they can pick a fight with us anyway.
Are they better than Skin Theory?
Definitely not.
This shit again.
Yeah, no, literally they are. I would just love to be watching those instead of that. Not instead of this, though. This is good.
At least for one of them a different body type, I find it extremely hard to believe that every male member of Rikair is overweight. Does the UK have a delinquent obesity problem going on over there? All of a sudden, Marnie steps in.
Yes. Yes, they do.
Really gotta make. Oh yeah, Marty is so cute actually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Marnie's great.
Oh, yeah.
It's a shame they go from Marnie to the next rival in Scarlet. Infinitely less of a good design.
It's like,
Infinitely less.
Marnie is cute, but the thing is, just nobody gets any, like, lines or screen time or anything, because it's just
Just
so
like a
short.
nothing.
Yeah.
So
No, you're
short.
fucking hyper. Fuck you.
Like, nobody gets any time.
Yeah.
Well, I like all the human designs for the most part, but yeah, Marnie's pretty damn good. But like the Scarlet ones are less good. I would agree.
Yeah, in Sun and Moon,
Heirloom
there's this
Violet.
character called Mina, and she's basically non-existent, but
Who?
she has such a good design.
Say again?
Mina.
Is that the secretary for the Ether Foundation?
No, the painter girl in Sun and Moon.
Oh yeah, yeah. She's
Oh,
so
Yeah.
Yeah, she's cute.
I totally forgot about her.
Exactly, because she doesn't do anything.
She's there for like 2 minutes.
You say hello and goodbye and move on with your day.
Yeah.
Dang.
Nice use of meter.
Thanks. I agree. Nice burst.
Pixel.
Yeah, look, I'll be able to not notice that stray pixel. I'll not be playing the game.
Oh,
Cool ultimate, bro. You just killed yourself.
go kill yourself.
Okay, nice.
Now.
Hours.
No, you can't fucking do that to me, bro.
One more battle later and oh fuck, leave me alone, Sonia. Oh cool, an escape bro. It was really difficult.
No. Corners myself.
I do that all the time in Strive, and I'm like, what happened? How did I get myself in this scenario?
What?
I don't think I did really. I mentioned that there are two, a feather thingy and a ball, and you can throw the ball, as I said before, but you can also shake the feather around.
No, stop. Okay, grabbing in this feels so weird. Like, I would like to grab you when you're, like, running at me at high speeds.
Yeah, it is.
But,
I definitely like Strive's updated mechanics.
Yeah.
But this game's also fun.
Yeah.
What exactly classifies as stirring? I never got the best
Teleports behind you. Ah.
I just didn't know what to do in all honesty. Must have fucked the Elgato's wife or something.
That's a dust move, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thankfully, one hand later, and here we are, looking at the centerpiece.
Listen, I'm just doing intimidation tactics, alright?
No! Ow!
Let's get something for the Nuzlocke already. I've been avoiding them like the plague. And it's the thing that killed Sash.
I have to, faultless.
Nickname. Yeah, sure.
No.
Oh man, you know, if we heal. However, could I have possibly continued on without it? So the next area is the Gala Mine. Looks like
No.
there's a wide variety of Pokemon in here for me to catch, like
Oh, finally, a use for the escape rope. A small corridor.
I will say that the cave itself looks quite nice. I like this.
Damn it.
Nice try, buddy.
I fought a couple of more trainers in here, including some strong, independent women. You know what? Despite the raw, powerful energy I'm getting from the strong women here, I'm noticing a distinct lack of other trainers in the routes and areas. Usually there's like...
Man, all the caves in this game are just straight lines.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's early game.
Isn't everything in the game a straight line?
Yeah, there's
I mean,
not
there's
a lot.
some,
What
there's
was
some
that?
squiggly lines.
Why is this dude playing Final Fantasy 13? Everything's a corridor here.
Listen to this guy's theme. Yeah,
like Final Fantasy VII Remake.
All just differently painted straight corridors with no exploration. I hate it.
Ah, damn it.
This cracks are such a jam. This game might have
No.
the very best battle music in any Pokemon game. Speaking
Oh.
of music, I actually hear that Toby Fox track throughout my time with the game. I
That is saying something.
Oh shit, it's from the Battle Tower. I haven't gone to that in my playthrough yet. I will have by the end of this review. Just give me a bit. I've just finished the champion off and I'm
Oh, come on.
quote unquote in game again. I'll talk about that when we get to it. Alright, so I still haven't caught a Pokemon here, so I guess I'll catch the only new one.
No! This can't be happening! No!
Oh, nice. Not intentional, but
You can just do that instead of an actual grab. Probably.
yeah, I guess so. But that's like a little. It feels a little annoying to pull off.
Is it a DP?
It's no, it's just a quarter circle forward.
Okay, that should be easy then.
I feel so proud of my competence. Anyway, I ran into this
But then, like, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's probably about the same distance as a normal grab.
Yeah.
Is that a chin? Like, huh.
If you're unsure as to why they decided to give me out in a Alolan form, a Gigantamax form, and a Galarian form, all you gotta do is ask Charizard. He'll tell you why. Oh dang, Seedot's in the game! For a second there, I thought I was gonna have to stop playing. Soon enough, we meet the first gym leader.
Oh!
Hulu's roll into us. My,
Come on,
you're okay.
super.
Spectacle head on. A fluffy ball of wonders and dreams roll into me. I think I'll be fine. This
Oh, no.
thing is minor, which is a problem because
Nah, come on.
drink
What?
is green. We meet up
Pulling that one is so fucking easy, but I keep fucking it up somehow.
Leave me alone, so I'll shoot your dog. Guess it?
Fuck it, if I do that right, I can. If I have full tension, I can just take down half of your fucking health by just locking you in that and then ending it with the pile bunker.
I'd like to see you try.
But only if I don't drop it like a fucking idiot, which I've been doing.
Oh boy, do I sure ever look like my head is on this grid and these things look better in real friggin' life. Can't even use it for your
What?
trainer card. Heading back to the gym, I ran into Hop heading outside of it. Apparently he beat it in the 30 seconds I was talking to Sonya. Either the gyms are total pushovers in this region or Hop's full of crap.
Damn it.
Well, turns
No!
out both of those statements were true. The gym's a total pushover, but there's no way
No!
Hop could have made us
Fuck
look
off!
like this.
No!
Oh, before I get into the gym though, turns out that you can buy the rest of the gym uniforms that don't appear in the game here. You can use them while in the gyms for a bit of extra flair as opposed to the regular grass that you saw previously.
You're so
Yeah.
stressed by
Worth
it.
it, don't you?
GG, I guess.
Can't wear them in the gym.
Why? You want to go run?
Oh, yeah, I'd like to watch you
What's
too.
the point of it all then? In this gym challenge, the puzzle is to herd a bunch of wooloo to the end of the path with some extra obstacles like Yamper or walls getting in the way. It reminds me of those old Flash games. There's also a couple of trainers
rolling
that stand with the gyms. Again, even in the gyms, I figured at least I'd have a battle background here.
Spectator
Of all
mode?
places! Damn, even Pikachu and Eevee had that! This is just ridiculous. Finally, we
Alright, it's old bad guy.
Whoa, another gem! Hey!
Okay. Spectator.
It's so good I'm not even going to bring up the fact that Milo's got fidget spinners attached to his sides. So what I did is Dynamax my Abomination the first turn in this
Fidget spinner.
Pokeballs
Fidget spinners
attached.
was such a fucking
Even Roxanne
stupid
I
meme.
could just one-shot both of them with
Stupid fad, rather.
I one-shot the first one, but Elder got
How long did that even last? I feel like it was only a few months.
I mean, it took a few extra hits while doing no damage
Yeah.
to me whatsoever. Oh, and look at that Thrustini's evolving, even though I've used him a total of 0 times so far. Oh, how that fills me with pride. Ah!
Good grab.
What was that fucking? That's
Like,
scream.
oh my.
Thank you.
What a wonderful British reference.
Oh no.
Fuck, man. Well, on to round 5, and we have a battle with a reporter and her cameraman. I remember in Emerald there was a similar couple that followed you around. Gabby and Ty. Yeah, that was it. They had a Magnemite and a Whisper. It says here in Wikipedia that you fight them 6 times, so you got to see their progress and evolutions into Magneton and X-Cloud. I can see that these two have something kind of similar.
Unintentional, but you'll love to see it.
No, hey! In Emerald, they asked you for some words.
Abomination.
Here. No, of course not. Yeah, Stuffle's great.
Oh, that microphone. She works for Capsule Corporation. Is Dragon Ball Z a thing in this Pokemon game?
Probably. I don't know.
But what Radical Soda didn't know was that a man inside the daycare would have eagerly given him a brand new Pokemon, Toxel, which evolves into Toxtricity. Although Radical Soda said he wasn't using gift Pokemon for this Nuzlocke, so I guess this segment was kind of pointless. I had soup for lunch today. Soon enough, we run into Team Yell again. What an awful name. They're harassing some guy about a bike. Obviously, this is the place where we get the bike ourselves. Oh, well, we'll stop this shit.
Worst thing is, like, they're supposed to be parodying Britishness. I've never heard anyone in like that particular area of the world use the word yell. Like, they just say shout.
They say what?
Shout.
Shout.
Oh, shout. Okay.
Yeah.
No one yells, they only shout.
Exactly.
Yeah, Team Shout does sound way cooler too.
What's weird about this picture here?
Yeah, they should all have like the iron helmet on from Skyrim.
Dang, folks! I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to suspect that
Yeah,
this
I'm
game
feeling the
is just a
rollback.
little bit rushed. We've had 2 other battles on bridges. Who's making this? Who's making the
This
decisions?
is
And I mean,
rollback
firstly,
filled
there shouldn't be a
online.
problem. Game Freak has the resources to turn any goddamn area into a battle area. Making
By
the
special
battle
move?
arena the bare minimum you should be aiming
This
for.
is my
Don't
stat, man,
remind me
though.
about the town battle arenas either, damn it. Pokemon is wasted giving it to this company. And again, I just want to clarify, not the workers, not aiming any of this at the workers. They have obviously been dragged through the mud making this game. Whoever the higher-ups making the decisions are, given the tiny budgets, cramming the games into these yearly releases, taking content out of the games, fuck you, alright? But not the people working so hard to actually make the games.
Yep.
I don't know who falls where, I just know someone somewhere is making these decisions and is having a huge negative impact. Aside from that, the only other noticeable thing in this fight is that, yes, the double kick animation still is a static bounce. That's all that happens here, really. Oh, what the?
Wow.
Sobble, what happened? After that battle, Hop gives us a revive.
There it is. Nice.
Thanks, Hop. Here we are in Hillbury, home of the water gym. Wait, what am I doing at the
Ugh.
I was checking out the Pokejobs again? I thought I only used those once. So exiting the Poke Center, we're stopped for a small cutscene.
Is that
where
Gold
the chairman
Lewis?
of whatever his business is just
Yes, that's exactly who it
being
is.
surrounded by his adoring fans. Oh,
Wait, you guys were still playing? I got booted out for some reason.
The rollback was too strong, bro.
So it was your fault, that's why.
Uh-oh.
I'll punch you so hard you get rolled back to the womb.
That's so with
Presents this.
She's a bitch, isn't she?
Good brown viper.
Now, usually in Pokemon games, when the story doesn't want to let you progress any further on account of you not yet having the badges acquired or something similar,
Oh, good air
they'll
combo.
meet a roadblock of sorts. Sometimes it'll be an old man lying drunk.
I don't know if it's in this game too, but I think you might be able to extend your ground viper by mashing on your control stick. You just go back and forth.
Well, it's not an uncommon thing to see the evil team block in the way.
Nice install, bro.
There's no way they'll do that. That'd be silly.
Mashing. Yeah.
That'd be silly.
We love mashing our ultimates.
I don't even know my moves in this game.
Days? Yeah, button mashing, honestly, works out sometimes. If you learn your commands and you just like you're mashing them trying to do them, that's like when you really get good shit.
Are we in the fucking field again? Anyway, I called them waddles, and into the box he goes. And not like it'll be much of a help in the water gym anyway. I already got a monkey for that.
Doodle.
I decided to check out what else you can get here by fishing, and
Man, this layout
Where's
is
Jimmy?
so
damn
ugly.
it, that's what I wanted.
Yeah, I'm
Should've
wondering.
before.
I think it might be morning for
There we
him.
are in the water gym. Oh,
Yeah.
these
He might
look aggressive.
not be
Because they didn't get
ready
involved
to
with
game
background
yet.
battle. Also, if I mentioned how trainers just vanish when their Pokemon use certain moves, it's extremely jarring, and habits with Dynamax moves too, of course. Standing between two giant monsters is a good idea to begin with. This gym's all about switches. Red switches.
Yeah, but that
The people
does
don't
it.
even fade out; they just blink out of existence.
It's an easy Pokemon.
In its defense, that one shot of Nessa did look cool though.
I don't doubt my humble mission's
Yeah.
difficult. Listen, girl,
The only things that are cooler are the characters and the new ones.
mind is a
The
trainer
Pokemon
must
group.
be quite
But like
refined.
otherwise,
Right.
there's nothing there.
Nessa has 3 Pokemon.
Ow.
Let's be honest, she's still a
That
total
dead
pushover.
look.
I mean, whew.
Dreadnought
It's lonely at the top, Rose.
I'm assuming an online play
Let me-
is more in-depth.
Let me send you back down to the ground then.
Time to care.
Yeah, go ahead if you can.
Including the
come on.
champion and extra bosses will only ever be
I'm at the top with that burst.
really easy to predict. The story
Max
goes
overgrowth.
wait around with the Dynamaxing until the last
Oh, come on.
ends up like a normal battle would, and both Pokemon are boosted at the same time. Also, isn't Dreadnought supposed to have a new form when it Dynamaxes? A Gigantamax? Did I not see that somewhere? Does that mean the Pokemon with Gigantamax forms don't automatically turn Gigantamax
What?
when they
It went
Dynamax?
through.
I think so for word max.
Yeah, it's
I'm just gonna let them.
It's
the
considered
Dust
a secret.
Dandy Step has like a bunch of invincibility, so it can like you can
Oh, I
like
see.
mash out of anything or a lot of stuff with it. It seems.
Well, Oleana didn't sit on my
And then it's also like it just rushes forward too.
to the seafood restaurant to talk with
Oh no.
At last, it'll be nice
No.
to
Nice.
Nice.
I didn't even have super then.
How will you bugger off, you cheeky tart?
Ow.
The very high of these chairs are very low. Can I mention how much the chairman's theme is another jam and a half? Like, dang! Hey, at least Sonya's giving us a TM this time, not a revive. Oh, retaliate. You guys know what that move does? It does increase damage if an ally Pokemon has fainted in the previous turn. Thanks, Sonya! Galamine number 2. What
No.
a name.
I really need to learn my range a little bit more on that.
I've got enough of those.
Definitely.
Here's Beat again, providing a better rival than any of the other
Alright.
class.
Oh, like
Alright.
that was
You know what? Since Pokemon Gold and Silver, Platinum, Black
Knocked
and
him
White
down
are okay,
to the
but,
ground,
I
where he
like
belongs.
the good old Oleana might give me a good old.
Yeah, I've been doing like 50 rounds in a row, right? Now
Really should have been a
my hands are a little sore, alright?
I see, I see, I see.
Kind of.
Can't believe some of y'all missed the Oleana bit. That's
Pound mo.
quite sad.
Miss it.
Oh yeah, no, it was. Don't worry about it.
Wait, you unlock an easy mode for beating the game? Who in the world has this option for? Who gets through the game and says,
Yeah.
wow, that was great and all, but I wish it was easier? I want to point out Wacky here. Many people have shown their distaste with the design, and what are you all on about? He's the best
Oh,
level
my
evolution by far.
input
Have you
didn't-
seen Drizzile? Well, I know I'm not getting another Binacle, so I suppose I'll just hang around. Was that a Pokemon?
Slayer's heavy
No.
slash is so weird. He just like
A Galarian
flails around like he's Shaggy or
that's
something.
a high-level Stunfisk.
Like Zoinks!
Like, oh yeah.
I do have a fighting type, so that should
Do you mean in the air?
damage.
Yeah.
Like
Heavy
Zoinks!
slash and
I'm gonna kick your ass!
That's his
Slash?
yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
That's his heavy.
Ah, I see.
I
Yeah.
can't believe they put him in like multiverses and like reference the meme and shit.
Yeah.
That meme was even shorter lived than fidget spinners. Like that got old like 2 weeks in,
Ow.
maybe even
That fucking
faster.
frame.
It's because of that,
Come on.
that one movie where Shaggy's just like beats up a biker gang for some reason.
Yeah, that was a good bit in that, but in like, everything else, the whole meme was terrible. And then multiverses didn't come until like
Nice.
what, like 2 years later. They're still referencing that meme.
No.
I think the entire point of multiverses was because of that meme. It was only made because of it.
I think you're right.
Featuring
It sounds
Space
funny,
Man.
but I think you're right. Like, literally.
Bold, but seemingly
Actually.
accurate.
That's a nice change. Even in my favorite Pokemon game, Black and White, even if you pick the yes option, the majority of the time they'll just tell you anyway. I appreciate them just leaving it alone now. I ran into this pink-looking thing on Rap.
Oomphy?
Whatever that sign says over there. Now that's a cute.
It's my turn now?
No.
Well, they're weak things. After that, instead of going instantly to the
Oomphy?
No, goddamn.
Oh, you're so fucking lucky.
All right, guys, what's happening?
2 seconds ago.
I'm just
Welcome back.
slaughtering.
This game. It has a night and day cycle similar to
We were just gaming.
Gen 4 where the
Yeah.
day matches that of real life.
Oh no, I've been during the entire time.
You
I just been
too.
eating. I had a pineapple.
I see.
How was
How
it?
was
it
the
the sea?
Yeah.
Huh? Sorry, I had half a pineapple.
How was the half a pineapple?
Fucking pineapple. What do you mean?
Yeah, how was it?
The pint of apples.
It was a
Assume I've
pineapple.
never had one.
It tasted like a pineapple.
Assume he's never had one.
So, no, I refuse.
that
You've got a
mean?
pineapple before. Tastes like a pineapple.
No adjectives.
Oh, come on.
That's the American way of describing things. How's it
Things
taste?
are
Good.
themselves.
That's it. That's it. Oh yeah, it tastes like pizza.
No, it tastes like chicken.
Oh yeah, exactly. It tastes like chicken, or it tastes good. That's it. No descriptors whatsoever.
Chicken is put on such a pedestal. What if chicken just tastes like it? Hmm?
It just tastes like it.
Exactly.
It sounds like you were watching The Thing when you put it that way.
Or it.
It's gonna turn into a John Carpenter movie, or it, yeah, or just it.
Oh, come on.
I don't know. If you go with it, then it tastes like a clown. This food tastes
Tastes
kind of
like
funny.
Tim Curry.
No. Corn isn't called it, for fuck's sake. It's called Zelda.
Dang.
Just make the Pokemon unusable. Like, what happens when you trade over a stronger Pokemon? They fall asleep by themselves and shit. Why stop us from catching it all together? Anyway, once you found a hole with a beam coming out of it, the swirly ones that rare a Pokemon with great stats, you can initiate a battle. You're allowed to choose your Pokemon and either wait for other players if you have a Nintendo Online subscription, or go ahead by yourself alongside some NPC creatures. Now, here's a big one-star Piglet.
Okay, I was trying to fucking do my grab in the middle of your attack combo.
You can battle Pokemon up to 5 stars, the ones with the more stars being the tougher Pokemon, obviously. And while I sent out Chumley, rock typing, my
Thanks, bro. Yeah, I think Abba's a really bad matchup with fucking against Slayer, because if like when you're doing your ultimate and you have 0 health and you're just comboing me for 5 seconds, I mean like 5 minutes, because of my dust dandy, I'm like completely invulnerable for a second. So if I hit you even once with that,
Yeah.
you're just dead.
What else seems lazy is that a bunch of the Z moves don't even animate correctly. Look at Z-Flare here. You remember in the trailer how it came out of Charizard's shoulder? Well, they didn't even bother.
Oh no.
They stuck him out in the wrong area on a bunch of Pokemon. They didn't even take
No, this can't be happening. This can't be happening. Oh, my buddies.
Anyway, as you progress through the
Moody noises intensify.
Howdy, Prisma. Thank you for stopping by.
don't think about using
And yes, it
Hey,
is a
Prisma.
watch along.
although they'll still make you sit through each animation.
Let's see. Exclamation points.
No suffering yet, though.
And not to mention that because the
Oh,
shields are
thank you
always
very
below
much, Fred.
percentages of the Dynamax
Yeah, no problem. Good evening, Prisma.
And it will do a millimeter of damage. All because shield time
The layout is
but hey, at least the
it's
NPCs
kind of wacky right now.
Pokemon is the battle.
Professional
I mean, just check out the
graphic
slides.
designer, by the way.
Professional cartographer, by the way.
With these battles, because the only
Aw,
Yeah.
fuck you.
I've been in teams with a Togepi, a Magikarp, and a fucking Clefairy, or a Pikachu, or a fucking Solrock that uses cosmic power over and over again, only to get a stat removed the next turn, so he starts using it again over and over. I've been in fights with
Oh, come on.
Pokemon have died in a single move. Fights with Pokemon will be the very worst typing for the battle. I've had to carry every single battle with the Dynamax Pokemon because the NPCs haven't been given anything other than pure garbage.
Yeah, see?
You have to be lucky.
It's over, bro.
It's not. Look at my health.
Like a God of War, and fucking Magikarp. You have to be lucky enough that God of War doesn't use Dazzling Gleam, which it will. It fucking will. Say goodbye to
Oh,
God.
nice.
I can't even remember if this happened in my first or second playthrough. All I know is that I was really mad. I'm so glad that I didn't count a loss in a Dynamax raid as a death, because if I did, all my Pokemon would be dead. I can count it if my Pokemon specifically fainted, though, just to let you know. But back to the bullshit. How hard would it have been to have had made a table of Pokemon able to be sent out by the NPCs based on star rating? The girl who sends out the Magikarp? Anything over than a 2-star, make it a fucking
Oh, I keep
Gyarados.
forgetting that.
Throw guy, give
It's
him
a
March
double
Hand.
hit.
The Soul Rock guy, stab him in the throat! You get a 100% chance of catching a Dynamax Pokemon.
My evening's pretty good.
Unless you're not hosting the game, apparently.
How's your guys' evening going?
You have a small
It's
chance
going-
to find
it's going
gigantic
decent.
Pokemon out in the field.
We're not suffering yet.
Absolutely. Well, actually, no, I'm a little lonely right now.
Looking back, part of me
Lonely at the top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
then I realized that
Oh,
I'd be that
damn
way.
it.
You can't even use gigantic online matches anyway. What a fucking shit.
I went around getting food for Veterans Day, so I'm good.
Free food gaming.
Free things, let's go. Oh, Prisma redeemed double head pats.
And finally, as
You gotta have a hand on top of a hand patting your head.
Dynamax raid,
Who's it for?
For like
Prisma?
3 hands on your head.
Double head pat for who?
Speak handies of various sizes. You know, I was out there for like 15 minutes
Come on.
and I didn't even catch anything. I just went to places I've already been. I did, however, find a fishing hole in Motorscope, although there was only a Choodle there, so I just also, real nice Motorscope
Aw,
battle area we got
just
here.
a little
Skip
tad
through.
too
So we
early.
head back to the Dewdrop Inn. Oh, I only just got that now. Drop in, and but also like a Dewdrop. And guess who's waiting for us? Well,
Damn it.
thankfully not Sonia. It's actually little Miss Marnie who sat on her
With the
Double head pat for
BM.
Marnie. So we slapped the shit out of her Pokemon.
I was
Those
distracted.
animations.
This guy quit his job so we could
Right,
watch
I think that was 3 for you, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
no one else is here.
I'm ready for my
Royce
break.
doesn't want
Oh,
to
yeah.
play.
Invaded a few people's
Oh,
farms.
come on.
Then it's off to the next gym.
Ratty and Royce, alright.
The gym where you progress by catching Pokemon. Nice. It's great
Barney.
fun playthrough. Well, not exactly. I can also
Okay, how
knock them
should
out
I
to
go
get a
about
smaller amount of points.
sorting
Points being
this?
the thing
Maybe
needed
this
to
is
progress.
fine.
But there's also other NPCs you battle with them trying to knock out the wild Pokemon first, or even hindering your Pokemon so they perform worse. So that's great. Not only do I have to watch out for the enemy Pokemon, but also my teammates. Dang.
Let's see.
And most of my Pokemon are weak to
Feel
fire.
free to take a
It
break,
was all
Ratty.
up to Chumley to face these Pokemon, and he pulled
This
it
is
off
gonna
with
be a
No,
long
no.
14
I did try
hours.
to knock out my teammates.
No.
I couldn't be bothered knocking out Pokemon off the
I'm,
board, so I just kept trying to kill the wild
I'm
ones.
I
one
can
of
whoop your ass all fucking night if you want.
One of us.
Alright, let's switch to Strive then.
The glitches are back.
Yeah.
What's happening with Pokemon? And for all things holy, I hope that Ninetales doesn't know Energy Ball. That would just be the shit icing.
Do you
on
want to?
shit cake.
I mean, I'm
No,
good with anything.
instead, Kaboo decided
It's
that
gonna
my
be a long
Pokemon
night,
weren't
so-
looking burnt enough. So instead of focusing on knocking my Pokemon
Yeah.
out,
Obviously, I'm not going to be here for all of that.
Yeah.
For a move with 85%
But,
accuracy,
you know,
I can
I'll
see
No, you
with
are.
certainty.
You absolutely have
Yeah, why
to.
not? Why is it obvious?
Accuracy. Damn, every time I would hit
I have to
it,
fucking
right
sleep.
back.
If I like just woke up, sure.
Why do you need to
But
sleep?
no, this is like my bedtime.
You don't have to sleep.
I can
Yeah,
sleep
that's
for
not
like
important.
another like 3, maybe 4 hours.
3, maybe 4 hours? How about,
Just fall
13,
asleep on
maybe 14
stream.
hours?
So true.
Just fall asleep on stream. Rudy can change the stream title to "I'm just sleeping."
Exactly, yeah.
You could just watch ahead in these videos. You could just like put it on like
Watch it.
4 times speed or something.
Sleepover stream.
Let's go. Sleepover stream. Let's go.
Thanks for coming to the guild, everyone.
We'll
Find your
time
rooms
here.
elsewhere.
Pop and I are
I had to come into the guild up from the labyrinth. How goes the map making?
It's going pretty well.
I mean, how did they not see him there unless he teleported in? Actually,
You know, I don't need maps down in there, but
another area, I guess.
But mapping it is surely a valuable thing to do for guild members. I can see why you'd do it. Yeah.
Say that right?
It's gonna turn into one of those memes: girls sleepovers versus guys sleepovers.
Yeah.
Girls having fun, guys just,
What?
hey, you want to suffer together?
What philosophies exist within the guild?
No.
Who are your favorite guild members?
Me, of course. Right?
Me smile.
No. After the race, they teleport you back to the start, or they don't. All right, I guess I have to bike back myself.
No.
Just give me the option.
Okay.
I found a yamper in one of the new wild areas with yellow aura surrounding it.
Ah.
I was wondering exactly what that meant. I assumed it means
Bursting feels so bad. Because I don't do combos really.
Soon enough, we make it to the Hammerlock entrance, and the man checks our badges. Bede comes along with our lot. He killed him. Hammerlock, the city of many sights and sounds. Look at that incredible ancient castle.
Nice.
Historical, magnificent.
You didn't hit me, but it's a nice dodge.
The vast array of shops will keep you busy for
Ow.
hours.
Chatty.
There are three. Such a magnificent city deserves
Nope.
a fair share of
Nice
people
dodge.
with many littering
Ah,
sites.
he's
You know where I'm going with this. It's like every other
Oh,
town,
he
you know,
chipped me
so
out.
far from what I've noticed, these bigger cities, they've just got a larger area, but they really won't have anything to compensate
come on.
for it, just longer streets and roads.
Jeez, it
Also,
seems
the
like
other
even
thing is that
Unova and Kalos were bigger.
but it's also working for him. Looks like the chairman has a problem which he needs wishing
Yeah.
stars and a powerful trainer.
That's
Bede explains
kind of
how
crazy.
he hop in a battle. I mean, whoop
This guy just walking around in his boxers.
Chairman's all like, that's the spirit. Then he talks directly to me, saying something about Dynamaxing or whatever. My Elgato was getting pretty bored, so it skipped over it. But despite the skipping, I'd like you all to witness a miracle that happened in this town. So I went over to the battle cafe, and this dude offers me a battle, yada yada yada. I accept, and I want you to remember at this point that my Pokemon are a pretty decent level. All of them are around level 28, not bad, right? Well, this guy's been grinding his ass off because he's got his at 37. Definitely losing some Pokemon here. Thrusty took a fucking blow and a half, but somehow I got out of it alive. Thanks to both of his Pokemon being the fairy type and Neon and 2 steel types.
What?
So I'm the chairman again inside the dragon type gym.
You were getting hit, and then you still teleported.
Yeah, sorry, bro. It's called being dandy, bro.
And he gives us. Yes.
It's just a buff you get.
Yeah.
We actually run into Leon here.
Gentlemen don't have to, you know.
Also to go see Rikair.
We don't have to fucking be stunned when we get hit, alright?
He then tells us to head up to the top floor to see
Our style's
Sonia.
impetuous.
She tells us a little bit more about the darkest day or whatever. There were 2 heroes, not one. Oh, I wonder what that's referencing. And she gives us back downstairs we go, and Raihan tells us which route to go next. Just me, or is Pokemon getting really fucking linear? I mean, it's always been pretty simple. You can go to each gym in order, although in some games you can come back to them later. But ever since...
God damn it.
I guess Gen
I just
5,
hopped over you.
at least it let you explore big open areas and discover things
No.
yourself. Even if the map was just a big circle, I guess I
No.
really noticed it in Sun and Moon. Like the routes stopped feeling open and explorative, more like corridors.
No.
You find a potion or something every now and again. It feels like
More?
that here, too, and you don't get anything like the desert from Black and White or the open seas from Hoenn or even
That's a lot of headbats.
progress. Like, how do you
Alright, I
streak
was
the
fucking up my
people
inputs.
where you have to break the rocks and
It's more head pats than
Maybe
the
I was
number of heads
spamming
there
it
are.
too much.
where I got stuck when I didn't bother listening to where
Prisma wants to stack the hands on top of each other. So you're just basically getting grabbed by someone.
destination shown in the text box and they never mention it again so the player gets stuck.
Also, just so you know, Moody, I do have the Gnat debuff. I have a Gnat flying around me.
Even if they did do that here, even if I skipped every text
At least you'll have a spider crawling into your keyboard or anything.
Oh, don't remind me of that.
Pokemon Snap.
I don't even know where that shit is. That guy's like, I feel like I've seen that spider multiple times and it's eluded me every time. It's a smart, cheeky bastard.
Then you walk 5 seconds to the left and it puts you in a
Yeah,
normal
like,
to show you exactly
I get those ones that
Did you
stay
see his-
entirely
his
still until, like, you blink or look away and they're just gone.
you know exactly
Yeah, exactly. It's
Yeah. It's just, they know you're looking at them.
Nope.
But yeah, Prisma can head pet everyone lore wise.
Yeah.
He's got the long the arms, the scarf arms.
Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah,
Infinite
sorry.
pot
Oh,
work,
you're just
let's
getting
go.
like slapped by a bunch of like sleeves.
Yeah. I guess at least it's warm.
At least it's warm.
I don't know. I'm assuming like ghost arms. I don't know.
Spoopy slapping.
Sometimes this guy sounds like really British, and then sometimes he sounds like Peter Griffin.
He's from New Zealand, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right?
Oh, hey, it's got the Final Fantasy 13 reference.
There we
There we
go.
go.
Wait.
Ha, called it. Let's go.
Little do you know, Prisma, that static electricity generates power. It's like the whole lore.
Suffer static electricity.
Shut up, Taurus.
What do you mean? What did I do?
Gonna zap you with right hand rule.
Zap to the extreme.
Yeah. I
I
don't even know.
Thank you, Father. I will.
No, I'm doing like EM physics right now. I don't want to think about electricity, but I have to.
Ow.
It's all magic. Ugh. I hate it.
No, I pressed the button.
Did you press the button?
Yes.
I don't know, so I don't know.
Or are they just gonna keep them as kind of bullies?
No.
Ariel Blue, or whatever you call him, is a bigger jerk than any of these king yellow members.
No idea what to do.
Die. Basically
It's
perfect.
a
Take
sadness.
it
It's
fun.
cotton hands.
I don't think strength is really an issue here. How strong do you think Jim Lee
Wait,
is
your hands are made of cotton?
This guy couldn't even get the water badge, and you're concerned because you couldn't beat a guy wearing a pink jacket? That'd be pretty intimidating, actually.
Oh no.
Turned away from the camera and
Prisma, someone's allergic to cotton. I'm gonna execute them and turn them into ghosts too.
Just
he turns around and runs
from a head pot to just a death pot.
That's the secret.
I don't know. Oh yeah, wait. Yeah, the skin theory that had the nose shop. Remember that?
They're human noses.
Yeah, there were human noses for the under the sea. That was like, but it was like because it was a visual gag for picking your nose. It was such an important part of skin theory, which is relevant for some reason.
Moody, I wasn't even trying to spam my. I was trying to do my my uppercut attack.
Gosh.
Alright. Oh shoot, I keep forgetting the head pats. Sorry about that. One more.
Yeah. You gotta issue out all of those pats. It must happen.
Yeah, if you want to do that real quick, I'll wait.
Yeah.
Quick,
Quick, get him ready. Murder. Destroy it.
Oh,
Destroy it
yeah,
for
you know
us.
what? I will. Yeah, just real quick. As a treat, I'll. Oh, okay. All right.
My head is safe for another few minutes.
Oh, you think?
So I believe.
No. All right. That was actually the mercy round. Right?
Alright.
Hey, Prisma, what are you adding Rattyy to, Prisma?
What?
What is it? What is the thing? I feel like I've heard this and forgot it because I'm terrible with memory, but what is the thing?
God damn it.
Cute art shit? Are you telling me I could be adorable? I refuse to believe it. It's impossible. Can't be done.
I made that seem a bit more exciting than it actually is. Sorry, but these letters do, however, have something incredibly unique. That's right. They have
They freeze time.
Stop.
Let's go.
Forgot about this.
way of stopping trainers or Pokemon from battling you while you're on a ladder.
Zawarudo.
Just yet another broken mechanic that takes my immersion, throws
No,
it over
make you
the
cry as fuck.
Man, with this barren
Well,
dirt landscape,
It's too late.
grass,
It's about to happen.
you know what this place needs?
Oh shit.
A motherfucking berry tree, just shove it in here.
Oh
You're about
god.
to
Green with
prism.
colorful juicy fruit all over it, making it stick out like a sore thumb, creating a different kind of berry
I have
mix
to
with
stop
Hawaii
walking
is
in
fuck.
there.
And here we go from lack of effort to too much effort. This guy right here. This is the only time you actually fight it. Well, his model, his trainer class, one fight in the entire game. I'm not kidding. I don't understand why, but hey, it's a thing. Is that Diglett?
Skin theory.
Diglett. We have arrived in. I can't remember. I've been using those little pop-ups to check which rattle town I'm in, but this one didn't have one when I walked in. Well,
Oh no,
it did.
no! I pressed the wrong button, man.
Screen.
It's
Just
Let me
to add to the list.
Dude, fuck the other specials, though. Just the dust stuff, or whatever. Fucking great. I don't need anything else.
For that matter.
And you get enough meter by just me
But there is
beating
a
you
lady
up.
here who turns fossils into Pokemon. I'll talk a bit
So
more
so
about
you
this
just need
later.
to
This didn't
lose
make me
for a
realize
bit,
that
then you
there
just
isn't the
spam
museum
it,
of this
then
game
you're all
other
good.
than the
Yeah, basically, it's like Giga safe. If I hit with one of those uppers, or the Big Bang upper, the uppercut, that's like guaranteed like big damage because it just combos into itself. Prisma. If you aren't aware, I'm literally Rika Furude. Just Google Rika Furude. That's my ref sheet. And to be honest, Rika does not have very good ref sheets. It sucks. But basically, that's it. If you want to draw Rattyy,
Basically, any Rika art would be better than the official one, right?
Oh.
What?
You're picking a fight with Rattyy, I say.
That was not a fight.
It won't be much of a fight, I swear it.
He's already lost. Sasuga.
No, I mean like it's bad art, so it's charming, right?
No. Okay, so the first season of Higurashi. Okay, no, actually no. Okay, if you're talking about the VN,
Yeah, the VN art.
VN art, it is charming. But yeah, for me, the pinnacle Rika design is the second season, the original anime. And by that I mean like the
Yeah,
second season.
Yeah, that looked good. I'm just saying, just the original. Like, if you like, it can't be worse than that. So just go with whatever.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean,
It'll turn
the
out
original
looking good.
VN art is actually like pretty charming. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's charming in its own way. Like it's weird
Giga.
anatomy. I mean, there's worse, definitely,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm keen.
but it's not like great.
Is he breathing?
I have to hold it.
And here we go. We're up against Alistair. Oh,
Have you played Mate before?
Yeah.
And while I've got you here, can I mention that I think the whole sports arena thing?
No.
It
works.
The atmosphere here alone makes it the very best stage to do fights in any of the Pokemon games. It's fantastic.
Oh, finally.
Sharing after Pokemon fights, the rise in music when the gym leader's last Pokemon is sent out, it's just great. Up until the crowd starts singing, and I'm not a fan of that. It feels kind of goofy. Anyway, Alistair here, Gigantamax says Ginga. Oh,
I love it when the crowd sings. How dare?
Jesus, I didn't expect Gengar to get another form, but hey, I guess I can say.
Yeah, this is Radical Soda.
Unfortunately, despite this,
Yeah, I like it when
No,
the
this
crowd
is
sings
actually
too.
calm soda.
Oh yeah, everybody we love Radical Soda here.
Flat
Not
soda.
allowed to be- You're not allowed to be
Yeah,
here
there
if
we
you don't
go.
love Radical Soda. This is important.
Ah, nice. Very nice.
Actually, very calm soda.
Are you serious? Is this a real Pokemon? I mean, it's not bad. I don't fucking like it. But it goes from a piece of coal with a wheel.
What up, Jimbus?
Part with wheels.
Howdy, Jimmy. Thank you for stopping by.
Jimmy,
I was gonna
Matt.
say, if you don't show up
Jim
anytime
Jam, Jim
soon,
Jam.
we're switching off from
What happened to his wheels?
Yeah,
from this game.
Magnemite evolved into Magneton and then into this. Now it's time to move on to that spooky forest, I suppose. Sonia, go away! So it looks like something's happening up in the Memorial Arc. You have to be peeved and destroy a couple of properties.
Your things are too long.
Also, the cutscene has Bede's regular theme, and then it
Long, man. What the hell is that? What the fuck is that? No.
That was my 6P.
And this is my forward dust?
Shocking completely obliterates Beach team with a couple of iron heads.
No! You can switch. I haven't finished breakfast. Alright, good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Jimbo.
Interesting evolution.
We started early, didn't we? Right?
Yeah, very early.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, we did.
Reminds me of that Tyco drum game in arcades.
Did you know that your mum actually congratulates you on becoming the champion?
Dude, your forward P is fucking annoying.
Yours is more so.
Well, mine like throws you back.
Yeah,
oh yeah, I
mine
know.
does too.
Yours does too. Okay.
Oh shoot. Yeah.
You know what? Yours is more annoying. Okay. It's faster.
No, that would be too much. He strips speed
Out.
of his gym challenger status.
What?
Well, that sucks. There goes my only rival. Who gives a steam like ass. Also,
Okay, fuck you.
yeah.
Those aren't the Madoka girls.
I know, Sonya. I know the fucking dog saved us from the darkest state.
There's Madoka herself right there, the big one.
Yeah, that's not Madoka.
Straight on into analysis mode. A blind baby with no legs could figure this shit out. Why are you acting as if it's some
Big one.
Oh, God, I just thought about the baby with no legs. Thanks.
So how's the movie so
here we
far?
are in the smooth
Pretty
waters.
okay.
There's some guy here
I
with
see. You got IK'd down, Ratty.
I think
Imagine
it's
getting
because Pokemon
IK'd.
don't actually roam the overworld in this area. More so, they stick to the random.
Out.
And then stop imagining and think to the last like 2 seconds.
Whoa! It went through my 6P. Through my 6P.
Rob, it's me. It's me. She's there with me. She's my partner. We're the couple.
Ouch.
I just knew he was me when he spoke, but because he's right.
Sorry, but I've downloaded your moveset. I've downloaded your 6P spam now. It won't work anymore.
Alright.
So does anyone have a copium emote just for our lovely friend Radical Soda here?
Oh.
Voyager Nezu. No way, is Moody playing something that isn't ABBA? I know, right? It's amazing. I think you did hear Madoka Magica?
The Twitter lied to me.
The
I came for ABBA. ABBA didn't happen. I don't believe this.
No.
It's beautiful. I mean,
ABBA happened, you just missed it.
Wait.
Yeah, no, ABBA happened. But, like, I know, I was watching. Okay. Don't call me on for not watching. I was.
Copium.
I'm not anymore.
Nice.
But I was.
Can't believe that has invincibility. But yeah, howdy Voyager Nezu, thank you for stopping by.
Hey, good evening.
I switched to May because Rattyy downloaded my ABBA. So
Yeah.
I need some wins. Desperate for some wins. Let's go.
Yeah.
actually took a moment to look through a couple of these. Again, there are neat little additions.
Alright, you can stop now.
Other trainers, etc.
Oh what? No, it's a grab.
To see who can replace her as the fairy type gym leader. You have to answer questions during the fight, and if you get them right, you get a stat buff, and if not, a stat decrease.
Just silence Jimmy, but also thank you for posting the copium emote when I asked. What a legend.
Trying to give you this one. Both of these types are super effective against fairy.
Nice.
Since I have one of those types, I just let shock and iron hit every Pokemon they threw at me, effectively one-shotting them all. Anyway, so the first trainer walks off stage.
I can't 6P that. Holy cow.
You are not the second trainer. You just walked up.
I guess I'm just supposed to press a button, something fast.
At least make a
Mappa Punch is like really fast.
I wish it was
I don't
that good
know.
in Strive too. In Strive, in Exurg. It's so bad in Exurg. It's so weak. It feels weak.
Oh what? The Mappa Punch?
Yeah.
That tracks.
Not a problem. Shock and his steel type, so just iron hit this guard of wine
Ow.
right up to the gym leader. Of course. One mystical fire. In what world does
That's a counter.
mystical fire? Jumbly, get her! Well, for once, I actually had to use strategy. I seemed out abomination to use light screen,
Oh.
so a special attack moves to do less damage, including mystical fire. Which
Doing counterplay, like, oh, he does this move, so I'm gonna do this move, feels so good.
Yeah.
But it's like, if it's like, you know, super giga quick, you have to have super giga quick reflexes.
Yeah.
You have to anticipate it.
Just be super giga quick forehead, imagine.
Yeah, and so yeah, Slayer's like normal punch is really good.
It slays.
It does.
No.
Called him John. John would not replace Shocking. I went to find another new area. Looked at a Dynamax hole. Found a, is that's right, baby.
Ow.
It's a Sizzler Pete. Look at that mustache. I'm gonna call it.
Ooh, no, he
Sizzler
grabbed me.
Pete.
That's goals right there. So basically, I
Okay, come on. You fucking saw the fucking.
However, I had to turn off controller vibration first.
No!
I fucking turned you into a pancake, bro.
You just hit my leg. My flattened.
I also caught a clobberpuss,
Yo,
which I will say.
anyone in chat actually, is the audio for the watch-along video good?
It's a little quiet
Low.
on my end. I hope it's good.
Hmm.
Oh, that's right, because Lipid's colors suck and the yellows on it should have been.
Because like, if can anybody hear Radical Soda? The special mystery guest?
Let's see.
Oh, come on.
I get so upset about this bullshit. I know there's people online who say that they don't have many problems with the raid battles.
The loudest thing on Moody's stream is button pressing.
As it should be.
Me?
How the hell am I gonna get to level 100 without grinding out high-star raid battles?
No.
As it should, yeah.
Is the you can't hear then, Jimbus? That's the consensus.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, there's. Oh, nice.
No, my iframes, bro.
We love scuff.
Oh yeah, I should drop the side tube link, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
Very
just,
nice.
Just
Good job.
exclamation
I'll do
point
that.
side tube. But
Oh, that
I
work?
can increase the volume.
Exclamation mark side tube.
Wait, there are questions in the middle of
Hey,
this.
it works.
Fight!
Let's go. Let's
Favorite
go.
color?
Yo,
How's
wait,
this?
is
How's
that
this?
Jimmy,
Old
man?
lady's gonna get strangled today. All right, lady, you booked yourself a strangler.
Jimmy.
You know what though? I could totally
Jimmy, who do you want to
string
play
these out
against
if I wanted.
first?
Ooh, look at the
Just,
floating nectarine. Fuck!
Actually, you know what?
though? This would actually be funny
I
if I
wanna
wasn't
try
doing
Hey,
so.
one.
I'll
Jimbo,
go
gonna send Moody to the shadow realm?
Nice.
Yeah,
I want to-
Jimmy,
oh, shit,
go ahead and
really?
smash
Another
Moody.
question. How old are you? Oh, for God's
let's
sake,
see,
I just know
Slap
this is not
his
a trick
cheeks.
question. But if they already know that I
Maybe
expect
she
that,
has
then
to
they'll
be
pick 16,
so
so
close.
say something like, "Oh, do I look
No,
16?"
Maze.
And then it'll be wrong anyway.
Maze,
so I'm
instant
thinking
kill
like
is
probably
like-
her actual age.
Like her main gimmick or something like that. Why can't I?
Damn it!
Okay.
Well, they expected me to expect it to be a
Disconnected,
trick
that's
question,
why.
so instead of changing it around
Yeah,
the second
he-
time, they
he ran
questioned
away.
the trick question and turned
see.
it into a multi-layered
Yeah,
trick question.
Maze
Oh, yeah, morning
forward
tea's kicking
P
in, is it?
and
Yeah,
forward
sure,
heavy
see, that's
slash
what it is.
has so
The
much
final
like
Pokemon
stun
is a
on
cake.
it.
Wait, what?
So she basically
I
gets
swear to
instant
God,
kill
if
every
anyone who
game.
hates vanilla
Or
ice likes
every
this
game
Pokemon, I'm coming to your house,
she
I'm gonna
gets
strangle
good
you
counter
too.
hits in.
Maybe I'll use this too. I don't know, man.
There we go. I'm
Looks like
back.
Chumley's gonna be the
Had to
MVP
leave
of this
for a
one.
little while.
She's surprisingly been pulling a lot of weight this playthrough. Fairy badge acquired.
Okay,
Unfortunately,
Welcome
we are
back.
not the trainer she was
Not
looking
by
Wow,
for.
thank you.
on
Thank you,
counter.
Vice Kari.
It's not like I was
The,
fine with my
the one, the only, the
face rock
superhero.
guy, muscly gorilla and literal.
Oh yeah,
She
hero
actually
definitely.
say something
Yeah,
critical
savior of the
there.
Galactic Federation.
Fairy team. Probably not.
Glad you
Okay,
understand.
kind of can program
Yeah,
my
yeah.
updates quickly,
Br-
but yeah,
bringing order to it, you know? Nothing wrong with a bit of order.
Yeah, exactly. Order with an iron.
Somebody
Flying taxi
disappeared.
with Opal. She's
Right.
there
Just
too.
disappeared.
Bros.
It's one of the big
Sometimes an Iron Fist
She
is
goes
totally
ballistic,
good.
No, not an iron fist, an iron spatula.
I
He
always
cuts.
thought it was more of a purple.
Yeah.
Either way,
Yeah.
she takes him under her wing.
Anji.
and- Well, he pretty much
How's
just
this?
until the end of the game.
Oh, what's up,
He
Res?
doesn't play
How you
Soul
doing?
anymore. Or he
Hey,
does,
it was
but
alright. That was weird though.
Zombies don't
I
stay
just
down. Let's
started
go.
Very easy. Thank you for asking. I appreciate you checking in
What
with
the
me,
fuck?
even if I play it up to
I don't know what
Ganji
does in
Jimmy?
this game.
I'm
I'm scared.
interesting. Maybe there's something we can work on. Maybe get to know each other.
Yeah,
Maybe go out to
Anji
dinner.
seems
Maybe
like
a
pretty
date. Maybe start a
neat. I
relationship.
played him for just a little
Where
bit.
did that come from?
In this game or Strive?
Yeah. Yeah, this
All of
one.
a sudden, a big
And in
movement
Strive.
heard that rocks the ground beneath our feet. Something
Because like his
kind of
gimmick in
scary.
Strive is very
the
different.
talented rising Pokemon League trainer to check out what's going on,
See.
or the champion will do it.
Pokemans.
Ouch.
It's gonna send us away.
Nice.
So far, there hasn't been any overarching
Have a
story.
favorite
I thought this
Pokemon?
might be where it kicks
for
off.
another option?
No,
For me,
same
it's
old,
Swampert.
Same old. We do find
Like
Hop
my
and
kid,
Henchins throughout
Marshall
City, though,
Swampert.
and we have a battle. He sends out yet
Shedinja
another
for
team,
me.
starting with the Trevenant.
If
If we're talking
The
about
The only
like
returning
favorite
Pokemon being
Pokemon,
Drizzle. Oh, yeah. Oh,
So-
oh, my,
Like-
what is that slender
I
man
got a
sporting
soft
kick
spot for
over
Riolu probably, but I don't know, like
What the
the
hell?
the hot train sort of evolution line is good as well. And I know it's like, oh, too soon, it's one of the new ones. There can be good Pokemon in bad Pokemon games. It happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Oh yeah,
You're not a real
Smash
fan.
Pass Pokemon Taurus.
There was some really cool
Wait,
game evolutions
who
of
was your
these three
favorite again,
Pokemon, but
Taurus?
now that I look at them, most of them look like
Petra?
monsters.
Normally like Riolu or
Monsters.
hold on, let's
These
see.
final evolutions look
Like
so
the
human in
one from the new
comparison.
game
I mean, even to the Gen 1, 2,
wasn't
3,
good.
4, and 5 starters. These look like monsters.
Wait,
See,
yo, I got
These
something.
look like human
I got
beings.
Smash or
And they're not of the
Smash or
feeling. Why
consume
does GameCube
Pokemon
keep
Tier
bringing
List.
back Charizard, eh? Why does he keep coming back? Why
Would
do
you
think
eat
that
those?
it's his design?
Or
He's a
Smash or
fucking dragon. We like monsters. We want to see more. Wooloo isn't a sheep.
Ah, yeah,
He's got a
it
wall
would
of
probably
wool, and it's great. That's
be,
what we like. Why do you
like,
think people don't like Mr. Mime or
it's-
Jinx? Why do you think
See, it's not my
Berserker isn't
favorite,
a
but like Hot Train is up there.
Some don't, some
I see.
really do. Like Impidim's
Yeah,
finally
no, no, no. But there is someone like,
I think it's great.
if I was to say one that is very close to being my favorite that you could easily make fun of, where's that one plant one? Alright.
I think that's pretty dang cool.
No,
It stops
it's
people
my
from
A lot of
liking
plant
it.
ones.
There it is.
Come on, I would have much rather had a cool lizard monster than a lanky ass.
Yeah,
slime.
yeah, yeah. It's
And
yeah,
don't even get me
it's
started on
Serena.
like,
Everybody
Serena.
loves Serena.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's a little too.
If you don't love Serena, what are you doing?
I do like her, but like she's a little too. You know.
Too much for you? You weak?
I like
Lilligant.
Doesn't it like to hang
You're
out
weak.
around the lake?
No.
Yeah,
the
Lilligant
You know what I
from
mean?
Intimidated by a straw.
I like that one
What?
too.
explorable cave, maybe?
Like her name's literally Sun,
Pokemon
right?
makes sense.
Like
You could stick Jigglypuff
she gives
there,
off the very
maybe?
Sun aura, right?
Oh yeah.
Anyway,
Oh
It's
yeah.
just
yeah,
like
yeah,
it feels like it
like,
leans.
and
It's too into it.
I'm a
Too-
bit too tired for
all
this.
like,
It's not really
if
what
we're talking about like
Anyway, cool to see
straight up
No, really?
adorable, then like
with a theme here.
I would headbutt the
Um,
shit out of
I don't think I
Steenie.
mentioned is that with
Like
the
Steenie is adorable as hell.
Yeah.
Steamy?
The faster
Oh
shape
yeah,
Yeah,
of
which
course.
Pokemon
The,
is that?
the pre-evolution of
Yeah.
Serena.
not of being a
Oh,
sword
okay.
or its evolution, breeding.
Um,
Here we've
Bit too
encountered
tired for this,
the
Jimmy.
Moppo will make sure we're
Yeah, we can.
counter.
Who evolves out of just like alternate C-Dot, let's be honest.
Oh, Calavera's here.
Oh, Cal's here. I was gonna say,
Bobby, Broom,
if Jimmy wants to
Toad,
sleep, then we can
all of the commands!
pick this game up later.
Really different to
Then we can,
ruins. And there's
yeah,
like
let
footballs
him,
floating in the air. Alrighty.
like rest.
Calavera
for a bit,
wants to
wake
invite
up.
to the room.
Yeah.
He's trying to get in so hard.
I put it at the start of the chat, so
I'll drop it again.
if someone has it, yeah. Thank you, Ratty.
No problem. As a fellow co-host, I gotta do my job,
I
right?
really like this Pokemon man. And his signature move, no return.
Yo,
This is
Ratyyy.
all of their
That's my
stats.
favorite.
Can't switch out once it's been used.
Yeah, come in here and kill us, Calavera.
There are 6 of them.
Thank you, Anonymous.
Gyms. Well, there's Backpacker.
Yeah, thanks, Anna.
Well, there's Backpacker Barbara, and she's got
Base thing on.
creepy?
Yeah, Anna.
That's a dragon that's creepy? Oh, yes, it is.
None are always based.
They say that Rillaboom's
Unless
name
when
is
they're
derived
finished.
from
And thank you
really
again,
scary man
Anon.
who looks like he wants
Or
to
maybe a
hurt
different Anon.
and the word boom.
Probably just Rikair.
Thanks,
Thanks, Rikair.
Well, we're at the end of the route
Thank
now,
you.
and after one last double
Well,
couple of minis,
if it isn't,
it's
then
evolving. I mean, I like
that'd
the way
Then
feel
it's
bad.
Taurus.
Oh, no, shit.
Either way, they're on stream right now.
It took me a while to realize that no, those curves are just
Oh, yeah,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, thanks,
Rikair's body is very small.
Way to go,
Right,
You can
Rikair.
see her arms up there. It's especially
Raichu
Alright,
for
Calvera.
childhood Pokemon pick,
which I'll be honest, makes her
Mimikyu,
look kinda
and
naked.
Poltergeist.
Oh, hey, look.
Out of wide
Hot
movement.
trains on
Those
the
are all
screen.
great.
Had to look
Let's
up
go.
God of War on Google
I don't
just
know
to
much
make sure
about
I had
Poltergeist.
the
I don't think I got that far
right,
in
and I really wish I just
the new
guessed.
game.
The
Or maybe I
news
did,
all
but I
about
just
this is, in fact, her hair.
tuned it up.
That's right, she's bayoneting this bit.
Thanks,
just
Rikair.
Rikair.
The next route I
Lol
go,
W.
the Zerdy area probably extends a little ways onwards.
Digimon, I'm a sucker for the spooky ones. I don't know much about Digimon.
Huh?
I
have
did
never-
enjoy the
They
anime,
couldn't hear?
but
Did
it's
they
been a
even?
while since I watched
And
it.
We're still on the same.
I've
route.
never even witnessed a Digimon. I think I've played a little bit of the more recent card game.
What the hell,
I like the Vmon.
That's a last shot. I'm calling the police.
Oh yeah, that one's nice. And then it gets the shell and it turns into
Hello, police station.
the other one.
Pokemon Sword and Shield.
Does he? I don't know. I don't even know. I don't remember. Don't remember anything about that show. But I really liked it, especially like the second season.
I see.
Adventure 1 and 2 are really good. So good.
But I was just thinking,
Hold on, I've tuned in. My brain is now super active. What the hell you said?
Some Pokemon about to shorten that to an acronym.
Nothing? Yeah.
Very nice. Just talking about Digimon Adventure, that's all.
It's not awesome,
Got it,
it's
got
not
it.
amazing, just a regular review. Let's get
I
started.
no longer care.
We'll do
Yeah,
a couple of these guys to
GG,
start
Jimmy.
off with.
If you want
I've already
to
said that I
keep
like
playing,
Wacky well enough. He's not a favorite,
I'd be
but
down
it's
to
not
pick this game up
I thought Wacky looked good.
in a few
I don't
hours
understand why
when
people
you're
don't like it.
awake again.
Just the colors, I thought they were great.
Oh, what
Every time
game?
I'm walking alone at night, I look
This
over
game.
my shoulder to check their Rillaboom
What game is it?
sneaking up behind me.
Good.
Is it a game?
We were playing it earlier.
Everyone thinks
You've
that
never heard of it.
can't be
Is it
the
good?
same as everyone
I
else.
see, yeah.
Silly. Again,
Yeah,
I
it's
really
good.
like his animation.
What do you mean you
That's
see?
It has great music.
Yeah, I might have to get the soundtrack to listen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it comes free with the game itself, so you can just
Really?
check
Nice
in your
cover.
files.
Wait, what do you mean, my files?
Check inside your Steam folder. And
I
there's,
don't have.
music.
What are you talking
files
about?
in
I
there.
don't have the game, silly. If I had the game, I wouldn't be talking about it like this in this manner.
I see.
Based on humans look less human than him. Flip up fucking sucks.
Also, by the way,
Oh.
Calavera,
Dottler's got weird eyes on his
good
weird
job with the
body.
sex cat.
He's fine for what
Just
he is. And
gotta say that real
function
quick.
Well enough, but was it really necessary to have it take so long for
Velic,
it to evolve into all
I'm
evil?
assuming?
Speaking of,
Yeah.
he's fine.
I see.
He's fine. A lot of people think.
Sorry, did
Slow
someone
is
say
really
sex
cute.
cat?
I am
Yeah.
not one of those people. The cheeks throw me off. What are you hiding in there? Is it the rest of the game?
A bunch of Digimon are being named in chat, and I feel like I'm trying to read Greek.
Oh, the wrestling clown. wasn't it? Nickett is a favorite of mine this year.
Yeah, I don't know what any of these ones are.
Brush away his paw prints from the scene of the crime. Just lovely.
No.
Why did they do
Fuck
there
that?
we go.
input.
My poor boy. And that was it for Radical Soda's Pokemon review. Catch us next time in like 5 minutes.
Oh wait, I muted the
Oh,
video.
wait,
so I
it's
can hear you guys
over?
talk. Wait, is it over? Thank God.
Chester, the town of
No,
Ice Snow.
it isn't.
Have I mentioned yet
No,
that
I
you never
fucked
get
it up.
running shoes?
Not even close.
I haven't, have I? You just
What?
stuck
Oh yeah. Oh wow. Half we.
Slide
Very
it
nice,
over the
Kyle.
analog stick. I should have really put this at the start of the video. Who gives a fuck?
But-
Am I right? Comedy. It's
Well,
just
after
a
the
little
video.
more comedy.
Yeah.
What a hilarious.
What have you been sick with,
comedic
Jimmy?
Sentence.
Yeah, but
Anyway,
the
Chester. That's a cute Darumaka. I probably butchered that fucking name.
I'll
Darumaka.
obtain health,
Chester.
Jimmy. It is
Oh, yeah,
important.
this is when I finally check on my Pokejobs. Wait, I called one of them
You should-
Bum Jumble.
Pray to the health fairy for good health.
Fucking Bum Jumble. So it's just there's hot balls and
Jimmy,
shit. Who cares?
I'll
Let's
try.
check out the restaurant.
I've been sick, so I don't think I need to play today.
I decided to check out Route 9 below.
Oh, I see.
Look who it is.
I hope
Our team's skull in here.
you get well soon. Jimmy.
Oh, Jimmy's
Gym, we
sick.
hop his
Yo,
way
Jimmy.
to
I got an
He
ancient
lost.
remedy for
Great rival, guys.
healing with
Just
ill.
call him our bloody friend. None of this rival bullshit. I've
Get
never
good.
felt that Hop's been a rival once. He's always one step behind us, even when he's finished something ahead of us. He's constantly doubting himself, constantly falling behind.
Sorry, guys, I'm just not feeling it today. I don't have any good jokes.
And of course, speaking of starters, Leon got the
Can't all be on our A game every day.
Unfortunate.
I'm
really lacking today.
Stealth rocks ahoy. Now, before I challenge the gym, I wanted to go around the ring
I
and
hope
see if
you
I
get
can change.
well soon too.
And what will blow me down? Here's a Gigantamax Corviknight.
Jimmy appreciation
I didn't
posting.
know
Let's
it
go.
was a Gigantamax
Sick
Corviknight.
as fuck.
Speed the regular Corviknight, so well,
Why doesn't it have
I
combo? What the hell?
anyway, 'cause
Is
we're
it just
doing
Kai?
enough. Did Solrock just use rock?
It's just
throw?
Kai.
What?
Holy
Oh,
cow!
there he goes using cosmic power.
Yeah, we got the
Privileged to sell
So,
Ucho
the ice
finger
gym,
guns.
we're gonna play
Let's
this one
go.
A bit more in depth because it's a little confusing. It sucks.
Designing a
Oh.
Paul Bear outfit is
Yeah,
challenging.
use the
Well, for
vibration in your
Scarf Arms.
controller to detect traps on the floor, but I
Scarf
was
Arms.
too lazy to actually turn
Well,
it on.
at least
Also,
it's Scarf
super
Arms and
mega,
The
Base
traps get a bit
crotch.
more confusing as the gym
just
goes
super
on.
mega hyper beast that you'd want to have a pallbearer outfit.
Really trying to work it out.
Nice show, Kyle.
Infinity based
I feel
even.
like the first couple of gyms, barring the water gym, actually had some semi-interesting gimmicks. The Wooloo herding, the competitive double battles, the pinball. But as the game goes on, the challenges are getting worse and worse. I feel like they were rushed. The fairy gym is literally
I
just
said,
a set of
good
three
job
battles,
with
questions
the
thrown
sex
in,
cat.
And the ice gym is blanded,
The
boring.
game
as
is
all
really
hell.
loud.
Don't even get me started
It was
on
very
Dark Type
nice.
Gym.
Thank you,
We'll get there,
Calavera.
all right.
Like, you
Somehow-
really made my day.
somehow,
And that's all I
the
want to say
Dragon
about
Type
that.
Gym, the final gym. Well,
No,
we'll get into it, but
you meant my
holy shit.
entire week, Cal.
Anyway,
Thank
so
you.
the gym leader
Make
here,
Rikair louder.
Holy.
Make Rattyy
Who
probably.
is
No,
that?
no, we're good.
If I
No,
were
no, no,
Melody,
we're good
she's
on this.
good.
Please yell as loud as you can,
Melody,
okay?
as in like,
No, we're good.
am I reading into this wrong? I don't know exactly what they were doing.
We are good.
Rikair just blows out your eardrums.
Howdy,
Please don't.
Fish Fillet 007. Thank you for stopping by. Abba Gaming. Hell yeah.
An ample bosom.
I'm drawing something for it right now.
Yeah, right now, while you're fucking gaming, very impressive, Kala. He's on another fucking level.
He's gaming with his feet.
Oh,
While he's
buddy,
drawing with his hands.
that's it. That's in your arena, isn't it?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
You're never going to live this down, Moody. You're stuck here for life, dude.
Although it's a little better as they can activate multiple times, and of course,
Ow.
gigantic
Oh my
flames,
god.
because why not give another hand
Good
up
evening,
on a
Fish
gigantic-
Fillet
Fucking
007.
Christ. Oh well. Anyway, after we one-shot the Lapras. What?
I'm gonna go get some.
No!
Horizon, all right.
Unblockable!
As I was saying about the Gigantamax Pokemon, out of all 24 of them, 10 of them
I can't do
are
anything
Kanto
about that.
Pokemon. Actually, apart from Gigantamax Garbodor, the rest are all new Galarian Pokemon. There is a total of one non-Kanto
I have to
Galarian
do that too.
Gigantamax form. What the fuck? Hi, Rob from the future here. After
No.
learning things from Cerebi, apparently Mel Metal.
Are you okay?
Oh, the
Gigantamax form.
Ow.
is the file share video frozen? So
Oh, no, it's not.
Oh yeah.
It's not frozen.
oh, it is.
Because I
Yeah,
tabbed it out.
yeah. Why did it do
It
that?
is?
Do you know?
Oh,
I guess I should also mention that out of the 19
On the stream,
Galarian
yeah.
Pokemon,
Yeah,
What's
because
the
whenever I do
also
Windows
from
D,
Kanto. That's almost half of them. Who
Oh,
the
oh,
fuck
desktop.
asked for another Mr. Mime?
yeah,
Also, I want to point out, and this is an entirely
it like
different-
cancels
the game
everything.
Actually removed Pokemon
Why are
moves
you-
this game, and not just moves that no Pokemon.
I'm surprised you're
can
using
use
that
in the
hotkey,
game. Oh
man.
no!
It's a really
I don't know what's a Pokemon signature move no longer in the game.
that's
Like
that's a
Dark
pretty
Voice, Dark
elite
Rider in the
hotkey,
game, so,
Moody,
you know,
if I gotta say
No.
something.
the move, right? Makes sense. But they left out moves for Pokemon
I
that
cancelled
are
out my
still in the game.
FD.
Why the hell can't Vespa
Too
Quinn
early.
learn heal order anymore? She still has defense order
How's
and
this?
attack order. Why did they just take out one of her
Also,
signature moves?
here we go.
Again,
Just know
Prisma,
what
thank you
moves
for
here
the
and there.
head
Oh,
pat. I feel appreciated in life.
144
There was a hand on my head.
Moves like double slap, and in this Clefairy Clefable, so I guess they don't learn that move anymore.
That
Like
feels
Jump
pretty
Kick,
good.
Dragon Rage, Sonic
Head pats
Boom,
with the
Bubble,
bros.
Fucking bubble.
Hell yeah.
Down to
Are we all
all these
getting head
moves to
patted?
the Z move.
Yeah, we're all getting
Great.
simultaneously head patted. We're getting head patted at the exact same rhythm. It's great.
Head slap.
Look at us. It's like.
Oh.
No, I was gonna make some sort of JoJo pose comparison, and I can't find one.
Alright, Prisma, I'll burn down the village in your honor.
Hey, Sonya, didn't
Oh, it doesn't
expect
work.
you to be here. Sonya wants us to meet in. Ah! Ah! To celebrate our win
done,
against
dude.
Melanie.
What are we doing?
Curvaceous
Oh.
Like in life.
But there
Another
just so
person
happens to be something very
getting
interesting
gifted.
on the
Thank you
wall
very
here.
much.
Because of course there is. Nothing like plot convenience.
Thank you
wherever
very
we
much,
go.
for
I
gifting
decided
something
pick
to
the funniest
Mitsuda.
dialogue option here. I was sick of learning the same things about the Darkest Day over and over. Damn it, okay, that's good. That's bloody funny. I actually chuckled when I saw this. Whoever wrote that, fucking good on ya. Actually, the best moment of the game right there. Oddly enough,
Oh,
you
for a
can't
second I
actually
thought the
find
Darkest
any
Dungeon music was
to
part of
purchase some ingredients.
him zooming in on that that sign.
Restaurant will bring you to another cutscene, and Hop
The
actually
dude
wants
on that
to
restaurant cover.
Come on!
Hey,
There we go.
No longer will I just be beating up a depressed 10-year-old. Now he's getting his ass kicked willingly.
No.
And there he is. Wooloo is back. And, oh, it's less cute than ever. Dubwool. How Hop managed to evolve him while simultaneously abandoning him in a box is beyond me. But he's finally back. Also, we aren't in town anymore. We're back out in the wilderness. Come on. I'll switch in full links to deal with this thing. Finding time.
That goat looks like or that sheep looks like something out of like
Oh my
Catherine.
God, I should not have done that. Well,
Yeah, it does,
Link is pretty strong. I could probably take out all of Hop's Pokemon with it, right?
Someone's cheating
I'm screwed, man. Scary face.
on their
Yes,
girlfriend?
keep
Have to
using
press
that. Oh, no.
buttons.
Shit.
Going through nightmares now?
Snorlax, I can beat that.
No.
Okay, not bad. Just two more. Intelli.
Oh, yeah.
Wait
a second.
Knock him out just fine. Oh no, that does a lot of damage, doesn't it?
Let's go.
Oh god, he's just using Sniper.
What is this?
He really isn't.
Oh shoot, I'm
Nah.
wrong Abba.
Doesn't want to change his strategy at all. I am literally waiting for this hail to kill Inteleon while I waste my potions here. He's
No,
gonna
he got
wait
hit.
for his PP to run out. How much PP could he have? 10? 15?
How much PP could he
Oh, don't
have?
tell me it's over 15.
I don't know. How many pictures has he
must
taken?
be getting low by now.
I'm just smashing. Smashing, come on.
Good, take some more erotica ones.
Oh, thank God.
Exactly.
Hey, wait, this is just his playthrough. What the hell is this?
It adds to
Is this
the-
game trying to stop me from
To the
winning?
analysis.
You unfair
But
become
I
a
really like this
Let's
Play now.
Pokemon.
And one
This
critical hit and
Phalanx.
I'm done for.
It's like one of my favorites out of the new
He's
ones.
finally out of PP, but I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't even remember seeing that. It looks great.
Anyway,
It looks really cool. It's a great idea for Pokemon.
You son of a
Which one?
bitch, I knew it.
The goons in
the one
right now.
The caterpillars? Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's pretty bad.
Hey, also, by the way,
Like that one.
up?
Pinch in.
There wasn't a lead into a
Alright, Jimmy, you've triple confirmed that you can still hear me? Jimmy? Shut the fuck up!
Sonya, shut up. That was not a right, proper battle. What you witnessed was Spam City. I guess I better stock up again. While I stock up, we might as well start
speaking of
another
Catherine,
Wrangle
did you know?
Pokemon review. Last time we ended on
Is this Did You Know Gaming?
Yes.
Did you know?
Ratty. Did you know?
Aoyuki voices Catherine as well? Or is one of the voice actors for Catherine?
Which one?
Which Catherine?
I think the main one? Or no, the one with the C. So that's the blonde, right?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Another cliff.
The succubus?
Yeah.
I mean, he's fine.
So yeah,
I just don't know why they gave him
just
a
saying.
beard. I think he leave the black or white.
Thank you.
The spots throw me off a bit too, but I don't really care either way. I don't like Shootle.
Subscribe for more Did You Know Gaming to Moody Presents.
Yeah.
However, I think Dreadnought
But
is
it's some ordinary
I'm not a huge
gamers.
fan, but I like the Snapping Turtle inspiration and how they turned him essentially into another bear trap, like Stumpy.
Me, Mudahar
I
here,
love Corgi.
in
I
the
love
Moody
him so
Presents'
much.
street.
Scamper? He rubs me the wrong way, man. The green eyes are kind of creepy. He's got weird bits of green
killed
all
me.
over him.
Wait,
His tail is just a generic.
That
lightning
tracks.
bolt.
No one would just lie on the internet.
Again, it's just like they took a dog.
Who would do such a thing?
Electric features on him. At least Electric
come
and
on.
Manectric
I have
look
to,
legitimately.
No one in
Of
the
course
Looks
not.
like
What
Frame
do you
Zero.
mean of...
These two could be normal Electric. All right, Gossifleur. It's fine. No strong feelings one way or the other. Same with Eldegoss. I get the inspiration, just not my kind of Pokemon. Next up is Sizzler.
Took ages to get that day going, but I did it.
Love the colors, love the mustache, and when he evolves, he looks even better. What a fantastic
didn't
Pokemon design.
hit.
Roly-Poly started off alright, the region's generic rock type. I like how it gets around on a single wheel, but when it evolved into Caracol, what happened to its face? I can live with the rest, but Roly-Poly's eye thing was the best thing about it. This is just creepy.
Ouch.
Don't even get me started on Colossal. It doesn't
Of
even seem
course
to connect
not.
to the other two, other than the fact that it's holding coal on its back. And even then, it just looks like it was shoved on top afterwards. I hate this design. It feels lazy. and I
Didn't
wish it
even
was
welcome me into
scared.
stream.
Now,
What a
Roly-Poly is the
streamer.
region's common fish Pokemon, and it's
Of
pretty
course
Been
not.
here for the
Dumb
entirety
story.
of it.
I don't. I didn't. I chatted. I didn't get a fucking welcome. What are you doing?
Howdy, viewer 6HornTaurus.
Look at those old tiny mustaches that villains had.
There we go. I feel at home. Thank you.
Meowth didn't.
Oh,
What?
that doesn't
Meowth
work.
didn't
That's
need to
multiple.
be a regional variant. He looks distinct enough to be his own Pokemon, and that coin thing that just doesn't suit him anymore. But while I think Meowth looks fine, I really don't like Berserker. Don't get me wrong, he's strong. I kept him in my Team Brian head.
What the heck is that evolution? That looks weird.
That looks weird as fuck.
Berserker, but nope.
I don't really like the
Berserker
Meowth
is a
either.
normal Pokemon.
No, what the hell?
So next I actually went against my
cool.
natural instincts and went inside one of the non-necessary buildings and decided to check out a single room. Surprise, surprise, something actually happens. Looks like this detective with the same model as every other
Ratty
man.
art
shoot.
And is
submission.
trying to figure out who ate all these apples, berries.
Well,
Definitely berries.
No.
Hi there,
Yeah.
Rob here from another alternate timeline where
I've
I
been
actually
gigging, not in the
ate
mood to
these
draw.
berries and didn't stop right
Yeah,
now.
I don't really care about
Wow, those look like
the art
apples.
submission
'Cause
thing anymore.
I
was
started
just
to
a
realize
meme
that
for
those
a
don't
bit.
look like any of the berries
Oh,
in
well,
Pokemon either.
No!
And on further inspection, after
Aren't
looking
you?
through every single berry
Are you gonna
available in
delete it
Pokemon from
now?
every region,
Probably.
they don't look like
Howdy,
any
hydrate,
of them.
stretch.
They don't look like
How'd that
any
hit me?
berry at all. Heck, Game Freak
First.
couldn't even be bothered creating alternate models for different berries. And
I, like, never-
plastic balls coming
I
from
think
the
I like mentally
Despite
ignore the
that,
first
these
for some reason. I don't know why.
berries have a specific model?
just doesn't
I don't
exist in
think
my
so.
mind.
I'm starting to suspect that these so-called berries have been taken from another Game Freak game. And
I was thinking about doing my reps
and if not,
earlier
then
today,
why couldn't
but
they
I was like,
build some actual
what do
berries
I
from the
draw?
actual
And I couldn't think
game?
of anything, so I didn't.
I
How
jumped
hard could that
that.
be? So it looks like it's up to us to figure out who done it. Finally, a good old-fashioned Pokemon puzzle. Like, speaking to each of the people, it doesn't even matter who I pick, does it? This kid's Pokemon ate the apples, didn't it?
How that hit me? What the
Juices
hell?
around its mouth. Well, at least it's a fun little distraction. Nothing wrong with that. A cute way of getting the wide lens item, you know, like a magnifying glass. If you complete your Pokédex, I'm sure you'll feel a great sense of accomplishment. Oh yeah, I'm sure I'll get a great sense of pride and accomplishment for that. Or I would if the Pokédex wasn't ripped in half. As
What is that?
those out there who want to say that you couldn't actually
Did the
catch
game
every
break?
Pokemon in all the other singular Pokemon
Why did it take
games
so
out there.
long?
You are correct, you are completely
Jimmy
right.
is wrecking the system by redeeming the Rattyy art submission.
Yeah.
You have to do art
First,
right now.
Heidi, hydrate,
You have to
thank
just
you.
stop playing the game.
Draw Slayer. I don't draw. Actually, no, wait. No, usually I only draw guys.
That the regional decks
I don't know how
Charge
to
it?
draw
What does it
guys.
do when you charge it?
Sword and Shield. But the reason why in previous versions they could get away with having the regional decks being so
Alright.
small is because you could just go into the GTS
I'm ready
and
for,
trade any Pokemon from any of the same
a game
generation
switch?
games or transfer
Yeah,
them from
after I,
previous games.
obliterate
For example, if I wanted a Kyogre,
Calavera.
I could simply trade
I see.
it from my
You guys
GTS
want to
the-
switch to Stripe since we all have that?
Or if I want Ho-Oh
Yeah.
or Lugia, I can just trade it from Heart Gold.
We
to
all,
Silver. I
Kappa.
can even use the GTS if I
Kappa.
want to easily get any of the Pokemon without even having to buy
Wait, I
Don't worry,
can,
I'm
the other games or DLC.
just viewing over here, you know.
Speaking about DLC
Yeah.
for a second, I've seen a lot of people say that the national
Yeah.
Dex
just take
Me
all
too.
your
thing
experience
is
from fighting
not priceless,
Nano
just
and
annoying.
use it here.
Is fixed now because they've added in the old Pokemon with the DLC.
You can charge it, it
That's
looks
not
funny.
true. There's still going to be about 200 Pokemon still missing. So to those saying
So it
that,
doesn't
I
have a
don't know where you're
purpose.
coming
It
from.
just looks funny.
There'll
That's
still be
funny.
Pokemon like
That's silly.
fuck, I don't know. Probably fucking Lopunny still gone. I don't know. Why don't you go straight to Lopunny?
Low funny, let's go!
Oh, funny.
We all know why you went straight for Yap.
Well, and we go, and well, you know how it goes. Team Yell is trying to stop people progressing through the route. And Bike Dude is there. We fight Team Yell, upgrade our bike, yada yada yada, and now we can bike
There we
water.
go. It's just
Cool,
punch.
I guess. Better than seeing an animation every time
Which
you want to
Pokemon
serve.
are real
Now here's something I actually forgot about, but this fight specifically reminded me about it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, this is
No,
live
you
now.
probably don't actually. Okay, what if I do this? Yeah.
Man,
That's
2H
all
is
empty space
so
up there.
absurd.
Back when our Pokemon weren't evolved,
It
the camera angle
stuns,
was lower to the
and
ground,
it's
and our Pokemon
it
took up all
low
that
crushes,
space. Now most of the screen is taken up with the background. Look
and
how
it's
tiny my
super
Pokemon
far
is here.
range.
Other Pokemon actually have it far worse. I don't understand why it's like this, and it persists throughout the entire game. I think maybe they did this so you could see Pokemon that fly properly, but why wouldn't they just lower the camera for Pokemon that don't then? Or better yet, change some of the Pokemon that don't fly often and make them stand on the ground again like in previous generations. Charizard looks stupid constantly flapping his wings. Salamence? Well, he's not even in this game. Tropius? Oh, he's not.
Okay,
But, you know,
very
Xatu?
cool.
A Pokemon
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
actual game, it looks silly as
Yeah,
heck
yeah,
to
yeah,
cover in
yeah.
there. Put
That's
it back
right.
on the ground. But that would involve creating new animations, and goodness knows games.
I gotta get my
have a
rematch in,
phobia
come
of that.
on.
The only reason all these Pokemon are flying anyway is because of the flying battles in X and Y, and they got rid of those the next game. I found a funny looking Pokemon over here. Oh, I think it's
So are you guys
Bobo's
gonna
evolution.
keep
Oh,
gaming,
I don't
or-
like that mouth. Oh,
Yeah, after this rematch, I'm good to
There's
switch.
a wee W mouth there, but
It looks
oh,
funny. I
that
love this
line
busy
there,
setup.
Oh, no thanks. I did catch it though, called a Grumbo. So Route 9. Route 9 stinks. It's the most boring, bland, unappealing route in the entire game.
Route
Pokemon
9
Sword and Shield's
stinks.
take on route design, that being shallow.
I
this
really
legally
didn't
lasts
like
half
this
as long
route when
more
I
than a
played it.
slog. There are trainers
It's
scattered
just
here and
a
there,
bunch of
covered
trainers
all over
everywhere,
me. There's
and,
a hint
like,
of a joke with people
bunch of
sunbathing
water,
in the
too.
snow, and then maybe that's a joke about
Oh,
how
route
I think
confirmed
this
for
is-
Stinky.
even in the summer.
I think this
Yeah,
is one of
water
the
levels.
better routes in the game. Like, you can at least
Oh, yeah.
go around and check for the items. Like,
Yeah, that's
you
true.
you can explore more space willingly in this route. Like, the other routes aren't that much better, if anything.
Yeah, I guess you're
Trying
right.
to forward punch.
I just didn't like it because
Okay,
my
cool.
Pokemon were so high level at this point, so I just skipped through everything. I didn't want to be overleveled for the gym, but even then it was super easy.
Let's go Pikachu and Eevee did this right. What's the excuse?
I was like
here?
consistently like 10 levels higher
Just pathetic.
by
Just
just doing
including a great
everything.
Video on this. I mean, look at all the other versions of Wailord and
Yeah,
Pokemon
just
games.
like
Now
not
it's all
skipping
scaled.
trainers when you see them.
Properly scaled. At least make them bigger than the rest.
Yeah,
Now
that's
it's
mainly
scaled
because
to
you
my
can't
God.
turn the
That's
XP
brilliant.
share off.
Just another freaking
Yeah,
reminder
it's
that
so
Pokemon is the
stupid.
highest grossing media franchise in the world. No,
It's like everyone
no
always says,
fucking
oh,
excuse.
other RPGs
Lady,
have
what are you doing
XP
wearing
share
that
on
out in the
all the
snow?
time,
My
right?
toes are gonna go blue.
But like in other
Oh,
RPGs,
That's how that works.
yeah, in other RPGs, all your other party members are in the fight at the same time.
Yeah, and in
In
other
Pokemon, there's only
RPGs,
one.
like, that divides the experience. You gain the XP so much slower by having that many more party members.
Well,
Exactly.
not necessarily. You could have party members in your backline or something.
But that's
Like, there's still stuff that can
usually
target them.
lower in most games that have it, but otherwise it's also very rare.
Especially since 2 of them
Honestly, I like experience here, just not in Pokemon, because in that one you're specifically training something.
Yeah.
Different kind of experience compared to your party experience in other games.
Thank you for the follow. Filet fish.
Samani wants the battle
Fish
up, but I
fillet.
need to heal up my Pokemon, so I decline for now. Whoa! Don't fucking move me into the path of the giant monster jellyfish game!
Whoa,
Actually,
we're
why
dizzy.
did it move me
Once
anyway?
you did the
That's the
karate
sort of
chop.
shit I'd do in RPG Maker or something to make sure my character was in the right position for the next scene.
Yeah,
It's really
GG, Kyle.
janky. Make the barrier this line here.
Right, let's
and then when
fuck you,
find the
Kyle.
play a
battle,
game that
you
I'm
have
good
the
at.
player take a single step
same.
backwards.
Moody about to get dunked on again?
What? Since when was
No,
she
no,
my
no,
rival?
no,
I've
no,
already
no,
got
no.
Hop and Bee.
Well,
Two
it'll be
games,
pretty
White
nice if I get a
Master and
win.
After the battle, which of course had a theme playing while we fought. It's a
Don't
good
don't
theme, not as good as
don't
Bee.
sell yourself short.
I just feel like it doesn't really reflect her as a character.
Yeah, I mean, I've done
To
it.
be honest, I don't think she reflects
I've done it a
her
few
as character.
times.
From a first
The
glance, I
GGs
see
get
several
good.
different traits.
Listen, I don't even play-
Yeah, I don't even play this game.
The studded leather
I
jacket,
literally,
the pink dress,
what, like
all
19
the
hours, bro?
she
That's
carries.
literally nothing, bro.
All of
Come
these
on.
physical features point to a character that
Yeah, 19 hours in the last
her
week.
design, I expected her to be a tough,
19 hours in the last day?
spoiled girl. But what we get is a generic underdog.
No. Who are you, me?
No.
Maybe if the game had voice acting, we'd be able to get a much better read on the
Broken
character.
wrist?
What I'm basically trying to say
Force
is that
Witch
the
Chop
design
is
not
instant
represented the way
dizzy
that she actually
99% of
acts,
the time.
leaving her
I
as a
see.
boring, forgettable character.
That's
Wrist
interesting.
wrist, let's
It
go.
shows us how to get into the town, and
Oh shoot.
well, it looks
Wrong
grungy.
screen.
That's pretty new for a Pokemon
No, let's
game.
check the
I'm actually
matchup
excited
exactly.
to explore it. It
uh,
looks like this is
like-
the town where Team Yell hails from. You're all around the place. even
Cliff
in the
is just
Pokemon
knowledge
Center.
check the character.
Wait, hang on.
Knowledge check?
In the
Yeah,
gym? This town is a gym?
basically when
the gym
someone
trainers
can just spam one
Team
single
Yell?
thing, and it's up to you to figure out what it is.
It's almost like
usually
the
like,
size
oh,
into that missing gym
you have
leader
to
because
read,
the gym
like,
leader is Bonnie's brother and Team Yellow's
Someone
trying to
telling you
help
what to
Bonnie
do
win because they're the gym
specifically
trainers.
to figure out
I'm embarrassed to say I actually
what to
didn't
do
figure that
against
out
this
till I
one
got
move.
here. I guess I was sort of on
I see.
autopilot for most of the game.
Knowledge
Look at
checked
Team
and
Yell. The
wrecked?
primary colors of the game are magenta and cyan.
I play this game every
Why the
5
hell
months.
isn't Team Yell yellow?
I play this game
Would have been able to
every
keep the identity of them a secret too. Pokemon
I don't
Go's
play
gonna
this
be yellow,
game,
mark
actually.
my words. Actually, they're probably going to go for the most profit and release 2 versions again with almost no differences.
Why,
Pokemon Shield
I don't play this
Ahoy,
game.
folks. Just a reminder.
Am I always
again,
on top,
I
bro?
have seen the DLC footage. Just wanted to keep all this in as they.
Do I have
remind
to
us, of course, and I
fucking
think it's
slaughter
important to keep
Guilty Gear Strive?
those in. And it does
Uh-oh,
reflect
what's
on
wrong?
how I see the DLC.
It's
And it'll come.
going
Anyway, this
over
town sucks. And the gym sucks.
the
It
stuff
all
that
sucks.
I have always on
Starting
top.
section with the Poke Center is about the
Oh,
size of a bedroom,
yeah.
and the gym is a straight line. There are Mr. Mimes blocking your way. It's a fucking dark type
It's
gym.
really
Can you
dumb.
not just have like an obstagoon stopping you from progressing? Why are Mr.
And you
Mimes?
can't
gotta
use
go
them.
in
This
windowed mode.
region's Mr. Mime. That one is blue. Also, when it starts to run off, it does like its idle
I hate
pose
to
and
see
then
it.
transitions.
Oh wait,
around
no,
it.
okay. Apparently I was just in full
Animated
screen, never
front flip
mind.
animation for Team
Alright,
Yell, but
all's
not them
good.
actually landing. That could have been funny, but ugh, whatever. Near the end of the gym, a Team Yell member forgets to put on his full costume, revealing him to be a gym trainer. But I mean, dude, we already figured that out, man. So after Marnie sees that Team
It's
Yell has
time
locked down the city.
For all
Are
of
you
you
kidding me?
to fight against the
I'd love
top
to run around in a
200
huge Spike Month city, but
Gold
all we
Lewis
get is a
players?
straight line.
Yeah.
Pathetic. This isn't a city. This is a 2.5D section. And everyone knows that if you make the transition to 2.5D, you're being fucking lazy. I've seen some people compare this city to the old beat-em-up fighters like Streets of Rage or Golden Axe.
It's time
that
for
sort
you
of
to
thing,
fight against,
but I didn't get that impression at all.
the
Personally,
Bridget
that'd
player
make
of
more
all
sense in the
time.
fighting option. But if that's what Game Freak was going for, it was severely underutilized. Sometimes I just straight up forget that it would be more than possible for Game Freak to just add extra mechanics for a
Bridget
single
player of
area.
all time.
Shit,
I
they
actually
already did
fought
it for
against
every other
some,
gym,
good
basically.
Bridget
Do
players.
something interesting here. Get us to pick up a girl,
yesterday.
smash someone over the head with
Because
it.
I played this
Anyway,
game a
here's the
bunch
gym
yesterday.
leader. We've got a crowd. Booing?
Spent like 6 hours
What?
on it, just off stream.
He's not even singing. Fucking, I said it before, but
Um,
it bears repeating again. There has already been
There
a
were some
punk-style
really strong
gym
people.
with a singer, and she
Playing
actually
Bridget.
sung
Mm-hmm.
with real words.
They
This
were
is
like
just awkward.
Do we?
Anyway,
Oh,
this is
I,
a stadium.
Almost
like
as good as me?
mixing me
It's not
up
actually a
every
stadium,
time.
just a small arena.
I spy a Catherine Cipher hiding in the rafters.
It seems weird.
Is Wise calling out lurkers?
One of the biggest battles televised like the others.
That's Wise's
Can't even
gimmick.
Dynamax here.
I know,
that's
like,
Rikair's gimmick, isn't it?
Different, you know.
They both do it. They both have the same program.
Well, the
You're-
final area.
okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I got it as well, and like my lurker stalker system didn't alert me to that one. I have to admit.
Gym leader with real motives and wants. The others are so shallow compared to him. They're mere puddles as
For
opposed to his...
2T8.
They have it, I just don't really call
Yeah,
them out.
right there in the community tab.
Now I said I wouldn't be using no
Drop
retreat
that right
anymore,
there.
but this is the dark type gym. Fighting type is
Yeah,
fine.
been
I
summoned.
think we'll be perfectly fine, okay?
What the hell's this? Oh, you have a dude with the same.
Thankfully, Melima barely does any damage.
Please get down from there. Oh, it jumps down. Okay, I see.
Did you notice that Piers has
Yeah.
a battle theme? It would have been
You
so
have,
cool if every gym leader had one. I mean,
Wait.
Oh, I got
after
applesauce
the battle,
today in the
Piers
mail,
tells
so.
Hermione that he's sick of being the gym leader and that he wants her to take over as being the champion.
There's a dude with the
doing?
same
After the
code.
champion
I hope it's
she says
enjoyable.
no because she's going to become the champion, and I mean,
Well, we'll see.
good luck with that. A Pikachu clone will get you really good, I'm sure. I guess this is where
More
she's ending
Peko
up, much
is-
like Beast,
or
who I'm assuming comes back as the fairy
More
type gym
Fecko,
leader.
whatever the fuck, however you pronounce that asshole's
Yeah.
name.
And wait,
More
shouldn't you, like,
Peko.
Pretty
get up with
cute.
the chairman or whatever if you want to
Could
choose
arrive
leaders?
next.
Peko looks pretty
Pretty
cool.
good.
Catherine was the one who got
And
it.
it's not like Spike Martha's even really well
Interesting.
bonded.
I
Yeah.
tried buying
Shop just stopped
Rikair
coming in and the chairman didn't even do
um,
shit. Where are the policemen in this
so-
world?
some
Were
applesauce,
they in
but
fire
it
red
wasn't
and
allowed.
stuff?
It
feels
was,
like
like,
nowadays
out
the
of
only
stock or
police guy is
something like
Looker,
that.
who weirdly enough
I
doesn't
guess
actually appear in
so.
this game.
I'm surprised that,
It's been up since Gen 4, so I found that a bit odd.
Weiss got
Hey,
got
there
got
are
to get it
police,
like a week
but they're high
after.
on shrooms in the middle of a blizzard, remember? So we exit Spike
Kinda
Moth and
strange.
bam, it's story time, baby! A huge explosion has occurred over at Hammerlock, and even the champion's here. He runs off to see what's happened, and we follow him. The tunnel back
Actually,
to the
wait,
city
don't
is filled
instantly
with
kill me, I gotta
onlookers
drink water.
flabbergasted at the sight.
Alright.
It seems that a Dynamax Pokemon is rampaging with a red light going off.
Okay.
We exit the tunnel into Route 3 where Hopper's
Pokemon
waiting.
vid
He
covers
tells
the
us that a
corner now?
bunch of
Oh, yeah,
wild
shoot.
Pokemon have started Dynamaxing and are rampaging all over the place. Looks like it's up to
Nice
the
ABBA fucking.
Hell yeah.
Let's fucking.
Abba
That's pretty
Jacko
funny.
pose. Fucking- Oh, it's beautiful. It was a wonderful angle.
Get a picture show us what
You
happened.
can fix that real quick, Moody, if you want.
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Feel free to beat
The
me up.
most interesting thing that's
Nah, I
happened
won't.
so far, and it gets reduced down
Okay,
to a
I
single
have your name on there
picture.
as well.
A fucking picture. If that
There we
isn't
go.
some of the Sword and Shield experience,
You
I
need
don't know
to-
what will. For
Okay,
fuck's
needs
sake,
to be
honestly,
shown that you're
what a
there.
fucking travesty.
I don't have
The
a
next
top
cutscene is
button
back at
enabled.
Hammerlock, and we run into Leon and Sonia.
No, I
Oh,
don't.
right, and the Professor Lady. I forgot she was even in this game.
Pokemon
She
vid
says some
corners the
obvious
cover.
shit about the Darkest Day,
Yeah.
and Sony's surprised by
It's
it.
okay.
You get a prompt to say the same thing twice, confirming that you'll help out about the Darkest Day, only for Leon to completely shoot you down again. What's the fucking
Nothing
point of
important in
asking?
that corner,
A, you're
I'm
not
sure.
gonna give me two separate answers, and B, if the answer I give
Can
to
you
Leon
imagine
is
that Leon being in
away from the play,
being in
much like it
Resident
is
Evil?
in almost every other aspect of this
Oh man, that
Just
is
a
so
fucking
terrible.
Pokemon character
Like it took a very
running around with his fucking kid.
Nice.
I should turn down the music. It's so loud.
That's the way I perceived it. Anyway, as is per usual with most final gyms, it's a very atmospheric and posing area where the puzzles actually need a bit of thinking. I'm lying
Ouch.
through my teeth. Of course I am. It's a single room. A single room where one by one trainers battle. But oh, not just any battles, double battles! Yeah, no, this is the most boring and laziest gym in the entirety of Pokemon. Take a look at Raihan.
Yeah, I
What sort of a
didn't
dude
like
does he
this.
look like? Wearing hip clothes that
Yeah.
Two-player turn-based.
He takes
Oh my
selfies
God,
for God's
that
sake. What do you
is-
think his gym would be
That is
like?
indeed literally the laziest gym in all of Pokemon.
Social media hub, maybe? It could be.
Oh,
something
nice.
for his
Okay.
fans. I don't
Green
fucking
Hood.
know. Make it a
Ah.
BSN chamber
That
with
attack,
group
whatever that
simple
attack is,
links to it.
pretty scary.
Yes, anything's better than a
Which one?
single
The
room.
jumping one?
It's completely
Yeah,
right.
the
So,
jumping, like,
you
swinging
cannot
your
tell
thing
me
around.
this is what
I see.
the
No,
eye
you
So
just
can
block
you-
it, then you can just punish
had
it
in
super
mind when
easy.
thinking of the final gym. No
We
fucking
have
You just
way.
don't press
In
it.
black and white, we
Activated
stood on
Trinus.
goddamn dragons. That's a good
Okay.
example of a
Turn
final
down the
gym.
audio.
Even black and white too. The calm before the storm. The place
Running
where
away
they
after
bring
your
in
first
had a
match?
gimmick. Fucking
I mean, I won.
rock. The
What do you
very
mean
first
running
gym
away?
And?
ever, back in red and blue, still has more going for it than Sword and Shield.
Now-
does.
now I got my
At least
Starry
it had some
Sky
fucking
buff.
rocks. Anyway,
Starry
so
Sky
we
is
got
such a
Raihan.
good fucking
And
track.
at this point, I was honestly still flabbergasted by what I just
Starry
witnessed,
Sky, yeah,
as was
yeah,
with
yeah.
the trainers. This fight's a double battle, and because he's a dragon type gym leader, all we need is a good fairy type and a...
Why is okay? So Starry Sky
Wait,
is
no, Steel
Maze,
Wings.
right?
I forgot Steel Wings.
Starry Sky.
It's the one that sounds
Yeah.
like Uno DX.
That's really dry.
You know DX?
Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure I showed you guys that
Despite
already.
me being an idiot and losing a Pokemon here, I just want to point
I know
out
I showed Nano that.
Raihan has 4 Pokemon.
Hmm.
4!
I was just drawing.
Black and white, the final gym leader.
And Starry Sky came on, and I was like,
Really?
this song really reminds me of
Shit, even in
that
black and
Uno
white, too,
DX game.
Marlon had 3.
And it's
Nick
like this
Who the hell is Wolfric?
Uno,
He had 3.
like,
final gym leaders. Have only
I
had
don't know if
4
it's like a
Pokemon.
visual
At most
novel or
5,
something,
mostly
but it's like the game, you know, the card game. But it's like all anime and stuff, and it's like an opening theme, like regular anime. And it sounds very similar
Can't we have more
to
than one professor in a
Sky.
region? Anyway, as Magnolia
Just
says,
make an anime out of anything.
giving Sonia her
Yeah.
That is not Magnolia's lab.
Yeah, there's a hentai for everyone. I mean, there's an anime for
They
everyone.
didn't
Yeah.
even
That's
bother
Rule
creating a
34
model
right
of
there.
Magnolia without a coat, did they? Fucking hell. Fucking hell. So I traveled back to the wild area to check out some of the final places.
If
I
it
hadn't caught
exists.
Pokemon yet, and I found a Q-Funk.
Oompy?
There's an anime.
Already had a
Look
skill
at that
like
one.
If it exists, it has a, an
I
Uno
ordered
variation.
Roselia. I didn't want one.
Unsafe.
But I figured if I
An Uno
was a
variant.
man, kick the bucket, I'd at least have another grass.
No.
Getting back
Nice.
to Hammerlock, once we get to the station,
Right,
we get
it's
to
my
see
turn to,
another cutscene.
beat you up
Hop
now.
is completely back
Yeah.
to normal. Wow, what a
Slayer
surprise.
doesn't
It's almost
exist in
like
this
beating the
game.
second strongest stream in the entire region.
Not
You're
yet.
strong and you should stop doubting yourself, you idiot. Ha! Have it! Have it! Listen, sorry to shout. I thought I was going crazy for a second. Fuck. Okay.
Nice.
Okay, listen in. In the next scene, we hop on a train with Hop. You know that. I
Oh.
say, wait a minute. They were using the exact same camera angle, train background, moving background, animations, and just basically the whole scene progression from the first train scene. I looked back. Let
Mosaka.
me shock you for a second. I was wrong. So that's great, right? You've seen then? No, of course not. No.
That's not what I wanted to do.
The same animation, camera slightly moved upwards for some reason, don't ask me. If I'd been tasked with this, I would have just copied the camera's position completely. Then it's Hop and your trainer sitting there, just swiping their phone like they did
Walks
before.
right into it.
Train back
We
there,
hate to
safe
see it.
environment, moving behind us, yada yada yada. But then I
shoot.
realized, Hop
What
is
anime
actually
genre would you
leaning
be?
forward. Yeah.
Horror comedy? Wow.
Look at that change, huh? High quality animation, if you ask me.
Huh.
Of course, all they did was
Interesting
rotate his hips
question.
because his head motion
I'd
was
probably
exactly
be
the
like
same before,
Isekai.
but hey, that's something. You might have even noticed.
Is it President's Dilemma a
It
genre?
is? Probably not.
No.
Because I fucking lost it. When
I
saw
will be the
video
beater this
footage.
time.
Check out my character's phone between
I'm gonna.
scenes.
A beta
Turn you into
testing
soup.
cheater?
Wait, now it's angled a little more downwards, meaning, well,
Cool,
now
cool.
there's
How-
a
genre?
How do you grab again in this game? Is it
Uh,
dust?
forward
Or
dust, yeah. Forward or backward in dust.
Somebody call me?
I mean, they're probably a few centimeters away.
There we go. There's the beta testing
What
cheater.
else have changed? Well, the hand would have had to change angles too in order to still be holding the phone, right? Okay,
Somebody
well,
needs something beta test, or she didn't.
I have no idea how she's holding that phone anymore, but
Always.
how do you, girl?
Yeah. The new Pokemon game before it releases.
Of course they did it.
It would be a
Oh,
harem
I totally
anime.
like stroking
You
the
know,
side of my
I am
phone.
playing different game before
That was so
releases.
fun. Fucking Christ! Hell!
Probably
Well,
Res
this isn't
chat?
even a nitpick.
Rise
The
up?
nitpick is saying, oh,
It's probably a better use of your time, to be honest.
No, no.
All I had to do was copy and paste the animation
God damn
from the
it.
scene, and instead,
Balls punch.
somehow, they missed
No, don't punch it. Punch its
high
fucking balls.
quality animations. So here we are in the route before Winden. It's just a fun Pokemon game, folks. Now let me see here. I feel like I'm going batshit insane. So
Oh,
snow.
nice XP.
Again?
Too bad you
I
don't get
know why.
anything off of it.
And Winden has
Yeah.
snow in it, so it just ends up feeling real samey because the last route had snow as well. But
Oh,
hey,
dang.
what are we here for? Innovation? If we were, we wouldn't be playing this shit. Hey, it's the bike guy again.
No.
Oh, wait, no, it's not. They just used a generic trainer for
Oh,
him.
nice.
I remember now.
I shouldn't
Why
have,
make
burst
anyone who
baited
wasn't a
when
gym
you
leader,
didn't have
rival,
burst.
professor, or evil team boss unique, right? Please tell me there's someone else who has a unique design. Please. I'm looking through the wiki now, and the only one I can see is
Oh.
Fossil Reviver. I said the artist only battles you once, but his model comes
Oh,
back as an
dang.
NPC a few times. And I'm not counting these clowns as unique. They're each other with different hairdos
stuff.
and a hue
this.
saturation change in Photoshop. They're
I
so easy.
can't
We've
get
already got
this.
Gunther. Gosh, this
No, you almost got me.
You know what?
You almost got my fucking yo-yo.
I think
The
we're
yo-yo is one of those
milk
flesh
free.
weapons.
It's a blubber milk. Creamy.
Yeah.
Not a big fan.
Like the flail?
I am a fan, however, of our
Yeah.
creamy with a bunch of different designs and toppings. I think this Pokemon is absolutely fantastic.
Oh.
Oh, ooh, very close.
Enough to find a Milcery, which I evolved into
Pokemon is pretty good.
Strawberry top to yellowish old creamy with pink bits all over it. I love it. Next up is Applin. I think it's pretty neat.
Ice cream.
I like
nice.
Pokemon, what can I say? Flapple
Oh,
is pretty
no.
weird, but heck, at least he's pretty inventive. However, I have no idea how he's flapping those skins. Is he
This is impossible.
back
Stop.
handsome? Appleton is a nice one too. I like him quite a bit. The only thing throwing me off is the eye moving over the sides of his face. I
You
kinda
can't
also
do
see
this
his
to
eyes
me,
popped out of the
no.
apple heart rose, and, you know, well, it's a small nitpick. Farfetch'd gets a pure fighting type Galarian form and sword, and yeah, it's a fighting type Farfetch'd. It's fine. Sure as heck like it a lot more than Surfetch'd.
What was that?
Jesus.
Did I even do anything there?
But Surfetch'd looks too silly to even be silly. I honestly can't tell if they were trying to make him look this goofy or not. Especially
You-
with Farfetch'd
okay.
with this edgy look over there.
He's
Don't
trying to
worry.
be Sephiroth. Look at that sword. Look at that knee.
Yeah.
Even his weapons real close. The body hasn't even really changed apart from color-wise.
He's got a sword and a shield. This is very important.
Wow.
It's the names of the game.
I don't think he needed the one before this even if I prefer.
They're already better than
I've already talked about
Sephiroth.
Stunfisk.
No.
Oh,
Yeah, he can block.
Odd ability, which forces it to change typing in an elemental terrain like misty terrain or grassy terrain. I like him. I like the bear trap design. You can even see where Pokemon have stepped on him. Although I kind of wish the footprints were brown. Might look better. Go Snipe Corsola. Really smart design. Did Coral turn into a Pokemon? That's genius. Corsola is cool too.
I actually like that
It's not a
design.
little creepy.
That design is actually
Why would
pretty
you
cool.
do that?
This is-
Now,
that's
its design
spooky.
stems from the nets that scrape along the bottom of the sea floor. So this is
Oh, shoot.
basically
I didn't press
decapitated
him.
coral, hence its bottom hanging around there. It's a good video. I recommend
Yeah,
checking it out.
Corsola looks nice.
Impidimp is a little shit, and I don't like him. Don't like his
Yeah,
design, his
there are
color,
some good
same
Pokemon.
as creepy long-lost
Yeah.
cousin. And that's really
That one
fun.
looks like it's from a completely
Single
different
one,
like
I don't
series
feel
or
like
something
it's
though.
Yeah, it looks like it's from, like, Ben 10 or
anyway
something.
whatsoever. More grim
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
God. Yeah, it looks like
I was thinking like
the
Yokai
new
Watch or
Ben
something,
10
but
series
yeah.
as well.
Without pants. Great.
Oh, that one
And
looks
then,
more like
remember
Ben
that part when Ben 10-year-old I'm going ghost?
What up, Death?
I was
Death
blocking.
Death Anchor.
No.
Death Soul Anchor, whatever.
Howdy, Death Anchor. Thank you for stopping by.
Well, there's boring ass.
Good evening.
You want to play the Rhythms up there?
Don't want to
Yeah.
I had one in Pearl, and they are the
I think it looks like it's from Dragon Quest.
Dragon Quest? It could
There's so
fit
many
into
different
Dragon Quest,
franchises
yeah.
it looks like, but I think we can all agree that it doesn't look anything like the Pokemon.
Yeah, not really, no. You should see its Super Mega Giga Ultra Mega Super Evolution.
No, I
It's,
shouldn't.
I think you just made up
Really
words.
shouldn't.
I don't think
Yeah,
those are
no,
words.
No, look. Plus evolution plus ratio with a side of fries, like you should know. Oh, it looks. Oh god, I kind of.
Words.
Alright.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna make a.
Do you want to do a
link to
Bridget?
it here in the chat.
Or
You
something.
downloaded it. I see.
Come on out.
Failed.
Not Ditto.
Oh, God,
Oh.
killer.
It was.
And here we are, the final.
I'm not a
biggest,
Smash
Ditto?
most
player.
Ditto?
incredible
Ditto's not on
of
screen.
all
He's
of
not in
your
this video. What are you talking about?
It's
I'm
got
not a
like
Smash
four
player.
areas and three of them are single
I was just thinking of Pokemon because of
I was
the
excited to see the
videos.
last city in all of
It's
Galar
better.
based on London. Of all
Oh, it is
places.
Bridget,
I mean, a
okay.
black and white can create
Okay,
Castelia based on New York City.
right on.
An X and Y
Oh,
can
wait.
create a giant
I'll
round
do these.
Lumio City based on Paris.
Oh, yeah, I forgot I had this.
Sword and Shield can give
Where
us
is it?
something of at
There it
least
is.
equal value. I'm done setting myself up for these. Hey, the city
I haven't
sucks.
played Bridget
It's got one thing
since
that's new, being the battle
since
tower,
she
which
came
is
out.
essentially the battle tree, which is essentially the battle mason, etc., etc. Every other shop you can find elsewhere, there's nothing to see or do. It's a planned fucking city, and it certainly doesn't feel like in-game.
Yeah, there's
territory.
nothing
You
to
could've
do in
shoved
this
us into
last
the first
city.
section of the game instead of
It's just a
Motor
big
Stokes. What is
open
there
area
to
of
see?
nothing.
There's barely any fucking people here as
Actually,
well.
you're
It's the
lying.
last city of the
Well,
game.
even if they were,
What's up?
they pop up fucking
You,
Gary
yeah.
Gary in this fucking
When
game
you,
on the Sick of this game, I would
when
just
I,
stop here. I really would. But even now, right
When
in the
you
last city.
You
Cities
played
at a loss
Bridget
for
against
words.
me.
He's in shock right now.
You played Bridget against me not too long ago, I think.
Pokerus.
Like, not too many Fighting Fridays ago.
If you don't know what Pokerus is, it's essentially a
perhaps.
Pokemon virus
Perhaps
that
I
allows
just,
I'm pretty
you to
sure.
grow more quickly than normal. Or
No,
Just
maybe I'm
that.
just thinking of Nano.
Forgot about it.
gain EV.
Oh, yeah, maybe it's
Maybe his
Nano.
brain is timing out
The chance
slowly.
of one of your Pokemon becoming afflicted with Pokerus after a battle.
Too much
This is a
Pokemon.
Pokemon, by the way.
3,845. For reference, finding a shiny Pokemon is something like
Grimmsnarl.
1 in 4,000. To be honest, I'd rather have a shiny.
Oh, you gotta see that.
Yeah, Galarian Corsola is pretty cool.
Yeah, Galarian Corsola is cool looking Pokemon.
Oh, that thing looks crazy.
My ass combo.
That's supposed to be a Pokemon?
Yeah, that is supposed to be a Pokemon. That's literally if you just, I don't know, if you took a Goblin, made it into a JoJo character, and then you made it into a Kaiju, that's what you got.
Oh, this snake looks unfortunate.
Yeah, it does.
I think a giant beefy boy, a giant bell.
Oh, come on.
Oh, a centipede, no.
I haven't heard a hide nor hair of any sort of final group, and all the other gym leaders
I would have called it Belfry.
Smaller and weaker than they already thought. I suppose there's the other gym challenge.
Must be aimed, bro. Get fucked.
I don't even play this character.
Well, we'll have to see, I guess. Sun and Moon had an Elite Four, and they didn't even have a proper gym challenge. Anyway, we've got Comb, the Center Scorch, Dingustin, the shit coming out of a butthole, Thinky, the Stunfisk, Chumley, the Barbaracle, Pistachio, the Scary Gorilla Man, and Abomination, the Abomination. We're all set, let's head on in. Thought I'd buy a few sodas, seeing as there was a vending machine here, but in true Pokemon fashion, you still can't buy multiple of these.
I will be right back. I'm gonna get a bite.
Oh, you used to be able to buy them in the towns.
For me to actually be using lemonade, it makes me wonder if there was a vending machine in a previous earlier in town I could have used. I didn't see any Moo Moo Milk sellers either, I realized, but that's probably because Miltank isn't coated in so it looks like there's 8 challenges.
No, he's sugarcoating it. Stop. He's not sugarcoating it.
She gets a remix of her theme for this fight, which is great.
Here we go.
I would have won, I swear.
Right,
let me take a look at what Taurus.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that Grimmsnow's so big.
Yep, that's... Yeah, it's on the screen as well!
Bro, what the hell? He looks so cool. He looks like a giant tree, though.
She just accepts that she's lost without a single care. I mean,
oh, she,
everything she's worked so hard for is now down the shitter, but whatever. Right?
Yeah,
the next
okay, I
challenger
can
I'll
save
be
this.
facing is, of course, Hop, who also gets his
get
own
a-
special remix.
the Corsola up.
With every battle.
Yeah,
We're at the
it's
very
up
end
right
of the
now.
game, and still
Oh, wait,
no one has
can't you and
switched
Fugi, can't you, like, replace my PNG with that?
Over and over.
You
Anyway,
wanna
a couple of
disappear
calm
and
minds, light
get
screens,
rid
minutes later,
Become a
every
Corsola?
Pokemon he
Sure,
throws
sure,
out.
sure.
He sends out
Yeah,
his
this
dynamics
is
and
kinda
so-
cool.
Oh no!
I'll be a Corsola, why not?
Kinda
It's
cute.
a fucking joke at this point. Hop at least shows.
And
A
that
little,
way,
like,
the already
tired
redeemed
looking.
head pat just works.
I'll be honest.
Hold on, that's not a
little bit
Corsola, what are you doing?
here, like, I'll talk about a little bit more.
I
about
saw
that.
that. I'm watching the
We're on to
stream.
finals. The
Saw
finals
what?
of, fight against the champion.
I saw that big
They said
Grimmsnarl.
fine moves,
Yeah,
though.
because he put it on.
There's
No,
more
no,
than
no,
one,
no,
so
I don't want none of that.
This sleeve they haven't told me about yet. Anyway, Leon invites us out for dinner
let's
before
see.
that, though, so we head on back to the hotel to get ready before that.
In the time you were looking at the image, it actually appeared in the watch-along window.
Yeah, because I switched the browser
They
with
just
that.
asked me some questions.
I added
I'll
this
be honest,
tabs
Hop was
and,
standing
yeah,
right next
it
to me,
just
and I was just
used
trying
the
to make
same
him
one.
feel better. Fuck, I'm a
Oh no, I was saying like
my ass.
the actual
They
video
weren't rude
that the
questions.
watch-along
They
is
rude
had that
questions.
Pokemon in that form in it.
Rude. So
Yeah,
we wait
yeah,
for
yeah,
Leon in the
yeah.
lobby, but he's running
Yeah.
really late.
Hold on,
Starts to get
it's
worried
not
because
hopping up
apparently
and
the guy
down.
gets
What,
lost all the time, and
what's
as a
going
result,
on?
Late places is never this late. Here's, however, comes on in to inform us that he's being held up at Rose Tower as he has a meeting with the chairman. Hop asks Pierce if he can
Alright,
take us there because we don't know the way. Oh, bullshit! There's 4 areas
this
in this
seems
town.
fine.
We've already been to 3 of them. The city's the size of
Right,
a
but
I
it
want
is-
the Yamper
He has
because
six,
corgis.
however, and he invites Team Yellow along
It can't
and
hop
security will
the
be tight.
Fugi settings, oh no.
Forgot this part of the story. If Hop knows
They're
that
gone.
Leon is in an important meeting,
Yamper looks cute, but I don't like the evolution for Yamper.
What does evolve into?
It's just a regular dog.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Monster dog to regular dog. Yes.
It's kind of also a bit of an ugly looking dog. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, wait, yeah. Bolton looks fucking stupid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna put it on screen, but
P.S. He's the fucking chairman. You could lose
You
your
already saw
friggin'
it,
job.
so.
Actually, I don't think he'd really
A
care.
Greyhound.
Would he? Oleana then
Oh, wait,
proceeds to
there's
tell us
another one.
exactly who's keeping a hold of the tower.
Greyhounds look cooler than that
Flutter.
thing.
Simple beam or something, Oleana? Learn that one from B.
Like just make it in like an
my.
actual
No.
greyhound or
How
something.
to get into the tower you don't want them getting into.
Jimmy, what are you even
A lot of
doing?
people to like this very video there already.
Thank you
They
for
make
your
this
Sato
excruciating
post
detail.
right
I
there.
tell them exactly where the like button is and how to get to it, and then it's down below the video, and also that would help.
It's a good post.
That image is really jamming.
Then she proceeds to tell us that
Jam
the employee
gaming.
she's given the key to looks
Jamie.
different to every other employee. I find it both funny and infuriating that they actually worked in
I
their
love
fucking
Sato's
incompetence to
posts,
create
man.
more than one model for
His
each
art's so
individual
good.
class. This guy
Pretty-
only has
pretty
minuscule
fucking
changes anyway.
based.
What he has blank shades? Is that it? You know,
True.
everyone always goes on about how Nurse Joy has
Based is
tons of
still us
sisters
all.
because they all look exactly the same. What about these employees, brothers
They-
and sisters?
Don't forget
the
Clutter
different
imagery.
brothers and sisters, the
Is-
goddamn Lancers sisters, the youngsters,
Do
brothers,
you?
the dancers sisters.
Yeah, I do.
The list
I
goes
still
on.
have
Usually,
everyone's.
I don't care about this sort of stuff.
I
He has a giant
But we're
folder of
serious
clutter.
into 3D Pokemon. You'd think there'd be
Yeah.
some improvement, different
I don't
hairstyles,
keep it in
colours,
my
eyes,
my
clothes,
OBS, but
make
it's
a
still in a
working
folder.
character creator and
Everything you
just
guys
use
sent.
that. Heaps of other games use the character creators to make NPCs. Skyrim.
Yeah, the folder's
Final
called
Fantasy
trash.
14, Monster Hunter.
I should,
Recycle bin.
Have you noticed
I
my
should
writing
redeem
becomes
Giga Moody.
so
Give me a sec.
I'm running on pure
Yeah,
hatred.
sure,
now.
I'll-
So,
I'll
back
just
in
put
the
it in, you don't
plaza,
have to
So we
redeem
can
it.
find this dude with the key.
Oh, what a
There's
chat.
a few other
Amazing.
employees scattered around, so we have to find the right
Giga
one.
Moody is
You
real.
don't need to do anything other than run up to each one and press A. The game tells you when you found them. Once you have, you battle him, of course, although when he loses, he doesn't give you the key. Instead, he just
Bedlam.
runs away. If beating him in a battle doesn't get you the key, then nothing else will. It's not like we're gonna beat his ass up. Guess it's time for Game Freak's old Panton to chase the NPC until he's decided that you've fucked around for long enough to get the story moving again, minigame. The final hiding spot was actually pretty good. He's inside a phone booth, which took me a while to find. It was surprisingly funny. Marnie is there in each fight in the background cheering you on. You can
Once
respond
again, I
with
want to say Marnie is really
answers,
fucking
I
cute.
guess. Not like it even
Yeah.
negatively impact you or anything, so just pick
It's
it
so.
up. The
I was
employee
expecting,
runs off this time into
like
the station.
I'd seen a lot of art of Marnie up until I played the game,
Lines up with a bunch of
and I was
identifications.
expecting her to be more
She's the
cool,
obvious thing
but
is
she's like,
pointing out
she's
what
just like a
she's
country
saying.
bumpkin.
That being the
Yeah,
one
face.
they obviously
She's a doll.
showed running into the line.
Except from a city.
At least in this sense, as time
Yeah.
goes on. No,
Yeah, like, she's like a
she
very
decides
stylish
this would be a
bumpkin.
good time to start singing.
Like, she has, like, the very country accent.
He's doing a street
As a
performance
golf
to
girl
bring down the
enjoyer,
people
I very
upstairs,
much
pushing the
appreciate
employee
Marnie.
dudes away. They look really
Yeah, I
enthusiastic.
can't edit
and
it.
also very solid. They
What?
are
Oh, you
definitely
can't flip it?
through each other
No,
here.
because
But
my
get it.
my
So Marnie
like
just
this
stands there, or she
very
gets
screwy
the
things
key.
happening with my
How did she get the key
my
by
two
just
monitors,
standing there? And
since
it
they're
just
both
goes to show how
different
basic the animation is
sizes.
if they needed text boxes to show something
So
like a character
I-
graphic
sometimes
something.
things
His
just get
face showing
bigger
it
or
all.
way
So
smaller
here we are at Rose
than they
Tower.
should be.
Hop says he can't even see
Look
the top
horizontal.
because it's in the
There it is.
clouds.
I just moved it
Yeah,
to
sure.
a
So
different
Hop
screen.
and I enter the building.
Alright,
Hop
alright.
says how huge it is again.
See if we
I
can
Hop, it's no
flip-
bigger than the
There we
fucking
go.
stadium entrance. Shut
The
fuck up.
Giga
All you do
Moody
is
is
make it clear
real.
that the game does not reflect the dialogue.
Giga
An employee comes out of the
Moody is
elevator ready to battle.
real.
Is it the same one as before? Nope, but nobody told Game Freak that.
Okay.
I don't know what I meant by saying that. That's just, I must have been really tired. We battle him and the battle.
Oh yes, I'm in the top 200 Gold Lewis players. How did you know?
Choice for this section. Isn't it supposed to be like a mission or something where it's dangerous? We're breaking the law here, you know. The man pays up like every other trainer in the game, although apparently now he's dangerously low on money. Way to make me feel bad for this guy. And now he won't get his bonus. He won't be able to buy a house in the future. Man, I guess the giant multi-billion-dollar companies in Pokemon pay about
Okay,
just as much
there
as they
it
do
is.
in the real world. Actually, this guy had some extra money
I
there
believe
until I
that
took
should
it.
be
They probably actually
it
pay more in the
for
game.
all the
Our system
redeems,
is screwed
right?
up, man. I bet the Game Freak employees aren't paying
Yeah.
much attention
Yeah, you're
either.
caught up in the
Maybe they are.
redeems.
The budget
Okay.
for
For
these
now.
games is so tiny and the profit
Alright,
is so
and then it's on the
astronomical.
game again.
What do I know?
God,
Maybe
if
they
you
pay the
said,
big
yeah.
bucks. But
I like her drip.
fucking
I
doubt it.
assume
All
you're
I hear
meaning
again and
Bridget,
again is
right?
that people working on video games.
Or Jam.
No, I think it's
Oh,
Marnie.
okay, never mind. Oh, Marnie, I see,
Because
yeah.
they're doing it for the
Yeah.
love of video
Yeah.
games.
Marnie's
Shut
drip
up.
is very nice.
Shut up.
Okay.
Fucking bitches.
The moment you get caught up in the redeems,
Fucking bonuses.
what are you posting
Moody's
right
looking
now?
at too many cute anime girls.
Oh.
Wait, which strip is it?
Charlie Bag.
Say all of them.
They say we don't have a right to enter this building, and yeah, they're completely right. And I'm all about sticking it to the man and all
All
that.
the
But right
truth
now,
in
what
the
we're trying to
world.
do is find Leon, and we already know what he's doing. And if our characters trust Jim and
Oh.
Rose, then there's no reason to
That's
do it.
exactly
Thank you
right.
for this.
Jim and Rose has been doing something
Yaru
fun
bag.
all along.
But
Nah,
why
that
is she
would be
transparent?
silly.
Is
They
she
did
like
that
a
in
ghost?
Sun and Moon. They definitely
Is
won't be
Bag
doing
a
that
ghost?
again. Like the other things they've been doing again from Sun and Moon. Hey, if they're going to reuse animations, it's pretty obvious that story segments aren't exactly out of bounds either.
Bag is a
I also
bag.
thought that I'd mention that all
Bag is a
employees use steel type
Bag is a
Pokemon,
ghost.
making it
Oh,
incredibly easy just to take them all out with a fire type. I used Comb pretty much through all these.
Haunted paper
Populous
bag.
appeals to Pokemon after each
thank you
battle,
for
which
the
if you're not beating all those gyms, why are they selecting like during the goddamn tutorial?
Trusted.
What if Final Fantasy X
Let's go. Like you're making a bad decision.
Let's go. We love bad decisions. They make life so much more exciting, right, chat?
As a Gold-Lewis player, I revel in bad decisions.
Something very challenging. I'm not saying Pokemon
Yeah,
has
but
to
for
be
the other guy.
Souls or anything like that,
Same,
but this is easy. even for
No, my
Pokemon.
bad
This is
decisions,
like
but
healing your
it's
Pokemon,
that
are you in between every member of the Elite
as
Four?
long as I get
Maybe not
one
like
good
that. Even Sun
decision
and Moon didn't do
in
that.
a single
I
match,
doubt
then
those guys-
I'm Gucci. I'm Gucci.
Little slip of
I just
like
win
a
after
challenge
that.
and round of training.
We'll just call it the Gold Lewis effect. One good decision outweighs a ton of bad decisions.
Exactly.
Like this lady here, she's all huffy.
Is this the way you also live your life?
Okay.
Well, it's like, yeah, it's like winning the lottery, right?
Moody's like calling me out right now.
If you buy like 1,000 tickets, which are all like
Sweating.
1,000 bad decisions,
So
right? But then if you win once, it's worth it.
Yeah.
So, chat, remember what Rattyy said. Just go to the casino, play 1,000 times until you win.
No. I said
Yeah, I'm gonna do that
This is
right
not
now.
financial advice, but if you want to.
This is Vice's advice corner.
Higher than 100 Machoke stand on one another. I mean,
Yes,
in New Zealand we have the Sky
clearly.
Tower, and anything's over 300 meters or over 1,000 feet for all you silly billies out there. I don't see it touching any clouds.
And remember, if you lose, just double down.
I think.
Yeah, remember like what? 90%
it never
of
happened. No one saw it.
90% of gamblers stopped right before they went.
Challenging us to a
So-
Pokemon match.
Yeah. Exactly. This is why you can't stop.
No, wrong one.
I was trying to do my other one actually.
If you are gambling right now and it's very important and you're in debt, you should definitely continue.
Okay, you shouldn't listen to that guy. You should listen to me instead. Send me all your money.
Yeah, spend it all on crypto, specifically mine, Moody Crypto.
Moody coin.
Moody coin.
Moody coin to the moon.
That's fucking stupid. It doesn't make any amount of sense. What were they thinking with this one? Of
Yeah, I
course, the
just
one
need
time they
Elon
got
to
Bulgur
tweet it
sick
out, and
sounds
I'm
like
all
fucking
good.
up. He's not even that
Yeah.
bad.
Oh my God.
Have you ever looked at Twitter and like looked under like the freaking tweets under Elon's? It's all like
I mean,
crypto
like-
scams.
Yeah, but those are being drowned out now.
Yeah.
He's a bit more popular than ever.
Yeah, just slightly.
You know, it's
I bet you're so loved in the fan community.
Thanks
that people
news
create
sites,
some
I
great
guess.
Empowering illustrations of you. Oh,
but back onto topic. Yeah, heel
What
spikes
did
are pretty fucking
What did he
cool.
put on screen?
From here on, from me, anyway, because I'm recording this at a later date.
Match.
Thanks for understanding. I probably sound better than I did before. We run past Oleana to say, "Oh, come on! They
Oh,
were not
Oleana
there."
art, I
Even if
see.
they were, they would have seen the huge fucking Pokemon fighting. So a small cutscene occurs here, or a couple of illustrations. Now, this is the first time they've used illustrations to make a cutscene, and I'm guessing that's because they didn't have a town modeled as big as the one in the illustration.
No, I fucked up. I really fucked up there.
It's not even remotely similar. Anyway, Chairman Rose says
Look
he's
at that
going to
lack of
change the
damage
course
right there.
history, yada yada yada. Oh wow, it's almost like he's plotting an evil scheme. Oh boy! So the next morning, an employee finds us at the hotel to escort us to the stadium for the finals. Hop threatens her with his
What was that?
Leon's big sausage-like fingers, but she says no. She's
No
a good
shit.
employee.
I'm surprised I
The
hit.
others are bad. No way! There's no villain
Price
in
are so
Pokemon
fucking
Sword and
bad.
Shield. This is so fucking dumb. This is so stupid. Here we are in the waiting room for the finals, and all the gym leaders are here. That's surprisingly unsurprising. I was wondering what sort of final battles there would be, and seeing as there isn't an Elite Four, bringing back the gym leaders is the obvious, easy choice. I'm just
That's a
wondering who
good-
will be fighting.
Well,
we go
it's got
running onto
tools
the
to be.
Anyway, it's on to the first battle. But first, Bede storms in asking for a battle. Finally, he's back! And he's got the fairy gym trainer outfit on. He explains to the crowd about why he's here and that he's going to stake everything on one final battle.
it'll hit
If he loses,
sooner or
he'll
later.
retire from battling, and if he wins, well, he's just being one of the strongest trainers out there. So, you know, that's and am I looking forward to this? Bede opens his eyes wide, revealing a fucking
No.
shine that wasn't there before. He's also a gym
The
leader
classic.
and gets ready to fight with his new
Ah,
battle
come
theme.
on.
Also a classic.
Wait, what, he doesn't get a remix? But Marnie and Hop did, and Bean's way more important than silly old Marnie. Oh, bullshit. And hang on, he's a gym leader, but he doesn't get a cool new costume? Double bullshit. Fuck it, it's Beat. He's the best rival in years. Let's see what he's got now. First, he sends out Morwile, which would be a good pick if I hadn't had Comb out in front first. However, of course, he doesn't switch out to something better. Even if he did, there's not much he could do against the Fire type. Next up is Gardevoir. It goes down pretty easily, and then Beat sends in his Ponyta, which is now evolved into a Rapidash. Glad to see he's still got his old Pokemon. Now all that's missing is Reuniclus.
How could you defeat my upper body invincibility? It's not possible.
His final Pokemon is the Hatterene, as would make sense fairy type and all. But his poor Duosion and Gothorita. Duosion. Why do they make these Pokemon names so hard to pronounce? His poor Duosion and Gothorita. He doesn't even get them back in the rematches. Instead, he gains a Sylveon. The most generic fairy type out there. I like Sylveon well enough, but dang, if you want a trainer to be challenging, at least give them more than one type. What I've been thinking about for a future Pokemon game is giving gym leaders a theme rather than a
I'm gonna get hit.
For instance,
No.
cute,
Fuck.
evil, the color red. Like if the gym leader really likes, I don't know, big Pokemon.
Oh,
the
okay,
gym
I'm getting hit by that
leader
one.
like Snorlax, Steelix, Gyarados, Colossal, Abomasnow, Wailord. You know what? Forget it. Big Pokemon, it wouldn't work. B Gigantamax is his Hatterene, and for some reason I switched out.
I love that he brought that bit back.
Had me on edge. Holy shit! It actually used Max Flare. I completely forgot about that. Anyway, I used Dig to stall out the Gigantamax, and easy as. So B
What? I
loses.
can't mash.
As
Oh,
he
I
said,
have
he
to
now
press
wants to
2K.
retire, but the audience, as a collective, I guess, says to him, "Hey, Bede, that was some match. Don't retire. Just restart your career." So he continues his training as the fairy.
I wonder if you can just, like, you know, Giga perfect it.
Spice things up a bit. After that, the game heals
Perfect
up our
what?
Pokemon. God damn it.
Ah, that grab.
Elite Four, is it not? And we're up against Nessa. She's a better team this time around, of course, consisting of Golisopod, Barraskewda, Sea King. Did I say this team was better? Pistachio, this isn't really the time to want to be pet. She also has a Pelipper and finally a Gigantamax to Dreadnought. And that's that. Not many issues there either, but that's kind of what happens when you got a well-grounded team.
Shoot.
I, of course, don't.
I can't mash
2P
The
there.
next challenger up is Alistair. He beat Melanie, probably because he's a child, so she
just
couldn't
learned
distract him
that
with
lesson.
a Giga
I learned it again.
Starts out by sending out Dusk
Oh yeah, I guess you could probably Starship out of that.
Oh, yeah.
Got that kidding me? Then Gustin really
Maybe.
go there.
It's invincible, but
But DPs aren't grab invincible in this game.
What?
yeah.
Why is it in the script? He's got a Curse Solo, which promptly didn't.
Rattyy's
Dust.
gotten
And of
so
course,
much
his
better.
Gengar, which he Gigantamaxed.
No, I haven't.
I like the way this
If anything, I gotten
actually.
worse.
The fact that you don't know who you're going to fight, unlike the other Elite Four, keeps things fresh.
Can't
Yeah, at least
Classic Ratty, downplaying his own skill.
Send out a bad type matchup first. I also think it's great.
Ratty's
that he changes
also
up every
good at
time you play the
downplaying,
game.
just
For
like,
example, so far I've
Carmine.
got Nessa and Alistair, and my final fight before the champion looks like it's
Champion
Rattyy.
down
This
players.
whole system they've got going on here is actually really neat, and I hope they change it up in every game from now on. Okay, I'm lying through my teeth again. The order doesn't change on subsequent playthroughs. It doesn't even change it between the two games. B and Alistair swap in, but it plays out exactly the same every time. B, Nessa, Alistair, or B, and then Raihan. These are Elite Four, folks. It's really no different than any other Pokemon game after all.
Blown the fuck out.
If you ask me. He was fought sooner than
Question
Raihan, and it
for
would've been
Fighting
great
Game
to see
Friday
him
crew. If
doing
you were a
his
gym
non-Dynamaxing
leader, what
thing
would
instead
your
of fucking
gym
Raihan
type
again,
be?
'cause we literally just fought him. What's the point?
Mine will be human egg type.
Fighting type, clearly.
Probably
Flygon
Ghost,
sticking around being
I guess.
Flygon,
Human egg type.
Flygon. By the way, Flygon still hasn't got a special form. Everyone was wanting a Mega for him, but that didn't happen because apparently they weren't creative.
Let's
Ran a
go.
normal type gym once.
Fucking, you got me there. I was
Was there something wrong with what I said?
Gigantamax for him, but well, you
No,
know,
I
say
said let's go.
The only Gigantamax Pokemon not from Generation 108 is Garbodor.
You run a normal type gym?
Sends out Torkoal, and
Well,
as
maybe
per
I'll run
usual,
an abnormal type gym
the
instead.
strategy, it becomes
Let's go.
sunny, thus making fire
No,
more
just
powerful.
run a
Thankfully,
Gains
Chumley
type
was
gym,
able
just
Actually,
get-
the Vaporeon's human egg type,
Why
so
is it no
Glue.
Solar Beam, Chumley?
not exactly a normal type gem.
I never thought I could get this attached to a Barbarical, but hey, here we are. I guess
I
it's
was
time to
just
send out
fond
the
of
next Pokemon.
Porygon Z.
Uh-oh. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
so my team will probably be my team will probably be sorry. My team will probably be Vaporeon, Gardevoir. 1 second, I need to find the list. Yeah, Lopunny. Let's see, yeah, all the human egg type Pokemon.
Yeah. I'll help you along, Serena.
Thankfully, he isn't doing that much damage here, but he keeps using Max
Yeah,
Knuckle, which
I
makes
have
his
no
attack
clue.
speed
Now.
very dangerous to keep thinking in. Thankfully, I do it for Pokemon who completely resist Flying type
my
moves,
favorite is
and
water
trying to
type,
store
but
Gigantamax.
I
And
don't
boom, there we
really
go, piece of cake.
like
After the
too many
battle,
other
Bob
water
discusses with us
types.
that because we'll be fighting his brother next, he doesn't know who to cheer for. Intellion
Yeah,
thinks that
Mega
that's
Swampert's
all it
a
involves, and he's like,
good
Nice,
pick.
very good job, Moody.
Yeah, I'm learning.
Pulling off a Rain team's really good, like getting a Pelipper with Drizzle or something to get you going.
Yeah, I could just leave. seems a bit weird, especially since he's
Maybe I'll just do like ground type or something, since Swampert's also ground type.
Ooh, ground type's a decent type of gym to run with that.
No.
Mega Swampert on a ground type, it can be done, but you don't get the speed stat that you want. Unless you make it rain, which is bad for a ground type team.
Yeah, my team would actually probably be like Psychic type.
I never thought. Oh, sure, just kill him again. That's fine then. There was actually one last area I hadn't even.
It's interesting to think about because I'm thinking about it in like a way back ago, like a past meta. Because like I used to play Smogon for a while.
Dang.
Of course you
A few
do.
years back.
He's done everything. Everything in
Yeah.
a competitive video game. And then
Oh,
he always
why
downplays his
not?
skill. Exactly. Exactly.
Hold on, alright. I say I haven't done everything, I'm not downplaying my skill. Alright, with Pokemon, I was a fucking Pokemon master, not gonna downplay that shit at all. Fucking loved Pokemon. I was playing with shit like experimenting with whether or not to use Escadrill, you know, figuring out who the rapid spinner on the team was gonna be.
How dare you?
You know, I knew what I was doing. It was good.
Wait, who the rapid spinner was going to be? As in, you always had one?
Well, you generally would want to have a rapid spinner or somebody that would get rid of like your stealth rock setups and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh no.
Like, because you don't want to be running into poison spikes. Rarely enough, I guess you could run something with the was it the compound specs? I'm trying to remember the item where you just were immune to those entry hazards by using it. It's a pretty good item to have.
Yeah, I think I know that.
But yeah, no. One of my favorite things to run was the normal type gym, led with an Ambipom. It was fun.
Y'all out here playing like super competitive tier Pokemon, and I'm like, you know, like, wow, pretty Pokemon.
Yeah, like, to be fair, my first viable team in anything probably involved a Dragon Dance Gyarados. Because Gyarados getting Earthquake is just coverage heaven.
What? Massacre.
Like, you're playing Pokemon, I'm out here playing Moemon, dude.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, I run a team with Infernape because I liked it. Having fighting types was good, and then Infernape was just... My first Pokemon was a Chimchar. What can I say? It was decent in OU back in the day.
Just wait for the Gigantamax version.
Then
I've spoken a little bit about Cramorant.
One second. Is there anyone else in the room yet?
The green eyes are a bit odd, but apart from that, I like his design
No.
well enough. And we already have a Pelipper as a
us.
water
No
slime,
gamers?
but I think he stands out enough to, you know, be a unique Pokemon.
Wait, did I
with
even
his
switch the game
abilities.
from
Toxel is
Plus Art to Stride?
a baby.
You did not.
is it the thing? Don't like it at all.
Heck.
Fucking,
That's
it's got
probably
a
why.
nappy and everything. It's
I'm
always
all
the blue
Papago.
stuff. At least Toxtricity looks
Leaflet
really cool.
Papago
I love the
moment.
purple and yellow. The blue and purple a little less, a lot less. I do appreciate the attention to detail. The low key form is like an electric bass with only 4 strings as opposed to the electric guitar amped form with 6. Good stuff there. Silicobra looks like a sperm who swam through shit. Sandacorn swam through
Open lobby, by the way,
And who
bros.
gave Silicobra the gunk under his eyes? Look, I'm a
Oh,
redesign
we love
history
open
book.
lobbies.
There. Any better? Yamask, I thought for a while hadn't changed at all. I'd only been able to see it on Route 6.
After I fulfill some planned obligations in New World, I'll probably be back a little bit later.
The original, but what are you going to do?
Okay.
I'm going to try to see
I
Runerigus.
would
Moody?
definitely.
Runerigus as its own Pokemon, however.
What do you-
because it's so different.
What do you mean? This is... I know a little bit of the Pokemans meta. How dare you?
Runerigus is.
Actually, I think I'll have you know that Pokemons have a lot of different moves they can use for coverage. When you're playing Pokemon wrong, you're having fun wrong, and I won't allow it.
Regular versions.
Yeah, that's
Stop
not you.
having fun.
I guess everyone was hoping for a Pegasus Rapidator.
Stop having fun.
Use double
Stop having
team.
fun.
Stop having
Zinniski is a
fun.
ghost in a cup. You just can't say anything much
Oh,
about
it's
it,
so
though.
cheesy to rely on evasion chance to use low accuracy. Because I could just theoretically hit you and it's not guaranteed to work.
Radical Soda's Pokemon review.
I think I played like Smogon once, and someone said you're not using
Slippery
Ubers.
Wheels is so foggy. guess. I thought it was a
I have no idea what the fuck you meant.
Oh, no.
This place was so friggin' boring.
Tell me, what is an Uber?
Well, if you jumped into the highest tier at the time in Smogon, it would have been Uber, and you probably were just using whatever kind of Pokemon that you liked, which wouldn't have been like the highest tier Pokemon that there were, because Uber includes, like, Uber is 90% legendaries. Well, not anymore, but...
You've gone with Lift.
It was big up there.
Did not sugarcoat it.
Right, I would definitely run a Ghost Gym. Gengar is very huggable. I don't think Gengar is huggable. He's just like, just air, right?
Isn't he poisonous too?
Yeah, poisonous air. Just fart gas.
I think Gengar is like as solid as he wants to be.
Yeah, in the lore, I think it's, I'm not sure if it's Haunter or Gengar, but like one of those two, if you get licked by them, you just die slowly.
Interesting.
6Horn, he became a Ghost Corsola.
Fucking hell. Not even shared physics, just animated. It's just animated. All the
Nice.
things to stop what Rose is doing, as she didn't really
You
know
know,
what he was planning, so we
in
did on the
Pokemon
Those are
lore,
messy around, by the way.
Abra was the child.
My wrist started hurting.
Out of a big sphere, that much is obvious, I guess.
Yeah.
I was playing with my feet.
Gotta-
Okay, of course, Moody
I mean,
Presence.
Yeah, Moody Presence has to have
Footy.
nothing without feet.
Moody
Presence.
Presence.
The darkest day. Really glad he told me that. I'd forgotten because it was glossed over with a fucking JPEG. Of course, we battle him and he brings in a full steel team. Great. Should really use a fire type right now. Even though I didn't really have anything to combat the steel types, I managed to word my way
Animated super
You're
well.
fucking stealing my bit, dude. Fuck off.
Beefy boy to tank some hits here and there. Thinky also destroyed the Kling Clang as it kept
Ouch.
using a move which hit twice, and of course I'd given Thinky a Rocky Helmet, which does damage to the opposing Pokemon each time it makes contact. Rose's last Pokemon is Copperaja, and what the fuck is that thing? Its whole body is covered up with its trunk. Whoever designed this, I mean, it's funny, sure, but the trunk just takes up too much room. I can't see what's going on behind it.
Oh, fuck.
Rose apologizes about plunging the world into another apocalypse, but he explains that the reason why he did it was to solve the energy crisis, which would happen in 1,000 years.
What?
I'm trying to. So, on block,
What's up?
or whatever, that the blood attack, it cancels into
I mean, we didn't even get to see it turn us around.
Cancels
nice.
into-
was contained in. That's what I'm
It cancels
assuming
into
he
the
can't do. I mean, it's
other
not
air
like
moves you
any
can
other
do,
Pokemon game
like
where
Roger's
you
drop and his
see
grab.
where the legendary
cool.
Pokemon comes from.
I was trying to do that.
Nothing like,
Fucking
you know, like
can't get it off for
maybe
some
there's a
reason.
Pokemon come from an orb, or in X and Y, where
try.
maybe the legendary Pokemon, it breaks out from being contained, or I don't know, fucking Sun and Moon, maybe from a Cosmog evolving into a fucking legendary.
Yeah, it does.
We just need to
Yeah.
know that it broke out. Forget animating it. Also, Rose
Yeah,
said
it's
something
pretty
about
good.
being a knight in shining
That
armor.
would have
That's
been
the
a
third
sick
big
combo
Pokemon
if I actually
and all
landed it.
Pokemon armored sword and armored shield, and even though it's
Sorry, but you're not good as me yet. Sorry, buddy.
And I know as I'm saying this, I am currently recording when
Ah.
there's two versions of the DLC.
Let's see.
Fucking go figure. Pokemon.
Sundex, you say, is that like the Dex entry from Pokemon Sun, or is that just the most up-to-date Dex?
Regular Pokemon.
Is it even in the new one? It should be, since it's Gengar. It's
Oh yeah, it is.
One of the
Yeah,
most popular
Gengar is in the new ones.
Yeah, it's Sun and Moon.
Oh yeah, Sun and Moon. Yeah.
nice, good grab.
They've shrunk them down, haven't they? How
Sundex apparently wish. Oh wait, Sundex. Should you feel yourself attacked by a sudden chill, it is evidence of an approaching Gengar. There is no escaping it.
Anyway, we
Give
find
up.
the Turnus,
Oof.
we can't catch him yet, so it's all just about trying to knock him out, which we do very
Yo, the
easily.
Moon
Thanks
Dex
to
was
Beefy Boy. Ah, shit. Oh no, that move looks
Gengar
really
is
powerful.
20 meters.
Poor
A bit
Pokemon.
sad.
Huh. And remind me, why can't we fight that
Moondex, it
Eternatus?
apparently wishes
That's
for
right,
a
it's
traveling
Eternatus, not
companion.
Eternus.
Since it was once
Anyway, he
human
turns to a
itself,
giant hand.
it tries to create
Good
one
old
by
Pokemon.
taking the lives
When
of
I
other
worked against
humans.
this time, Pistachio was feeling
So he's just an
sleepy.
incel.
This is not the time for that. So this time the game doesn't allow us to attack and
If,
hop flying
if I
and
can't be alive, no one can be.
Zacian appear in the slumbering
Base.
world and fly, I guess, to our location.
He was Elliot Roger in his past life.
The relics
Don't say this.
pretty epic
Uh,
moment. No, I got it. What are you
Ouch.
doing? Stop skipping it. Hang on a second. This is the final battle. Just
But
give me
yeah,
a-
I really like that that storyline in the
Fuck
first.
me. I guess I should
Cart
just
just
in the
wants
first
his
time I
friend.
streamed.
You wanna-
it at a 100%.
One about Elliot Roger? Oh,
No,
Pretty much
the
the dungeon.
fight was pretty easy. I didn't get to catch Zamazenta, weirdly enough. That was the only legendary I really wanted, but I now have alternatives.
Here I thought Moody was supporting murder.
The next day when going to the station to finally find Leon, I ran into this kid that asked
Murder
me for a handshake.
presence.
My capture skipped through it, but here I'll go.
Murdery presence, let's go.
You know what kind of murder I support? Murdering Ratty right here. Check this out. Oh, dang.
Oh, check this out.
So we battle Leon.
It's fucking owned.
I need to commission that from you, Moody. I need murdery presence in my life. As an emo.
No.
He pressed a button. Laugh at him.
I mean, that's just bullshit. It sucks, but
Wow.
especially since I couldn't even
Wow.
Really? What a fun.
NPC bullshit. And I know-
Interesting tech there, buddy.
I know about soup.
Oh shoot.
Stupid. It's fucking stupid.
It just
Leon
wants
was
a
pretty
hug.
easy all at
See,
the same time.
Gengar
He
just
used
wants a
Stealth
friend.
Rock early on, so when his Charizard came out, it was already half health, and I just used
Nice.
Eternatus' Dynamax cannon to easily knock it out. Wait, you're laughing.
Exactly, 6-1 gets it.
So my whole Gigantamaxing waddle
No.
strategy doesn't really
But
pan out
that
here,
that
but
doesn't answer the
hey,
question.
look,
How do you hug
no
Gengar?
casualties. Hey, look,
If it's
Baby Boy's
just
fine.
fart gas.
Leon graciously accepts his defeat, and I've just realized he has purple
You
hair.
stupid
But
Because
that
it,
looks very
it
nice.
is
And
solid
I'm
gas.
the champion.
Solid fart gas, I
Credits
see.
roll. During
Yeah,
the
it can punch you. It knows punch
Pokemon,
moves.
Not like they're doing any custom animations or anything. They just keep repeating Gorilla Guy's attack animation over.
Gas,
Is
gas,
that
like a
Max
stand.
Cursor?
Actually,
Gas.
Ah, it's too late.
It was a mistake. Holy shit, this game is fucking absolutely fucked. This game is one of the very
It solidified the moment it evolved from
Unfinished
Ghastly.
game with no clear vision or passion behind it. Just money-hungry
Damn it.
executives pushing for that low budget and high return. And it worked. These two games have been the best-selling Switch games of all time, beating out Mario Odyssey and Zelda Breath of the
Yeah,
Wild.
maybe just like another 10 years, Moody. You're getting there.
So much passion and effort just put
Or
into
how about
it.
right now?
Oh,
What's
yeah.
the goal do is?
This
I know,
specific
I
bit
fucking
bothers
know
me
this
so
fucking
much.
bullshit.
Outselling Breath of the fucking
I'll
Wild.
get these two
This
eventually.
garbage.
yikes, dude.
I hate this game so much.
It's just another
Wait,
one.
what game?
It's
No,
just
fuck me, that was
like
stupid.
Pokemon
I'm
Sun
not
and
trying to do
Moon.
that.
this one, and
What do you hate? All I did was
I
Breath of the
Well,
Wild wasn't that
that's
good.
what I
All
mean.
all it was also a bad game.
On your move.
Sword and Shield.
don't agree with that statement whatsoever.
No, but
I did have-
Breath of the
I
Wild
will
was
say
in
I
two
had
different
fun.
consoles.
I'll give it that. I had
On two different
Yeah,
consoles.
like across the both of them, it did not sell it.
Really? Oh, yikes.
I still enjoyed myself at times. It was up.
Well,
to
one of those
Pokemon.
consoles was the Wii U.
Well, that's a good point, but also one of these two games only released on the one console and still outsold a much better game.
Yeah.
Nice dodge.
Ever since
You're saying Breath of the Wild was good.
Oh, nice.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
I
know.
can't see
Nobody
my
said
house because I
that.
have the
Interesting.
thing on.
Pikachu and Eevee. Somehow took away from those games. No following Pokemon.
No one
no
fucking
Scarlet,
said
no
that.
Big Evolution,
Nobody has
no
ever
Gym
said
Battle
that.
backgrounds.
It's
Sword
true.
and Shield are so
Just like I have
Totally random talking.
the next one. I think this one's bad.
intentionally put together
Disdain in his voice. Nobody said that.
as
Get the
fucking
fuck out of here.
They're not very good at
You're gonna need some
They
better
can
bait.
hire anyone they want. The Pokemon Company is so much money, like so much,
Ouch.
and they don't even.
This
have a
isn't a
budget
Carmine
bigger than the
stream.
average Call of Duty.
No,
You're
pick
right.
it up.
I need better
Fight with me.
content.
Someone up in the top ranks,
No.
in the top. So a
Shoot.
top dog up there has
Or
chosen
with Carmine, you can like
intentionally
you can
to
mispronounce a
make this game
bagel,
as
and he'll go
cheaply as
he'll go
possible.
all in.
And that really hurts.
It's pretty nice.
Bagels, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, bagels.
And give so much money.
But we love
Comes to
Bagel.
Nintendo because
Yeah, we're all about
we
bagels.
come to Nintendo
Yeah.
because they
Also,
put an
amazing
amazing
gift. I had a look at it.
experience every single time.
Oh,
Breath
I
of the
need to-
Wild,
Some
of the
Mario
cutest
Bros,
shenanigans I've
Super
ever
Smash
seen.
Bros. Ultimate, Fire Emblem. Speaking of Super Smash Bros, the biggest Smash Bros game of all time. Can you say that this is the biggest Pokemon experience of all time?
Absolutely not Radical Soda. It is not. It sucks.
Love Radical Soda, dude.
Rikair is on the floor. This left me
All my
extremely
homies
He's
love
radical.
soda.
Game Freak has given me one of my
They're like
favorite
RC
games
Cola.
of all time.
Okay, I will find you and I will uninstall League of Legends.
It's like Mr. Pig, you know?
Save
He's like,
me.
I get like some duck.
I know, but they're right up there.
Wow.
Game Freak has given me.
Yeah. I will. I'm just that nice a guy.
You have a gnat on your side, by the way, Moody?
What?
You're cheating? You're 2v1ing me?
You must be saved against your will.
In the future. Less content than a GBA.
When Ratty has to like leave the stream, he's gonna have like bug bites all over.
with Pokemon.
He's like, damn you, Moody, and your
Yeah.
rat friend.
Who's calling the shots
Cheating?
over there, it's probably someone higher up in the
It's not a
Pokemon
gnat,
company,
it's a drone.
But
No. Jimmy, I know
my first replies are augmented, bro.
This guy's just pissed he paid for the quality drop of Pokemon, and he knows he'll do it again.
They can't effectively make.
It's like an abusive
Nice
relationship.
fucking dodge there.
Look, I didn't get the DLC for this one. I didn't get the Legends Arceus, and I'm not getting the next one either.
My little sister wanted
That's
it, so I got both
You broke
versions.
I shouldn't have to say anything past that. The render distance. Not to mention all
He
the
bought
rise,
another one
especially,
in
that's what
6Horn
got to me.
instead.
They didn't redo any models. They didn't focus on better
He bought
animations. They didn't
Doom
want
Beat.
people to play the way they wanted to. Hence the XP
Oh
shit.
boy.
They didn't make these games the
But
best
that's respectable.
yet. We should have
But I
already
think
done
it's
that.
really funny the people that
We found out
I hugely bitch about it,
Pokemon Let's Go,
but
and the
will
only
still buy
one
it.
you couldn't transfer was Mew.
I know
They're
someone
the ones
that
supporting the product forever.
I know someone
Yeah.
that doesn't even play video games, but owns every Pokemon
That should
game,
have been
like just in case.
That should have clicked in people's heads.
Yeah,
That's
honestly,
all.
like
I did not mean
that's
to
probably
like
the
cancel
biggest
that grab, by the way.
Yeah. Also, doesn't like play the card game, but like bought like I think like
bunch of the
20 cards
cards, yeah.
edition last
Oh
Christmas.
no.
I don't
Like
even
you know,
know,
like
but
like 2010s, like the full 10s, or whatever those are called.
the thing is, some crazy people decide to make themselves like entirely derivative of like Nintendo content in their content.
Also has an entire like literally a room, like a room full of Funko Pops.
At least get like a Nendoroid or something.
Yeah, exactly, Nendoroid.
God, I should introduce them to Androids, and also get them into anime, and then I'll have a new brother.
Well, the title screen
Get them addicted. Introduce them to Gacha too.
No, nice.
No,
Not
God, get out of here.
No.
What's the spider
Yeah,
eye?
what the fuck are you doing?
Honestly, he won't do Gacha because he likes physical things.
None. No new routes,
Oh,
no new
cute.
towns.
Not quite
I
this.
guess it is solid then.
Wasn't like, you know, 2D anime girls.
You know instantly where you have to go after starting the game, as it shows you the slumbering world. So, legendary catching time.
What is there else to
The
like?
game still hasn't given me the Master Ball. Maybe it's like an emerald, and it was an optional area.
Literally anything else.
You fight Hop again.
No, I don't believe you.
Stronger this time.
Untrue, I've never seen it.
But we managed to take him down to 30 depths. However, it got pretty close with Water.
Taurus in chat like 3D PD.
Same level as me. All you gotta do is start swapping out your mounts, man. And I'm
3D isn't real.
Destroyer of worlds.
Have you even seen a 3D? Not me. I need glasses.
All of a sudden, Sonia appears, stating that she's the professor now. I thought she was before.
Yeah, you just completely forgot about it until just now.
Yeah.
Sonya upgraded.
My favorite move.
Well, that's how it
Bob
goes.
and I returned the rusted relics. I guess the dogs gave them back after we beat Eternatus. Some douchebags called Shieldbert and Swarm.
Yeah, that Roger attack's pretty good, actually.
Uses
I always forget about it though.
fucking got item noise for shit.
Wait, this game isn't over?
So we fight them.
No,
Things on the
no.
sword guy and me
Wait, how much longer do we have left of this
Climax
video?
earlier.
This is like the one fucking...
Nice.
Am I right? I have a highly defensive
It's gotta be like
Enough,
10
brothers.
Can't really do that much damage.
Is this a
to my
DLC?
strongest mover looks like
This is like
No.
another hour of
No.
this.
Is there?
Just fucking
Oh yeah, because there's
asshole.
comments
Yeah.
about like the DLC afterwards as well. Yeah.
So he sends out, he stole BT
Someone
boy!
please end my
So we beat
suffering.
Shieldbert and Hop defeats Swarbert. Hop loses
We
to
have-
Shieldbert, for fuck's sake.
You're already
More
done?
videos of
No, I'm
Notch
already
Live.
done. I'm just being dramatic because I think it's
I don't
funny.
send out anything to stop them.
Of course
We
I'm
don't
done.
do Swordwood, we just let them all go. Well done, that's
Oh, it's
great
beautiful.
writing there. We hit
You're already
where
done.
your new assistant now works. Sonia's figured out where the sword
Just
and
like my
shield
suffering ended, I've come full loop.
Preparing over the region.
Yeah.
First one is at the grass gym, so we head off
Nice.
to see what's up.
It drove me insane right around the corner back to sanity again.
At the end, and we head into a stadium. There's a Dynamax Pokemon running loose.
Oh no, Cerrito.
God, I wish that were me.
Giant.
You take it down in a raid battle, and hey, what you
Oh,
look
no.
at?
Garagi drool moment?
Semi-competent teammates, apart from Pokemon talent. We knock out the Serena, or weaken it
Nice.
enough to shrink it back to normal.
No.
Head out to the lobby with it.
No, why is she small again?
Uses a revive. It's already standing.
Get
there.
stuff on us.
Didn't want to animate it lying down.
No,
like
she
it.
can't,
I
Saw
can
the two
just
guys appear in the lobby too, and they
be
said some balls
lower
about
to
how
the
use
ground.
the
Okay.
noise. Dynamax Pokemon against the little, gonna go catch Zacian and Zamet.
She doesn't even
I'm
have
a
feet.
Cursola,
Let
I'm
it
small
grow.
as
Trouble
shit.
whatsoever, because apparently nobody in the Pokemon world knows how to leap over a counter. It's like the tiny trees all over again.
Ah,
the water
nice.
gym's up next, and then
I
there's
might as well be a
Dynamax
Caltra.
Gyarados flying around. You know how it is. So we take it down alongside Piers, who has decided he hates Dynamaxes so much he'll make sure every single one of them has been vanquished.
Nope.
Welcome to the club, Piers. And that's that. I forgot to mention I've been getting these rare league cards from the gym leaders, so I'm guessing this is going to be the fight one Dynamax Pokemon per gym in order to progress the story situation. I'm sad to say that I was completely right on that. You just hop from gym to gym, nothing really happens.
Is Bridges asked to counter to Rattyy?
Yes, it is.
Even after we kicked their ass. They did kill Duckface though, so I guess that was something that happened.
Yeah, usually it's just spamming one move against me does actually throw me off until for a decent minute until I figure out how to counter it.
Yeah, knowledge check.
I go to see Sonya and I try to cheer her up about the whole
thing.
What?
You dodged it.
That's why Nano is so annoying for me to fight against him, because he does that a lot. He like, just goofs around.
She perks up pretty quickly though. See that, Hop? She was betrayed completely.
Oh yeah, like the empty, like Nano loves his empty jump ins.
Pokemon? Ever tried League of Legends?
Yeah.
They'll knock you down a pig.
Yeah.
It was at this time that I called this Malphite a fucking worthless, brain-dead, skull-fuck bastard pile of trash, mental dick face.
And from
Wait,
there,
why is Duncan
down? Well, I don't know, but it was good.
I knew you'd like that.
That's what I'm talking about. He sends out God of War.
Nah, fuck, I fucked it up.
I messed it up too.
Keep gorilla creeping. So out comes Waddles to defend against it. Or it could use Magical Leaf. Okay, then God damn it! I'm kind of running out of Pokemon at this point. I'll be honest.
What's
We fight a
happening?
Frostlass at the ice gym where Guga Thick Melanie resides.
Alright.
I always thought that the big spiky pattern on Frostlass was its mouth, but nope. It's that teeny tiny thing right there. That looks a bit strange to me. Of course, there's no Dynamax Pokemon in Spike Mode because there isn't a power spot anywhere nearby. So it's on to the final gym to fight a Hexaurus. I just used Eternatus. Dynamax cannon killed it pretty quick. Although for some reason I got Dynamax or Gigantamax Eternatus. Is that for balancing? Game Freak, you gave us Mega Rayquaza. I think you could let us Dynamax Eternatus. After the fight, Sonya gives us a call to tell us where she thinks the two bad are fighting. Turns out, it's at Hammerlock Stadium. We're already there. She just saw me walk in 2 minutes ago. Piers says we're already at the stadium. Sonya already.
You fucking idiot.
I don't think it has invulnerability. I was trying to super right after.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
No, he won't.
Fading the screen to black.
No,
That's the last we saw of him.
He lied as easily as he breathed.
We meet Shieldberg down below with a following of people believing him to be the royal heir or something, whatever he was trying to do, who cares. What I'm more interested in is how these people are making clapping noises.
Already, what's the input to the Bear Super? Not the fire one, the Aura one.
And we head up onto the roof to see Zacian.
I think it's triangle. It's just the same input. It's just triangle.
Okay, yeah, okay. Use Dynamax power on it. Something. Now it's out of control.
Yeah, I don't think it has invulnerability.
That we can't catch it because why on earth?
I think it's just it comes out instant.
Yeah, very fast.
Actually does a
Never mind, I'm not gonna play it. But like, there's a war going on right now, but I won't even be a factor in it, so I'm not even bothered.
I was assuming steel fighting, but I figured that thing could maybe tank a fight.
Just like in real life.
Earthquake. Andy's dead. Eternatus couldn't even hold his own. One crunch, he was under
It's just a war, you know. But like, would it really matter if one more guy was there or not? Okay, nice.
Won't be able to maul me. Goes to the most pathetic one in the room. Hop. Zamazenta intervenes.
That was really good.
Zacian is still going nuts though, so we follow it back to the slumbering wheel. But not before giving these two assholes a taste of their own medicine. Hop takes back the rusted sword. I guess he has telekinesis now. And Zamazenta wants to maul Swordbird up some more, but well, we don't get the option to let him do it, unfortunately. Instead, he looks into her eyes and wow, what beautiful eyes.
My forward people.
Back to the slumbering weld we go.
There it is.
Or we're battling Zamazenta too. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here. I will really say I like the music for both encounters here. The initial one more so. The second one against Zamazenta gets a little bit muddled. I get it low, but I catch it with the Master Ball anyway. I didn't want anyone else dying. Gugu, the Yamper I put on my team to replace Thinky, evolved, but it's not like he's going to be of much use anyway. And I nicknamed Zamazenta Sniffy. Classic name right there. The two royal dickweeds decide they want to go to jail now, so... God damn it! That's the thing. Rose also handed himself over, at least I believe that.
Get fucked, buddy.
But these two should have ran away screaming. That would have been a much better conclusion. And we're off to the slumbering wheel to find Hop talking to
Listen, I'm button mashing, as usual.
Zacian decides he wants to be on Hop's team and allows Hop to catch him with a... Nothing ball, that's a new one. Hop wants to battle us again, so... Well, here we go, I guess. I didn't bother leveling up my team this time. I was just sick of the shit.
Oh, zappers, bro. I weren't even hitting you. God damn it, this fucking gnat. No, you're getting the fucking combo on me.
After getting through his entire team, he sent out Zacian. Now,
it's not a counter.
Here's another thing entirely compared to Hop's team. Abomination managed to stay alive thanks to his affection level, which I felt pretty sad for him after that. I made a vow to like beauty after the battle was over. I was getting pretty sentimental. I switched into Zamazenta, thinking stupidly that the two dogs were equally matched, allowing me to get at least Zacian's HP pretty low, but instead he basically one-shot me.
No.
They spun the favor completely into Zacian's favor here. Zacian...
Yo, your ass is on fire. You go, girl.
Well, Zamazenta is a fighting steel type. Now, these types seem pretty even between the two. You know, fighting is super effective against steel, but not effective against fairy. Same goes for Zacian. Fairy is super effective against fighting, but weak against steel. Zacian knows close combat, which demolishes Zamazenta in an instant. And it's faster!
Demolishes.
Even if Zamazenta knew it was super effective move, he wouldn't be able to get it off.
No.
Eternatus did, however, manage
That's
to
fine. I don't even need burst, bro. It's a nerf.
knocking out Zacian and oh, come on! Now at this point I
actually I'm just playing with the handicap, bro.
Eternatus so he could use another flamethrower, but instead for some reason guy thinking he could take a hit, which he couldn't. Bye-bye, Pistachio.
No, bro, could you sugarcoat it a little bit, bro?
However, I healed up Abomination? What was I thinking?
I'm gonna get this, even if it kills
is
me.
the only one left, and of course he died.
You know the way that this guy's doing a Nuzlocke?
Bruh. What Hob has to say.
Yeah.
I know
Be
you
ashamed if something extended the video significantly, like losing the Nuzlocke right at the end, huh?
Are you kidding me? Hop
Oh,
finally
shit.
defeats me after all this time, and
The final battle of the entire game? Gotta love it.
win for once. Here,
Pog.
the rival battles at the start of the game. Let him win.
First.
Acknowledge it. Right now, he's essentially saying, "Oh yeah, well I won, but it doesn't really count because we know you're strong." That's not how it works.
Dude, get fucked.
Anyway, now I have to restart the game.
Let's go, Radical
I
Soda.
just wanted it to be over, and I ended up making it twice as fucking long.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever lost to my rival
On
ever.
my second playthrough. You know how, like, in the wild area,
Imagine making a review then
you know,
losing
like
to
in the
your
wild
rival.
area, there are different kinds of weather.
Oh,
One of those weather types.
yeah, to be fair, it was rigged as fuck.
Ow.
The sunlight is harsh. The sunlight is harsh.
I was trying to do my
Sunlight.
special.
Go.
It's night time. Okay, so this is going to be a bit of a mishmash because I thought of lots of other things to say whilst recording the last bits of game here. So, we're back to Hop. I want to remind you that this was another Nuzlocke, and this is my team.
Now.
We've got Theedledee, the Beware, Gungi, the Corviknight, Grommet, the Frostmoth, Bubbers, the Cinderace, Zomph, the Crawdaunt, and Drizzy, the Haxorus.
What?
Drizzy is
Oh.
actually a new member. I actually had a Galarian Rapidash, but boy howdy, does that thing suck stat-wise. It died fighting the double battle against Swordwood and Shieldbird. And that was actually the only Pokemon to faint in this whole playthrough. Yep. Turns out that after one playthrough, this game becomes even easier.
no, no,
the
no,
only
no.
real reason Rapidash died is because I wasn't really paying attention. Although, I'll be honest, I didn't really care at that point whether it lived or died. Here are the other Pokemon I caught. I'd go through them to show that they're all from unique areas, but I can't be bothered. Also, after I beat the champion, I started catching every Pokemon I could to complete the deck so I could show every Pokemon for Radical Soda's Pokemon Review, but I soon realized I wouldn't actually be able to retain a bunch of them unless I traded with people online, which of course requires an online membership, which I will say has not been shown as a worthwhile purchase, much like this game itself. Speaking of Radical Soda's
Oh,
Pokemon Review,
get fucked, buddy. Get.
left off. Indeed.
That's
very Nordino, but
very
even
not
though
very
I
nice
the
to say.
similarities, it's just not as interesting.
Maybe you should
I
get
get
fucked.
the inspiration, but it's just kind of boring.
No.
I was gonna say maybe one day I'll use it in a team, but there's no point.
I'm too good to get fucked, bro. It sucks.
I don't care what ability it has. I don't care that it's part dark type. It looks like a bean with a face. And while I usually find that sort of cute, this one just comes off looking sort of creepy. It even has Pikachu's tail plastered on its back as a texture. Like, come on.
No.
I really like the links. I think it's really unique. I like the design, the colors, the inspiration, its special move. Great Pokemon here. Stommer's another lovely Pokemon, kind of like an Ice-type Larvesta, which evolves into an Ice-type Volcarona. I love the little icicles on its back, and Frostmoth reminds me of Maloney. Maloney. I wrote Maloney. I said it like it was a fucking...
Dang.
I just put a cap on it. Is that the only thing that made me say Maloney? Because I didn't put a capital on the M. Anyway, Frostmoth reminds me of Maloney.
Oh,
the
I just
Gigastic
want to
goddess,
shove into a
this could
locker.
be a pass from me. Clobbopus is a cute wee dude. I like the colors and design. Good stuff.
Good luck,
I
nerd.
think I like Grablocked a lot more if it had the colors more akin to Clobbopus and its mouth was the W right there. The way it looks now, I'm not much of a fan. Pincushion. I don't think I wrote that one right. There's one that's based on a pincushion. I know it is. It's like an urchin. Pincurchin! That's probably what it's meant to be there. It's cute. It's very cute. It's useless, but it's cute. Seems Game Freak was trying to add in another Mewtwo clone with the generation now. They've already got two in this one, the other being Snom. As I said, though, that is pretty dang cute, so there's no issue.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, it doesn't have invincibility. You hit me out of
Got a
it.
Galarian form?
I see.
Really? Mr. Mime, and it tap dances. I really don't understand the thought process with this one, and neither with Mr. Ryan.
Hey,
I get the whole Charlie Chaplin thing going on here, but I
Taurus,
really
what
don't
do you
like either of
think
these two.
about
It's incredibly scary to have a Mr. Mime
that
monster
Pincurchin
walking menacingly.
Pokemon that he talked about?
Why
Why does it look exactly like
but these are much cuter.
Yukamuku or whatever?
like no, like the Frost Moth?
It doesn't look like.
They're both really spiky and they both have like the butt chin or butt face.
Yeah, but I think they're distinct enough, like from each other.
And
Do have the butt
and
face,
they're
though.
really close to
Not even like a Pokemon.
to each other in the Pokédex. What did you say on this?
Well, he must have a pretty stiff neck.
I just agreed.
You said that they're both Pyukumuku clones, but I wouldn't do Snom like that. I would say Snom is, you know, good enough on its own as its own thing. Like the big critique for Snom would be being a Larvesta clone instead, because it's like the mimicking the evolution line of Larvesta and Volcarona, but I don't see the issue of having. I don't see the issue of having an Ice-type variation of that, because honestly, we're in need of more good Ice-type Pokemon. I really like Ice types, and it's good to see more. And I've always loved like the Quiver Dance setup.
I think I would have much rather had the real fossils, at least in X and Y and Sun and Moon. I like the designs.
He's gonna sugarcoat it. He's not gonna sugarcoat it.
Yeah, just casually.
I like his wee booger there, but the other
casually adding Jimmy with, oh yeah, finally noticed your message from 11 minutes ago. Is that what you're doing, Vice?
I was trying to do my special there, not throw my fucking yo-yo.
I see. Makes sense.
Would have, like, instantly Giga Ultra Godly murdered you.
Whereas Vice is gonna notice what you just said 11 minutes later.
Oh yeah. And then he's gonna at me in chat and be like, angry face, but 11 minutes from now.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now, actually. Let's go.
Oh, right now? Oh my god, you're... Hi. Fuck.
This looks fucking stupid. It's a
We're on Vice time now.
I don't like the colors,
You are.
design, I don't think the type suits it either. And that's
Oh, no.
new Pokemon introduced.
Ichibi Keika.
Whoa, get fucked!
Such okay,
Pokemon reviews. Alright, time for the Hop rematch.
Oh no.
I was ready this time. Oh, I was ready.
Doki no Ugoki desu.
Thankfully, Hop doesn't sink into another depression. In fact, this time he knows he'll keep getting stronger if he keeps trying. And not
Gotta have all them
Everyone
magazines
out there, not gonna
in my
focus.
coat.
Hop then suddenly completely changes his hopes and dreams, and now suddenly wants to become a Pokemon professor.
What a loser. Only losers become professors.
I mean, Bianca did it back in
Yeah.
She was always more of a
Fucking
general
nerd.
enthusiast instead of a competitive battler. Sonia offers Hop a job as her new assistant, seeing as the old one betrayed her, and that's all wrapped up. But for
Bianca
some
was
reason,
pretty cool.
That's not all. We hear clapping.
I like
We
her
don't see
teeth.
clapping, but whatever. It's Squidward. Squidward.
Yeah, me
That's all I
too.
can think of when I hear that
Ouch.
name. He's Squidward.
She's like a little,
Schubert are
like,
here to apologize
fucking
formally,
dork.
along with Piers
Yeah.
and Leon. Leon being there to make sure.
Wait, what the fuck is that character with the hair? Wait, what the fuck is wrong with their hair?
My character to be
Have you not been
What?
looking
Wait, what? That's so
at Watchalong?
stupid.
handed the championship title and now being
What the fuck is
literally
that?
to being made a member of the royal family. Are you serious?
Okay, they have sword and shield hair. That's so cool. Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it the coolest? Isn't this like worth being the best-selling Pokemon game ever?
Yeah, well, they saw Marnie and they're like, damn, looks good.
It does mention the battles, so we'll check out that. But first, I wanted to.
I want to eat my Switch.
I've seen pictures that.
You probably shouldn't do that.
I've even forgotten her name.
Yeah, that's right.
I
I can still play Zelda games on it.
I mean, Switch cartridges still taste good.
Wait, yes they did.
The Switch itself.
Yeah, I'm not gonna eat it cartridge and all, you know.
You should try one, honestly. You see it on physical. I bet you never even tried one.
I haven't.
You should.
Yeah, do you just believe what everyone else says?
I do.
Yeah.
I'm a very
You should
gullible
just season
I
it.
know. Who'd be dumb enough to try it because they heard they tasted terrible? Who would be dumb enough to do that?
What did it taste like, Taurus?
Rest in peace also.
I don't know.
Really neat to see alongside some extra gimmicks like random weather or random.
Because Taurus didn't
Apparently not
season
great.
it.
I thought
He's downloading me. Stop him.
There's some lines. Why is
Smarter
it
individual.
goes poorly? She had a level
Based
up
Melanie
as
Enjoyer.
expected alongside Nessa, who
Exactly.
5 times total between the 2 playthroughs.
Let's
she
go.
had the goal to ask if I remembered her.
Get fucked. Nice try.
Jesus.
The final challenger was actually Milo. He had a Gigantamax Appleton, which was terrifying. I also want to say that now only just
I wanted to do that, not hit you with my ass.
flips into red when a Dynamax starts. Looks bad. There's a lot of Ryolus in that crowd. I also took a trip to the battle.
Yeah, did you guys know I'm the smartest Moody Presence viewer, by the way?
Like Leon, who promptly kicked my ass.
May have heard something about that, yeah.
According to Corpse, not a very high bar.
Leah, though, which that was
And?
a choice to get the champion. Anyway, this is the place we get.
I'll take what I can get, bro.
Which can change your Pokemon's nature. Very helpful for competitive.
You wouldn't download a rat.
I think if you do that,
I had one in my inventory, but I had no idea how you get them, so I guess that's just luck. Toby Fox, the creator of Undertale, actually composed the battle theme for the tower here, which is a great song. I really like it. I don't think it really fits, but it's a great theme overall. It also has a bunch of similarities to an older joke song he made about a man having a baby or something.
Master of offense and defense, a warrior of perfect balance. All right, now Moody, pull out your fucking Golden Lewis.
All right.
Oh wow, you gotta get put in the ground, dude.
That's enough practice.
That's
That's enough winning, he said. I don't want to win anymore.
I also hear that
Yeah, I mean, I felt a little bad.
Now, you might think
know.
I'm done here, but I'm not. I still have some extra things to talk about. Believe it or not,
And you know what?
like the Minions,
I'll even give you
I played
the
another
Archon.
Pokemon
Okay.
game, actually, X and
You don't want
Y,
the music
just to
box?
check it out as a
I don't
video.
care.
One thing
go.
I noticed almost instantly is the quality of cutscenes is much higher.
I can't
That's
even
not
hear
what
it
I wanted
right
to
now.
talk about. The menus in X and Y, they're quick and responsive. In Sword and Shield, I feel that they lag. It's just a tad slow, you know? Not just option to option, but you also think the Game Freak would have figured out how to load a model more quickly by now. Why does it take more than a second?
Oh man, I'm pretty bad on this stage, man. I don't know.
Which stage are you good at? Do you want to switch?
Yeah, you just died real quick so we can change.
All right, I'll go easy on you just for now. Feel free to kill me.
Let's get on with that now. Charizard's Gigantamax was unneeded and
What?
wholly
How'd
pointless.
she
Leon
not
could
get
have had a
knocked down?
Gigantamax Toxtricity and it probably would have suited him better. The design is good, however, and it allows Charizard to stand on his 2 legs.
No.
What are you
He
doing?
needs to change about him.
You think I know what I'm doing? I just said I'm not good on this stage. Did you not hear me?
It's just a Butterfree with different wings. Don't care for it. That Pikachu's pretty
Nice.
cute. He even yells P when he Gigantamaxes. I have no idea why you'd use a Pikachu for competitive battling though, and seeing as Raichu doesn't get a similar Gigantamax, what's the point? Same with Meow. I like the streaky design, long cat and all, but this is his 3rd special form, and all he's being used for is money farming.
that Meowth just looks
My
like
Starship, bro?
Cat dog without the dog.
Starship, bro?
Okay, what I'm about to say is, I mean, I don't know if they've changed it right now. To
Cat
have
dog.
Gigantamax Pokemon in on the
Cat
and
dog.
this review.
Yeah, so yeah.
That was such an interesting
Actually,
show.
Unless you were just
Okay,
playing
I guess you
like
didn't
I
want the
said.
buff.
Gigantamax Marchamp looks pretty neat, just he's not for me. Thank God he's wearing pants now, though. I was wondering if he'd ever cover himself up. Gengar gets a
Now
Gigantamax
that
also
looks
makes
like a
two, I
Ben
think,
10
on one
character.
side. They've already chucked it in the
That
trash
matchup?
the other images and half the Pokédex. It was interesting the first time I saw it, but who asked for another Gengar form?
Nice.
Kingler! Now this is a Gen 1
What the fuck does that look like?
Gigantamax form. What's scarier than a giant enemy crab? Also love how he turns into a spider crab. If he didn't have that weird beard, he'd be almost perfect.
Nice.
Lapras again,
Good
hitting us
burst.
with those real
I
surprising
mean-
Yeah, thanks.
Gigantamaxes, aren't you?
It was like, oh, the
It
combos
helped your
are
life.
great.
Eevee got one too, of course, and don't like it. And if you don't like an Eevee,
It was still a
anything,
good
would've been
time to
another
burst.
Snorlax
I couldn't
has
do
an
anything there.
ecosystem growing on its stomach. Not like there was
Alright.
any other Pokemon out there who could have had an ecosystem growing on
Sarah, no.
My Starship,
Maybe one
bro?
that was in like a movie recently, one that
Oh,
you know
Oh, Toho
was
fan.
really big in that specific movie. I actually
Toho
can't believe
fan
they
in
gave
chat?
the ecosystem shit to Snorlax just because he's the fan favorite and left out the Pokemon with
Toho
the
fan
little
was there
tree
last time. I
growing on its
forgot
back.
who
It's
it
insane.
was.
Gigantamax Garbodor sucks.
Oh,
And that sucks in itself.
believe
because it's the only
this
Pokemon not
is-
from Gen 1 or 8. Wait, the list here says Melmetal? What? And what Gen
Dr.
is it from?
Conrad.
You can only get him in Pokemon Go, apparently?
Dr.
So he's not in
Conrad.
any
Howdy,
generation?
howdy.
Well,
Thank
that's
you for
just great.
stopping
It
by.
looks like it sucks anyway. Moving on. Corviknight's Gigantamax looks
You
cool.
get your buff.
Not for me. It's cool enough. It gives
Actually,
me
yeah, I
a-
want to spectate you
I
too.
didn't even know it was a Gigantamax when I first saw it, so That's
You want to spectate,
Beatles is very
bro?
creative, and I like
Bro, no. Pull up the Potemkin clip. Pull up the Twitch video or the Twitter video.
Sense to be an entire mountain of coal and
Yeah, I should. But I can't pause the movie.
Entirely different evolutions of Applin.
Oh, I meant that.
Same Gigantamax, which is
Yeah.
Because I'm definitely going to do that like 100 times in this, as Bridget. It's my legal obligation to just be constantly jumping.
I like
just get Tarple.
It's quite creative.
Toho is interesting.
Tornado, which I think is creative, but
I still haven't taken the
nothing.
dive into Toho.
you tried Sandaconda, but I still don't like
I've
it.
listened to some music and like
Toxtricity
seen character design, but that's about it.
But he looks really cool. And
Yeah, character design is nice. Oh, you almost got him.
No, if I held it down like a second longer, I would have got him.
Finally, why it was so small. It's because it's so long. It looks like a
I enjoy the
when
fan
he
base of
moves,
Toho,
which is
but
a nice
I
touch,
haven't actually
but
gotten
not really
into
for me. It's not something that just. I don't think Radiator and instantly
Man.
that's cool.
Red centipedes just make me think of Tokyo Ghoul and the red centipede ear torture.
I'm just a big fan of Gigantamax.
Oh yeah.
The centipede character's
It looks like he's
pretty
busted
cool,
right out of
too.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
But you know what'd be even worse torture than that in Tokyo Ghoul is Tokyo Mirage Sessions Sharp FE.
Oh, fuck off.
Being dropped into your ear.
I've already talked about the design hidden by the big
Fire.
Duraludon, whatever the hell it's called, turns into London's tallest tower, the Shard.
I'm an undying warrior with the tenacity to win.
Still don't
Undying,
like
he
it.
said.
And that is all the new Pokemon in Sword and Shield. Holy shit, small message for future me. Don't do this ever again. Stick to a maximum 20-minute videos. Message taken. Previous Rob, I fucking hate myself. And now on to the stuff that maybe only I had a problem with. Probably not that I
Why is
was
Potemkin a mecha in
very
Strive?
clear
Well,
that
Potemkin
this
has
one
like this
specifically only applies
like
to
genetic
me. All the other
this
stuff
not
is pure
disability,
fact,
but I guess it is a disability
by the way, this
where
is
he
my
just
opinion. Other than the fact
gets
that
a ton
I
of
felt one
power
feeling
and body
throughout
mass
this
every
game, a feeling that didn't actually go
like
away
over
since
time.
I'd say about
So
halfway through,
like
maybe a little
in
bit
Guilty
halfway
Gear
through, I
to
felt
Guilty Gear
guilty. I was
XX
smashing
accent
down upon a
core,
kid who just
he
wanted
just
to
gets
battle under
stronger and
his base.
bigger.
I had no
But then
option to cheer
in
him up,
Xrd
no
he
option
got
to
so
help him
big
out,
that he needed
no
like
option
this
to just help him train
this
or
suit to
I
help
just had nothing.
regulate
I
his
just
power.
slogged on ahead and fought leader
And,
after leader, earning badge after badge, and not feeling
He
good
just
about
kept
it
it in
at all.
Strive.
Why? At first I thought it was just a hop thing. Despite him being as shallow as a puddle, he's still pretty likable, so I got a little bit attached to him. But no, it wasn't just that. I was being handed
nice.
the wins
You
on a
garbled the
silver
garble.
platter. I wasn't trying, and so the victories weren't really
dang.
victories, were they?
Yeah, I've gotten a lot worse at doing my inputs, it feels.
Being a gear is suffering. I don't think he's a gear. He's just a dude with a really buff
with
mutation.
He's just a fucking freak.
To be called
Yeah.
champion. I blasted
is
through the linear routes, destroyed
massive
everyone
freak.
in my way with no problems, massacred
He's
anyone who
freaking
didn't
I mean,
call themselves my rival, and defeated
I guess
the
being a
champ
gear
without
is
any issues
suffering, but
whatsoever.
all of Kai's
Then my
family, they're all
second playthrough, I
gears.
spent like,
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe an hour
That
doing
cutscene
raids.
where
I didn't even
he's
need
realizing
to fight
Soul is his
Raids.
father-in-law.
I
Is still like,
easy to get competitive
he's like,
Pokemon fast, but
no,
why not
no,
focus on
stop
the
talking,
instant
stop
candies
thinking
and
about
whatnot
it,
to beat the
don't
champ?
say anything.
I mean, that way you can create a balanced game with
Please.
difficulty that you can actually control a lot easier. And don't tell me I should just not use the candies. I was already doing a Nuzlocke. I was already doing one of the hardest runs in a Pokemon game. If something is presented to you in a video game, you're gonna use it, generally speaking. That's why I hate pre-order bonuses and shit that give you overpowered weapons. It completely takes away from the intended experience. I defeated the entire league, saved the world, became the champion, and then was appointed to royalty to top it all off.
Well, let's see.
I didn't earn that.
Weiss, do you want to
Apparently,
explain it?
Leon
You're
spent
probably
his whole
better
life
at
training
explaining
until
it
finally
than me.
becoming the champion, and I whipped that away from him in a couple of hours.
Soul
That
and
just feels
Kai's
like
relationship.
bullshit. Even when I lose, I don't lose. Not only does Hop say you could do better, and that
Soul
doesn't
and
really count,
Kai's
but Leon
relationship.
too. Is that the best you can do?
They
What if it is? Suddenly when I'm dropped down to an
No,
I feel
Jimmy,
like
they're
I'm
in-laws.
you're
Yeah.
stronger. I tried to see what would happen if I entered the league tournament.
Kai's
The
wife
champion was
is
just a grubbin.
Soul's
Lost
biological
instantly.
daughter.
And still champion.
Yeah.
I didn't think that Game Freak would let anyone else become the
okay,
champion,
I
but
guess
heck,
I'll
it's certainly
explain it.
something that should be a thing. If I won the title
They used to be
against
rivals,
tournament,
though,
why can't
so-
someone else? Why can't I ask
They
someone
had,
else
like,
to be
initially
the
a bad
franchise of the world and
relationship,
make the game
but
something
then,
worth being proud of? Why are we giving this
Souls-
as their first Switch entry? It's a 3DS
Soul's waifu ended up having
Everything in
a
this game
gear
will be
child,
made
and
on 3DS,
then
you know
yeah,
it.
Kai
The
fell in
only
love
thing
with
that's
that
changed
child,
is
and
somehow we got less content
Yeah,
and
okay, that's
slightly
nice.
better graphics.
simple, right?
Good one.
I
Yeah,
really-
it's
I really do.
simple
You might
the
think
way
I
you
hate
put
but
it.
I don't. I love it. I want one to be
Oh, okay, it's a complicated way.
amazing
I mean,
Pokemon
you
game
could
because I
you
love
could
it so much.
mention Justice and how
I mean, I just compare this to Sonic
and how
Forces,
she's a
right?
robot
I
mecha
didn't
with
create
a
an
massive
hour-long review
dong
Sonic
of
Forces because
Soul's
I hate
actual
it.
wife,
No, I well, I do
and
hate
how
Sonic Forces.
Soul killed
I
her,
don't hate
and that's why
Sonic,
he's the
though.
guilty gear.
I love Sonic, and I love Pokemon.
Yeah, Soul killed his
Things that I
waifu.
love. And obviously,
And
a
it-
Fuck
oh,
you.
Sonic characters thrown in is
Good-
going to be
good
a lot
one.
shorter than a Pokemon game.
But
So
yeah,
obviously this video is
it's
going to be a
very
lot
funny.
longer because I got a lot more to talk about.
It's very funny.
Speaking of much longer, I'm going to use this section here.
I
to
mean,
talk
you're
about
you can explain
Pokemon
about that
DLC.
mecha waifu dog.
Here we go.
Go ahead,
I mean,
you
I
got
already
this.
did.
You got
I
this.
already did.
I'm Masuda from Game Freak.
It's all you.
And I'm Amori, also from Game Freak. We did our best to fill these titles with fun activities so that our players could have a fulfilling
Oh,
experience.
nice.
Bro, my super?
It doesn't work. Remember?
After I
It
finish
doesn't have
playing it.
invulnerability.
No, I fucking
Throw this in the bin.
even
Oh,
when you know
before
I
that.
wasn't in a
I see.
combo string,
Am I
it
seeing this
fucking
correctly?
wouldn't come
Does the
out.
rock
I
type
see.
gym have the exact
Like I
same
said,
puzzle as the ice gym?
My ability to do
Is it the same
inputs
layout too?
is
I
drastically
think it
lower.
does.
My
Is
hands,
the
it might be
Pokemon
because my
gym
hands are sweaty or
pinball shit as the
something.
ghost type one then? It is.
Alright, so basically-
Yeah, it's just exactly. They're both the same alternate colored puzzles. What the
It's the
hell?
gnat, by
I've
the
been
way.
thinking about how much we'd like it if everyone's Pokemon adventures could go on even
Dang.
longer, with more to dig into and new discoveries to explore.
Here comes the content that should have been in at launch, and I bet it's completely free.
We've been working on plans for some time, in fact.
Yeah, that's
know you
probably
have.
the best way to
If the game
avoid
had
that.
been rushed out, I'm sure those
It's
plans
just getting
would have
hit
been
by
in it at launch,
backdashing.
or at least it wouldn't
Because
have
if you
so many
get counter
fucking
hit, you
problems.
just get
This is why
blockbuster.
we at Game Freak are now developing the Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield
Yeah.
expansion pass.
I'm
Good,
hearing the word
good job
pass.
not bursting
I
that.
don't like that word. It reminds me of season pass. I don't like.
I was
A downloadable
well,
expansion.
don't worry.
of Pokemon
It's just
Sword
because I
and
wasn't
Pokemon
button mashing
Shield
enough.
that will be available for purchase from Nintendo eShop.
Available for purchase. Available for purchase. Everybody bought a game not even worth $60. Fucking
Okay.
give them even
Oof.
more money. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you
Burst?
fucking
Oh,
kidding
never
me?
mind. If you get hit by
At least it's
a
not
grab
another
or something, and they don't hit you,
I swear,
on the
to
ground,
God, if it's over $20,
then you can just
Hi
gold
there,
burst
it's me,
every
Red
time
from
you
the
wake
future
up.
once more. I
You
did
can
this
just
once
smash it.
previously. So after looking
Oh,
online,
nice
I have
movement.
found out that the
Too bad it's
DLC
more.
cost is $30 American, or for me, 50 fucking bucks.
50
No.
New Zealand
Fuck
dollars.
Australia.
That's like $20 off the price of
That's
Sonic Forces.
very unfortunate. And it's not even a
The
good,
DLC probably has
good
more,
update.
more length than Sonic Forces.
That
Just goes to
damage,
show
yeah,
how bad Sonic
exactly.
Forces is. No, what I'm trying
Just
to say
don't buy
here
it
is
at that
buy a
point.
better game for that
Fucking
amount of money.
pay. This means he paid 70
Fucking bucks.
for Sonic Forces.
Dang.
That's the real
Jeez.
carnage.
I got it for free on PlayStation Plus, and I still haven't never played it.
Lamau.
I mean, if it's free, it's worth a go, I'd argue.
New wild area.
Oh,
Yeah,
good stuff,
the
dude.
baby
But I have other games for free from PlayStation
You've
Plus that
seriously
I
got no gameplay
haven't
to show.
played either. That I'd probably
If you're
play
gonna show
first.
something off, if you're trying to get people to
That
buy
is
your
very
product,
fair.
you have to show the product. I can bet you $100 that
Big
the
damage.
wild area in the actual game doesn't look anywhere near as good as these illustrations, and that's why they're simply not showing any gameplay of it. I mean, the first fucking wild area
nice
got
job
a huge backlash. Why should they
countering
do
that
that again?
backdash.
Smart move, Game
So,
Freak. Very smart move.
Good thing.
Deceptive,
Oh,
but smart
bad.
move. Okay, here we have Galarian Slowpoke, which is just Slowpoke with
no.
the ability to evolve into Slowbro.
This is the thing, Jimmy, I would.
They're trying to keep it a mystery for some reason. Guys, you have to give us at least one reason to buy the expansion pass. Also, I'd like to point out that I was completely right in the fact that Game Freak is now locking older
No, because I
Pokemon
paid
behind
for it
paywall
60
or
USD.
Oh, no.
Galarian Slowpoke, no matter if they have bought the DLC. So, I
Yikes.
mean, like, they'll need the files in their game or else they won't be
Sonic
able to
Forces
Alright,
was
fight
60
against
tapping
something
out.
like that.
My fucking
So,
wristers.
we'll see how that goes down.
alright.
Then they focus on yet another drawing. This time
Tag
it seems
out.
to be of another battle tower.
Tag me in.
Thought it might
Tag
be
me
a
in,
Battle
Chief.
Frontier for a
Yeah.
second, but they really only focus on the one.
I mean, I think the problem of all these games is that they're all full price. Maybe some of them would be alright for like
Oh, no.
40 or 20 or something.
I love how they're trying to show off these new
Yeah.
clothes and gets excited and still not showing
I
us a
had high
single
hopes.
minute, a single second, a single frame of how
My
it will
OC
actually look
simulator.
in game.
It's not good.
was the buzz again, Game Freak? What was it? 40,
With Sonic in it.
Just take it off.
You know what?
I did wear that T-shirt. To be fair,
It's
like,
actually worth $60.
yeah, no, not once did I buy it at full price, but I did buy it more than once.
Oh, yikes, dude.
Yeah.
Why?
And there's Venusaur and Blastoise.
Hey, look, I like Sonic.
Game files. It's not even new artwork.
All of them? You didn't even buy the new Pokemon games. I think they're probably better than the Sonic one.
Son of a bitch, I'm in.
The stuff that I like about Sonic is not necessarily what most people like about Sonic. And I can kind of be like, for example, my favorite Sonic game is SA1. That's not changing.
So it looks like the 3 starters are
Oh,
also
that's a good choice. For me, it's Sonic Adventure 2, though.
Yeah, for a lot of people it is.
The weird thing is, none of them actually grow.
But a lot of people like loved
that sounds wrong.
Colors and Generations. That's where like Colors and Generations is where a lot of people think, you know, the real Sonic is. That's not normally where I'd...
Oh, not getting
Okay, well, what do you love about Forces that made you want to buy it twice?
Nothing in particular. It was that it had a character creator that was... It worked, it was fine.
What's this one doing?
You don't think you're gonna run out of content until you do, and then it felt decent to be like just S-ranking everything. It's like push button, make the good juices come out of Bryn. It's like, haha, I can fool myself into thinking I'm good at something.
A muddly textured cave with nothing interesting in it.
Dude, he's so good. I'm just getting...
I feel like this cave should be open to the sky with that amount
Oh boy.
in the water are actually
I'm just getting trapped everywhere.
That's not how reflections work. Next 0.5 seconds. Yeah, that doesn't look anywhere near
Yeah, there...
What else can I say?
It had decent, like, a few decent, like, in-level cutscenes, like the one with the train, for example. Like, your Sonic OC, which was basically just Spider-Man, was pretty... Like, you could get in whatever drip you wanted and have it displayed in some very good cutscenes.
No.
And that's what I did with the game.
It's literally not even 2 seconds. It's 1 second.
It's for
3 milliseconds. Isle of Armor.
I mean, you can get drip in Pokemon too, though.
Oh, that was sick.
We already have 3, but whatever, I guess.
What do you say about Pokemon?
Whatever, Regice,
Oh, like there are costumes and stuff in that too.
Please give me 1 moment.
Yeah, but only if you like...
I had ICPM in Strive.
The red and blue
the launch attack?
Put a focus on the Regis and then give the new forms
The
to
dive
the
bomb?
Generation 1 Pokemon. Fucking hell, lucky I like the designs, especially Zapdos.
Oh,
The Crown Tundra. So far, what I got
Yeah,
from this
sorry,
is that we're getting
1
2
moment,
wild areas, each one with 1
Conrad.
building it from what I've
And,
seen,
thank
that
you for
will be our
stopping by.
in-game. Need to remind any of you that in Gold and Silver we got a whole region as our post-game. In Emerald, an entire battle frontier.
No,
In Pearl and
Catherine.
Diamond, a whole bunch of new areas to explore. In Black and White,
Paying
another
for
half of the
games.
map. In Black and White 2, battles against former gym leaders and characters from past
ICPM.
games. By the way, this is me from the future. They actually laughed at you that they were going to bring in other champions from other regions into the DLC, and they say, ha 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 ha, no we didn't. You know why? Because that means I'd have to put extra effort in, and guess what? They wouldn't even be able to use their proper teams. Despite them showing Garchomp, apparently he's not even in the DLC. Cynthia couldn't even come. A bunch of them couldn't come. I can't come when I'm playing Pokemon Sword and Shield. Need to remind any of you that X and Y didn't even have a post-game bar submissions with Looker, or that Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire had that quite frankly insulting statue stating that the Battle Frontier was under construction, or that the new area in Ultra Sun and Moon was simply long hallways with nothing to do in them, even though it was stated that it was a city. This is the post-game that we would have gotten from Game Freak if they had actually been allowed to try. We should not have to pay for this. Unless, and this is a very big unless this post-game is so meaty, there's so many hours of
Okay,
content that it
comes.
dwarfs any of the previous Pokemon games post-game. That should at least be expected, right?
If it is on the channel, it's a lowercase o, Jimmy. Just thought I'd help you out there.
Pokemon games apart from X and Y, which is
It's funnier to
Alright, there's still 30
not
minutes.
Just type it, yeah.
Yeah.
We have not even been through half of it.
What did you think of this first look?
I really enjoyed it, thank you so much.
If you buy the Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield expansion pass, you'll be able to enjoy both as they're released.
I love how they still haven't mentioned anything about the price of this DLC. I mean, because if people are buying double packs, there's no way they're passing on the opportunity to rip them the fuck off.
There are two versions of the expansion pass. One for Pokemon Sword, and one for Pokemon Shield. Different Pokemon will appear in the different versions, and you'll also run into some different people in places.
It is fucked they don't even get the same DLC.
Seeing gold Lewis get shipped to death sure is a vibe I adore.
They're fucking geniuses.
Yeah, where he flings across the screen.
Geniuses.
Hey,
you know those
okay,
Rattyys that we saw, the 2 different versions?
Nodders,
One goes in Pokemon Sword, one goes in Pokemon Shield.
Exclamation point, Nano. What are you guys doing?
One goes in Pokemon Sword, one goes in Pokemon Shield. So fucking.
There's no come command, bro.
Poison one,
I see what corpses.
There we go. The possibility.
Should screen cap this chat for corpse.
So now they say they're going to show us concept art. They already kind of did
This
that.
really is the lowest
IQ
IQ chat.
well. At least show us some new shit. Okay.
Just proving the point.
Styles and modes are we going to see here?
Oh no.
Mustard.
When playing with the Pokemon Sword expansion pass, you'll be training with Clara. When playing with the Pokemon Shield expansion pass, you will be training with Avery, who is a psychic type
right. I was bang on the mark with that one. I don't want Avery, Game Freak. I don't want Avery. What, you expect me to go out and buy Pokemon Sword so I can get the other girl? I actually
Free damage.
They're actually fucking doing this. Okay, now they're talking about new editions.
Everything's fine. We're all
already been in the game
intellectuals
like
here, surely.
Game. Jesus Christ, the apricorns. I thought that was a Johto thing, but whatever. I like more balls.
Oh,
and an XP charm that gets your team more XP points. Are you fucking kidding me? I want to turn the fucking thing off. So there's also Marnie's clothes too, apparently. Great. Now I can be a protagonist with no personality, dressed up as an NPC with no personality.
You'll even be able to obtain new
Alright, I'm sorry about that, Conrad.
Who gives a shit about that?
Damn. Holy shit. You just slaughtered him.
Corpse already sees me in Bag's chat. Her opinion of me can't get any lower.
No.
You've told us that there's a guy called Mustard there.
Nice.
And depending on our version, an NPC which doesn't even have a gym now, a new Pokemon which will most likely have a version exclusive evolution, and some new customization items. In my opinion, that's not an experience at all. It sounds like a free update.
That's fair.
Something about what kind of Pokemon will be there, or what kind of size of the wild area we can expect, or how many hours of gameplay we'll have, or what you can actually
fucking
do in the
red, calculated.
Next, I'd like
Just
to
Jimmy fears nothing. That's a fact.
What?
Which has a theme of exploration.
Yeah, you said the base game had a theme of exploration too. You don't know how explorative that is.
Take a look for yourself at the beautiful scenery of this shining, silvery landscape.
Ah, yes, the beautiful scenery of the shining, silvery landscape, which isn't actually in the game. This doesn't mean shit. If you want to show off your beautiful landscapes in your game, show us the landscapes in the game. I'm sure the original Wild area had beautiful concept art too. Doesn't stop it from looking like a cowpack grown moldy in the sun.
You might find a strange temple where you least expect it, or maybe spy a mysterious giant tree growing in a place that doesn't seem to belong.
Fuck, man. I don't know about you guys, but I've already seen plenty of trees that look like they don't belong. I didn't realize that it was a selling point. Apparently, you'll be able to go into the Pokemon dens, some holes in the ground in the wild area. Okay, here's Calyrex, the new legendary Pokemon.
Calyrex looks fucking stupid.
On it? What? I mean, you know your wild area is a rip-off of Breath of the Wild. Like, but don't make it so obvious, Game
Oh no!
You're just jealous Calyrex has a bunch of Triforces.
Yeah.
Story why he's got such a big, tiny bloody body. Like, not even counting the giant green thing. It's got like a regular.
Like, would it be the Triforce at that point?
Body with those long-ass legs coming out. What the hell
like
is this thing?
You'll be able to meet
Viz Frozen? Oh shoot.
all kinds of legendary Pokemon during your adventures in the Crown Tundra.
Oh, that's the cloud ones you were talking about?
Not like they're supposed to be special or anything. Also, I'm wondering whether this co-op mode will actually be anything substantial.
The video froze like a billion hours ago.
Oh my god, that's a long time ago.
Oh shit!
There's always the side tube. Exclamation mark side tube.
I don't like the way he worded that.
Thank
it makes
you,
me feel like
Ratty.
there's a catch. They're gonna make Mew another $50 Pokeball again.
It also appears that some brand new
Ouch.
legendary
You don't notice
Pokemon
things.
are also waiting to be found somewhere.
Professional streamer.
The
by the way.
window is so small.
Aren't just new forms for the Kanto
Well,
trio?
yeah, it's a Strive stream.
Hear that?
It's not a.
Customization items will be added.
It's not a watchalong stream. It's not a reaction.
Yeah, look at the game title. The game title says Guilty Gear Strive.
Both areas are in fact seamless maps, much like the wild area you can already experience in the.
It would have been funnier if you tagged it Pokemon Sword and Shield.
Are you really all that surprised that they used concept art to try and say how beautiful the landscape was?
All right, let's
This
see.
looks like a PS2 game.
Players are able to move around.
Yeah, I'm tempted to see how long I could get away with watching Gundam on stream, because someone used one of the recent Gundam games, and then they just put Gundam on stream.
It's like that guy putting UFC on screen, then just putting himself in the corner with the controller.
I mean, it makes it surprising. No,
Yeah, this is totally that UFC fighting game, don't you know? It just has better graphics than you've ever seen.
I mean, the Pokemon Company's going to be trying to quell that backlash as much as they can now since the first.
Dad works at Sony.
All those
No.
stupid shit.
Yeah, his dad works at Sony, that's all.
Kill the same DLC at once, though. Okay, so Pokemon Home is coming to an
Graphics are really good.
Bring over Pokemon that don't appear in Sword and Shield.
Oh,
At
that's
least
sad.
It says it's a no-cost update. That's good.
They put Temkin in gold Blue's fight. Oh, these heavyweights. Evil
Online
Catherine.
subscription or something else? Because it says some features. That
The
doesn't
screen
ring
just
well with
shakes
me.
every time they
If Pokemon Bank had a
move.
subscription, I'd beat my ass. This one does too. Also, apparently going on right now, there's a
I
new
want
update
to see
Sword
how
and
long
Shield, which
until they
allows you to meet
notice.
the new
Oh
girl
no.
Clara or the new guy Avery. For fuck's sake, I'm not
Evil
even gonna
Catherine
bother. Who the fuck
classic
wants to meet
hooligan
Avery?
movie.
This was your one chance to get more people to buy Shield, Game Freak. Should have fucking used it. You're also able to catch Galarian Slowpoke.
Classic
I mean,
Catherine
that's pretty
H.
cool.
Cypher
Galarian
maneuver.
Slowpoke can evolve into Galarian Slowbro if you use an item that can be found on the Isle of Armor.
So what you're doing is giving us a Pokemon that we can't evolve unless we purchase the DLC pack.
Yeah, that's
even
not
scummier
even
than
the
just
worst of
not
it.
giving us a
Yeah,
Pokemon.
that's horrible.
That is worse.
Nothing at the time,
Slowbro,
but
We
like
want- we
literally
want
in
money.
all of your menus,
DLC, and it's not even out
all
yet.
of your
I'm just
menus
recording anyway. Not even out of time.
have an ad for the DLC until you buy it.
That's the worst part.
Oh, that's terrible to hear. It's not even out yet.
Nice.
Fuck you. No, I looked up the patch notes to check
Oh,
out the
buy
bugs
this
or
thing
what
that's not
areas
even
that
out,
have been
guys.
patched, and
No, like they added it once it was out, the advertisement for it, but
apparently the glitch we can use, which is time
the Pokemon they gave you was like, yeah, you can evolve this Pokemon if you buy the DLC.
climbing ladders, the FPS drops, there's the arena distance in the
But
wild area.
I think the worst
Dittos,
in-game
and it's been
DLC
built.
advertisement was in Dragon Age Origins, where you're given like a quest. It seems like a regular quest, and you can go there, and then the quest starts, and like this dude's dying and stuff. He's like, oh, I got hit by arrows, and this mysterious, faction
And
is
the only way
after
to
me.
save me is to
Yeah.
pay like $40 or some
In the
shit.
menu, it says it like buy DLC. It takes you to the store page and shit. I was like, what the fuck is this?
That's so shady.
It was the worst thing I'd ever seen.
Oh, is it combo time?
I decided not to buy the Dragon Age Origins DLC. I pirated it instead, and I'm proud of it.
2 seconds of gameplay for.
Oh yeah,
BioWare.
2 seconds.
yeah, Jimmy, Rikair is like the biggest fan of Pokemon.
And Ubisoft will do the season pass.
Yeah, and
that
next,
right, Rick?
in the next Dragon Age game, they'll add stamina as well.
Just as bad. It's all
Rikair is actually a
So you
Pokemon
can play only a little bit of the game
holding Pokemon on high standard.
until you a lot of
Oh my
in.
gosh,
In
you're
real
saying it's
lifetime.
gonna be made by a Korean company?
Yeah.
Oh
You're gonna
god.
have you're gonna have like 30 alts so you can keep playing the game all day?
Yeah.
Farming for gold and trading with people?
I guess at least the best thing about it is that it's not gotcha. It's still not gotcha at least.
What are you talking
Not
about?
gotcha yet.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Those games always have a gotcha as well.
Yeah,
In addition
like
to a stamina system.
And I still would have preferred an entirely new game, of course, but Black and White 2 gave
Yeah,
me
no matter how
areas
bad
and
BioWare is,
story.
at
It
least
was
it's
a
not that bad
much
shit.
like Final Fantasy X-2, nowhere near as different, but it was a step up at least.
Well, yeah,
How
so
much
wait,
do you
it's
mean?
and we'll sell your avatars
None of them is
using gacha?
One is just
Oh no! I
I
cornered
don't like
myself.
You wanna have
the
a cool
newest
skin?
game?
to shave a bunch of content out and
one?
then rush out and unfinish the game in itself,
Pokemon?
and they left that at a high price. Actually, I think this DLC model is worse than the updated game, because at least if I bought Sun and Moon and not Ultra Sun and Moon, or Pearl and Diamond but not
Yeah,
Platinum,
co-op would
I know
be
at least
cool.
I got it completed.
That would be an
The
actual
updated
reason to
version
buy it.
later only having small tweaks here
Instead
and
of,
there, or possibly
acquiring it
missing
through
or
other
something.
means.
Anyway, I never felt the need to buy Ultra Sun or Platinum or
Ouch.
Yellow version. You get what I'm saying here, but I'm not saying the third version.
Yeah,
is
that's fair.
Again, it's awful. If I could just have
That's
my
the
own
only
game,
reason I
like a
bought
polished,
Resident Evil
complete,
6.
singular Pokemon game with hours upon hours of content for everyone to enjoy, and then a few years later release another one with an
Nice.
entirely new region
Oh,
story and
nice.
Pokemon. And I think that game
That
should be able to
is
resolve that
nice.
problem up until that point. Game Freak is part of the largest media
I think it
franchise
does
in the
more chip
world. They have
damage
the
than,
resources to make something like
regular
Skyrim
damage
and
against
GTA
Potemkin.
5 combined. Before I called
Curious.
this game rushed, but after
For some
further
reason I doubt
contemplation, this game's about as rushed as.
Because isn't chip damage like literally 1?
Unfinished.
I think it's more than 1.
I don't say
I mean,
out
this
of
is
the
chip
hating
damage
Pokemon.
if
I want it to be the best that it can be. I love Pokemon.
If I
and
hit
I
one of
realize that
this
Sword and Shield
on his
have
shield.
actually given us some really neat additions, some quality of life changes that have been needed
But I
for
guess
years.
I won't get that
But
chance.
for every step that they take forward, they take an equal amount of
Damn
steps
it.
back.
This
but even
fucking
more.
gnat is gonna
And for
fucking
every
kill me.
addition they add, they remove just as many, if not more.
Probably
For
bitten you
example,
already.
adding
You probably have
Dynamaxing,
unknown
get rid of the
diseases already.
Zumos, Get rid of the Mega Evolutions,
Rip
and change
Rattyy.
your Pokemon's nature. Well, you're taking away control
Is
of
that
the
what they
experience share.
talk about when they say, "Are you natty, bro?"
That this controversy happened.
So true. So true, Beth.
That's a different kind of natty.
Trying anything, so an outcry is something this series
boy.
needed. Otherwise, people would just keep eating it up. And we
Ratty's
would
getting a very
just
special
never
kind
know,
of natty.
right?
I'm
Only
natty,
for
bro.
Ratty.
I'm natty.
He's
bro.
really
It's
natty.
getting- Seeing all these people defend it.
He'll give you the plague.
Seeing how Game Freak
Let's go.
still hasn't changed their tune. The Pokemon
Uh-oh.
company hasn't said
Am I gonna
anything.
get-
Oh my
different.
god,
Nothing.
no!
What was our apology? When
What's
so
up,
many
Rikair?
people, hundreds,
I'm
thousands
playing
of
a
people
game and I bought too many items so I can't
outcried
move.
that this was
Oof.
just not what they expected.
I'm
not
stuck
what
at the
we
trading
expected
post.
From
Oof.
the highest grossing
Yes, encumbered.
media franchise in the world. What did they say?
My spleen.
They said, "Hi, we hear you. We don't care. We're gonna go ahead with this anyway."
Which
Even
game are
when
you
they
playing?
said things that they were doing.
Skyrim?
For example, the
Cyberpunk?
National Dex. I don't really.
I'm playing an MMO.
I
New
see.
World?
I don't really care about the National Dex.
No.
I need to move like
It's not
2
a
feet.
huge
No.
problem to me because generally speaking, I'm not
You
gonna.
have never mentioned
transfer
MMOs.
Pokemon over anyway. But I used to really enjoy that, and I thought to myself, why aren't I bothering to transfer Pokemon over anymore? Why can't I be bothered doing this?
No.
It's just because it's not worth it anymore in my eyes. What's the point? What do I get out of it? Do I get hours and hours of more fun? No, I can online battle. I can fill up the Pokédex, but what does that do? Shiny
that was
charms
just luck
for
on my end.
shinies for a game which doesn't have any content left. I thought about
nice.
shiny hunting for a while, but then I realized, I can't even trade the Pokemon over, and I can't even.
Fucking gold.
What's the point? What am I going to save them for? I won't even be able to use it in the next game, probably.
Carrying my entire inventory's weight in
What I'm
gold.
trying to say is that for a $60 game, we sure aren't getting $60 worth of content, and that's kind of sad. Especially if you're paying $120. You sure as hell shouldn't be getting 2 of the same game. Like, is that not crazy to anybody else out there? It's one thing to pay $60 for a game with a small amount of content, but then it's another thing to buy a version of that game which is almost exactly the same, with the same content. Why?
Nice try.
Why?
Nice try.
Why?
Nice
Why are
try.
you doing that? And if you're a kid, you don't know that they're 2 of the same
Alright,
game. You
let's
think
see,
that they're different
I
games. They're
completely
advertised
disregarded
as
Gen
different
8,
games.
and I didn't know it
Advertised at
got
the
that
same
bad.
time. They're advertised as
And
different
people
games.
are
This is
looking forward
Pokemon
to Gen
Sword.
9.
This is Pokemon Shield.
I'm
They're
looking for
completely
Grim.
different. But they're
I'm
not.
looking forward
As
to
a kid,
Gen.
I know
the next
specifically
Pokemon Gen.
when
I get to
was
play it
going
with
play
other
Pokemon
people, that's the
Fire
only
Red, I thought
reason.
Leaf Green was a completely different game.
You
This
get to
one's got
play with
Charizard,
people
this one's
that
got
also
Venusaur.
buy Gen.
They're different games.
And that's a
They're 2
special
different games,
hell
but
if you
they're
want.
not.
I bought it for them.
I was like, that
So-
was
Yeah.
sad, man.
That's even worse.
That's
Rikair.
what I would expect of Rikair.
Horrible way to deceive you all.
Sasuga.
It is scummy to the highest level. And then it's scummy again.
Oh, nice.
All of this double do
No one I know is paying
It's
for games, so
scummy
when I
in
want
the
to play
first
with
place.
them.
It's scummy to create a second version of the game. The only one that is
I'll buy the game
worth maybe
so we can
being a different game. is
game
Black and
together.
White.
Alright.
If there's one thing
Alright,
Yeah,
Moody,
I'm
what's your
just gonna-
Nintendo Online?
is that
I already have
no
your key,
company
right?
Is
Key?
is a saint. No company is always going to care.
I'm
about
just
you.
gonna,
even your most cherished games, your most cherished companies
You know.
can
Just gonna-
fall victim to the
I'm gonna get the special PC version.
black insatiable, limitless black hole. That's what I was going to say. That is greed. And even if you think they're looking
Maybe
at
play it on my Steam Deck.
even companies that use
Shout
No,
out
I
to
don't
some
have a Steam
ordinary
Deck.
gamers.
all that they could in each game. I specifically remember one of the directors of Pokemon Black and White talking about how his friends or his other workers were saying, "Are you sure? I mean, we've got enough fucking content here, mate." But he's like, "No, we keep putting more and more in. Let's make this cartoon
Nice.
Oh,
bursting
dang.
with content." That's what I love to see. That's passion. That's passion behind it. I don't
Oh,
feel
very
like
nice.
there's any passion behind these games, and I think
I'm
it's
surprised
time
that
for it to
killed.
break. And when
Oh,
it's
thank you
so
for the stretching, Andy.
abhorrently noticeable that there's higher ups.
You're welcome. I needed to do that too.
budgets and basically. The game probably has the same budget.
Okay,
as
so
the
we're gonna start this 14-hour
good.
thing in a minute.
Sorry,
right?
but it probably does. This feels
Yeah.
like the company.
Yeah, exactly.
said,
1 minute
"This
actually.
makes
I'm
money.
so fucking.
Yeah, we need
We're
to
going
go
to
right
make
into
profit
it.
From it. We don't care what goes
Giga
into
intelligent.
it doesn't need passion. It's going to sell. We're going to sell it,
Nice.
and that's what happened.
Good job.
And we got this.
Could you grab him out of that?
So if you enjoyed this game,
No,
I really hope
command
you did,
grabs are
because
No, I
grabbing
mean
this-
the
I won't be playing it ever again. I'll say
This?
that much.
Yeah, the fire.
I think he like goes backwards. So it's a little hard
Well, that's
to do
after
that.
it hits, right?
No, like his when he
So-
like
so,
pulls
yeah,
back,
Are you
he
watching
just
that mecha video now?
moves his body.
Oh,
yeah.
like his hit. Okay.
Yeah, his hitbox moves back.
As we're watching the
Grab ball.
other video.
Gen lock.
That was a pretty good video, actually.
Yeah, good video.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer if it wasn't in a format of like his entire playthrough, but I guess because it was a Nuzlocke, it kind of had to be. But
Yeah.
normally I don't usually like that. Like, let's linearly go through an entire game while I do analysis.
Versus like, let's say, going through the different big key points of the analysis.
Yeah, I would prefer
music
that,
or
honestly.
style or units or whatever.
Yeah, something like character designs and monster designs is one part. Because it seemed like he kind of started to do that anyway with certain parts of it. He's like, oh, let's go over all the monster designs in this part of the game, and then this part of the game.
There's a decent amount of American mecha media out
Gosh,
there.
Maybe that's just a
Legitimate love and
preference,
understanding for the
I don't
genre
know,
that flourished in Japan.
for me,
6HR,
but
Symbionic Titan,
it's
Robot
good
Jocks,
pretty much,
the Iron
yeah.
Giant, Battletech.
Old hands,
There's
all the
plenty of
blue
great
screen.
mecha out there that isn't Japanese. Though some of the time, under an awful set of circumstances, what starts off as a decent idea on paper can collapse in on itself, leading to a nightmare production of a first season, and perhaps the worst second season of any show I've ever watched.
This is Rooster Teeth?
CG animated
Yeah.
mecha
Yeah.
series.
It actually
with a
looks
focus on its
pretty good.
disastrous second season in particular. A show that didn't sound
From
so bad
Rooster
on
Teeth to
paper,
HBO
Sherlock is a
Max.
fascinating watch that I do not recommend. But one thing I can tell you is that I've never seen a show implode in on itself quite this badly. The series was the brainchild of Gray G. Haddock, who around 2014 became the head of the newly found Rooster Teeth Animation Studio, a studio headlined by well-respected web animator the late Monty and his original series, Ruby,
Rip.
as well as Rooster Teeth's own influential long-running machinima, Red vs. Blue. With the
Monty's
continued
animation was
success
so
of their two
good.
flagship animated shows. This new
His
dedicated
fight
branch is a
choreography was
no-brainer.
great.
But the tragic passing of Monty in February of 2015 put a heavy weight on the
Nice, good
shoulders
grab,
of this newly
grab.
formed studio. But despite this horrible loss, the studio would continue to move forward. And by 2016, RT Animation had become the largest and arguably most profitable branch of the company, ballooning in staff size and getting its own dedicated studio, moving to an increased output of shows to diversify their content. Shows such as the 2D adult animated series Camp Camp, as well as the more serialized Nomad of Nowhere, created by Gordon Whitman. Keep his name in mind, as we'll get back to that a bit later. In 2017,
I love
sometime
Mega's
in the middle of
XLR.
production of Ruby's
Gentech
fifth
was
season,
interesting.
Gray, using his position as the head of the animation department, would pitch a show that he had wanted to make for years. An animated mecha series inspired by the dark sci-fi anime he had fallen in love with throughout his life. Many people daydream of creating their own ideal series. And
Music
Gray,
by
knowing his
Sawano.
position of power at the studio, had finally found an opportunity to make
No, I
his
just
dream reality. The series would be Jump.
Wouldn't that'd make it
Series
cool.
set in a future war-torn Earth controlled by two main political factions: the Polity, a faction loosely based off the United Nations, and the Union, an opposing faction that fits under the non-specific flag of Eastern. Gray's main inspirations for the world and tone of Genlock were classic sci-fi anime like Ghost in the Shell and Mobile Suit Gundam. Though in his own words, the biggest inspiration would actually be the writing of Gen Urobuchi, wanting to capture the same nihilistic storytelling
By
that the
Urobuchi.
director was known for, feeling that it would be a perfect fit for a cyberpunk-influenced mecha series. After receiving an initial
It has to have more
resources
suffering
to
if it's
the
by
series'
Urobuchi.
Gray would take up the mantle of both writer and director for this dream project of his. Only having experience as a voice actor in a handful of projects and a producer on Ruby prior to this, it was a massive new step in his career. But he felt confident in his ideas for the series. Perhaps a little too confident, as you'll soon
I heard
come to
about
learn.
the ending of
The
the show
central
and I
idea
was
for
like,
the series
oh
was for
boy,
it to be
good
an
thing I did not see
ensemble-focused story
season
about an
2.
international team of 5 young adults, hand-selected by the brilliant scientist Dr. Weller to pilot new forms of technology,
Nice.
mecha called Hall-on Frames. Machines
This
remotely
just seems
controlled
like
through a
Mecha
programmable
Ruby
gen lock.
from the
Think
plot so
Apple
far.
Planet and the Planeteers, but with mechs the pilots project their consciousness into. He also wanted the series to take a mature dive into the relationship between man and machine, exploring the connection between the human brain and the body it occupies. asking the question of just how far our relationship with machines goes, and if one day those machine bodies will replace our own physical forms.
Nice.
Classic cyberpunk stuff. After some initial drafts of the series and its storyboards were complete, Gray would oversee a series of animatics in early 2018, focusing on the lead character, Julian Chase. In these tests, Chase was synced up to match dialogue from films Michael B. Jordan had starred in. Thinking that Jordan's voice fit perfectly for the character of Chase, Rooster Teeth would end up contacting Jordan's agent, who in turn would show him the pitch. Being a longtime fan of anime, he would jump at the opportunity to star in an upcoming mecha series, even taking up position as an executive producer under his production company, Outlier Society. With a Hollywood star as big as Michael B. Jordan now attached to the project, many more known television and film actors would be brought onto the voice cast. Dakota Fanning as Chase's former lover and ace pilot Miranda, Golshifteh Farahani as former Union citizen Yasmin Madrani, or Yaz for short, Asia Kate Dillon as the expert Russian sniper, Valentina, or Val, Macy Williams as the energetic Scottish hacker, Cammy McLeod,
good stuff.
David Tennant as
Oh yeah, that chick was in
all
John
of these
Wick.
names would come with a massive cost, of course, but the attention it would bring
Maisie was?
seemed worth it. As 2018
The one with
drew
the
close and
shaved
the
head?
series was deep into production, Ratyyy Animation managed
She was in the
to
third
get
one,
Japanese
remember?
voice actor Koichi
Okay, just that you said that
play the
for,
role of
like so
Japanese
long
pilot
ago.
Kazuki. Everything
Like,
seemed
I
like
mean
it was
that
Genlock.
that one
In
was
early
shown a long time
2019,
ago.
the show's first
Yeah, I had to
episode
like put it together. I was like, wait a
the
minute,
rest
this
of the
person
animated
sounds
series
familiar.
being uploaded exclusively to Rooster Teeth's own streaming service.
She was
I thought there was, like, a
the
delay or
Fifth-rate
something.
Netflix clone
She was like the person from the
exclusively produced
Continental,
content
right?
in an effort to
Yeah.
bring in a massive boost to subscription
Yeah.
numbers. Season 1 of
Are you guys
Genlock aired
excited
to a
for,
generally positive
part
response
4?
from fans of Rooster Teeth itself, but it made
Chapter
minimal
4?
impact in the
Whatever.
broader
Is there
market.
anything shown on it? I haven't
There
seen
was a
it.
trailer like yesterday.
Despite being
Yeah, I
far
saw
more
that. I was like,
cost-effective
I didn't see
I'm
it.
looking forward to the action. The story's kind of just like,
Yeah, it's just whatever.
Giving it fairly decent television.
Part 4 to
Where
what?
it underperformed.
John
on
Wick.
John Wick.
Rooster Teeth
John Wick.
are also struck up a deal
Oh.
with DC Comics to
Yeah.
produce a 7-issue Genlock comics that after
That'll be cool.
No,
penned by
not
Colin
enough
Kelly and
suffering.
Jackson Lansing. On top of this,
Yeah.
Michael B. Jordan, with his
Needs
personal
to be written
and
by
financial
Ura Butcher.
investment in the show, believed it deserved a second season, as of course did its creator and lead, Gray.
Oh, shoot,
But
what?
2019 was quite the eventful year after Genlock aired online for Gray, for all the wrong reasons. In June 2019, reports began to pop up en masse about dreadful working conditions at Rooster Teeth Animation. On the popular company review site Glassdoor, a large sum of reviews were uploaded from what appeared to be former Rooster Teeth staff that lambasted the company and its poor treatment of employees, especially
whiff,
the animation.
bro.
Claims in these posts discuss
Get
the
stomped.
overworking of part-time employees, outright lying about full-time employment opportunities, severe
You're
crunch,
10 years too early
substandard
to
pay
beat
even for
me.
the infamously low-paying field of animation, and hours upon hours of unpaid overtime that lasted up to 4 a.m. While many at first questioned the legitimacy
Nice.
of these reviews, Nomad of Nowhere creator Gordon Whitman would come forth to back up these claims, at this point being far removed from the studio himself. Rooster Teeth's then CEO Matt Hullum would also come forth with a statement expressing apologies to the workers of the animation department, and stated, effective today, we are moving forward with a previously planned change in our producing and creative structure.
Previously
Ray G.
planned,
Haddock
my
is stepping
ass.
down as head of studio for animation. To dedicate himself to a strictly
Oh,
creative
nice
role.
one.
With Gray's help, we have been in the process of hiring a new production head of the department, who will be responsible for the overall
We're gonna
production
fix it,
hierarchy.
but it was already in the works.
wanna
We weren't
thank Gray
pressured
for his
into
hard
it.
work and dedication to the growing animation studio over these years, and are excited to continue working with
Alright,
him in this
Moody.
new capacity. With Gray now pushed to the
um,
sidelines, come
Walk up
September
around,
2019,
maybe?
he would leave the
All
Rooster
right.
Teeth for
Happen?
good, making a lengthy
you?
notes app post
Or,
on his Twitter
you
that stated that
versus,
many of the claims of poor management under his leadership were
Conrad.
simply inaccurate, and spread around to paint him as a villain
With
who
you.
caused
I
massive
want the Golden
damage.
Lewis
But the
before I get
information relating to Gray and the production
Dang.
of Genlock Season 1 would not
Twitch.
stop with his departure from the company.
Or
Between
Twitter
September of
clip.
2019
How the fuck do I get
and
out
as
of here?
recently as October of 2020,
I just
dozens of
press
ex-Rooster
B
Teeth
or something.
animation employees
Plan.
would begin to share their dreadful experiences at the studio. From Gordon
did
Whitman
it,
releasing a
suffering
lengthy
still.
document
Hold on.
explaining how
I think
Nomad
it
of Nowhere
disconnected
was
the controller.
basically
Oh, I remember hearing about
Reports
this.
of Gray being an extremely selfish team lead, who surrounded himself with yes men, and was mostly concerned with getting his series completed at the
controller?
risk of everybody else's health and well-being.
Maybe just go another round with
50% of
Conrad real
Genlock's
quick.
production being done entirely in unpaid
Take your
overtime,
time.
leading to
Let's
some
switch to
members of
this one.
Genlock's production crew developing full-on PTSD as a result of
please.
working heinous
Oh,
unpaid
are
overtime.
you good now?
Why is my controller doing this?
Oh, no, that's
living in
Conrad.
the Rooster Teeth animation studio, barely able to get a single moment.
This
of
reminds me of seeing a video
More
on the
ex-employees
state of
spend
animation
every
in
month
Japan right
coming
now
forward with the dreadful experience they had with company
being so
management.
bad.
It's really not looking good for Gray and the human resources.
Where what's it called?
top
People are
this
just
off,
like
Gray hasn't paid
overworked,
people online
beaten
since
down,
September of 2019.
barely paid.
If you're curious to read up on some of the terrible
You hate the
experiences
fucking
that
tune.
ex-employees had at the
Alright, I
studio,
guess I gotta restart my game.
Wasn't that Japan in general?
Detailed
Alright.
posts in the description of the video. So if the
Just add animation to that, and you
The
just
true
you got
departure of its creator
a perfect
and
recipe
the future
for
of Genlock seemed dead in the water.
underpaid,
That was until,
overworked
like, a miracle,
disaster.
or more realistically a curse in this case.
Just work till you die.
Warner Media, along with
Yeah, sounds like
Outlier
Japan.
Society, would greenlight the production of a second season of Genlock.
Yeah, this is what I learned, is that Japan doesn't want you to stand out or something. They want you
As many of the staff
to, like,
members
onto
were involved, the
Kamaki.
plan for the season was
Like, they don't want you to be like onto Kamaki.
the studio that made Fanboy and Chum Chum.
That's the case, right?
This is
Oh,
the
nice.
story from the start, bro. Genlock
I
Season
love
2,
Bonta Kamaki.
or the worst mecha series I've ever
She's my
watched,
favorite.
would begin
I would like to
airing
do
with
a
very little
14-hour
fanfare on HBO Max in
analysis on
November
just her.
2021. Now, since I've gone over the
We all
terrible
do.
production
Oh
history of the
shit,
first
you
season,
love
and
Bonta
I've set the
Kamaki?
stage
Me
for why
too.
Season 2 is dreadful, I feel like it would be
Yeah, this
unfair
other
to
dude's gonna be weak ass. He's gonna do
Wait a minute,
14 hours
this
for
is
the
well
whole
and not so.
game.
Because Genlock Season 1 is
You gotta
a show
do
I'm
14
fairly
per
new to.
character. Come
I
on.
feel very strongly for it one way or another.
Bump
The
up those
studio
rookie
insists
numbers.
the production
But yeah,
season
howdy
had been
Kitsune.
such a
Thank you
nightmare
for stopping
that Season
by.
2 had never come out.
It gets in
It
there.
was
Otherwise,
plus
it is a
R,
fairly
but we
middle-aged,
switched
but I
games.
feel to fully appreciate why Season 2 is as bad
Yeah,
as it is.
Moody was
So
tired of
not
getting
only needs to be
fucking
said
curb
about what
stomped
the
by
events and
me.
character development
Yeah,
of Season
exactly.
were. This is going to be quick, but full of spoilers for that first season.
Ratty
Genlock
was
Season 1 is
much
set
too
in
powerful for me.
2072, following
Yeah,
the
he was,
conflict between the Union
5 years
and
too
the
early.
Polity's military, the Vanguard. Specifically, a new experimental science unit within the Vanguard.
The animation looks pretty decent for this, for being like a 3D thing.
A program that
Yeah,
essentially
some
allows
good
the
clips
human
came
brain
out
to
of
be
that.
digitized and
I
projected
laughed at
into
all
a
those
mechanical
clips.
body known as the
Yeah.
Holon brain. The catch with Genlock is only those with
Hey,
extreme
Kitsune, could you give me some ammo?
neuroplasticity
Reload.
meaning that a very select few can actually pilot
I was
the
like,
brain
damn.
without receiving significant brain damage or dying.
It was cool when you dropped him into the like
Or the ace pilot
abyss.
Chase, a Vanguard
I
soldier
knew you were gonna
who
fucking do that. You're like, oh, go over there.
attacked New York City.
Wasn't that obvious?
I'll put the bridge up for you.
Permanently locked into a life support.
Don't worry, I got this,
A
man.
Union citizen from Iran who had been confirmed as
Just go on ahead, go.
Aside from these two, four
I got
other
this.
pilots are brought on. Valentina
Okay, I'm ready to game now, by the
Kennedy
way.
from Scotland, Kazu from Japan, and Sinclair from the United States.
Alright.
Who
Still
turns
mad
out
about
not
the
actually being
bridge.
the real Sinclair, but a Union spy who got plastic surgery to look like him. His brain is pretty quickly
Still mad
fried
about
'cause
the
he's not
bridge. I
dead
thought we
long.
were above
It's not
this.
till a post-credit scene in the season
You're
finale
below that
to reveal
bridge.
that the real Sinclair is in fact very much alive, behind Union lines,
below
but
the bridge.
one of their soldiers.
It's
The five
it's
remaining
it's
generals
under the
of
bridge
Empire
now.
brought together.
Moody's
Majority
become a
of
true
the
accomplice.
Under the bridge
Yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah,
I like
yeah.
how they
Yeah,
slowly
Moody's
become
Kitsune
the
is
of the
who's
Vanguard.
below the bridge.
As well as learning to overcome two major hurdles. The first being a time limit created by Dr. Weller called Update, a failsafe put in place to prevent a pilot
GG's,
from
Conrad.
hacking into
Oh,
Genlock.
Thank you,
For if a pilot
thank you
was
for
to stay
gaming.
in Genlock for a long enough time,
Yeah, thank
there would be
you
a chance
for,
of their
various
consciousness separating
presents.
from their human body, becoming permanently stuck
Nefarious
as a digital
presents.
construct
Name
within
pending.
the Holon frame. And the second being learning how to
Copyright
navigate a
pending.
shared digital reality called the mind space. A
Alright.
location within Genlock
Oh,
where the minds of all
nefarious.
I know, I'm a little rusty. I haven't played for like
they can see each
20
other's
minutes.
thoughts, feelings, and even hop into each other's frames for assisted attacks. Communication within this mind space has to be fully mastered
No,
by
come
all
on.
five pilots to take full advantage of Genlock's capability. The season concludes with Dr. Weller
Moody was
sacrificing
above this
himself
if this
for
is
the
No.
I wasn't even
of
looking
our
at the
past.
screen. I was
Quality organization dedicated to the advancement
Okay, well, listen, you're like level 1,000, all right? You have like 20,000 hours on this. It's literally muscle memory for you at this point.
I only
So
have
that's not even a fucking diss.
I only have like what,
4 years ago in New York City.
like 250 hours on Gold Lewis.
You do not have 250 hours on Gold Lewis, you fucking freak.
Well, I have 500 hours in total, and I spent the first few months of the game playing May.
legitimacy of his own existence. With that recap out of the way, I'm now going to go over aspects of the season I like, and elements that I just think are outright bad. But let's
Shoot
start with
the
positives. The first being the actual animation.
Yeah, I bet you feel like a big man fucking just destroying this noob.
And honestly,
Did he request this? Like, literally?
It also helps that nearly every
Yeah.
portion of the show feels really tangible and
Wait,
real.
what's up?
It's the
Nothing
bit,
stops on
bro.
a dime. Everything has a sense of real
Good check.
inertia to it. This is especially true for the Holon
Good check.
frames. Since the Holons aren't mecha controlled by a typical cockpit, and
Oh,
are
come
instead just larger metallic bodies for the characters to project into, the show does a really good job communicating the
Aw.
sense of disorientation the characters are feeling when they
What?
project into their Holons for the first time.
Too
and the smoother,
short,
more
they're too
natural
tiny.
motions they're able to pull off as they master controlling their Holon bodies. The sense of weight
I'm just
scale
button mashing
also
right
translates
now.
to the fight scenes, which are all
That wasn't
rather decently
apparent.
choreographed. The main standouts being the fights near the end of episode 6 and the final battle with Nemesis in episode 8. Both of these these battles make clever uses of their settings. Finding unique ways
Nice.
to highlight each pilot's specialty, letting each character
These fights do look
personality on
pretty
the
good.
battlefield shine through,
Nah, fuck.
and giving them all an equal amount of screen
But
time. The one downside
isn't that
is
like the one thing that you can guarantee about Rooster Teeth or any of their shows is like the fights are gonna look good,
primarily focusing on military weaponry and these
even
giant
if Monty
machines.
Ohm's
I think
gone.
some
Well,
look past janky animation on the humans.
I guess maybe
The
not.
series at least does a decent job with its battles. Another aspect that stands out
Did I
as pretty
not?
good in the
I'm
series
sorry. I'm
is
sorry
its
about that.
genuinely nice background art. With many of the
I was
show's
trying to do my
backgrounds
other
and
special,
establishing
too.
shots being handled through digital paintings, all of which are really pleasant on the eye. These backgrounds also do an excellent job showing the scale of the world,
Nice.
from a near-future New York City to the Vanguard's base of operations, the Anvil. Another strong element of the show's art direction is its hazy orange lighting that gives off the feeling of a hot summer
Aw.
evening. The solid choice of lighting is also compounded by the excellent sense of depth
Yeah,
that
it
the
does
show's
look
shadows
really good.
in
It
general,
reminds
you
me
can
of
really feel the work the art team put into making this world feel believable.
like all those
Director Michael
3D
Bay and his team
anime
certainly
on
deserve a nod
Netflix.
to this. Another decent element of the show is
Not
Julian
like,
Davis
supposed
to be
himself. A solid amount of time
What's
is
up?
taken
It's a compliment?
exploring his conflicted
Yeah.
emotional state throughout the
Like
season, stressed
not
having faked his own
not
death for
Knights of
While
Sidonia,
training
but the
in
same
secrecy
team
with
who
Dr.
did
Weller
that.
has pretty much
They made a
ruined
bunch
all
of
his personal
other good
relationships.
3D
It's created a
looking
rift
anime,
between him and his former
or
colleagues.
3D
It's
anime,
left him in
not
a
3D
frustrated
looking.
state that makes it harder for him to adapt to
And
his new
it
team.
has
Most
like
3D
very
anime looks
similar
pretty bad.
His sister and mother in the first
color
episode,
scheme.
and the fact that his lower body has
Not this
blown
team.
off,
This team
with his
makes
upper body
really
needing
good
a life support
3D
to
anime.
survive, meaning that to move around the world and
Interesting.
actually interact with his new team, he projects an image of himself with a close proximity hologram, illustrated by a decent effect where he's slightly transparent compared to the other characters.
They
With the season
really
ending
made
on the
it
twist
their
of
own.
the chase that we've been following, simply being
Do I
able to
play
create
Randos
digital
online?
clones
I
from
did
the
when I
years
first
ago.
started
The season
playing,
does a really decent
but
job of
not
creating
as
the
much
feeling of a
now.
protagonist who's trying his best not to be as cynical as possible.
The last time I
At the
played
same
on
time having him grapple
random
with the drama,
matchmaking
feeling like he's not
was
even
like
real
a few
person,
months ago.
but simply an
Okay.
extension of a
I'm not gonna
computer.
burst
Another
that.
solid element is
That'd be a
Dr.
waste.
Weller, a bit of a mad scientist who personally believes that his Genlock
Aw.
program will be the future of humanity, really bridging the gap between man and machine. Though he understands well the dubious ethics of testing this technology out for military purposes.
It's really Friday.
He truly believes his technology
no.
will be used for
Saturday
good,
for
and he's
some
straight up
people.
willing
A
to
little
play
bit
along
longer,
with
yeah.
the
Just Wednesday.
to have it tested
Oh
as a
shit, it's only
He's the
like
character
almost
in an interesting
9.
dilemma.
No, it's Wednesday.
Robot companion
thought it was
is
already gonna be.
is
It's
actually
Saturday,
Get out of
Saturday
here.
for me.
because he doesn't say a word. The mechanical design of
It was the
series
nap, bro.
is
All right.
okay. While the basic
I'm
design
time
of the
traveling.
holograms is actually rather
Time
practical, with all of them
Moody
having the
bad
same
guy.
silhouette with slight differences to help
Can't
them
wait
stand
for our
out,
RE5
the actual
collab.
internal
Oh yeah,
skeleton
shoot,
of the
I
holon
should
frames
probably
is just-
work on that.
It looks like a bionicle. I have no
I
other
have
way
so
of
much to
wording
do.
this. And once
And I
the
don't
company
want to do
finally
any of it. I
fully
just want
customizes
to just
their holons,
do whatever.
the only design in this
The art is
that
just the
actually feels
bridge.
good is chases. Since it's a natural extension of the already existing appearance of the holograms.
It's just AI art of the
I'm
bridge.
just trying to capture elements from a wildly different
Moody
mecha
practicing
subject.
landscapes, which he doesn't usually draw.
But on the
Behold this
opposite end of the
bridge.
spectrum, and probably the best thing in the show, period, is the Union's own mech, Nemesis. This gangly four-armed skeletal freak is menacing and has a silhouette that stands out from the other holons, but in a
Nemesis.
way that isn't distracting.
He's
It's a
hunting for
direct
stars?
contrast to the more utilitarian look of the Vanguard's machinery. This thing is a monster and helps reinforce the feeling that the Union is this unstoppable freak.
The animation in this looks pretty good.
Contrast to the rest of the machinery
Yeah.
in the series that stands out
It
in
really
a really
does.
strong way. I love this thing, and I wish it was in a better show.
Yeah, I kind of don't mind 3D used for like mechs because like those are usually really complicated like fight scenes and hard to animate. But like when they use 3D on characters, I'm kind of like,
Aside from Chase,
I mind because it's mostly just
I
lazy.
don't think you need complex characters to tell a good
Oh
story.
no!
You fucking idiot! This is my Cole
The
Lewis.
kind of cast that the series needs. The problem is that Genlock tries to present itself
Nice.
as this grounded and mature sci-fi.
Okay, I'm not gonna
about the
burst. Keep
relationship
keep
between
doing
man and
whatever.
machine, and the extent in which the
reminds me of that one dude who came into my stream and he was like, all art's digital now. Can't find anything I like anymore.
Really? Oh yeah, you told me about that.
And even this sequence is cut short. They need to progress the primary narrative.
If you
It
want
leaves you feeling
a
disconnected
traditional
from
art,
this cast
then
of
do it
characters.
yourself, man.
How are we as an audience supposed to
I was like,
invest in this?
just do it yourself. Or I was like, just watch something old. I'm just like, no, I can't do that.
Yeah, there's got to be like a lot of
As it's
things
stoic,
that
Cammy is
he hasn't
quirky,
watched.
Kazu is a bit of an asshole.
Oh, what else?
Like, there's always something somebody missed, you know?
He's like, I don't want to watch old stuff.
Just taking a deeper dive into who they are and expanding off of the little they got in season 1. And holy shit, the season 2 fucked this. To call the attempt at Nick
Nice.
butchered is an understatement. Other side characters such as
Ratty's
the
pressure
mechanic
with Bridget
Miguez,
is
Chase's
good
ex-Miranda,
until
and the Vanguard Colonel Marin
until
also
he
don't get enough development and
DPs.
screen time until their show.
Yeah.
I think season 1 is really a show that entered one ear and left
Oh.
the only thing that stuck
Yeah, I was trying to do that thing when I DP'd earlier, the grab.
that never got a second season to expand its world and cast. And one that certainly wasn't
Alright, I just
worth the
need a
millions of
fight
dollars
stick,
sunk into it.
and then it's over,
Horrendous
bro.
working conditions.
If you have a controller, that's better than a
If
fight
anything,
stick.
it would have ended as an
Nah,
cautionary
nah, nah,
tale
nah, nah, nah.
about how Grey Haddock and the
Maybe
Stride
depending on the
Makers
game.
series
I
ended
don't
up
know.
creating a
Fight
financial
sticks
failure,
generally
along
seem
with
to
his
be
career
better
and
for
attempt
most
to feed
people.
his own ego.
Because I feel like it's rare people with pads actually make it like into high echelons for fighting games.
Everyone
pretty
in
cool.
Guilty Gear Strive who's like
Right.
good, they're all playing pad.
That's weird. So I'm just like, if you look at Evo, I'm just like, who's playing with pad? A couple people, but not everyone. At least from what I last saw.
Oh, nice. Nice mix.
Genlock Season
You
2
should
set
do
up
that
a
more,
lot
that's
of
really good.
events in Season 1. The Union has been using its thousands of copies of Chase to send an
I don't know how to
army
do
out
that.
and have taken
I forgot.
control of the entire continental USA.
I forgot. I just finished doing it. I forgot right now.
Wait, I'm button mashing, bro.
Fight or die as the Genlock team has to hold
Right.
the Union back.
Oh, thank you very much, Katsune. Is this transparent?
As the team in the Vanguard
They conquered North America? Is this Gundam?
which on the surface
Is it Xeon?
taking
No,
a
what
darker,
is it?
more defeated approach and showing these characters
That's
that
Yeah, it's a
cool.
JPEG. I'm sorry,
They're a great
Katsune.
way to
I won't.
explore this
I won't
cast and stay
accept
more
this.
true to the series' initial cyberpunk influence.
Here,
But
how about
that
I make it
immediately
myself?
goes out the window after the prologue, as an immediate
I think I have the art.
everything about the show's visuals is very apparent. The dry
That's
war lighting
PNG,
from season
but-
1 is gone. Character
Interesting.
animations are stiffer
I don't
than a
think
stale cookie.
he turned
All
off
of the models
the
not directly carried over from season
transparent
1
layer.
look horrendous. These goblin-ass rabbits live in my nightmares.
These
And even the
goblin-ass
character
rabbits.
models that are carried over from season 1 are at risk of melting under
Okay,
the
let's
series'
switch
new
over.
terrible lighting. The show's also decided to ditch season 1's letterboxing, filling in a full
I think that's probably really important for like 3D things, is lighting.
Yeah.
Because if the lighting's
screwed
screwed
Yeah.
up, everything looks extra plastic.
That's why all these modern remasters suck, because they're all new people that didn't work on the original games, and they just update the models and stuff, and they don't, and the lighting looks like shit, and everything looks bad. Because a lot of the times, you know, this darker lighting was for mood, was for moody effect, was for a moody presence, if you will.
Well, I love that guy. He's so cool.
Shout out to Moody Presence.
He's gonna stop on.
Now, I don't have a problem with a show where the mechs are the
Koopas?
secondary focus. I mean, that's kind of a good mecha series is only as good as its characters and world building. None of the mecha shows I've watched, and
Oh, Victory Gundam, let's go!
are more
This
about
guy has
robots
good
than
taste.
characters. Hell, in many cases,
Instantly
Victory
confirmed
Gundam.
for good
but
text.
something you'll quickly realize about the
Guy
series
Gundam.
is that Genlock Season 2
I only think of
the
this
fact that
like
the mecha series.
weird lurker
Genlock
named
art
Claw
book, series
Shrimpy.
producer Ryan Hall states
When I
referring
see
to
the
what
name
makes
Gal
Genlock special
Geiger,
for him.
oh my
What stood out
gosh,
about
what
it
a
is that
weird
it wasn't
guy.
just a mech show. It was a show that was driven by characters.
Hmm.
Above my office door, I had a sign that reads,
This'll never
"Characters
escape
only."
the sketch
That's
phase.
what I care about, and that was the special
sure it
sauce
will.
the show had figured
Ah,
out.
baby.
In my life,
Eternal
I don't think
Purgatory.
I've ever seen an official art book for a mecha series. Straight
Are
up
you
use
ready?
the argument, unlike other
I'm
shows,
ready to get my
this one
ass
is about the
whooped.
characters. I felt like I was
Can
acting
you,
that's
tell
me
me-
quoting Rattyy, by the way.
every page
Yeah.
turn.
Yep.
just like
It's a-
Okay, can you tell me the command for the cancels or whatever again?
it's just any three buttons, as long as it's not dust.
Was the
Okay.
only person on this show's upper management who understood what a mecha series is. And with him gone, oh man,
Once
was
again,
the show in worse hands.
that's a controller
Because under the
debuff.
new umbrella of HBO Max,
No,
what
no.
wonderful decisions did Genlock Season 2
Pad's
make to
the
make
best
itself
aside
seem
from,
more mature?
Hitbox.
Poorly animated sex scenes
No.
that look like two
No, no, no,
barbed
no, no.
against each other. Season 2 had such low viewer retention.
If that was
one of the
true,
few
you would
things I
not
had
see
ever
you
heard
would, there would not be
before
fighting
was
game
this plywood-ass
sticks, right,
Everybody
Luffy?
took the piss
No,
out
it's
of it.
just
It was such
because it's a
laughable attempt at trying to make the
classic.
show seem more mature
People
and
are
accurate
used to
on
it,
HBO,
so
and was
people
met with
are
open disapproval
good
by
with
some of Season 1's animators.
No.
All right.
playing
This is something dear to my heart, and I just gotta
using it.
because this is.
Dude, I wish I was Slayer right now. So bad. If I was Slayer, it would be over, bro.
and spoiler.
In a
Wait,
few months.
Moody.
What's up?
Skip about 5 minutes.
What the fuck
Skip
is
about
this
5 minutes? Oh wait,
Yeah, 5 minutes right now.
What is this?
why? I can't skip.
What, like,
You can't skip.
know what? Hey,
I can't.
It's a YouTube video.
5 minutes.
Let's try it.
Give yourself a leader, and then
Well,
you
you
can
could just.
skip.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can.
Oh, okay.
You have to give yourself leader
Oh, wait.
in the
Okay, you'll wait.
cycle.
Wait, we should have done that for the Pokemon video.
How do you do so?
So you just
give
you,
leader?
you click on yourself in the menu.
5 minutes. Okay, so 23
fucking mech
to
shit. This is my scene
28.
right here. Look at that.
This was an option?
The show uses it as an opportunity to
Nani?
shit all over retro
I
anime.
didn't know
there we
either.
go.
I'm new to this stuff.
Figured it was, but
Whoa, why is the
I didn't know
animation
this
better?
enough.
Let this happen. Because immediately
Oh, it
after
sucks
this,
again.
tries to
What
help
the
him
fuck?
help
It was
him
super
from
good for a
the
second. That's so
It was
Being
2D.
a man in general, you know what, gay? You
It
are
was
okay.
2D and now it's 3D.
Yeah, maybe you should have skipped ahead further.
And then they have blunt rotation sex. And then Kazu dies not even 5
Yeah, that's right.
minutes.
Jimmy
Like,
Victory
the show
Gundam
is
and FMA
This
had
is
the
not
same
only a
composer.
gross mistreatment of a
So
character
good.
that was already treated like a joke by the show, but it's also just nonsensical to kill off
Ouch.
a character right after their arc finished. Episode writer
Their arc
Kristen
finishes
Luce
killed them
explained on an
immediately.
episode of a Gen Season 2 podcast produced by ResidentRising
Nice.
that she decided to end the episode in this manner.
I'm not at all threatened by your your starship.
Was necessary.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it does no damage. It's just to get me out of, like, you know, being comboed for 20 minutes.
What the fuck was this? I've only gotten more frustrated about the heinous treatment of Kazu.
No, no.
As time's gone
Oh, what?
on, as recently,
No.
Extrusive employee Kaden revealed that Warner, HBO,
No,
and RTX
what?
This is that this story arc would go over horribly with viewers. And it
Get
did.
mixed.
Viewership dive bombed after this episode happened. Because
It
everyone,
mixed.
regardless of how you
It turned
interpreted
into
Kazu's arc,
stew.
was furious about the treatment of his character.
It turned
So
into
Kaden
yogurt?
raised concern. In response,
Bridget
Ryuki
yogurt.
said, "We know controversy."
Wait,
is good.
I don't think
What
that.
do you mean controversy is good? No one was watching this show. The problems certainly don't stop at Kazu, because by being involved with this terrible arc, Val gets screwed over too. Because they get pretty much nothing in the way of plot relevance after this happens. And what about
Damn.
Chase? He was the best part of season
Oh,
1.
you're too
He was
tiny.
a solid character. Well, season 2 tries
You're,
to highlight
you're too tiny of a fella. I can't hit you.
his digital clones.
That's fucking Cliff, the character, right? Cliff is actually too tiny of a fella.
Cute and funny.
Haunting him at every moment. A very literal devil on his shoulder. And I would have been able to take his arc in season 2 more seriously
nice.
if he hadn't
Nice-
constantly had
nice-
the Brendan
nice
Fraser
attempt.
just fuck my shit up face.
Yeah, I need to start using that more.
Taken a split second
pretty good.
to
Justin. He got Justin.
explore how Chase is feeling in these
Damn.
scenes. Because season 2 rushes through.
I was
this,
blocking?
packing what's essentially the equivalent of 4 seasons into one.
Oh, I'm surprised.
So much happens in this season, and all of it is meaningless. And that sucks, because Chase's arc here could have been good. Evan Narcissus was the primary writer for Chase throughout the entire
Oh,
series.
no.
Helping Greg with season 1, and
That was
writing
my
about 2
super-
episodes
ah.
of season 2. And Narcissus is not a bad writer. He's seen success
What?
in medium of podcasts.
I already did my grab, bro.
Well, it's invincible.
And that sucks, because
I don't care. I did my fucking
Now
grab.
to talk about easily the worst part of this
Fuck
season.
you.
It's
Alright? Bullshit.
Season 2 has 2
Blazing.
central villains.
There should be,
What are you so
like,
good?
I should be able to do that, and you can't do anything about it, okay?
And
I see,
Brother
okay.
Tate, leader of the Union.
Nice.
That's just how it
Their
is.
motivations involve saving the human race from a climate crisis. A climate crisis which is never brought up in the first season.
Ouch.
Season 2 just decides to have a different central conflict. The war between the Union and the Polity? Oh yeah, that happened because Vanguard Colonel Marin ordered a strike on the Union capital, New Babylon. A city that looks like it has a Mario 64 ass skybox.
Mario 64
This
skybox.
was unprovoked, and the Union starts using its destructive nanotechnology
No.
to chew through and
I'm
take
sorry,
over enemy
I
territory.
that
Well,
shouldn't
it's
have
just a
happened.
scummy Rick CEO.
Damn.
I shouldn't have just slaughtered you there.
My heart
It's
is
not gonna
They
hit.
can avoid the coming climate collapse. War's just here to line his pockets and distract from the fact that the Mars colony is a complete fabrication. Just ignore
I was
the
trying to
fact that this
backdash,
character barely got
bro.
introduced in season 1, and just
Do you
ignore the fact
backdash
that
If I
using
was
the button?
Slayer,
comically evil
what?
looking
Do you
technology.
backdash
They're
using
still
the
the bad
button,
guys too,
or
don't
do you
worry
just
about it.
backdash
Look
like
at
a
their leader,
regular?
Brother Tate. He's
I,
a religious maniac
double
who wants
tap.
to take every
Oh
religion
well,
and
there's a
fuse
backdash
it all
button.
into one called the
I'm not
United
gonna-
States.
I'm not gonna
He
use
uses
that.
nanotechnology
It's
to
really
get
good.
everyone to die and ascend to his version
Yeah, good to
of
shit
nano.
on.
Again,
Nano
to avoid
heaven,
the coming
huh?
climate collapse. And do you know how you do this?
What is it?
Nano
Living
in
your own
heaven.
life using these nanobots. Wanna know why the original
So that's what they mean by
technology was
nanobots.
It's because Brother Tate didn't let him ascend. He made him stay and suffer in his robot body.
I just want to
A
Control C,
literal
Control V a bunch of nano faces and call them nanobots.
Directly tie into Brother Tate.
You have nano machines in your bloodstream.
Time in 2068, when she was still a citizen of New Babylon, showing how she decided to escape from the Union after her parents partook in Brother Tate's ascension ceremony, seeing the Omni faith as an insult to religion, and Brother Tate for the cult leader that he is. As for Cammy's arc, oh boy. So throughout the season, she feels neglected by the team, and hated for her overly positive outlook. So after Kazu dies, she hits a breaking point, escapes to New Babylon, and decides,
Nice.
you know what? This ascension shit sounds pretty good. And then she kills herself using the nanotechnology. All set to a sad musical montage of her family dying of disease one by one, and how the loss of the Genlock team as her new family has driven her.
Why am I in danger? I'm the one. I'm fucking. I'm going sicko mode.
She just leaves it. It's crying.
Not anymore.
Her little robot friend cries
My
about
turn.
this. And then that
Oh,
episode has
never
the
mind.
gall
No, never mind.
Suicide hotline prevention number. What the fuck is wrong with this show? And the worst
that's
part,
great.
she comes back later because the nanotechnology fused with a genlock compatible
Nice.
person means that she comes back.
That episode is so bad, it's
The show
gonna.
literally ends trying to make a point.
Oh my
We should
god.
all become genlock compatible and fuse
So yeah,
with
just like
nanomachines
it,
so
you
that we
know,
can
Nano machine, son?
hit and running
Oh, yeah,
seems to be the
there's
strat, but it's like it's so slow though. It's not very like super satisfying. Oh, nice.
I feel like suiciding after watching this
This is
episode.
explained in the first episode, but
Yeah.
the character that Gray voiced in season
And
1
hero.
is just killed off without a word being said. Honestly, that's pretty funny and a really fucking
When
way.
Bridget
But yeah, the show ends
like
on the note
gets
of,
in, she
maybe we
really
should all just
sticks
stop.
to you.
Low tier God
So I
Season's
think you should
man
the
is
next thing you should
literally
practice
the
is
message that this series
that like
leaves
block
you
string
off with.
to try and mix people.
Is nothing. You serve zero purpose. And give somebody else a piece of that oxygen and
It looks like it's gold. There's like 2 gold Lewises. But this guy's like the loser version.
What did you just realize, Catherine?
Low tier Lewis.
I'm done talking about Judgment. I don't want to think about this series anymore. I don't want to even talk about
Literally.
this thing or the weird body horror in season 2. I also
Gold
don't
tier
know the
Lewis
last
and
aspect
bronze
of
tier
Claire's
Lewis.
story arc. Screw all of you who voted for me to talk about this in a Twitter poll, and I am never making a video this unprofessional ever again. I just had to get this one done. If you want a good CG mecha web series, I don't know. Moral of the story, just go watch House of Reed.
Like like I just have a % chance to just die basically.
Obsolete.
It's like Luigi having percent chance to misfire.
Yeah.
I think Obsolete is an actual Ur Butcher story.
A bad
Really?
Soma.
That's pretty cool.
It's just
Yeah,
a bad
Ur
Soma.
Butcher. Yeah, I'm thinking of watching. I was thinking of like looking into it. Just that title's familiar. Oh god, it's
Here we
here!
go. Oh.
Chat, you have to leave. Get out of here while you still can.
Oh,
Okay,
also,
yeah, here we go.
I was gonna say,
Native.
maybe next watch along should be Genlock. It's on YouTube, right?
Yeah, we should watch it.
I thought it was HBO Max, but sure, if it's on YouTube.
Oh, it's probably on YouTube now that HBO Max got rid of all their freaking, they got rid of all their offerings. So they can
really?
make money from it again. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. It's
What do you
time.
put it in? What do you put his TV in the grass?
What's Soma again?
It's like I don't know. I've never played it. All I've heard is that it's like this
Oh.
horror game.
Oh, the
in
game.
space or
Okay.
something with robots.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I thought it was like an anime or something.
Persona 4 and Persona 4 Golden, released
Yeah,
on
it's
PlayStation 2.
the item you use to heal all your party in Persona.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I was like, what is this?
Akira Hashino, with writings from Yuichiro Tanaka and Akira Kawasaki. Composed by Shoji Meguro, with character designs from Shigenori Sojima. Developed by Atlas and based on the ideas of the psychologist Carl Jung.
Holy
with
cow.
heavy emphasis
I wanted to
on
burst
Japanese
that. I was
history.
trying to
God, why are we watching
I
an
think
episode of
so.
video? Can we at least show us a different franchise?
After the following research, broadened by lens
No,
of
only
graphic
Persona
content
fans would.
and truth itself.
I can't say that on stream. It would go this far
Outside my own,
with their
I
special
conceptualize
leanings.
ideas in ways that I never could have before.
Emphasis on special.
Debatably more so than
Oh, good. That's really good. Ready.
Well, look at that guy's shirt. It's
Yeah, I
special.
in the essence of time.
Oh, she.
It looks like he couldn't decide which shirt to wear.
Nice.
This analysis intends to look at the character arcs,
Oh, you
themes,
can't grab me.
plot, mythology, etc., of every character in
Well,
Persona
actually,
4
this
and
guy did
Persona
have a couple of other videos,
However,
but are his other videos
somewhat
like 14
objective
hours?
scope
I
of
don't think
things,
so.
We will not be acknowledging some contradictory
Good
or
thing.
questionably canon
They aren't 14
material
hours.
that is
Oh,
outside
good.
that. We won't be
Otherwise it would
covering
be
any
like
of the other spin-off video
50
games,
hours.
any of
Watch-alongs.
the anime,
Yeah, you
etc.
can't have a
This
let's
is
endure, right,
primarily
chat?
due to the fact that the people who
There's nothing
wrote
to endure, it'll be
Persona 4
over.
and Persona 4 Golden are never all working on any of the spin-offs
my
that have
fucking-
ever been produced. This writing inconsistency can understandably
I like
lead
this
to
guy's
things
style
like
better than the other dudes
quite
already, though. I
unfollowed
like how he's got the
standards in
games
most
like floating there
leading to
on little
contradictory
strings.
character moments or characterization issues. This will
Oh,
obviously
what?
cause issues.
Come on, I totally got my
Understanding
grab
these
off.
characters in Persona 4 Golden, as
Oh,
people
nice.
who didn't even work on the
Very
game
nice.
would then be informing the interpretation of who
Nice.
they are. I hope that you'll understand why I'm
Only
not
want one
deciding
thing
to
from
cover
this.
these things. However, if you personally do or don't
Genlock
consider
is
other
not on
parts of the
YouTube, sadly.
Persona 4
Oh, that's
multiverse
unfortunate.
canon,
But it's
Mark,
Rooster
on the
Teeth,
part.
right?
you, I
Isn't
feel
probably
like
Ruby on
yeah.
YouTube?
here, and
Ruby is.
the story of Persona 4
That's odd.
focuses itself with more integrity.
I guess because they were
Game I've ever
specifically
seen,
contracted
mythos
to do it
surrounding
for
its creation and
HBO,
focus,
maybe.
Yeah, I guess it
fitting
makes
of the
sense.
small town stuck
I heard it
in
and just
nature,
delete the VOD, you know?
everything from the
I'll do it on my
personas,
channel if you want me
fictional
to.
locale to the antagonists, all feed into information.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
and
it's a
build
good
on
idea to
ideas
just like
found
switch around
through the
these
Kojiki,
watch-alongs
Nihon
on
Shoki,
everyone
and
else's channels
Isegaonaru,
instead of
with
just like one
striking
person profiting.
consistency, while still finding
Wait,
ways to
profiting? I don't know.
Wrong word.
You're like,
In this
you're like
segment,
obligated
let's
now to
now
do the whole
analyze
thing.
how
Moody, I
Persona
can hear you
4
rubbing your
pulls
hands.
this off in detail,
Oy vey.
focusing on the plot, narrative, themes, and mythology, giving as little game summary as I think
Yeah,
is
get that
helpful
laugh
to get to know
debuff real
these
quick,
connections
Moody.
that are present. I think
Alright,
it's
alright.
important to
No.
introduce the characters
I was
as
trying to help you.
settings
I was trying to
for
help you,
thank
Ratty.
you.
an idea of things in Persona 4. Persona-wise, the player character is Izanagi, part of two who helped create Japan and create the flood of gods that inhabit it today. I'll go into the pieces of his legend as they become relevant to the
The
story.
player character is
Upon the original
Izanagi.
return from Yomotsu Hirasaka, the underworld, he
But he says he wasn't covering Persona Arena. Why are they showing that sprite?
from washing his body gave birth.
This guy's
He's a
already,
liar.
already not following his own rules.
And slightly differently, a god of purification itself, Haraedo.
Yes.
These, of course, are the ultimate personas of
Watch
Yosei.
this.
Are you allowed to show a bunch of dudes in their underwear on stream?
They did not awaken
No.
their personas and grow except through him taking them to the TV world. And so, as he literally
It's
takes
an accident.
them
Oh,
to the
Moody's
investigation,
not
he
into
also
that.
Like this.
takes the metaphorical and mythological,
Moody canceled.
bringing them into
Get
being
fucking-
as the
I don't know, were their
Bodied
feet also
Moody.
on stream?
The setting of Inaba does not
I'm a master of
exist in
offense and
real-life
defense, a
modern
warrior of
Inaba,
perfect
Japan,
balance.
though. It's instead based on a
Masterful
mythical
footwork.
town outside Mount Fuji. To be specific, the Reiseki and
Oh my
Nakayama
gosh.
myth. In real life, Inaba is based
Even the
on
game
the
knows.
Isawa
No.
Onsen Station and area of Kuefuku City.
This can't be
Yamanashi
happening.
This includes the said station.
Yeah,
as
I
well
just
as the
beat,
shopping
you know,
street, the shrine,
one of
and
the
floodplain, all featured
top
in
200
Inaba,
gold
Okina
Lewises.
Station as well.
And I'm only like level 60, bro. I only have like
Four.
60 hours in
The
this
name
game.
of
Come
Inaba
on.
itself comes from a mixture of both the
Is the
Isekai
plural, like,
and
gold
Kojiki
blue eye?
versions of the story
Gold
The
blue
Hair
eye.
of Inaba, which gives name and context to the entire area. The hair of Inaba in the Kojiki
Ooh,
is about a trickster
get the
rabbit
fuck outta
after
here.
having his fur bitten off.
Oh.
Dumbass, get no. Oh, no, 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 no.
Hand in marriage. And
No.
the first brother who tagged far along
No, come on.
behind under the
I was
wing
invincible, bro.
No, it's not grab
route
invincible.
under their
Yeah, I
command.
know.
The
I
first
know.
80 brothers
Wait,
convinced
he's
him to
fucking
roll in salt
invincible.
water and dry himself in the cold, harsh winds.
I
of the
care.
mountains,
I said I was
breaking
fucking
the ring
invincible.
and disturbing the garment. When the 80 brothers had moved on,
We're
the
supposed to
youngest brother
cut to
stumbled across
a
along
different
the
screen
path.
then.
The youngest brother gave
Red
his
Son
advice
over
to
Paradise is
and
gonna
the
start
rabbit
playing now.
recovers. From there, the rabbit reveals himself to actually have been a god.
No, but I was supposed to be the perfect warrior.
Princess. This boy became known as Oki Inushi, descendant of Susano. The 80
No.
brothers with their descendants' blood are actually all forms of
Why don't you
Why don't
play
I
some
play
Ram?
some Ram?
lineage. And so Yaso
I mean, I
Inaba,
hate Ram,
or
like, with the
Yasogami Hai,
burning passion,
refers
so-
to all
I
of
haven't
them.
played Ram.
Except for
I
her
could
feet,
get the
Making
debuff.
right?
Yaso refers
Oh my
to
goodness.
80, and Hai refers to gods.
The debuffs are stacking. Let's go. You can do it already.
80 gods. Tying it back to this myth.
What if I get a
additional
foot debuff?
tenuous connection could also be made that
How would-
just the
how would you
people
react
of
then?
Persona 4 who belong to Yasogami Hai are
I'd call you
descendants
fucking
of
cringe.
persona of the gods who do
No, no, what?
Izanagi
Come on.
Izanagi makes them all technically
nice.
the same descendancy, like the Yasogami.
Oh no, I wanted to get the
There's still
fucking
more
other
ways
grab.
The story plays into the hair of Inaba though, and they're much more
You know what, go ahead.
significant than
You know what,
we've
you
covered
deserve
so
it,
far,
yeah.
So we'll get into that.
All right.
The first
Time to
kidnapped
me
person
to rest
by
updates. Have a
Namatame
good
was
more night
Yukiko,
fighting
or
Friday crew.
Amaterasu.
Thank you
Good night,
very much
Catherine.
for stopping by,
Pursuing
Catherine.
Namatame as the
Thanks for
Please have a
dropping
good
by.
night.
them to realize
Good night,
And
Catherine.
please actually
the
go
real
to
villain
sleep
as well
because you
in
never.
Persona 4. I
never
mentioned
actually
that
sleep.
Namatame is
When
Catherine
you say
the
so.
head
says-
of Inaba.
Catherine's
He's the
saying,
rabbit.
I'm going to sleep,
Upon
but Catherine will be in
public
someone else's
charge,
stream all of a
he was
sudden.
discovered
Yeah.
for his adultery.
Or
Bitten off.
posting on Twitter.
And
Going to
sleep.
the Isegaonaru version of the story,
3 hours later, I can't
that's
sleep.
the
I'm just gonna watch more
as
streams.
biting the clothes of Amaterasu and taking her away through the mountains to a plane up on
GG,
high,
calculated.
alongside her entourage of gods and men following her. It was Rikiko's kidnapping that caused.
This is a strange place for the analysis to start. It seems kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
Along the way, their entourage
I guess the way the other dude did it was actually good.
Like Naoto's ultimate
I was wrong. Whoops.
Oh god.
This guy's worse. This guy just took a shotgun to his analysis. He's like, alright, now just connect the dots with these points.
I think he's like trying to get into the mythology of it first, but
no, come on.
I think the other guy started with the introduction, and then continued with the introduction, and then replayed the introduction, and then replayed the introduction.
You gotta play the same scene 20 times at least. It's gotta have a cute girl walking around.
Yeah.
At least so far this has been like different footage.
Yeah.
Yeah, just you wait. Just you wait. He's not talking about his favorite girl in this game yet.
We're only 8 minutes in.
Susano also connects him to the ego of the Yasogami in the original myth more strongly. So that's the hair of Inaba and how it ties
Moody,
into
now go ahead and make one of those,
This is
oh, come on.
What's up?
I don't know how to get the golden burst off.
Oh, you just
I
have
wasn't
to,
like getting attacked or anything, right?
Yeah, you just have to not get attacked.
I already
basically.
mentioned how the
But
original
I was...
starting cast directly
Oh, well, was it because I was recovering still?
Yeah, probably. If you're recovering, getting attacked, or blocking, you get blue bursts.
Is the game's main antagonist,
Wait,
and
okay.
the one truly pulling
I will
the
promise to
strings
go to
in
bed
Persona
after I
4
finish this
The
book
game
and
even
to not
sort
stay
of
up at
reminds
3
you of
until
the story in a
3 a.m.
tongue-in-cheek way by having
Well, what book
Edogawa
are you
give
reading?
you a general
If you're still
summary
here,
on
Catherine.
Persona 3 trip. And his
I need to
choice
read more
wording
books,
in
but
some places I'll be referring back to in a moment.
Reading?
I'll
I
give my
don't.
own account of the story with
The hair of
details I
Inaba
believe are
is
important from the Koljiki.
what Catherine's
I
reading.
believe you need to know about the story.
The hair of Inaba?
Izanami and Izanagi in love and great
This
love.
is what he was going into in the video.
Yeah.
Agatsuchi.
Perfect time.
Mythology of
Agatsuchi
Persona
slays
4.
Izanami, and
Inspector.
in vengeance, Izanagi
Alright,
takes
I'll
the
check it
blade
out.
of Totsuka and
Wait.
slays Kagatsuchi
I'll put it in
into
my
8
notes,
pieces.
and
These pieces
hope
form
it
gods of their
has,
own,
an
although
audio
not
book.
linked to the consciousness of the original whole.
I thought that had an anime too.
Yeah, it did.
Kanji's original persona, who I
Nah, you're not gonna hit me with that, right?
segment. The blade of Totsuka,
Oh,
Get
damn.
as
fucked.
I mentioned,
I gotta
is
check that out as
also
well.
available in Persona 4 Golden. It's
what
the
kind of
sword
book
that
is it? If
recover
you don't,
off the
if you don't mind
reaper, similar
writing
to
more
Yu Narukami's
and not
ultimate
sleeping.
weapon, just like Izanagi. After slaying Kagatsuchi,
Go to sleep,
Izanagi wishes
or
to
if
go
you're
to
not
the
sleeping,
land
stay
of
in my
the
stream.
place of the
Okay,
dead,
yeah.
Well, sleep type.
in order to bring Izanami back. Going on his journey, he enters
Both
the
manga
underworld
and
to meet her
anime.
again. The larger path of
manga
the
and
underworld
anime.
is Yomotsu
Interesting.
Hirasaka,
Jimmy,
the name
read
of the
now.
dungeon location in the game.
It's
Once
basically
he
about,
Izanami, she tells him in the dark that she will negotiate with the god of the underworld to come back to life. So Izanami
I was like,
starts to leave.
one of these
But
characters
despite
looks
her
like
insistence,
Shikiryu.
It's kind of like a
Like this.
detective
what Izanami
thing.
looks like, wanting to see his loved one alive again.
Oh
He
yeah,
announced
that
he
thing.
cast his eyes away from the truth, but instead he
It's
lights
like,
his palm of blood
it's got a lot
and
about,
sees his dead body
like,
covered in
yokai and
maggots,
stuff in it.
rotting.
Yeah, that's
Izanami is so embarrassed and outraged at Izanagi.
that's the one with the girl with the cane.
That she chases him out of Yomotsu
That actually was
Hirasaka
pretty
with some
good.
demons that I mentioned in Chie segment.
Yeah, the girl's
I
pretty
watched a
cute.
little bit of the
Leads to
anime.
Vengeful curse on the world, as Edogawa
I'll
even
check it out.
mentioned.
I think I
for the
almost
parallels,
finished the
Similarly, when Izanami
Nice.
exposes
First
herself to
season?
the player, she seemingly has bandages wrapping around her, seeming clean
Dang.
and proper, before a later phase exposes her rotting self in
Dang.
some form.
No.
The she uses during her
I'm
fight as
sorry.
well is vengeful
I should have
curse.
burst. I can't. Can I burst out of my own attack? Actually, no. That's
Near
a.
the end of the fight, she starts
Cancel,
to use a
right?
scripted
Yeah,
move,
cancel.
Thousand Curses,
I
which
could have canceled out of
all your
that. I had the
party
meter.
members, presumably killing them or
Yeah,
dragging
she was a
them
pretty
down into the
interesting
land of the
character.
dead. This is a reference
Inspector.
to Izanami's claim that her curse will take one.
can't believe he's going into, like, the end
every
boss
day as
already.
part of her curse.
It's
And
interesting.
Izanami
Yeah, it's like-
responds that if
Wow.
that is so, then he will produce 1,500 to
This is a
sustain
10-hour
his
video. He
growth.
definitely could have started
In the
from
myth,
beginning of the
Izanagi
game
sets
to the
his
end of the
own
game.
ways.
It's a 14-hour
This
video.
little girl character looks like
14 hours,
Catherine.
whatever.
Has and struggles to recall the memory
It's
of
broken into
in her
part
own
1,
lane.
part 2, and part
She is
3.
Izanami, like the Sagiri.
Instead of any logical breaking points like other
The
videos.
positive reflection and the want to grow. Something
It's like, yeah,
Edogawa
10
mentions
10 hours
previously is he
even,
traveled to the
and
land of
then
Yomi, and he
4 hours and
specifically words
something.
the underworld
Oh, no,
in
The other one
the
had
Lucky
like
bro, let me
22
tell ya.
land
chapters.
of shadows, which is of course.
And it was only
no
12
coincidence,
hours.
As within the shadow world of the human subconscious, Yomotsu
Alright.
Hirasaka makes appearance in the game. The shadow version of Yomotsu Hirasaka is of course only possible to exist in the
I think
very shadows
he's trying to filter
because Izanami
anyone who's not
exists as a shadow. She is
the most like
cognition,
hardcore weeb
an
here.
idea conjured by human archetypes.
I think he's just
and lacks the
flexing.
ego to properly pull her powers into
Yeah,
reality.
he's dabbing on all of
She
us.
has to go about it in such a convoluted way with the Sagiris and Marie.
I bet this dude has real katanas at his house.
Who
would
Yeah,
have
who would do that? Yeah.
What do you?
Oh, no, I didn't want to do that.
Mankind is, and now
Nice.
you, being selected as the fool, must disprove this belief and rend from
Wait,
whatever
Rikair, didn't I buy you katanas?
of humanity is.
No, I don't have any katanas. I got a claymore.
What?
Yeah.
The god Izanami then represents the fog, or the aversion to truth.
No,
The
my
willingness
special,
for
bro.
stagnation and the
I'm
desire
sorry.
of
Special.
mankind not to confront the harsh realities
You
that
guys,
face them.
if you guys want to
This
switch
comes
games,
from a part of the
please
tale
feel
where
free to let me
Izanagi,
know.
despite the horrible possibilities that could
Did you
lay
just say DNF duel?
chose
Oh.
to light his cause.
DNF
very
duel? Did someone
much.
say DNF duel? Wait, okay, one second.
Catherine. The other Catherine is here right now.
Dead.
Yeah.
She, even after being dead, failed to accept her
You
appearance
have
and
overdue
tried to
library
guide
books.
Izanagi
We're here
not to as well.
I haven't been
And
to the
now,
library
when
in
he
like
fails
3
to,
years.
She aggresses directly.
Yeah, that's why you're overdue.
Massively overdue.
Also
This is
tasked with reaching
unfortunate.
out to the truth to prove to whatever being may be watching
Uh,
that humans
okay, let's
are
see,
powerful enough.
This is gonna turn into Bloodstain where someone's gonna come after you. Oh, what's up, Raiders? Let's go.
Welcome in.
Oh wow, welcome to the stream, Raiders. Thank you for the raid,
His
gamers.
behavior throughout the game as well.
Welcome
He's
to
a
Persona
narcissist
4.
to send things your
Just
way
chatting,
that
I
make
see.
you doubtful of the pursuit of truth, the purpose or virtue of it.
Who
or even
raided?
How
I can't
was
see.
it?
what it even
Magistra
is.
Catherine.
From Adachi's bait and switch
Another mute
definitions to
VTuber.
the cruel truths of Mitsu's
Oh, nice.
approval,
I love
to
mute
the
VTubers. They're the
disasters
best,
led
actually.
by uncritical belief
Unironically.
in truth like Namatame,
Yeah, they don't
the
have
amount of times
ugly
that you feel
voices
led
like
to a dead end
this
and
this
even
one
an appeal
Dullahan
to the masses.
that I know.
Izanami attempts to make many
He used to be a mute
arguments throughout the
VTuber,
game,
but then
convincing you
he
not to
decided
look, not
talking
to
is
continue
better.
searching,
Stole someone's
but
vocal
after you
cords?
oppressed her
What a
again and
dick.
again, at the end of the game, she feels she no
Alright,
longer has
let's
any
see.
choice but to aggress you directly.
Oh shoot.
She
You didn't say
realizes
your
that
voice is ugly, Moody. You said a Dullahan, right? You're
Yeah, a Dullahan.
not a Dullahan.
the
Yeah, you're not
full
even a
overview
Dullahan.
will
Yeah,
be
not-
covered
What a
in
dick.
second
Yeah.
near the end,
Ignoring
but
someone who's
now,
not even here.
here's the
Jeez,
mythical
man.
dramatic
I
analysis
mean,
of
he
the
didn't name his
Golden
name,
Sword
but
or Golden
shit,
Why are you
terrible.
stealing Rez's bit?
Now then,
Looks
let's
great.
talk about the actual literal
Alright,
story
let's see.
and how it's told. The decisions made.
Yeah, we
and
were
how they
talking about
contribute to
swords.
the
Interesting,
narrative.
and fighting with them.
Persona 4 Golden
Oh,
starts with you, a
Rikair,
popular city
what-
boy
Talking about
who is
Hema?
country
Well,
What do you
Rikair
think?
Rikair likes Hema?
Wait, I like. Wait. Okay, one second. I need to get in the chat real quick. There we go. Who mentioned Hema? Who mentioned Hema?
Magistra Catherine.
Probably due to
Magistra
monotony, they cut the
Catherine.
more specific residential cutscenes
I'm not
once
reading
the
those
message is
two.
sent, but you get the idea of this
Posts,
not
or
quite
3 posts
backwards,
right
but
there.
a little stuck in
You're a
its
human
own
instructor?
town, surviving
Based?
on its own, but facing difficulty acclimating to the new century. With Juness, the Walmart equivalent.
When?
living in
When?
some
I need to see the VOD. Did you do it? Did you do it on stream? I need to see the
low
VOD.
usage, the
Oh,
town
yeah.
first
Oh, that's
enters
cool.
into
War as well.
stagnation.
Me.
Upon
I'm a Hema
arriving, the
instructor.
death of my
Yes,
Yumi
no.
Koto
Like a
and
huge
Saki
Hema
Konishi
presentation.
happened
Hell
Alright,
yeah.
one
back to
second.
back and
It's
almost
time to
out of
drop a
nowhere.
follow.
Bustle and concern from everyone.
Yeah,
One
There's a
second. Where's my
morbid sense
freaking
of
stream?
excitement
Make
that
sure to
people
turn
are
on the
waiting
bell
for.
notification
This
too.
kind of gossip,
yeah.
discussion,
They're on by
dialogue,
default.
Thank you very much,
rather
Anonymous.
than or in conjunction with the
Thank you
horror
for,
that it is. You
providing
even
that
see
gift
this
sub.
with things like Yosuke's character arc.
I was just
as
comparing
after
about
the Midnight
Fiore
Channel
and-
rumor has happened, the initial
the fuck am I
like
looking
Ken-
at?
their way
I just started to stream for the
Click
first
an
time
hour
tonight.
for
Oh my
newbies.
god, what am I
Persona
looking
4's
at?
intro is definitely long for
By the
getting
way,
into
it's an
the
open
action.
lobby. If you
Things
have
are
Strive,
pretty
you can
much
hop in
entirely
anytime.
on the rails
Yeah.
for the first
Sure.
hour
Or
and
any
a
other
half
game.
the person is
Yeah,
actually
feel
we played
really
it.
listening
Yeah, feel free
to
to
the time as
hop in and
it's
get beaten
then the
by
game doesn't
Rattyy
even
over here.
properly
He's really
open
good
up
at Strive.
until another hour
Yeah.
or so, when
Yo,
Yukiko
just let me
Dungeon
know
is
when
in
we
full
move
force.
to
This
stick
is
fight
definitely
inevitably.
one of the weakest points of the
I'm
game.
down.
But
Is it
for a
still
heavily
4 players?
story and character-focused
Or
game that's
am I wrong?
going
That's
to
a
sit you
good
through
point.
a
I think it is from the last time we checked. I don't know if we ever got to that many when we played.
for an open.
I see.
Yosuke's Awakening, gameplay-wise,
Thank
is
you for
really
the
well
sub. I
handled
would, but
in its
I am way too
preciseness
tired
in
to
the
play.
gameplay.
LOL.
They give you
Well,
one
have a
tutorial
good rest
fight
as
in
well,
which you understand the
Magistra
central mechanic
Catherine.
of
Yeah.
normal versus weak
Yeah, have a good
attacks,
rest.
and make make sure
I'm
you
gonna
can use the one
bookmark
motion
this.
before throwing you into a boss fight. And a
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out too.
explaining
That's definitely something I want to learn more about.
Yeah, same here.
That you will have to watch for tells and prepare for, most
Nice.
easily with guarding. In two
It's just cool, you know?
fights that are neither too short
Yeah.
nor irritatingly long.
No.
it manages to
Wait,
give you an
do you have a
idea of
sword,
all the system's
Ratty?
mechanics for fun that you can
one sawn and a
expand
half.
on
Yeah.
with your own
Do you
curiosity
have a
later.
throne
Later
ready?
is
Not yet.
You should make one.
Briefly
I got a
after
link for you
obtaining the first
actually.
couple demons, you'll be introduced to fusion. So the way that the game
Yeah, I've been
builds
offered a
things
code
on a
actually.
gameplay
No,
perspective
no,
is fairly well
please.
paced,
Okay,
I
listen,
think. The biggest
I'm really,
thing
really
that
good at
makes
this
it take
game,
a while
right?
is
But
the amount
I'm
of
experiencing like 50 debuffs right now. I got a gnat flying around my room. I got my wrist hurting. I'm watching along, right? I got these jokers. Alright, if I was in my prime condition right now.
Alright, let me know if you guys started the enough duel. I'm almost done. Well, I'll finish my dailies right now. I'm just doing the main quest so I can hit the level cap. Where actually useful.
I'm also down for stick
No.
I'm down for literally anything that isn't
yourself and reality as is instead of
Not eat? What the fuck is? Oh yeah, okay.
and how that ultimately leads you to be the most
What happened to the book?
rational, practical person you can be is clearly laid out.
Ready?
Come
on.
Don't worry about it, Boris.
The first two dungeons serve a general
What, Moody?
purpose of
Come on, Ratty, I'm giving you a chance.
While they deal with the forward
Come
and
on,
backward
make
momentum
yourself
of
look
solving
cool.
the case, while being in a position
Fuck.
of
At the
seeing
net,
how
bro.
things
The
work. Still, each
I'm telling
dungeon
you.
is for the central narrative. From Yukiko,
Alright,
they learn how to
so we have a
select the
cat that
victim
uses
before
swords, a
they
cat that
kidnap
uses
and rescue
fists.
them.
We
They
just need a
women,
magic
show up
cat.
on the
Well,
TV, and are
Conrad was
connected
here.
to the other previous
He's
victims
basically
are the
magic,
people
right?
that are targeted. With
And he's
Kanji,
a
they rule
cat.
out the women part
Yeah, I
of
was
their
gonna
theory,
say,
but he's not a
but
cat,
That
right?
might be a literal cat that
This
does
time
magic.
trying to warn Kanji
Break the
beforehand
formula, you
and
know.
failing to get through to him. Next is
Yeah, yeah,
Risei,
yeah.
which they fall back on their theory with again. Now,
No,
with
we
the
need a
victim
cat
seemingly
through
having
him.
no connections after all, and just
Frowny
being
face.
a coincidence. They ascertain that victims who appear, whose names and faces are recently broadcast on TV.
Oh wait,
is
if you want a
actually
magic
how they're being
cat,
targeted. This time they also get closer
pull up
and are able to
Nanomancer. There you
genuinely
go.
warn the person about
Nanomancer.
the possible oncoming
Yeah.
danger
But
before
they
the danger
wanted a
happens.
Catherine.
But while they are able
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
improve
But,
themselves in
you know,
both criteria and
Yeah,
action
yeah,
to get
yeah.
through to her, it does little to help. Each dungeon,
Nice.
each attempt
Sorry, buddy.
causes them to form and readjust their theory, taking one step closer to the truth and getting one step better at preventive measures.
Oh, nice.
But
Good stuff.
you also see the occasional frustration as it seems every
No.
time they narrow the idea, it gets disproved. And they get back to where they started on some regard and remain lost in the dark.
Okay, come on.
This
You can't.
is an intentional
can't do
aspect
that.
of the main narrative of the story, though. It's part of the
sorry.
pressure that Izanami
Oh, I'm sorry.
the truth whenever it seems unattainable. Seeing humans struggle with their unattainable truth. Seeing if they will give up. Showing no signs of
No,
slowing
I was
down
trying to do
sends
my
the message to
special.
other Teddy about
Just
how
hit
the
piano
truth
with the
may be
Catherine
grasped
beam.
at, but the grasper will have no means of seeing it
But,
as truth. They push past this.
I
and are
think
faced
I
with
really
the
like Shadow
loneliness. Mitsuo Kubo, playing
Shadow
the
Teddy was
murderer and
amazing.
egging them on.
Yeah.
There is an unsettling bit of the game after this point where the
Shadow Teddy's dialogue is like one of my favorite parts about this game.
and just have to wait for the police's
And then the memes that spawned off
Every
it, what
3-day
Shadow
episode
Teddy's
of
just talking about
The game
nihilism.
badgers you about having to wait until the police are done.
Nyano with the
Is meant
Catherine
to send the
beam.
investigation team into a forced
LOL, BOB.
standstill, a place where they momentarily have to just fester and deal with things, unable to search.
Don't do
further.
anything rash,
Will they give in to
Catherine.
complacency and feel content with their hollow victory? Will they take this convenient truth as
Catherine's
reality?
bringing another.
Don't do
Something
anything
that
you'll
is
regret.
grabbing
Another
out
mute
comment,
Catherine to
something
stream.
Dachi claims that you are
Just
actually
contacting
in
all
later
of the
on?
Catherines.
No. The investigation team is still skeptical, so Naoko
Alright,
makes
that
herself
downloaded
a
your
potential
pattern.
target, so hopefully they can ascertain the greater method and information of the killer.
Which Catherine?
Naoto's sacrifice reveals
Wait,
again.
There's just
Indeed.
an army
But
of
they
mute
did get something.
Catherines that they know.
Ascertained it is a kidnapper, presumably one
Well, it's like that
person.
video
Someone
game. I
strong,
forgot the
almost
name.
certainly a
It's
man,
like
and someone with
Yeah,
a
it's-
teeth
Well, actually,
within
wait a
short
second.
distance.
Kath or something.
This is a
I
lot of
wasn't thinking
information,
about that
but
because I was
nothing
looking at the
concrete as they
Persona
hope.
footage and
Before the next
not seeing
episode,
anything similar to what was going on in that game either.
that Dojima sees and takes
No,
you
no,
away
Don't think
to
about it, you're gonna get
This is the
kidnapped in your
result of one
dreams
of
and
two
forced to
things,
push
depending on
blocks
how the player
around.
has made their decision.
And if you suck at puzzles, you'll
But
die.
in a certain way, this
You're talking
is
about Catherine?
the
I love
most
I was trying to do my,
Honestly, that ain't a bad way to
in
go.
the game,
Starship.
and in your mind with good reason. It
You
also
get
drives
smothered by
into
some kind of
Dojima's
degenerate
character
butt
arc,
monster.
difficulty facing the hard truth about
I'm
life and
up,
death.
dude.
This
Say
lack
less.
of willingness to be open, critical, but intentional in searching for the
Nice.
truth
Good
creates
stuff,
some
dude.
lack
Hell
of
yeah.
trust, which
You
renders
said it was
you
supposed to be a
briefly
nightmare.
ineffective as when
Thanks,
Nanako
buddy.
is kidnapped. The game's narrative is punishing any semblance of untruthfulness in terms of
You
taking
fools,
actions
that is no nightmare for me.
At this time, the
Train
investigation
enthusiasts
finally
love
comes to conclusion
Minecraft.
as to how the
Whenever I
character
Starship, I can just say
and
goodbye to
correct
half my health.
But even having the truth over this is rendered as a sort of too late because they made the assumption
what?
that a face needed to be shown
Moody,
earlier in the
come
game
on.
TV to make a culprit. When the voice, the idea, the perspective,
too
and
fat
the
to be
identity being known around town was the actual prerequisite.
No.
How are they feeling
Oh.
now? They weren't, but had they been more cautious, theoretically they could have been ready to prevent.
Oh shoot! I'm just looking at
especially
my
with the
screen
info
now,
they gathered. From
and
here,
it's like
you
so
face
chaotic.
Namatame,
I feel
but
so,
are
I feel
surprised
so
to see the dwarf
terrible.
Ame no Kuni instead.
My streams aren't usually this ugly.
Needs and wants of
Please forgive me.
But you don't avert your
Oh
eyes
yeah,
from
sorry,
it.
I'll just
You
leave
pass
that.
through the lie and destroy one arm of Izanami's
Yeah, it almost looks like a
Back
Nanodan
people
stream.
who enjoy truth and speak as if they embrace it, while truthfully not
Basically
searching
it is.
critically outside of themselves
Alright.
to find an answer. Namatame is
Not nearly as
the killer,
ugly.
and in
Yeah,
a
you know what?
rage, Yosuke
Let me
sees
fix it.
what makes sense.
I was feeling
Well,
bad
that's
for you
cool.
there.
But
That
probably
last
the
match
most
was just too
prominent,
good.
Since he takes the most
There we go.
significant
Now it's
role
not
in
a
Took too
done
much out of
stream.
me. You know.
As I mentioned, this is probably
I
a
see.
reference again to the
Right,
Arena.
back. We couldn't find a
At this
magic
point,
Catherine
the
or
first
Catherine
seeming
hype.
climax of the
Oh,
story is
unfortunate.
happening.
Okay, but like,
See the end
so
of Ratyy's
Corpse
dungeon
is
as a
Catherine,
sort of
right?
exposition,
So Corpse
and then the rising
uses
action
magic.
being from Mitsuo
So
Kuni.
there's your magic
Then the
Catherine.
results
There you
of
go.
Hanako's dungeon
I
to
see.
exposing and facing of Adachi
Pull up the
as
just real quick.
Here, you
Can
convince
you
the
pull up
party to
the
put aside their
Sure.
bad
the
feelings
pin board or
because
whatever?
while they are feeling terrified, they can't see
I wonder if I have it
they
saved.
allow
I probably
even the
don't.
feelings as strong as
I
the
hope you
death of
do.
a
Come
child
on.
to blind their ability to
I'll just,
You're
download
the
it
mastermind
from-
behind it, all right,
if you
Moody?
fail to reach
I'm
out to
not.
your ears, you get a bad ending. Nanako dies in the hospital. Teddy
God,
never
I
returns,
swear.
and the fog remains.
Okay, go
Game
beat me
over.
up.
You also
Do your best
essentially
combo.
in the game, killing an innocent,
I don't have
well-meaning
combos, bro.
man, shaken
That's not
in
my
moments
bit.
of anxiety, trauma, and confusion
Moody
just to
off
make
his
yourself
meds.
feel better. It's a pretty brutal game over. If you do
Alright, let's
shake them
Ain't
out of
nothing
it,
gonna break
though,
my
if
stride.
you are
What
able
do you
to
mean
eventually
meds?
sit down
I don't
and
have
make
meds.
senses and understand his role in things,
Oh,
and it
maybe
was
you
not
do
the
need
killer
them.
that was under confusion as to how
Yeah,
the
exactly.
situation operated. Having never
Alright,
got
here.
in
Found it.
himself until with Nanako, I mentioned earlier the parallels of this in the
let's
Hair of Inaba
put it
story and
in
how Namatame
images.
is the Hair of Inaba and how he guides Amaterasu's entourage to the top of the mountain, where they can then seek out a new truth. But here,
Right,
it's also likely a double meaning as a red herring. Now,
Make
I'm
sure
not
to
sure if
take
you know
your
this,
meds.
but a red herring is actually a fish, not a rabbit. But the
Moody
wordplay
P4
is
sad.
commonly interrelated and used modernly and commonly to represent a rabbit anyways in other languages. Like Japan, who has taken much of
Sort
Western
this.
culture, phraseology, and even straight-up words in the past few decades. The confrontation
matter.
next is with the true
Here
killer
it is.
Adachi, who offers the fourth major challenge in the party's ideology.
Yeah, I'll
the fourth
download
major
this
attempt
one,
by Izanami to get Izanagi to look away. The
Oh,
player
here it
defeats
is.
Adachi, who is revealed like Namatame.
The self-exposed,
With
let's
another
go.
aspect of Izanami,
Moody,
Ameno
Presence, and
the
Ant,
will of
bro.
the heavens.
Alright.
Underscore 83.
Heaven's
In
first
theory.
dog, who again presses the player on their beliefs, which I go into more
So
again.
this-
14-hour analysis.
After Adachi, if you're going
What
to
is
get
this?
the true ending, you
Okay,
must
so
face the
there's
last
this one
dwarf of
VTuber that
Izanami, the ego, without the memory.
that
Kusu
a lot of
Okan,
us really enjoy.
or Ratyyy, who you meet at
Named
the very
Corpse
beginning of the game,
_channel
and in order
exclamation
to
point
access
Corpse.
this, must have been helping seek her true
She may be
self
dead, but
throughout
she's
the
live
game.
every night.
Yeah,
It's funny
she
that
may be
the
dead, but
most
she's live every
obvious
night at
truth is
8:30
in
p.m.
recovering the
to
meaning of
midnight.
And
the
also
calm
right
as
now.
well, since the
Yeah, also
calm
right
is
now.
what allowed Izanagi to see the truth
Basically,
in the original
she
myth.
disappeared.
After rescuing Marie from
Um,
herself,
she
allowing her
disappeared
to grow
like
and move
for a
forward
month or
as her
whatever,
own person,
and she had
you
this
were
like
able to set up
ARG,
things as if
and
to
we were
end the
trying to
game.
look for her.
You can end here too.
And
pretty
basically, we
easily.
found
If you choose
Catherine
to
by
return
accident,
home, you can leave
and we were like,
happily.
"Oh,
The true culprit
Catherine's
is killed
very
after
similar
all,
to Corpse."
right? But the true
So I thought they
culprit
they
isn't
were
the biggest
both
issue
one and
in
the
need
same.
of solving.
And we
It
made
isn't
this
the murderer
theory.
that is the greatest damage to Inaba.
This
It is
entire
the
page.
mentality that breeds that kind of murderer. A mentality that left unchallenged
showcasing our
find a replacement for the true culprit.
neurodivergency.
And so you go to
Yeah, how
the
artistic we
originator
are.
of this
Yeah,
murder
artistic.
mentality.
Yeah, like
high quality
you know,
artism.
Objective perspective
Yeah,
above all
Moody's
else.
not artism.
Perspective of
It's just
color,
artists. We're
uncritical
artists.
experience
Yeah,
and
we're
truth
artists.
With no regard
But yeah,
for
I'll,
evidence.
Moody's artisans,
I'll
right?
retweet
That's
this.
why he follows Artisan again.
Eventually
Really?
reveals herself and finally
Honestly,
realizes
this
the only way to stop your pursuit
conspiracy theory here
of her
did in
ideal
fact
avoidance
convince me.
better by challenging.
I was convinced after I read that.
It also makes thematic sense.
It was
that
very
someone so
convincing.
averse to facing
Yeah, it was just so
would do
good.
everything at hand to avoid facing their problem.
What do you mean,
until
fortunately?
they could no
What do you mean,
longer
unfortunately? That was
survive.
fun.
Her agreement to face you, though,
It was
in
fun,
and of
but,
itself,
Get rid
of
is a
Glad?
way of admittance and defeat.
I think it should be in
Bis.
Bis.
That her place as a god sometimes
Because you had it out of Bit, but then you did the reverse pat. And no, well that's animated. That couldn't have replaced it. What would you replace it
It's
with?
tier 1. It's tier 1.
Myth. And again,
Hold on, why is my
Izanagi defeats Izanagi
why is Chatty
with
not picking
the
it up
truth.
then?
He throws off his glasses
Okay,
before committing it, something that the characters have worn due to the fogginess
Where
of
is
the
it?
Shadow
Where's the
World.
tweet?
In
There
this
it is, found
moment,
it.
the player is at a point where they
Here,
no
you
longer
can take a
need
look at it
tools
in
to see
closer
through the
detail
lies
here.
of reality. They are at grips with themselves and can see through and obtain the truth of their own faculties.
Well, now our favorite
The
VTuber is
fog,
gone.
the
Let us
lies
look for her.
obstruct their view no
How
longer.
about this
So the
lost
fog
Lincoln kid in the
The
woods?
fool gains the power
Exactly.
of the world, and humanity again
Hey,
proves
they all
itself
do.
more powerful,
Are you
strong
ready?
enough to
Yeah.
conquer the
Yeah,
faults
apparently it's
that
there,
some people
but-
find themselves drawn to.
They're way too
society.
similar.
That's the story of Persona 4, keeping
They
in mind
even
narrative
do the
progression
same,
and detail. I think
oh,
due
shoot,
to the
sorry,
many scenes
I'll
with
do that.
characters getting to know each other,
They even
and
do that,
dungeons early
no
on,
contractions
despite
thing.
giving greater insight to the case, never really reach huge breakthroughs.
Zoomer corpse.
One would think
Zoomer
that the game
kayfabe.
would ramp up until the end, but I think
No, but yeah,
Pitfall
Ca-
is not reading
Catherine
or
is
really
very cool.
understanding what the
Yeah,
story
Catherine's
is to do.
extremely cool.
The constant
Extremely
back and
based.
forth, the perseverance under failure, the continued attempt.
I'm glad
no
that she
matter
forgave
the
us.
seeming hopelessness or unsolvable nature of the case,
You know?
it is exactly what it takes to reach out to
Oh,
the
shoot,
truth.
no.
And life isn't measured in
No, I
single
don't think
moments.
it says
where
it's under
suddenly
tier
a
1.
huge
But
breakthrough
if I
is
think
made,
I think I
but
posted
often
it
in ways that we
No.
use
Try
together and
posting it,
understand small
Taurus.
aspects of life as
Alright,
they
hold
come
on.
into our being.
Maybe
They are
you're
no
not
less
sub.
important, but they take more work.
No,
and are
I
more gradual.
am. I
They
can
allow
post the
us
other
to
ones.
build a picture
No,
of
that's not a
reality.
contraction,
I was
Catherine.
wondering if you could kind of give your
It's is a
impression
separate word.
of the soundtrack as a whole.
It's
kind of
is a
the
separate
vibes of
word
the
from
game's time
it's
period,
and it
feelings,
is.
themes, how it might tie into the game.
Yeah, so I.
It means
I'm gonna say some stuff.
It's a
that-
plural that
My starship?
Unfortunately,
it possesses something,
which is very
or not a plural. It just
and
possesses
I think
something.
that really aids the series because it
shoot.
goes for this really kind of saccharine,
Oh.
sickly.
Yep, you have to put the apostrophe
I
there.
think that that's pretty well represented.
What?
Let's see if you get hit.
as well. You can
It
see this in
works.
a whole
Oh,
bunch
Oh,
of
fuck
those
you and your
weird
fucking
things in
invincibility.
English that
You
is
fucking kiss my ass,
counterintuitive.
bro. The fuck?
tambourine hits, which are very like.
No, you're not hitting me with that. What? No, come on. I was like 10 miles away from you.
Originate from,
Whatever, technical issues be technical issues. I should probably reopen the thing.
whole game kind of takes place in this
Catherine.
countryside where the murder mysteries are happening and all that. Like in terms of time period, that you're going to hear a lot is in mixing and mastering, especially like with the sound.
No.
capabilities of the systems. It's a little bit like more shrill, kind of on the higher end.
Nice.
Lacks body. If you listen to the percussion, again,
No.
a lot of these.
Fuck you, you fucking trumpet of fucking.
genre-defining stuff.
I'm gonna tear your head in half, bro. I'm gonna decapitate you. Come here.
But if you listen to,
I mean, I'm already.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's super
exactly.
synthetic. And then if
Exactly.
you listen to like the bass drum or the toms or something, the
Nice.
timbre and the like pitch of it are quite high. There's not a lot of tracks that have an actual like bass to them, which is cool when there actually is something.
This dude's getting back into music theory.
It works.
Sort of,
I don't know how we got here.
I'm confused as well.
Oh, nice.
He was talking about like the religious bases, like in Shintoism for stuff, and now he's like.
whatever it may be.
That was a while ago.
That kind of feeling of like.
Yeah.
It's very much not structured.
It's like a hominess. I don't know how to exactly put it.
Yeah, maybe I'm just missing the bridge here, but
Fuck you. Fuck you, Moody. Alright?
but
I'm
fuck
sorry.
you, yeah.
You're not
Yeah.
sorry. You're not
I'm
fucking sorry. I
not.
can
I'm
tell.
not. I'm sorry. I'm
Even
not
with
sorry.
Kamino Sagiri still. I'm like,
Fucking asshole.
But the P4G opener, if you look at like.
Bro, my
Veronica,
starship.
is kind of a more folk
But
style
yeah,
to
Catherine.
it,
What?
Right, and I think that
Put the apostrophe between the
around it
T
a lot more,
and the S.
generally speaking, a lot of people view
Frozen
it
again?
more
Oh, shoot.
human
What? That was
you
a
know, really,
perfect.
like, outside
I didn't
of,
hit you.
Like, quote unquote art
It is.
music or something like that. And I think
Oh wait, no,
that's
I guess I
common
hit you with the
Thank you
chip
very
dance.
much, Jimmy.
from folk music to art music.
Uh,
It's more in the folk
Do you guys
music
want to
camp,
switch
not
games?
the
Or,
drum.
not you guys. Ratty, do you want to switch games? I'm down with whatever. I'm down with, like, GTFO as well.
The rest of us aren't invited to whatever you're doing.
DNF duel.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, DNF Duel might be fun.
Oh wait, I probably uninstalled it actually.
Oh, that's what. I thought you were gonna say you didn't own it.
No.
He was playing with us.
Yeah. Oh, I don't remember.
Nano-specific.
It's exactly
Like my no, my memory doesn't like go back longer than a week.
I see.
Come on.
You sound like
get
me.
hit by my-
Right.
Oh, okay.
Grandpa
I
voice.
have come to a tragic realization.
It's is. Oh,
Yeah. And
Tell us
again,
your tragic
you know,
realization,
any-
please.
you are
the
very
drums, like,
funny.
The percussion.
It's
very,
extremely
very
tragic. I'm not winning today. Like, I did not enter this fight at full HP.
too aren't nearly. as
What's that?
complex
Do
or
you have to
high
buy out? Do you have to bow out?
and stuff. It is kind of a relic of older times.
I think I do. I think
did ask
you're
a
gonna
question
win.
Of, like, what separates it? What gives it
Everybody
that
but
sort of
me.
separation.
Oh
No, being
no.
last
A lot of
place.
it is not a lot of
It's
it.
right. You know what they say, right? And the last shall be first.
What causes it to be so like high register is also
Nobody says that.
kind of a disconnect.
It's written in the Bible. Somebody said it once.
Like
Sometime.
fucking Super Bro?
And it has an ice level.
Okay, there we go.
I didn't hear him say it.
Nice.
Just a Jesus? That quite?
Get
Imagine.
fucked.
Okay,
Imagine listening to that
It's actually
guy.
calculated.
Who would?
Focusing a lot on these higher.
Okay, you know how last names being the same usually means two people are family, and that means they're very similar. I think it's the opposite for these two. I think since they have the same first name, they're both from the same family, and they're both who.
Who are you talking about?
These two in chat.
See what's going on here.
Moody Schizo posting again. Let's go.
No, wait. Who are you talking about?
Catherine and Catherine.
Holy shit.
Catherine and who?
Catherine.
Moody, were you even trying, bro?
Yeah,
no.
we heard Catherine. Who else?
Who should?
Catherine.
Yeah, who should?
You see, last names are
Catherine
no
and who, Moody?
coincidence.
I'm off my meds, guys.
And as a central plot
No, you're onto something. You're onto something.
Yeah,
Last
just
names are no
close to the
coincidence.
person that's Woody.
getting a grasp on how
But by their first names, they're bound by fate itself. This is
exactly.
important.
Catherine and Catherine.
In the same way that the main cast
No.
is constantly fed
These are the words
incorrect
IT
ideas
and
about
an
who the
unrelated
suspect
apostrophe.
could be, or
And
even
a
being
full
wrong multiple
yes.
times about their own
Thank you,
criteria
Weiss.
and conclusions of someone being
It's
pursued by the killer.
All right. There we go. I see what it is.
Then that
Oh,
their
all we do is
theories
open
about
chat
different
to see the
things
truth.
pertaining to the TV world
Moody, I agree with you,
also
actually.
end up being contradicted repeatedly.
I see.
One idea is that the people are viewing the Midnight Channel.
They're both
and the
hooligans
events
by
within,
nature, by the
something
nature of
brought
their
up by
name.
the cheering of an early
Mhm.
dungeon crowd.
Dude,
But
this
the
is when
fact
you wish the
that
video was
recognizing
frozen
the
instead of
protagonist
what
of
we're
the
seeing.
words makes
Okay,
it
Catherine
Oomph with the
and
BM.
It's fair to say that the Midnight Channel doesn't go on air
BM,
the
it's
entire time
an
you're
optimal
inside of
combo.
it, but does just merely show
So
who
what?
the victim is, where they are,
Optimal
and a
combo?
general idea of them.
Of
Yeah,
course.
optimal I was already dead, bro.
Optimal for her BM.
Yeah, fucking asshole, what the hell?
Insecurities of the self that is denied by the host.
I didn't know Oomphy was like
Therefore
this.
creates
Oh, I
a
did.
shadow. This
Hell yeah.
is the general understanding of shadows through most of the game, and is mostly how the game presents the characters, albeit
Didn't do
not
anything.
Oh,
entirely.
fuck you.
A second
Accomplish
view that is
anything.
addressed within
Nice.
the game is that after gaining fame
Good
on
stuff.
the TV, a shadow is in
Catherine
fact
and
the
Catherine
perverted
sounds like one
perception
hell of
the
a law
masses
firm.
seeing the host
I
on
guess
the
that's your next
television
job.
screen. And so it is another yet false version of the self.
Fuck.
The shadow
that
is
up.
therein not entirely
If Twitch streaming ever
but is in fact
goes wrong, then
the creation of the
a law
false
firm would be your
interpretation
next
of the
best bet.
masses, their perception. It seems obvious at
No.
first that the first idea is what
Oomphy.
defines a shadow in Dungeon's action in design, but it is grasped
No, I was
by
trying to
the
block, I wasn't trying to hit.
Midnight Channel
GG, I have skill issues, and I should get good on
More
another day.
Just
than
ran
the
into
first.
it.
I'll,
Rudy, Catherine H.
And it's all
Barrington,
but
Catherine H.
confirmed by the
Alright.
Cypher.
Midnight Channel event.
Yeah, I'm good to
Coincidence, I
switch
think
to whatever.
Falsely believed
Or, I might be done even. Pretty late.
when in
Alright,
fact it
you're
was
done?
just the reflection of their view
Or
of
after
him,
this one?
rather than anything
No,
replicated by him. It is then
I mean,
driven
yeah, I'm done
again
now.
by
I did
adoption
not mean to
controlled by
match.
Amino Sagiri,
Oh, alright.
and just the Sagiri itself that
GG's,
world of
Ratty.
shadows Shadows
GG
which
already.
occupy the subconscious
GG.
of all
GG,
mankind
get good?
are the ones who
So
make,
what's the next
take,
game?
and control the TV world's
Yeah, Moody.
perceptions to fit
Oh, League of
the
Legends.
and interpretation
No,
of
not
the
fucking
masses.
Rikair. You
Well,
gotta.
in this case, though, it
I hope you get well soon,
undermine
bro.
the earlier parts of the game. Very clear on what I'm saying. This basically says that our idea of the shadow being this part of ourselves we reject and put down is not actually technically how these are created.
Both end
Well,
in
I mean, the whole
both
idea
H
was that they
middle
were
name.
facing themselves, right? The parts of
Uh-oh.
themselves that they denied.
It's
if you're
a
telling
little
me
bit
now that
more,
those parts of themselves weren't even necessarily parts they
It's a
denied,
bit more
then
credible than I originally
seems kind
thought.
of inconsistent. If it wasn't a true part of themselves,
I got
or
like 2
true
wins in there.
self,
I'm
as
pretty
they say,
okay.
what's the point?
Hell yeah.
Well, this is taking the information a little too
So yeah, do I
plainly as
have
well.
DNF?
You see, there's a common idea
It is not
that
installed,
there
it's
is
hard
the you
DNF.
of your own experience.
Well, yeah, it's
and
too late.
the you as
I
you are
gotta-
perceived through others. No man is an island.
Today's,
as it is said,
okay,
just
yeah.
a part of the main.
I
You
collapsed.
may have your separate identity and who you are, but the who people see you as are
Yeah,
also
thanks for
aspects of your
gaming,
identity
Rattyy.
as well.
If
whether
you're
you
hopping
like it or
off
not.
now, I
This
really
idea is
appreciate you
heavily
stopping by
represented
and
in Persona and
playing for
popular
like
Japanese
how long
media
has it
as
been?
well. So, what is a
5
shadow?
hours?
A shadow of
Yeah.
our characters, at least.
Almost
well,
6.
They tell you what they
Or
are.
Ready?
when you
maybe
fight
not
them.
almost.
Right,
They are a
ready?
shadow
Are you
of the
done?
true self.
I'm done.
But how?
You're
I'm
done?
done,
Well, our
buddy.
characters, each
Alright,
time they
homie.
face themselves,
I just
find
want you to know,
flaws and problems
have a good
without
one on me,
themselves,
homie.
But they are also running
On
away
you?
from the world
Yeah, I
that
don't know what
seeks
that
to label
means,
them
but-
if they're securely ever got
Kinda
out.
weird,
It's
bro,
also
but
mixing
okay.
that with the interpretation the public may already have of
But,
us.
yeah.
In other words,
Have a
they
good
are
night.
the full
Have a good
night,
self,
homie.
gamer.
the
ready.
personal self,
Bye.
without hiding
There.
any
Bye.
insecurity or negative traits, combined with the interpretations of
I didn't
the
even notice
entire
that 6
general
Horn left
public
too.
and the interpretations that could
He
be.
died.
They are the
He's
true,
dead.
fullest.
A worthy
Well, he's not here to dispute that, so
Combination of all
gonna go with that
perspectives and
prevailing theory.
interpretations. The thing is, though, some interpretations contradict.
Alright, we got the
them.
the
I
Four
think-
Musketeers.
Fight with each
I think
other.
he should
they
be
are
back
incongruous, and that
in a little bit, since he
incongruity
said
is
he's
because
down
they
to play
lack the
stick
ability to
stick
gain
fight.
an ego. The ego is talked about a lot, from
But yeah,
Naruto's explanation
I'll
to
get
Teddy's
him off
discovery
the
and
screen.
how he created an ego
Yeah,
for
see?
himself.
He died.
An ego
Corpse
by
sideways.
definition
Let's
is
go.
part
Oh,
of the
oh,
mind that
damn.
mediates
Rest
between
in
the
peace.
conscious and the unconscious. It's the
Oh
part
right,
that's
the
responsible
Corsolo
for
was over
reality
6 Horn. That's
testing
why I didn't notice
and
him
a sense
leaving.
of personal
Yeah.
identity.
Yeah, I just
In
need
embracing
one
all
more level
interpretations
tonight, and I'll be
not
good.
reality
Defend it to
testing
stop.
negative traits away,
Alright.
the true self lacks
I'm gonna
I
go
can
for 5
stop
minutes.
anytime I want, guys.
I swear.
part of what makes
Alright,
the
now
true
listen
Yeah,
here.
identity
be right
is
back.
forfeit
You sound
to the
just like
world
Catherine
of the shadow
Cypher.
itself.
I can sleep anytime I want, chat. I swear.
Is the ability to
I can sleep
acknowledge
after I
how
finish this
we
book,
may be
after I
seen
finish
or interpreted,
drinking
the
tea,
insecure
after I
things that we may feel about
post
ourselves,
on
and have
Twitter.
the mediative
This is even
ability
mushroom
to face
getting
that
bullied.
Our
true
nice
self
HEMA
and
teacher over
take the
here.
parts that we want
I swear I can eat anytime I want.
to be. In other words, we can never
I'm not on a
know
gamer
our
diet.
true self if
What is
we
a gamer
refuse
diet?
to face the self as a whole. Facing all of these
The
interpretations
no eating diet because you're
allows us
doing
to
games and stuff.
Change your
self-analyze
stream
and
info now.
really
if you-
look
Oh
at
yeah,
each
shoot.
part of ourself. What's
Bark,
positive,
bark,
what's
bark.
negative,
We're only
what's
40
true,
minutes
but
into
we
this
cannot
video.
truly move on
And he's
from
already
past
like gone
parts of
through like
ourselves
7
that we
different
are not willing
topics.
to face. Nor can
Yeah.
we just ignore the perceptions
How
of
did he
others
turn to the
and
40?
pretend like
I don't know,
we
it's
don't care.
weird. It's weird compared to his other video. It feels like his other video was more structured and more obsessive. Because it was single character. This
It
one's
is
just
the
like
same
a
dude. I don't think
shotgun.
it's the same dude.
And by classic Jungian psychology.
Isn't it?
And Jungian psychology
Feels like it's the
is
same dude.
cornerstone
I
of
mean,
what
why
all
would he
persona
come
is
out with
based on anyways. So to recap
with
and
a
add more
with
context,
another
the
video,
dungeons
another
and the
like
shadows
10-hour
seen on the
video,
Midnight Channel
just like a
are
few
the
weeks after the
combination
first
to
one.
some extent
Because
of the
he's him.
first individual's denied and
Crazy.
repressed self, as well as the mass opinions.
Remember, like it was with an entire series of retrospectives.
How
And we watched the first one of season 2.
I guess it is a different person, but still. This dude's just more Persona obsessed. Every video Persona.
A schizo for every Persona game. Next to the is a 10-hour video on Igus.
Part of their real selves. You have
This
to,
one,
in
this
other
one's
words,
specifically Persona 4 though.
To find the truth, which of
Entire
course
year
plays
Persona
into
4
the
videos.
game perfectly. I've honestly never seen people go in depth on how the Midnight Channel works, and the effort that the writers put into actively feeding false conclusions to the investigation team that contradict themselves throughout the game and dismiss their own conclusions, it's honestly super interesting and cool. While I don't think it's super important to the central idea to get everything right about the Midnight Channel, I think most people get a general idea even if they don't know the details.
Going to go and finally eat.
I think finding exactly how the game operates is part of reaching out to the truth.
Hey, I finished my tea 2 minutes ago. Stream info and my redeem. Oh shoot, I'm really sorry, Jimmy. It's been 17 minutes.
Without the
but yeah.
Anyways, now that
Moody doesn't love you, Jimmy.
That the Midnight Channel works here,
I'm sorry,
it will be
Jimmy,
much easier to talk about this aspect without being redundant when I cover the character subjects of these dungeons in future segments.
But yeah, please have a good night, Catherine, and please have a good rest and have a good meal, other Catherine.
Social bond you form in Persona 4 Golden.
But if you can't sleep, remember, come back to Moody's stream.
Come back to me. Come back to me.
However, in a Persona live stream from 2015, apparently he was actually the most
You're my viewer
popular
now.
character
Let's go.
in Japanese audiences. Regardless of anyone's stance on him though today,
You don't need.
I wanna intend to give
You don't
a
need
full
sleep.
analysis of his character.
Only viewing.
Taking all parts
Only
of the
Moody
actions and
presence
appearances
stream.
in Persona 4 Golden to really understand
Only Monica.
who
I mean,
is
Moodica.
Yosuke on a meta level,
You will
on a
be
character
present
level,
in every
and
single
as a
one of my
person.
streams.
Yosuke is the idea guy who invented the game, as I mentioned. The
You've been
planner,
Moody
the person
Don.
who's willing to take action. When we meet him, he is
Moody getting a little moody.
transfer student. And his
I'm gonna call it a
feelings
Moody
of
Don
himself
from now
and
on when
are
he
very
does
much
that.
reflected in his
Moody
attitude
Don.
from the city. He normally is the level-headed one,
Alright, let me
trying
just
to look
search
at
for
all
you.
the situations reasonably,
Right.
and only really falls out of this mindset when his
Moody's in
emotions,
Jimmy's
hopes, and
DMs.
expectations
Oh.
get hold of him.
Stream
Take
info,
why
my
he's
redeem.
even
Of course,
in
he
there in
loves
the
me.
first
He's in my
place.
DMs.
The manager's son of a
Uh-oh.
ranch at Junes
Doki
mentioned
Doki.
that he had to move
Waku
because
Waku.
he can't control where he goes as a teenager, living under his dad and parents' roof in general, after all. Even then, with his dad in such a high-ranking
can't find your
position,
room.
his dad doesn't spoil him with money, but instead
Twice.
relies on him as a key management staffing role at Junes, being responsible for attending morning meetings as mentioned at the Halloween
You'd be able to find it.
and often having other workers
heck?
use him as their mediary as seen in his social
I
link.
guess I'll just
On
look for
top
the
of that,
room ID.
Junes's role in destroying the
Is it
local
private?
economy causes the older
shouldn't
generations
be.
and some younger students to
Yeah, 'cause
dislike
there's,
him
like, no
being there
gamers.
at the school and in Inaba at
Heck?
all.
Oh, there's
and
a horse
see
girl
him as
enjoyer?
some sort of intruder or virus. Still,
Wow.
even with all these things, who smiles, takes things
I like that
carefree,
horse girl,
and does
she's
his
cool.
best holding it together? Yosuke.
Oh.
I think she's in the military too.
Kojima, the person who designed all the Persona 4 characters, stated in
Room
an
1000001.
Yosuke, he
Who's
actually
I don't
gave
know.
him accessories
Who's,
like headphones
Oh,
and a
see?
bike to
You
make
found
him
it.
seem more
Yeah, I
out of
found it.
place and
Who's in the
city-like
military?
Inaba. After coming into all the responsibilities of the
A
role, despite
horse
all
girl
the weight of
streamer?
responsibilities
Oh.
mentioned on his shoulders,
That's
he's
an actual
not
person?
one to act
Who-
spitefully
I think
or
she's
necessarily be negative.
Umari
Instead, trying to
Tomoe?
cop the
Is
voice
her
of
name?
reason.
Interesting.
Not that
Yeah.
she always is, but at least
she
he
plays
tries
this
to
game?
do that. He of course does have his flaws, though.
I don't know, you just mentioned horse girl streamer, and I was like, oh yeah.
We'll get into that in its
That
proper
was
area
just
later in
the
the segment. For the moment, since we
thing
have
I
an
played.
idea of who he is,
The
what does he
room I
struggle
found.
with? Well, Yosuke is the first of 3 separate
It'd
characters
be her
who enter
room.
your party through the game that don't have
Damn.
dedicated
You should have looked
While
inside.
In some ways, this gives us less
I'll
insight
never
into
know.
him
It's
in
all
regards
your
to his
fault.
mindset and insecurity. It also
It
gives
is my
us
fault.
a more honed-in, clear idea of all of the parts
Wait,
of himself that he's hiding.
I
The
updated
shadow
it. Why
dungeon
didn't it
that
change?
develops relates to a combination of the people's perception,
It changed.
the people's desire, the people's
It looked like it
insecurity or
changed.
denied traits.
I'm gonna
and
play as
the
Carmine.
feared perception. With Yosuke, Chie, and Teddy, however, there was no
Well,
personal
yes, I
dialogue
am
and
Carmine,
no
mate.
TV appearance on
What
the
are you guys
Midnight
playing?
Channel showing them
DNF.
either. So the
Oh, you're
only
actually
person
what-
we see is
Alright, one second. I only got like a
his
bar
actual
of it.
pure inner self. Since the TV world
Oh,
is
boy.
still compromised of the
Oh,
total
yeah, it did
people's
change.
subconscious,
But why didn't it
however,
change on
there
my
is still
phone?
a good likelihood that one trait is exaggerated beyond Yosuke.
Phone has
There's
to
a
update.
point where the Shadow Yosuke states, I know the real reason you came
Interesting.
snooping. You didn't have a single other reason to be here. We know that Yosuke did care for Saki-senpai, so
No,
even
I
though the
didn't
validity
choose my
represents how Yosuke secretly felt
Me
towards
neither.
him,
I have,
I
my
didn't
colors
choose
as well.
proper Carmine colors.
from the part of his
Yeah,
shadow fueled by
unfortunate.
public perception. It's
No red
constantly
hair.
driven home how the locals of Inaba see him as just some city kid who thinks he's too good for the country and doesn't care about them. Some city big shot who doesn't care about their business. Some spoiled child who's ruining the economy. That him and his father and anyone related to
A stubborn
Junes
old
is the
old
invading
man.
force. who thinks they're better than the countryside, and so it's likely that aspect that's being exaggerated here, but only slightly. Aside from that, due to the circumstances, the shadow likely is constructed entirely by his insecurity and rejected feelings. So what's exposed by Yosuke's shadow here is beyond his carefree attitude. This may be the face that's covering for a deservedness, maybe even an actual spite at the situation he finds himself in, and the people who always make his life worse in his eyes. He may act like he has it under control, he may act like everything is no big deal.
Rudy, stop trying to use dust, please! No, he's gonna dust me with a nuke!
Effort, irritation.
What is a dust? Oh my gosh.
He doesn't want to be a part of it. He resents
exactly.
and his father, to some extent, for uprooting him to a place no one likes him. He resents
the
people of Inaba for deciding who he is and what they think of him before he has a chance to decide that for himself. But he keeps smiling and putting up all the treatment because, at the end of the day, he's stuck out here in the middle of nowhere with no one. Yeah. And even if it's a pain, even if it's a bore, and he feels used or not cared about, being suffocated by the resentment is better than being suffocated in isolation and being completely alone. And as Shadow Yosuke says, now that he has
my DP didn't work? Oh my gosh. Carmine, come on!
He can't help but jump in excitement despite that tragedy that maybe the best years of his youth he thought would be sucked down the drain and wasted in this crappy town.
Your connection here is better than
gives him the chance to make something of himself and actually be a big shot, a hero.
What's our hates?
People rely on and praise without resenting and using him.
It's just Sunray since you never played it for a while.
Struggle, and was the first point in Persona 4 that I really think the character writing started to shine. Still, this is only the Yosuke that we see at the surface level when we meet him at the beginning of the game, which is incredibly deep for such a short amount of time into the game. Aside from accepting this part of himself after the fight with the Shadow, I think that it's only fair before I move on.
Where's the Carmine palette? Here we go. I got the proper Carmine palette now.
Alright, we got our buffs.
And he's crinkled up in a ball, but
let's go, Carmine!
Thank you. And yeah, I mean, everyone would be embarrassed to have to admit their dirty laundry and have it aired in public. But I think it also speaks to him.
Yeah, that's something I actually liked about Persona. It's like when you confronted people's shadows and their more unsay-so feelings. I think that's one thing that makes the games really good.
Yeah, I don't really like the ham-fisted symbolism of the super forms, but otherwise it's really cool. I mean, it's still really cool, like the Disco Ninja Frog and stuff.
But I think a lot of people may not pick up on this change in the first playthrough.
Well, no, the symbolism of the super forms got over-exaggerated to me after watching that on video.
So let's go through and explain how his Arcana connects with his character. The Magician is the first in the numbered series and represents the initiation of things. The Fool is 0 and the Magician is 1. This obviously lines up with him being the first social link as well as the first to awaken to his persona after you. While this is significant in and of itself, I actually don't see as much other correlation between the Magician and Yosuke as some of the other characters in Persona.
Wow, really?
The Magician represents a
they're
a knowledge that
getting an update for this game next month.
The magic wand that points up at the
So I'm
roses,
excited.
and below with his finger, the power moves through him,
Oh, that'd be nice.
bring the power below. Normally associated with the idea of
Persona 4 Golden was actually my first Persona game, so I still have a lot of like good feelings about this game. But I was first introduced to Persona with like Persona 3.
Yeah,
because my friend was playing it and stuff.
the traits of the trickster, which I think makes sense with some of his negative traits early in the game. Perhaps this uncomfortable and shifty moment for him is early in the game in the camp out.
Actually, I think I got introduced to Persona through the anime of 4.
Tricks Chie into verifying they would wear a swimsuit by getting them to say
but
if only they
3
had
was
one
the first one I
before
played.
pulling a couple out. And also, like,
Based?
why would you do that under any circumstance?
I would still
Buy
like
your
to play
female
3.
friend's swimsuits without knowing and
You haven't
pressure.
played it?
Definitely one of his worst
Nope.
moments. But it
Ooh,
aligns with
that's
the
interesting.
idea
Is that
of the magician
launcher?
hero and its lower polarity,
Hmm.
being a trickster. Since this is
not
lower
sure.
polarity and meant to represent the
I don't know if it launches. I'm just getting beat up.
something that is never as singularly bad as these initial moments in the game and decreases as the game goes on. He's also punished for it. It's not something supported by the meta-narrative. In the upper polarity, how we end up seeing him through most of the story, but especially as the game hits the later point where you can theoretically have finished his social link, it represents concentration of skillful choices, and still being carefree and relaxed and with that concentration. Being laid back but dedicated is definitely a trait that you see with Yosuke in the game. There's also a bit about thorough concentration.
No.
Yes! Which I think is really beautiful. How
I was panicking because of the timer.
His loneliness and isolation by being fake and not sharing his feelings was accepted, but through his focus on this new case, he was able to meet a group of friends that he could rely on forever, one that he could open up to and not be fake around. It's kind of touching when you think of his loneliness and insecure feelings of worth, finding a place to belong, in both purpose and company. Looking at his Persona mythology and connection, when he awakens to his Persona,
oh, that's sweet. Multiple frames of activity.
And of course, that is the mythology and reason behind him getting the personas he does. In my segment on the meaning behind the ultimate personas, I explained the connection
gets hit out and it continues to do it.
In the mythological narrative.
Ouch.
About Susanoo being birthed from Izanagi's nose during the purification process, alongside Amaterasu and Haredo, aka Yukiko and Chie. Since Yu's arrival to Inaba and seeing Yu's ability to enter the TV and face himself being the catalyst for the purification of the
Okay, now switch to your main so I can actually
persona also matches
why do you sound like Rattyy now?
But his persona doesn't start as the ultimate form that it obviously takes later on in its other forms.
I got
the spirit of Rattyy lives on in the stream.
Ninja that uses his magic
we were playing too much.
Transform himself into a giant toad.
He rubbed off on me?
Ninja? Toad? Yeah, I think that translates pretty straight.
Hearing Jiraiya just makes me think of what's it called?
Naruto.
I remember the first time I was like, Jiraiya, whoa! And he does frog stuff.
In the tale of Jiraiya, he meets a man named
they're so similar. I wonder why.
Wow.
How to control the wind and the rain, which also matches with Susanoo, as I'll get to in a moment. There's a story of an innocent man who is going to be hanged, to which Jiraiya approaches the magistrate and tries to claim guilt.
The cheeky rollback.
In the innocent man's place to save his life. Then, after the hanging takes place, Jiraiya turns himself into a frog and escapes the noose, hopping off into the mountains. Jiraiya is generally portrayed as a well-intentioned and kind, self-sacrificing...
One combo I have in muscle memory, let's go.
...person. He doesn't go and kill the magistrate, for example. Instead, he makes up a tricky lie to get himself instead.
Still touch my toe.
This fits the trickster element of the polarity
Broach can't do anything.
Just roll, remember.
Oh,
thanks.
Since Yamato no Orochi, the 8-headed snake hydra, is killed with Amaterasu and Susanoo in ancient tradition, and Tsunade and Jiraiya also...
Are we back to the fucking mythology?
Dragon's Coil
yes, we are.
There
are
clear parallels between these characters and stories, although Tsunade was his wife and Amaterasu was his sister. Then again, that's not too unusual for old Japanese.
Oh, Tsunade was actually his wife?
Tsunade is Yukiko in context of Persona 4, by the way.
Interesting.
His evolved persona is Takehaya Susanoo, or like a more
Tsunade the Hokage?
Persona becomes Susanoo. The full name is Takehaya Susanoo no
the Boobkage?
the god of the sea and storm. It makes sense that the strong winds associated with storms and agility buffs connect to
he actually grabbed
skills in the game. Anyways, I hope that I gained some more insight into his characters, but between Japanese mythos and tarot placement, I think it's about time we get to the end game event. So now we'll be looking at his character arc beyond his initial transformation.
What game are you playing, bro?
The first
social link
generally introduces you to what I covered already.
Yeah, at least your social links in this game couldn't go in reverse. That was like, no! I didn't do an OTG, fuck.
That made a lot more sense though.
Is actually supporting those local businesses.
It was too real and too hard, I don't like it. Make it easy, please.
The community and financially engages with them, it's seen
it's too lifelike.
It reinforces the idea I alluded to earlier that he never really had a chance to leave his own impression, but instead passed on him first. Something else that's really important is an internal reference he has to keep note of how he has to pretend to be kind and nice to other people in his place. Even if ostracized,
He's using Persona 5 music. You can't do that. That's illegal.
for his father's sake.
Persona 5, is that the game with Aunt
Exact
Takamaki?
same place.
That's my favorite.
He says about his parents' business in one of his first social links that you end up seeing me talk about in his own segment.
I never even played that social link.
Because I think attentive people
That kid sucked.
see this parallel as a bit of foreshadowing.
Oh shoot, it's stuck.
Because,
I
guess I'll
think so. I don't really know. It's been on Shadow Yosuke for a while.
tries to bond with you over the city atmosphere.
Oh, it's stuck? Oh, okay.
Instead, it focuses on the spam mail
It's like
yes,
Saki Senpai's. It's
Saki
her brother or something.
Oh yeah, him.
It's her little brother, I think.
He also does inconvenience them by calling everyone who might not even care about him. The heavily implied purpose of this link is to drive home his loneliness.
Yeah, I don't think I
Even
got
when
to him yet
visiting the big cities,
in
or at
my
least the closest thing he
in my
can get to
save
that,
of
he feels
Persona
like the city doesn't
4
really miss him,
Golden.
that he was just a small piece that's drifted along without being noticed. And it's driven home by no one wanting to reach out to him and ask how he's doing.
I just remember Chaim Daisy's comics about it.
Yeah.
Why he's putting up such
Oh,
brazen
that's a
effort
classic.
in the face of this hardship. He wants people
Senpai, hi, Hana-chan! I hate you! You're such a kidder, Senpai!
They also drive the role
Oh man, I was like, damn, that's painful.
who go to Yosuke and try
Oh, you went too high, fuck!
while they subtly dig at him personally. He tries to
No!
in a social link he sees
So
these
big!
reasons in,
I'm glad that wasn't a counter hit.
opportunity to stand up for him and call them out. This makes him feel much more comfortable to be open with the situation and his
Oh,
struggles.
my
He shows
toe.
his growth as being a more authentic self,
I
as he
stubbed my
realizes
toe.
that you're a real friend, and that he doesn't always have to put up fake cheeriness
I'm
to
dead.
avoid being alone. I mean, he had initially learned that
Man,
from
I-
whenever
oh,
you saw
never
him
mind.
down self, but I think it's still that feeling of discomfort that is slowly being eroded away. It makes him feel really appreciated.
Oh no, my command grab, damn it!
Actually go back one socially, since
Nice
I think it makes more
timing.
sense to cover all the ones with the heathens better together. The social link
No.
before this is the first time that you
The
go to
heathens?
and other
Damn
than
it.
some guy talk and him
What the-
being supportive to Nanako, he affirms to
That's
in
weird that he
seriousness
found
and
heathens.
dedication to the
Okay.
case, which reinforces his arcana of the magician, the relaxed.
Like, maybe I missed something, but I don't know why he keeps calling them the
All
heathens.
the while since you've met Yosuke, a consistent thing that has been mentioned by others
It
or
might
by
be
Yosuke
like
himself is
because
his link to the death of
that's the
Saki
type of
Senpai.
wording his shadow
Even after
uses.
learning that she didn't like him, even after facing
Oh, maybe.
no. traits that went for the wrong
Yosuke Shadow? Yeah, I don't know if Yosuke Shadow
heavily on his
would
mind.
say that, but
Of the
maybe.
entire investigation team, Yosuke is the only one to consistently ruminate about being bothered
Nice.
over the real death of one of their classmates. And that's not a dig.
That said, that didn't say, and their nameplate didn't say heathens either. It said something like snooty teen, like snooty presence.
Snooty presence.
That's my
There
first
we go.
one.
I'm popping on DNF. I just got, I
The
got that
presence of
level.
a snoot.
So, you know, buckle up, Buttercup, I guess.
They did this because while
Troubleshooter, no, stay away from me, please! I can't see! It's all the explosions.
what he's thinking and how he acts. Most of which we see is self-embarrassment and pity, a general self-loathing to change. He mentions how
Punishment
when
for
he
heretics
lived
is
here, he
hanging.
did think that he was above it all.
Have
But
they done
that
a new
Saki
balance
Senpai
patch for
told
this
him humans
and
are
launcher
just
buffs?
parents,
No.
and he is him.
No.
He mentions how
Is this a
he
dead
was
game?
after learning
Yeah, it
that
is
she
a
was
dead
just
game.
saying it to
There's
put on
only
a
like
face and be nice to
200
him.
people
Those words
at any
still
given time
made
playing
him
it.
start to appreciate and see
Wait,
Ingwa in a
this game has 200 whole people?
Yosuke begins to find himself
Amazing, right?
I know.
Even I didn't think so.
That's
really
bigger than your
taken from the world. Even
than
if she
your
didn't care about him
that
romantically, it
FPS you were
doesn't
talking
matter.
about.
She was the first person that made him see
What,
Ingwa
Paragon?
as the good
Yeah,
place that he
not that
believes
one.
now it is.
The
Nike?
one that you really like.
Never
The
have
one
the
that's
closure to get
has no
with
more
Shadow?
seasons.
Oh, Travis
that she's
Yeah.
gone due to some
Travis has
corrupt
like
evil
what?
forces or
20 people
mentality.
online.
It makes him mad.
Oh, tribes.
It's not that dead, guys, I swear.
He mentions back to the part of himself where he faced his shadow, who is excited for the murder, but how he frames the reason behind those feelings in a bit more charitable, while not contradicting his shadow's words. Instead of the mocking tone calling him a hero,
I thought that was the time you would have nuked me or something, but I was like, let's see, air stall. Fuck.
That all of his unending judgment and loneliness wasn't for nothing.
Wow,
that he was given
your goddamn
something that he
DP
can
does
do that makes
as
him
much
special.
damage as a nuke.
The resolution in his revelation to change that
It is like the best DP in the game.
True.
I don't want to recap.
No!
Ooh, Yosuke? Yeah, no.
Already lays it out pretty clearly. So I'm actually going to play a segment from his rank 8 to 9 that I think demonstrates what he meant by special and how he's truly grown now. The catch is, I made a video all the way back in September of 2019 on my main channel called
Yeah, it is kind of new. It's not even a full year old.
of my PS2. This was the first way that I played Persona 4, so I'm going to play the
I think
footage
it came out in like
all those years
not
ago now,
February.
too.
Like July?
Yeah.
Who's in the mob right now?
Actually, it might be February.
Let's see.
No, that's when I
think it
started
was February.
streaming. Never mind. It's probably April.
Yeah. I feel like it was July. I feel like it was June, July, sometime around there.
Perhaps.
Probably July. I
So
feel like
Ratyyy-
it because I feel like that's right before I started, like Xenoblade.
What's the room ID?
1000001.
You have to change that on Stream Moody
Yeah, I should.
because it's still the old one.
No, professional streamer, by the way.
Wait, there's two room IDs with this number. One of them is Vice Sakari, the other one is Horse Girl Enjoyer.
Yeah.
Well, it was
I mean,
actual
then
horse
again, who
girl.
doesn't?
Let's see.
Yeah. Howdy, Nintendo. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, feel free to join in. The room code's up there. But yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been like
Thank you for
months
stopping
since we
by.
last played this.
Yeah. Bet.
His rank 10 is essentially
I can't wait for the what's his name, for the troubleshooter nerfs.
They won't do any nerfs actually.
Sort of a metaphor.
They
The
said
Maximilian dude
back
nerfs.
on it physically. I mean, he technically asks you
no,
for a
but
punch,
they
the
said
brawl teaches
that
him he's
they
just as
won't
special as you are,
nerf
or
anyone.
perhaps just as equal. It reaffirms
Like
his
zero
change in
nerfs, they said.
perspective, his perseverance toward his
Only
newfound
buffs.
purpose, and his resolve to do better. One of the best social links now that I rewatch it for this video. Super well
that was
paced, very
unnecessary.
dynamic, and existing in a way that reinforces his arcana and persona, as well as his established struggles, his personal regrets, all accumulating without just dumping how he feels in a plain way the whole time. Before we recap the character arcs, though, I'm gonna just address some of his other additional character moments.
Gosh.
Among the cast, Yosuke is probably
This
one of the most criticized by
troubleshooter. It was like,
listeners.
yeah, you got
It
guns.
really comes down to one thing.
Mine's better, my one gun.
We'll cover that flaw issue last, but first, as the bro character,
It's sawed off,
who
that's why
takes
it's
the
good.
role of ogling in the story. Well, aside from Teddy, who honestly takes it much further and much more consistently once he crosses over to our world. But we're obviously covering Teddy in his own segment.
Let's see, why did it
Teenage
die?
lechery is pretty much the major negative trait that he exhibits, and this comes back to the lower polarity of
Wow.
the Mission Arcana.
I wish
Him preparing
my
his
gun can
swimsuits
do
for
that.
Chie and Yukiko at the camping trip, and him signing them up without consent to this beauty contest are both cases he found a tricky loophole
Popular.
or a way to spin
A lot
his
of people
words
had
to get
salt
something
over
more
the
lecherous
mechanics.
achieved for his teenage boy self.
I had
It
salt
should be
over the
noted,
fact
though,
that
he
my
does
my
have a
wife
genuine
isn't good.
compassion and friendship toward the people
Yeah,
that he
I have
loves,
a
and
immense
that
joy because my
even if
character's
his
fucking
actions are
busted, dude.
disrespectful and a fault line for many, as it should be, honestly.
Sasuga.
It is an implied personal line
Holy
that
cow.
Yosuke doesn't ever
Holy
Rick
cow.
Air learned his air cancel mix up. Oh, so good.
which is no award,
Holy
by the
cow.
way. I'm just stating it for the record. Never ogles with crude description or anything of the sort.
I mean, haven't
The
some
extent of his
like
evil
fighting
and
games
his
recently
flavor
just
is
kind of
really
been
the
unpopular, like
curiosity
Melty Blood
and
as well?
saying things like,
Oh yeah,
"You
true.
look
Doesn't
amazing."
that also have like a
She's beautiful.
low number of
But
players
the
like this?
exception being
Multi
recent,
Blood's always been like
Ogles,
super
however, it
niche
was
though,
before he really met
because it's
her.
made by
Risei
like
is a
smaller
celebrity,
smaller
public
companies.
figure, and a
Oh, I tried to hold there. I pressed the wrong button.
Yeah, but Melty Blood has like Fate stuff in it. That's pretty popular.
But it's probably more popular than this.
Melty Blood only has like one Fate character in it as a cameo. It's mostly like its own thing.
Yeah, and it was at Evo too.
Oh, it was at Evo? Yeah, it's definitely more popular than it was at Evo. It's probably more lively, even if it's less popular.
Checking it now, it says it's got like 189 players for the day is the high, I guess.
Wait, which game?
Melty Blood.
88.
No, sorry, 89 for playing 5 minutes ago. 199 24-hour peak.
I see. Yeah, that is around this level. That's odd.
After all, I guess, quote unquote.
I'm here. I'll back out. I think Melty is doing pretty good. Plus, I'll just stay winning.
Kanji's dungeon was really extreme, and the
Let me leave spectator mode.
didn't have a solid grasp and what exactly was truly them and what wasn't when seeing the reflection.
Well, yeah, like more than DNF Duel. DNF Duel is like a 70 24-hour peak.
I'm out, by the way, Nintendo.
It's not likable.
What website are you using, by the way, for that?
Steam Church. Is that not a reputable source? I don't know.
Steam Church. Oh no.
I think Steam Church is pretty good.
I found the button at least.
But he at least got to do it.
Wait, who's watching the goddamn school board troll video?
By the whole team
it's the main point of this this stream. We're just watching through like super long YouTube videos for suffering.
What do you mean for suffering? This is very entertaining, dude.
Yes, true.
Especially
to someone somewhere probably.
For how Kanji feels. That's not good.
Are you two gaming?
That being said,
you
as
and
a friend group,
Nintendo?
the investigation team actually does find a habit of doing this exact
thing. I moved for him.
In their group. They all have a few people they generally pick on the insecurities of, or decide not to, and that is actually laid out really strategically.
I've been P4G insecurities.
This isn't a hardline rule, and it's more important.
He has the spreadsheet like you do, Moody.
Rob's ugly, stupid, female inferiority, dehumanize, embarrass teases.
You generally see the characters who put more
nice dodge,
out
dude.
get teased more, or tease each other, which is realistic. Most of
Basically, fuck Teddy.
each other are also tied to their insecurities.
Yeah, Teddy does have the most.
Chia's feeling of insecurity as a romantic partner for her tomboyishness when insulting
Teddy
Chia
Omega
for being
cringe.
stubborn. He never intentionally.
Yeah, basically, don't be a simp.
However, he dehumanizes Teddy early in the game, but pays
Like,
for it when Teddy blames
Morgana
and embarrasses Yosuke
over,
yeah.
Antakamaki.
Ando.
Exactly. If you're gonna simp, do it right. Create a 12-hour video. Did Morgana do anything? Did he show any effort toward On like that? No.
Outside of those circumstances. I think this is
Moody spreadsheet real?
Spreadsheet.
Kind of weird for Western fans.
Nintendo, I'm out though. I'm over at Arcade Machine B, just so you know.
Rise is the only girl to lean into this and actually praise Yosuke when he does a good job. He teases Naoto for whenever she gets emotional or acts immature, which is her primary.
No, I just thought,
insecurity from
what's
her
it called? Chia and Yosuke matched up well, and then On and Ryuji matched up well.
As such, he teases four people
the games.
and is generally
But however,
character dynamics.
sort of dynamic
please take into consideration
What the fuck is the dialogue card?
With
is
Chie,
mine.
she speaks almost nothing
It's
positive
yours?
of Yosuke in the game, unless it's in a mocking tone.
Clearly.
So
I should have known.
teases her insecurity. She acts complimentary to Yukiko, and
boy.
Yukiko is complimentary back. She dehumanizes Teddy, probably the most of any character, with an actual genuinely dehumanizing line that doesn't even
Should
lead
really
to
stop
joke.
jumping.
In
How can you
exchange,
dehumanize Teddy when Teddy's not a human?
and embarrasses her
Exactly.
for the insinuations.
Am I dead?
Chie doesn't typically praise or tease.
I guess later on in the game,
Kanji
he's
is generally
kind of the thing,
Chie
but
also doesn't really praise or tease Naoto.
He's a
he's
shadow
not
human
human still.
With
Yeah.
respect from Naoto. Yukiko
Wait, Teddy's not
teases
human?
Yosuke by never validating his opinion, shutting
Does
him
he
down
ever
I mean,
get
Teddy's
organs?
totally human.
and telling him to his face that he's not good enough to date
Does he
her,
ever get
which
what?
highlights
Organs?
Yosuke's main insecurity
Since that
of
was,
wanting
like,
to be special and valued
the
by
main-
others. Already
main
mentioned
thing they
Chie,
noticed.
but Yukiko also dehumanizes
That he was an empty suit. He just pops out of the suit as a human being. Everyone's like, what's going on?
Yeah, and then they like took an X-ray and then
Yukiko is friendly
He's like
with
all
Kanji
empty inside.
and has been for years since Tatsuki
I don't remember
Textiles
that.
helped provide materials
Maybe.
for the inn. In return,
Maybe that's
Kanji
true.
is also
It was the
friends
same
with
scene.
her.
If
where
it's not
they-
true, it's good lore anyway. I like it.
Yeah, I was about to say
That
it.
actually sounds pretty interesting.
Teasing, and instead doubles down on her trait.
Because he's not a real human, just like Morgana trying to be a human, but Morgana's not a human
Yukiko
either.
doesn't tend to be overly friendly or ever insult Naoto, which in turn is met respectfully by Naoto. We've covered quite a few interactions, so things will be going a bit quicker to save on the repeating so
No.
much from now on. Teddy has a brash, tasteless sort of complimentary
But
behavior.
yeah, it
that
was like the same
embarrasses
scene
Yukiko
where
and
they
Chie, although
found
it
out that
doesn't get under
Naoto's
Rise's skin, at least not to the point where she lets him see it.
sizes
He teases
are
Yosuke the hardest,
bigger than
doing
everyone
stuff
else's.
like showing porn to Yosuke's
What the
parents
fuck?
at breakfast, blaming
Naoto's
things that he
best.
did on Yosuke,
Naoto, it really is
not doing
best.
work at Juness that gets Yosuke in trouble. In
Yeah,
return,
yeah,
Naoto
was Naruto
tries
best?
to get revenge,
Maybe it's
but
not true,
most of the
but
time it doesn't go
like
as
I'll
well,
entertain
Yosuke
it.
takes
What's
the
what's
brunt
going
of
on?
it. Kanji,
Her
because of
best,
his
she has the
old
best
single mother,
sizes in the
seems to have a
game.
general respect
Oh,
for
okay, yeah.
and is by default
Never mind.
respectful and kind to all of his
Oh,
friends,
shit.
being Yosuke, Yukiko, and
Nice.
Chie. He obviously has a crush on Naoto and ends up teasing Teddy by making Teddy uncomfortable with things like wanting to pet his fur.
Oh,
this
my
generally
grenade.
switches later in the game though, as Teddy
Jeez, Nintendo trying to make me sweat.
and, yeah.
Nintendo's
so
playing
silly.
grapplers, I'm just like, what do? Hyper armor, please. Please.
Just press buttons, bro. Press buttons.
No, if you press a button, his DP sucks you in.
Just press it harder, man.
His shoulder tackle just acts like a DP.
Rikair's just styling on me. Holy.
She only confides in you sometimes.
Oh, I dropped
He has
it.
the DMC
The
combo
only
combo
people
meter.
she tends to pick on is Chie for her bummishness.
Oh my
ignorance of
gosh.
femininity and
Smoking sexy
She
style!
also teases Naoto to Naoto's flustered awkwardness.
Can't move,
and
can't move, can't move, let's go.
back.
Dead?
The way
Let's
they
go.
act, are teased and teased back is
Moving is
generally
overrated
reflective
anyway.
of many
Oh my
divided
god.
parts of their characters. For Naoto, she has a hard time reading sarcasm or understanding jokes at all. Due to her spending a lot of time with her grandpa, she also doesn't have much experience in witty comebacks or even when or how to use them. So generally she speaks with everyone in a polite professional manner, while
Nice.
generally brushing
I'm
off,
dead.
occasionally getting flustered by the people who tease her, Yosuke and Rise. It's notable due to this that she generally has the least extreme compliment to dislike from everyone, which is perhaps where some people get the idea that Naoto is a less fleshed out character than she really is. So
He's been
there
on the
are
screen
a
for
few
like
exceptions with the way the
10
investigation
minutes.
team treat each other. Sometimes it's light, sometimes it's
Oh
really
my
hard.
god.
Sometimes they
This is
argue
actually really
and
important.
push it off. And of course,
Wait,
sometimes
yo, this thing,
it's
this grab is still up here? I thought my screen was
types of
frozen.
socially acceptable behavior, as well as drastic
It's-
changes in social climate.
It's just going like
When the
cell
game
by
was first
cell.
released, some things have aged
Fucking
better than
shit.
others. I never get the impression
That
that
was
everyone
really good.
genuinely hurt one another, or that anyone ever got genuinely hurt. And while some of them do heinous things that I find disgusting between each other, mainly Yosuke, Chie, and Teddy, there is a sense of sort of adolescent ignorance at play. Well, except for
Adolescent
Teddy, but we'll
ignorance.
get into his segment later. I placed this segment here
Teddy
because
has no
it's
ag- Teddy's not a real
the most
person.
talked about element of the teasing dynamics, in the West at least, is the inappropriate and gross way that Yosuke teases Kanji at times, especially in the first half
Bonded.
of the story. I just
What?
want people
What the
to
hell?
not conflate any of the characters' actions or personal flaws with the positions of the creators, as I've seen done plenty of times. As that view of media and character writing, while good to
Aw,
consider, is
I would have
really
won if
not
I pressed
reflected here. Back into Yosuke's some people defend
button one.
not the
I would have won if I didn't
content
press any buttons.
of Yosuke's homophobic remarks, stating that
I pressed the button, fuck! Please! Please!
10, the culture, the societal dialogue on LGBTQ+ issues was very different, so judging his behavior
come
with
on.
a modern lens is sort of unfair. To be honest, I do mostly agree with that take. It's not like he bullies or harasses anyone else for being like that we see, just someone who he considers to be his good friend, who he fights alongside and would eventually literally die for within the context of the game. So, jokes
Oh,
about
hyper armor, no.
Kanji, though, clearly doesn't like it. But then
Misread
again,
that.
as I displayed in the
Fuck.
chart, Yosuke, as well as the
Moody,
rest
where
of
is
the
your
cast,
damage?
constantly tease each other
Exactly,
for the exact
Jimmy.
things that they're
Exactly.
insecure about
Where
in
is
the
my
shadows.
damage?
So in a similar personal
All
manner
chips.
to Kanji, I think it's a hard balance and more easy to see as the rough yet realistic dynamic of a real friend group, of growing high school
I get the
friends
0
trying to
damage and
understand
0
themselves,
conversions
but that's just
as
from a
a
writing
launcher.
perspective. it's still with all those excuses.
And all her buttons are like
and
super
not
minus.
a great thing to do to your friend, especially in the modern day, and especially if they have expressed discontent with it. But there at least is some more sense to make of it than
That backstep screwed me up. I thought it would be out of range.
however, is something that many
And
Persona
Kanji's
fans love to
sweatshirt's
mention
like
when talking
bugging
about
out.
Yosuke, and that is the cut romance link. It could be reasonably speculated that Yosuke's
Just
initial
like,
role in the
Ratty's
story
room.
would have involved something to do with coming to grips with his bisexuality, which would explain the
Like,
insistence on
Vice's
Oh my
keyboard.
gosh.
girls. There are people who
No, don't talk about my keyboard, please. I don't want to think
Is
about
it
it.
still in there?
I have no idea. I just don't want to think about it.
And I've got to
It's probably gone.
here. It could explain his bullying.
The fear is real.
Security and projection rather than
It could be
disgust.
here now, I don't know.
That's so
Explain why the game feels
stupid.
insistent upon putting Yosuke in countless situations where he has to take on the role outside of his sexuality and comfort. These games, with how big they are written a lot of times at all points and aspects of the story, constantly coming back to different places and pieces, adding and changing things to create a holistic and consistent seeming experience.
Nice.
Oh,
Possible
I
that
should
parts
instead
his
of doing
character arc were kept
flamethrower, I
in
should
subtext.
just
In fact, it doesn't
shoot
just
my
seem
guns.
possible, but fairly apparent, that this part of his character still
I
shows its face
forward
in
dash.
multiple places of the story. This isn't just to soften the impact of his bad behavior, though. The game
Nice.
constantly puts Yosuke in moments where he has to face his own sexuality and gets flustered and tries not to think about it, rather than continuing to treat it like a joke, even saying that you would be the ideal guy in one of the group date situations, before getting embarrassed and backpedaling on his own words. He's not someone confident in his own sexuality.
No!
And as much as he flusters Kanji with jokes, Yosuke reacts far more severe when the arrow is turned on him. This is blatant subtext. Him having a romance link cut doesn't cut the fact that the story and character writing generally
Latent
implies sexuality in
subtext.
many terms, and even uses this as a way to punish him for his treatment of Kanji, putting the same embarrassment on him that he was trying to divert on others. Lastly, on these Yosuke sexuality chronicles, there's a group who generally insult specific aspects about Atlas when criticizing Yosuke, as them not having bravery to include a gay romance link, and that the reason for it being cut, despite prior to this having some gay characters in their games, a response to this type of criticism has a more reasonable answer on why his Yosuke romance was dropped. I think it's pretty clear to the current build of the story that Yosuke's
Oh, I
role
don't have
has really
enough.
changed.
Oops.
We don't know how severely exactly, but I wouldn't discount a radical change either. In the game's files of the original Persona 4, there is an unused beta credit sequence that, other than not
Nice.
having audio or some finalized portraits and Persona graphics, is mostly the same. The credits of the actual Persona 4 introduce the characters in the order that you met
Nice.
them. Yosuke, Chie, Yukiko, Kanji, Rise, and Naoto. But in this beta ending, the order is totally changed. Instead, you see the protagonist, then Yukiko, Chie, Yosuke, Naoto, Rise, and Kanji. We don't know how much this would imply or change, but we do know that at some point Yosuke became the emotional anchor that connected the investigation team to one of the murders. Then at some point it was decided that his role in the story on a narrative level would be to
What a
ground
game to
them
keep
to
away.
this event. And they needed the grief and frustration toward the death of this person to be as strong as possible for the sake of the strength of the story. The way Saki Konishi was implemented makes the most sense to tie it with Yosuke, as the childhood friend dynamic was taken up by Yukiko and Chie already. To then center Yosuke's arc over the grieving of a girl that he deeply cared about and loved, and who introduced him to this town, and then somehow
Still
turn
caught
that
me,
in a moment to a
even though I
romance
was
in the last
blocking.
two social links,
Or not
they
blocking
probably
on me.
thought that would significantly hamper the focus and message of his character. Not only
Like
that, but
holding
most
up
romances have
when I'm
heavy implications
in
toward
blocks then.
romance fed through the rest of their social links.
I
So
was, like, stuck
combining
on the
this
ground.
grieving over a girl that he loved with
This
the
video
connection
guy
of
is
learning
nuts.
would have been another
Truly.
very strange choice for the Magician Arcana.
I don't know how he's going into such detail
Some
over
of my thoughts, of course.
beta ending screens that don't change anything except for the order the characters appear in.
And it seems to me that this is by far the most reasonable
Very strange.
Occam's razor and all that.
Very
Sorry to
much
talk about his
so.
character flaws so darn long, although I do find the group dynamics and stuff really fun. This is an ultimate analysis, quote-unquote, after all, though. So I want to make sure that I don't have
Ultimate
to cover or
analysis.
avoid any major point of discussion.
Unlimited analysis works. words.
Yosuke Hanamaru.
Oh.
The first name Yosuke means the helper. The
Super
assistant
high school level Anime game analyzer.
Special, something beautiful and desired to the people around him. And he found that by working his best to assist in solving the murders.
No, I tried jumping.
Man and your ideas guy.
Damn it.
Yosuke was sick of the world and everything within it. He saw the line
Nice command grab.
Live or could be living, but never felt like he had a chance to make it his own. After being generally accepted but ultimately forgettable, the people he grew up around in the city didn't even care to keep up with him after his dad got a new job managing the branch of Junes in the country. Feeling forgotten and alone, he was thrust into a place that was actively hostile toward him, and decided to define the role for him before he even had a chance to figure it out himself. The general stability of the town and the family business mounting on priorities, along with the generally empty town of Inaba, left Yosuke to feel like the place he was at, in location, work life, and friends, garbage.
I tried rolling through that grab. Fuck.
Isolating. For someone who had plans of making a difference, being special, and living an extravagant life. When taking him out of this despair, finally, one person reached out to him and made him start to open up. A semester later, a new kid moved to school from the city too. Someone he might actually finally be able to relate to. But at some point, the only person he came to know and cared for was killed. Suddenly, he's at a crossroads of perspectives. Help solve the case and find out what caused her murder to save the town, or use the people he can and save the town to be seen as the hero. Someone special who people will finally honor, respect, and love. Someone
I had a
who
good
will be
combo at the start there.
Yosuke faces
that's
in loneliness.
that was extremely painful. I'm just getting caught in the freaking loop.
Oh my gosh.
He redefines what being special even means to him.
Ooh, you can actually kick off that?
Love and accept him for who he is. Because of the idea of a person, the life he was chasing, the truth is that it wouldn't have helped his loneliness. It would have only distracted him from it. Through his true friends, though, he's able to finally see and find that place. The place that he now belongs, that he always wanted. A place where he's special, but special to specifically the people around him, who are also special to him. Lastly, I want to get into a few moments that I didn't touch on otherwise in this video. This is partially due to the English voice actor's surprisingly stellar performance, but Yosuke's role in arguing with you over the fate of Namatame come Nanako's apparent death is easily a huge highlight of the game for me. Genuinely makes me uncomfortable, and the range in that whole scene is just so vast. It's a well-written scene in general, but wow, those are some pipes.
Damn it.
Another is a place that's generally laughed off. Yosuke gets embarrassed after he says
I'm
it,
so
but
sad.
during the beach trip, he briefly whacked
Yeah, I was just slightly off.
Hyper armor. Ooh.
I should have slid there. That would have confirmed it.
Which, while he didn't mean for it to, totally gives insight to his character. Someone who thought he could put up his walls and only show his laid-back, subservient side, so everyone would like him. Always earnestly apologizing and doing what others wanted. His walls were high. How he had to interact with others was easy, but he wasn't getting what he wanted, playing defensive like that.
So it's like Neon Genesis, Evangelion.
But it's clear that this line is coming from his own experience. So finally, Yosuke is an awesome character, extremely well written, nuanced, and multi-layered, whether you look at him in terms of story involvement, mythology, arcana, as a friend, or as an
Okay, never mind.
Let's roll through that, huh?
The unfortunate
But
drop.
lastly, I want to cover how his arc connects to the theme of Persona 4 Golden, that being truth. Yosuke believed in a truth that could fix all his worries, that could give him importance and belonging and a peace of mind. But this was just a lie that he imagined. When he turned to reality and saw the value of the things around him, even in this town, the flow of the river, the connectedness of the houses over the floodplain, when he saw the people who were born and raised here, and the people who found themselves landing here just like he did, he could reanalyze himself and saw the answer he imagined through his mind. He could let down his walls. He could be himself. He could belong. As my aim is to analyze this game fully, let's take a brief walk through the gameplay of Persona 4, addressing its positives and negatives without diving in too much to the comparisons of said positives and negatives.
He's just bouncing like Mario.
I'm going to try to look at the strengths and weaknesses of its systems and how they stand on their own, and try to reason out the aspects for why I find
Weiss, how was
stronger or weaker as we go. Also, I'm
Nintendo's grappler?
Yeah.
more basic and
How much suffering did you endure?
with them. So,
it wasn't bad.
your time, I'm not going to
2-4, but I was like, oh,
alright, that's pretty good.
This is okay. It was like hyper armor shenanigans, but you know, it's weird.
Also not going to
Oh no! Why did that even drop?
Special stats or dialogue options, but mainly game balance and AI, as well as what ties in with the creativity, thematics, and additive ideas for Persona 4 as a story, as an RPG. Special stats in Persona 4 operate pretty similarly to 3, although with plenty more options.
Nice using SMT4 music.
Without just sanctioning them to a time slot. You can read
SMT4 had really good music.
variety of jobs, cook lunches,
SMT4 kicked my ass.
Don't all of them? I don't know. I haven't played all of them. Have you?
Nope, I haven't played any SMT games.
Just maxes out as you play through the game without any
But like I know that a good chunk of the SMT and Persona games, they all have like great music.
But it does lend to the idea
Let's see.
of Persona 4 as a role-playing game, allowing you to take
I don't know if
many
Jack
different
Brothers
avenues
has
to up the traits
stellar
that you want.
music.
Sometimes
Who is?
Maybe it does.
rewarding
Perhaps.
with said trait upgrades in exchange for
Ryota
tasks that you may
Kazuka.
have not previously understood the
But yeah, I think they all, for the most part, have pretty good music. It looks like when he shows the characters like that, it looks like Rikair was the detective.
one of the two gods who birthed Japan and created the other birds of the gods who are listed in the ancient Japanese document Kamiumi, which covers the time after the
But yeah, in particular, I really like SMT4's music.
Golden has much to do with the
Let's see.
No!
Shoji Meguro actually did some SMT3, Digital Devil Saga, Soul Hackers,
Wait, this is the same clip from before.
SMT Strange Journey.
Oh, Strange Journey, I heard that one was dog shit.
The many gods were born.
Really?
Before I link this to the others, I think it should be said that this is
Catherine Full Body.
of a Persona
So
game.
Shoji Meguro did a lot of, not just Persona, but he did a couple of SMT games. Let's see.
Then to say, from Yu's first Persona Izanagi, Yu Narukami began to be able to obtain and create further personas and gods, fits the characteristic of Izanagi as a mythological figure as well. The mechanic of having multiple personas suits Izanagi's
The Golden,
own
Persona
story of birthing the
5,
gods
blah
from
blah
his
blah.
purification. It should also be mentioned
Nocturne,
that the ultimate weapon the protagonist gets in Persona 4,
SMT4.
done so by killing the Reaper, is the blade of Totsuka,
Who
which
did
is
this,
also a
though?
reference to Izanagi,
Who
killing
did
his son,
this?
Tagatsuchi, with the same blade in revenge for Izanami's death. The full name of the blade is Totsuka no Tsurugi.
Boy, HVH.
While Tomoe, Chie's initial persona, refers to a hyper-mythologized and possibly fake historical figure.
I really should have
Tomoe,
pressed
Ryota
that too.
Kazuka.
family that fought for the creation of the first shogunate.
Ryota
Tomoe was also
Kazuka.
said to be a warrior willing to fight any demon and
Ace.
having the strength of 1,000 people. Chie's
He did some
ultimate
Persona
however,
4,
connects back to
SMT4,
Izanagi directly. Haraido, or
SMT5.
Haraido no Okami, the name Haraido coming from
Rikair.
5's also really good.
redemption or purification.
Nice.
Therefore, Haraido no Okami,
That's squatting,
the gods
just pumping up the
enshrined
lag
in
frames.
Haraido, sometimes also said as the Harai
Spinning
Dono
Chie.
and Harai Dokono. On the day that Izanagi performed the great Misogi no Harai, or purification rite, upon leaving Yomi in his own
Men in
city, the gods of
loincloths.
purification were born. One of which
Showing
being
this
the
again.
birth of Chie, or her ultimate
Yeah, we've already
persona,
seen this.
Haraido no
You don't need to see more of your loincloth fetish.
He's trying to get you canceled, Moody. On Space's stream.
What if we saw him at the maker in chat? He's like, that's what you get for making fun of me.
Exactly when Izanagi washed his left eye.
No.
Amaterasu is the god of
Moody's stream's gonna get banned for nudity.
her Japanese name roughly meaning the great divinity illuminating heaven.
It's for
Yukiko's
stealing my
initial
work and
persona
reacting
is
to it on stream.
Konoha, who is said to be goddess over the volcanoes
You're
and
welcome.
sakura blossoms. I mention this because the ultimate fire
You're
sign
welcome.
persona
Yeah, I'm getting you,
only accessible
getting
to
you
people
attention.
is
Yeah, I'm getting you
basically a
one
fire
view,
type
which is
move
more than you've gotten
that
regardless.
animates as a black
An 10-hour long video, dude.
Yosuke's ultimate persona is Susano, who was also
Let me see
birthed
how
by
much
the
of this
same
guy's
Harai that
10-hour
Yukiko
video
and Chie
has
came
like
from,
views.
this time from washing his nose in the purification process.
Let me out.
Susanoo is also the brother of Amaterasu, and they have many
come on.
stories listed together.
78K views.
That in the Persona 4 fighting games, you
I
may
really
recognize
should stop.
Tsukiyomi, who is actually another god.
That's a lot more than I thought there was gonna be.
It's more than the dudes on video.
A lot of morbid curiosity around this, I guess. Yeah, at least it's not the on video.
So Chie, Yukiko, and
I assume he's
were
done
born
other
from
videos.
Izanagi in his purification, or the protagonist. It was the players arriving that entered into their lives.
Yeah, like he's done some 1 hour videos.
30-minute videos and some other
and
stuff.
character analysis.
Awakened them to their personas through this alternate realm.
26. Yeah, so it seems like his content is pretty,
Purified through the player's actions,
I guess,
they were
normal
able to birth their
otherwise.
personas to eventually reach their ultimate
So it's not
potential and
too surprising that his big video would have gotten a lot of views.
I'm done.
Process. Teddy, who of course for an unknown length of time
Hey, look, it's
already
Teddy.
existed among the shadows and partially developed himself and his ego, has the ultimate persona of Kamui Moshiri, which is actually not a single person or thing at all, but is instead an alternate world entirely outside of humans. Where all
I
Kamui
already
dwell.
told myself
When
I'm
the
not
Ainu
going to do
people
that.
of Japan went to worship the Kamui, they worshipped to the place of Kamui Moshiri. This makes sense as the shadows in the alternative world inside of the TV all take the forms of various Kamui, or spirits and gods. This sort of makes his ultimate persona mean that he is the god of the TV world. His persona also takes form of a rocket or a giant ship, as if he is in fact the literal representative for the world inside the TV. Which, of course,
You know what I said earlier about playing Gold Lewis? About how making mistakes is the correct way to do things? I think it's the opposite for a launcher.
Never make mistakes. Play perfectly every time.
Once you do, you're dead though.
He's actually the antagonist to Buddhists, and isn't really seen as a good guy. I guess a connection you could make is that the rough, evil impression that people generally have is similar to Kanji's delinquent self, even though his actual behavior is anything
That's a
but.
counter.
Dairoku Tenmao is also said to be based on the warlord Oda Nobunaga, who was well known especially
That's
for his
funny.
cruel and vile actions toward others as he conquered Japan ruthlessly. This mimics some of Kanji's natural movesets.
He says that, but everyone freaking loves Nobunaga in pop culture and everything.
Nobunaga was also said to be a great unifier in Japan, so I believe the idea here
That too.
is it's all about perspective,
I'm
just
dead.
like Kanji's rough exterior. He beats up people, sure, but he beats up gangs of people who are hurting others, and he wouldn't hurt his mother, a child, or any of the other residents in Inaba. While not his ultimate persona, and talked
Hey,
about
blah,
more
blah,
in
blah.
Kanji's segment specifically, we should mention that
Come.
Toke Mikazuchi, his original persona, actually does originate from Izanagi. It's one of the 8 gods that were born whenever Izanagi took the blade of Totsuka and cut Kagatsuchi into bits. Risei's ultimate persona is a Bodhisvara, a being from Buddhist tradition and history. Even though this sort of breaks the rule, I actually talk about all of this in her own segment, so I'm gonna leave it here for the most part. What should be noted is Himeko connects
Bro,
back
she has
to
her own
Amaterasu through
segment.
a mirror that she's
It's
given,
way longer than
and
this.
that Kanon, Risei's true self,
Yeah, in my
is
file I
also
gave her
placed
my
as an idol.
segment.
Join the pack, and so the last one I'll cover
Base.
is of course
So,
Naoto. Naoto Shirogane
he went into like he went into Yosuke,
Risei's initial persona,
and then
from the same dynasty.
then he's going into the personas of the characters, but the other characters have their segments all separately. That's I don't
Yeah,
know.
you think this would just be in their own segments?
Assassinate warriors
Nice.
using
Nice
knives
KO,
to cover the
Moody.
tracks. I think
Well,
the
let's
correlation
go.
makes sense with
Very
Naoto
strangely,
overhead, but I'll address it more in my
structured.
full Naoto video.
Yeah, just
Yamato
part
Sakuga
1,
also
part
said to have
2,
many
part
run-ins
3.
with the Ainu tribesmen, who of course reference back to Teddy
You
as
could
well.
put chapter titles on them or
More
something.
Specifically, this idea of dressing the opposite
Yeah,
sex
probably
to
would've
assassinate
been
your
good.
enemies comes back to how Naoto put on the clothes of the opposite sex so that she could be accepted by the police force who otherwise seeked to invalidate her.
Oh no, we're going into Naoto.
This time we're going to be talking about the
No!
Persona 4 and Persona 4 Golden openings. Kind of what kind of
Wait, we go from that to let's talk about the openings?
This is, wait, let me see. Does this guy just synthesizes videos together?
So I guess we'll start with the original Persona 4 PS2 opening.
No.
For me, I have to say,
No way.
No way.
like serious and anxious feeling to it that I feel like was sort of scrubbed out with the P4G.
That's like a demon fusion or something. You would never do that.
I love the music. I'm also super biased.
It got us a
I said this
slime.
to you in private, but there's a
The fusion failed.
That's
Wait,
I love
Oh,
the
so
piano
good.
in this track. It has a filter
Alright.
on it, which we kind of touched on in the
But now some other guys talking.
portion of this, but it lets kind of the higher parts through. It's called
This
the
is
high pass filter.
Range.
Really like lacking body. And
Just
then it
realized
goes on
that
hard
Teddy is a skin suit.
Skin suit theory?
and it makes the
Got a zipper. Why does he need a zipper? Why doesn't he just cover himself in bear fur?
has a lot more accent and attack on it.
All right.
And
I
think
gotta
it's used
go
in
do
great
something.
Then he'd barely be covered.
It's like used in this
All right.
very rhythmic way.
I will be back.
P4G, it's less
Maybe in like an hour or two.
There's less
But I'll be
See you
awake.
then.
I'll be awake the whole time, just like last time when we were with Taurus and we started just being like, "No, it's still
God, I
going."
told you for that. That should have been a win. I should have ulted off of that.
Hurry back. If you're not back within like 10 hours, I'm gonna think you're not coming back.
When we were watching
Oh, shoot.
No, I'll be back. I finished the last one and then I'll finish this one. I gotta do something though.
You have plenty of time.
This section where there's camcorders or on the TV or like.
Oh man,
No!
I can't believe we're doing something
And I
like
just
this
thought of
again.
it from
It hurts.
looks like you're watching it through Adachi's eyes, and if you think of it that way, it cutting to all the members of the cast except for like you,
Wow.
obviously.
We're watching this through Adachi's eyes.
It's like kind of spying or like looking, and it's played off very cute, but like someone has to be watching through this stuff, and like it's not like you, Narukami, ever.
I think it's also like looking at like
Oh, it's like a discussion
so I'd say,
between
like,
them.
The Yosuke one, for example, it's like
Yeah, that's-
reasonable whether the person is like seeing it from far away and there's.
You think he'd like put the name on the screen or something?
Like a bunch of cut-up videos.
Something similar.
I hope
But
not.
with things like Chie's, it seems like she's being recorded from like an elevator camera.
How many times is it gonna show this yawn?
With Yukiko, it's like a model shoot or whatever. And I call back personally to like her interview about the Amagi Inn that's mentioned multiple times near the beginning of the story, or Kanji, how it seems like it's kind of like the camera is shaking, it's a little farther away, and it's him beating up the biker gang members. So it could also be like from the position of this is the perception given by the public that's like not the true selves. And I think I think the one of the creepiest ones for me is Naoto stuck in the stack of TVs, and they sort of turn to face the TV and like yell, but you can't hear anything, obviously. So it's sort of like they're trapped in this game, trapped in this maze of perception.
Oh, not dead.
Which the song, talks
I'm
about,
dead now,
weirdly
though.
speaking. Yeah, I think it also just has like an
Yep,
anxious, like
I'm dead.
impending sense
GG.
of like doom, or like we need to hurry up and solve this type of thing that is maybe lost a
Definitely.
bit in the P4G opening. Not that
It's still going.
better or worse, but like the time counter is ticking down. I don't know. Is there anything
dead.
else like, musically that you think is really interesting about
He had mercy.
4G? I think the most interesting thing to me is probably the piano and how it plays with the like.
But we take
rhythmic,
those.
Oh, nice.
Elements, so like the percussion and stuff like that, and how it.
Is he just looping back through like the opening right now?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Just like so constant is the point. And you kind of talked about the impending dread and stuff, and I don't think it's an anxiety-inducing.
It just
song
like
by any
for the next
means.
3 hours, it's
I
just
do
gonna be this
feel like
podcast.
listening for this constant rhythmic thing, kind of like the ticking of the clock. It's nothing like a tick-tock, 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 or whatever, but it's like
Ouch.
and it's like that throughout the
Oh, I
entire
can't
thing, which
jump
is
and block that.
Pretty interesting.
Very touching lyrics. Some of my favorite lyrics in the opening, but we're all stuck in the maze of relationships that go on with or without you. A lot of the stuff with Adachi is that he had this idea that he would be granted a future, granted everything he wanted, a beautiful wife who loved him, a great paying job, a ton of respect and reverence, if he just got good grades, got to the right school, went to the right thing, and none of it turned out for him.
Nice,
and he's
someday.
very bitter about that. And I feel like it's sort of, I guess, reflective of like these characters have yet to get to that stage of their lives. And so it really is like You know, you
Not
can get
fast enough.
social links or you don't. You know, days will go by, things will happen. You can get through the entire game and you can never see the actual conclusion to so many links. But it's like representative again.
Oh, I can't even
of
do
like
that.
What happened with Adachi, where it's like life does go on with or without you. It's your task to choose which relationships matter and work your way through this maze. You know, otherwise, you will be left alone. So
Oh,
what do you
wow.
think of the P4G opening? I love the harmonica, and
It's
I
so
love
good.
the poppy vibes.
Nintendo,
some people don't like the P4G
Weiss
opening.
hopped
I think
off.
it's still a
He
huge
said he
banger.
had to do something for an hour.
Oh, I think it's a banger too.
I think the visuals are.
I
probably
can
the
play you
biggest
after this,
lacking
though.
sense, although they're very artful and very like striking in terms of their like color composition and like the angles and everything. But I feel like they maybe denote a bit less. I don't know.
Like this
Your
opening,
overall
it
impression
was
of it?
animated by Madhouse. It was a pretty good studio.
All right.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
think
I'm
they
gonna
need to
play
go
Nintendo. I gotta go iron my dog real quick.
countryside, but I think they've kind of adopted
Sure.
more Western.
Yeah,
thoughts
hot dog.
with like cultural artifacts and stuff, especially when it comes to like P4G and playing into like the hippie stuff and the psychedelic colors and you know
Oh,
kind of
shoot.
stuff along
I
those
have
lines.
my,
I think that this track is also kind of reminiscent.
My no
of
color debuff.
Jackson 5. At the very end, it's very reminiscent of the Jackson 5, that kind of outro section. And not just like in the note content, the melody or whatever.
Oh,
but
you've
just,
been
like,
playing
how
this
it's
game
handled.
less than me.
You can find it
Interesting.
in plenty of those tracks as well.
Thinking of the lyrics again, I think it's just that it addresses things a bit differently. I feel like the original P4 opening deals a lot more with that anxiety, that like impending time, and the structure of how the game works as a game, and connecting that to its narrative and thematic structure. But I think a lot of the
Nice.
lyrics delving and talking about the truth and talking about how like people accept and deny it, and what defines your world.
Oh, dang.
Is it truth or lies? The entire game is based around this incessant like pursuit of truth, and a pursuit at the abandon of things that make you comfortable, at the abandon of things that you take to be given truths because they seem so obvious. The game punishes you know, in original P4 and P4G, for miscalculating, misreading, and reading things that you aren't supposed to, you know, rather than looking at things like, I guess, objectively. One thing that comes to mind is Ai Ebihara's social link. If you try to romance her, romancing her is completely antithetical to her entire like message, the entire theme, the entire point of her arc. And so the game punishes you by putting you in this toxic relationship that eventually is doomed to end in a breakup. It reverses their link, and you have to literally mend and repair the relationship again. Or like, obviously, with the original endings, like there's multiple different endings that all are based on basically how much you're willing to truly look at all the facts and details, and how much you're willing to let, you know, your emotions and everything cloud your judgment. You know, whether you throw Namatame into the TV. You know, the whole idea of truth and lies are like the fundamental like message of the game. And so I do appreciate the lyrics. I do think they're really good.
P4 has a very simple structure, I would say, and it kind of always returns to this one motif, whereas the P4G opening has a lot more diverse sections to it that it kind of goes through. Like, it still has certain sections that it repeats, but it has more diversity and variety when it comes to like the actual musical content underlying the lyrics and stuff like that as well.
From where I'm sitting, Inaba is probably one of the most dynamic and comfy breathing spaces in RPGs for at least the time it was released. Even the most minor of unnamed characters at school will have whole character arcs if you just talk to them every dungeon or so. And even if it's not a big character arc or a big story, it's cool to see how their lives have progressed. It gives a feeling of wholeness in the world. And so today, we're going to cover all of the things like that make Inaba a dynamic location, some of which being much more major than what I just mentioned as an offhanded comment. So let's get started.
Yeah, he
One
said
thing I think
today.
is really cool is that small details and consistencies can be found.
I think it
across
is like a
all
bunch of stitched
social links
videos
and
together.
optional events through the story. It gives
Which is
a
very
real feeling
unfortunate.
of cohesiveness.
That's
to all of
yeah,
it.
that's
It
really
makes
unfortunate.
it so they don't seem like they're just in a
Kinda
vacuum.
don't wanna
And that
watch the
wholeness is
rest of it
doubled down
anymore.
by the fact that every time
Yeah, I
you
wanna
go to a
watch.
social
Oh,
link,
it's
you're
a
able to
stitched
see
together video.
whether it's
Yeah.
sunny, cloudy,
It seems to
covered in snow or
be.
fog, it
All
always
right, let's
references
put
the
something else on
location
then.
and
One
time
second.
period that you are
Don't worry.
currently doing that
I have a
part of the story.
huge selection
It
of
makes
videos
it
to choose
seem like
from.
it isn't just a segmented off cutscene for an unrelated character arc, but part
Alright,
of
YouTube.com, a short retrospective. That's all you have to look for to find videos like
the
this.
first thing I think of
Short.
easily for a truly cohesive
We're looking
idea
for a
is the group of
10-hour
people
long
the
video.
Oblivion one.
stealing from people. This
Oh, short
group of
retrospective
people
usually
is
gives you like
never
8
talked
hours
to
plus.
directly by
I see.
yourself or seen outside of social links and events, but they make mention
I'm
across
sorry.
multiple social links unrelated. 3 to be exact. In Chie's social link, they are the most prominent, as her standing up.
We
to him
got
and
Daggerfall,
talking
a
about
complete
the child
retrospective,
and her
3 hours.
quote-unquote friend. This is actually the only time you see the group properly and get a lot of lines out of them.
shoot.
But I
A lot of these-
remember
a lot of these
I
aren't as
thought
long
it was
as we needed
weird
to
on
be.
my first playthrough that
Do you guys
they
wanna watch the
just seemed to
Oblivion?
show up
You ever
in
played
her link.
Oblivion?
Then I realized
Oblivion
they
sucks.
aren't just showing up in her link randomly. Before Kanji's link, there's a girl that can be found that tells
Yeah,
you
I
that
played
she
it.
feels unsafe now that Kanji's at school.
Oblivion,
Tells
I'm not
you
gonna
where to
lie,
find
Oblivion
her.
isn't that good compared to what came
He's been
before.
bullying people
But it's
more than
alright. Like
others.
Bethesda
This
is
doesn't
like the
seem
poster
much,
child of
but
entropy.
later in Kanji's link, after he's given the boy and their family the stuffed animals, Kanji gets stopped by the police as they
Their
mention
content
a
only
group
gets worse.
robbing children and cite him being seen with a kid at the floodplain. Considering they're also robbing a child in Chie social link,
So
that
Oblivion is
detail
better than
is a really
Skyrim, at
nice
least.
touch and brings them together
Oh,
pretty
shoot.
nicely.
He's gold.
But hey,
Yeah.
2 isn't a pattern, 3 is. So, then again, at Dojima's rank
Nice.
10, after you max him out, a cop is calling out as Dojima asks what's up, and he's told, oh, it's that group of juvie thieves. This sort of internal consistency is small, but it adds up so much to the world, and it's only one of dozens of details like this around the world of Inaba that you may not have even put together on a first playthrough. It gives the sense that the entire story was written cohesively rather than just one disconnected junction at a time. Now, I promised
Damn it.
Cole that I wouldn't tell anybody, but another kind of deep lore Persona 4 Golden bit of trivia is that Cole has a crush on Chie.
Perspective.
This is
Come
never
on, I even
discussed
ate-
in either
Oh,
him
okay,
or
okay, we got
Daiso's link,
Skyrim.
but instead is found late into
The
Ai's
Skyrim
after
analysis,
she wants you to
quick
cry and see
retrospective,
if he
Act
likes
1,
her. This
and
isn't
Act 2 is
it, though.
premiering right
For
now.
anybody who
Oh,
knows he
boy.
likes her, right after
How long is
Act
it?
1, oh my god, it's
Also
Patrician
something
TV.
expanded
This is the guy that
upon
makes the
in
8-hour long
optional
videos.
and kind of hard to see without a guide. Book
How
club
long is the-
cutscenes. Not really a book club, but
The first
I
one?
call them that. As
9
shorthand.
hours.
Basically, in
A
order to
short
read every book in
retrospective,
Persona
oh
4
boy.
Golden, there are specific
So if
content
we
choices
watch,
and requirements.
like,
This-
what speed would we need to watch to catch up to the premiere eventually?
Their premiere is probably going to go just as long, so once
Cole is
well,
visibly
to catch up, we'll probably
doing
watch it
these
at
with
like
the
3
added
months speed.
information of Ai's social link.
Alright, so
lends
you
to
got,
how
you got the
bad
Elder
he
Scrolls
is
4, a
hiding
quick
his
analysis,
feelings,
12 hours.
Despite nobody seeming to pick up on it. Chie even mislabels Cole in the second book club scene as someone
Is it alright
in
if we
Yukiko's
just
fan
like do
club,
like a
which
4-hour
Cole
one?
awkwardly tries
Since
to
I probably
deny,
have to
but
sleep
it
soon.
obviously is
Alright, yeah, sure, let's do a
restricted since he can't
4-hour
just say
one,
he
one
likes her
second.
instead.
Yeah,
I guess he could.
since
but,
we're
you
not
know,
like finishing
he's a,
this
he's a
one.
good old shy boy.
'Cause it's
Another
like a
really
bunch of
cool
stitched
cut most
together
people don't
videos.
put together, and I
Yeah,
don't
that's
think I've ever
lame.
seen someone else
Yeah.
mention, is that Yosuke actually canonically hits on Miss Kashiwagi before she
It's,
took reins as
it's
her
like too
replacement.
normal.
When Yosuke gets a number
Yeah.
on Operation Babewatch, and the number he calls ends up being Hanako, that wasn't just a prank from some mean girl.
Like,
from
what a
school.
loser, he did a whole
Remember? It was
series.
an older woman who
Alright,
gave
I'm gonna look
And
for
then
best,
he's stitched them
literally
together.
everything
Best
when we look at
2-hour
retrospect
video
points
on
to this
YouTube.
being Kashiwagi, and I'm gonna go through
Just
why
a quick
exactly.
YouTube
I
search
wanna
to see
cite
what we
something
get.
Yukiko says on the end trip, where she mentions that Hanako and Kashiwagi
Holy cow,
often spend
I'm
time
cool.
together on little
Look at
vacations,
that combo.
such as
It
coming to
did
the inn to cry a lot.
0
They stay
damage.
here now and again. Usually they come to cry when something breaks their hearts.
And so, aside from Hanako currently being in Okina City
Come
to
on,
shop,
we need
which
something
makes sense for
good.
Kashiwagi to be alongside,
What about a down
listen
the
to how
rabbit
Yosuke
hole video?
describes the woman.
Oh, down the
Actually,
rabbit
mentions how he got the
Yeah,
number.
it's good, but like everyone's
I was
already
thinking the
watched
same
it,
thing.
and we know it's like a good movie.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
It's up to you guys. I'm good with whatever.
Let's
Or
watch
is there
something
any
good.
that somebody hasn't seen? I don't know.
Yeah.
Is there any that you haven't seen at least? Mood. have you seen all the down the rabbit hole?
Except for
You've
maybe
seen- yeah.
Find hilarious in
Have we seen Final Fantasy House?
Kashiwagi he's talking
Yeah.
about.
That's the one I was gonna
But
suggest. Yeah,
technically,
we've
this
both
is
seen it
all in
now.
the main story events.
Oh,
And
that's a ride.
to be a part
Yeah, that is a
of
ride.
Making us feel like the world is a kinetic place, regardless of actions taken. But in this case, it's something you can only know.
Yeah, where's
in the
Teresa? Yeah, we've all
retrospect
seen that.
knowledge of
Well, we
later
haven't all
portions
seen
of
it.
the
Yeah.
game
Teresa.
and putting it
Well,
back together.
well,
Which I think lends to the idea
I've
still
read
that
it. No,
even
I'm just
when we aren't equipped with the information to understand the full length of situations, they still carry out all the
No, I have
same
seen that video.
golden. The world isn't built around
Deep Blue
events
was
that
really
we
good.
interact with, but instead we interact with events that are already moving within the world. It's a hard thing to accomplish
Nice.
in games, and a lot of that
Wow.
effort is underappreciated. Here's a few speed rounds, because
Wow.
one way Persona 4 Golden keeps a lively world is actually the same way it tries
Wow.
to hint
Wow.
you towards social links and options. Like the example I mentioned earlier of the girl tying in the rumor of Kanji being involved with the delinquent to letting you know where he's available. So here's the speed round. The male student in your classroom by the window mentions some supposed genius in elementary school who studies all the time and how his mother wants him to be like that and be number one. We eventually find later in the game a character named Shu, and his mother is doing that exact thing. And while in America technically he's implied to be in middle school and not elementary, I believe this may have been an accidental translation error from the original Japanese. Another one. There's a girl named Shy Student on the second floor hallway who's gay. Look, everyone, representation. No, but she basically has an evolving arc surrounding her love for her senpai that goes through some trials and tribulations throughout the game. It's just nice to come
Wow.
and see how it's going.
My first
The
perfect.
stylish student also has a tale
Actually,
about
I'm not
love
so
and
sure about
heartbreak,
that.
refocusing
This is
his
my first
priorities.
perfect today.
Good for him. Obviously, Mitsuo Kubo and Namatame can also be seen showing up at various times and locations as NPCs in the map, namely in the shopping district, as well as Namatame being by the river, makes it feel a little less like they just popped out of nowhere when they made their main story appearances. There's an old man that sometimes takes walks at night, and his middle-aged housewife daughter mentions in the daytime at the shopping district that she's worried about her dad being out so late since he's old. People wouldn't probably think of it, since 99% of people probably do Nanako and Ryotoro's social link in their first playthrough, but the constant overlap with both each other and the main story is also really well handled, and gives a lot more context to the Heaven Dungeon once it arrives. But if we want to talk crossover
no,
between
damn
links, I honestly think that would be cheating, since it's the same primary characters involved in that stuff, so of course they'll be overlapping. I will say one small detail that people might overlook though. Naoto's dungeon is a secret base, but she used to call her childhood treehouse that, we find out in her social link. Everyone knows that there are multiple social links that only start and only become available via other social links, like I and Hisano's social links, but there's also subtle nods between the social links as well, mentioning being unable to help in one of Daisuke's social links because of serious family commitments, which seems casual
I
enough.
saw
but
Complete
takes on a
Stories
new
retrospective,
life if
3
you've done
hours.
Cole's social link on another playthrough and roughly knows
Sure.
what part of his life he's currently
Or we could
in.
do,
Maybe with his family,
everything else I have
trying
is,
to train him as a
it's
proper
political
heir to the
shit.
family line. There's the obviously
You guys gotta
multiple
give
Whatever,
it-
just cue it up.
show The Featherman
And
Ring,
I'll,
a parody of
get
Super
rid of this one.
Sentai that has
Alright,
been
wait, you're
present
good
in
with that,
every
whatever?
Persona game, even
Yeah,
back
just
in the
put
Persona
whatever.
2 duology. This is mentioned by Kanji at one point, is
You
at
sure
one
about
point
that?
in multiple ranks of Eddie's
Nope,
social
but
link,
go
and of
for
course
it.
there are the Featherman
Alright.
outfits in the game.
I
Like, I will
Also,
literally.
Kanji mentions that Naoto's secret base reminds him
Nice.
of Featherman, and this actually seems to hold weight with some of the design
This VOD is
inspiration
going to
of
be
the
deleted
original
right after.
Sentai Evil Bases.
Alright.
Something
Alright,
like
let-
I got a
let me
good
just
one,
end stream right now, and
I got a good
to the next one.
and is something that Persona 4 does
It's gonna
well as
be
the other Hoshino Personas.
a
This
future
extra
retrospective.
aspect, combined with the variety of weather, has characters constantly changing outfits, minor changes to the scenery, and this even causes minor dialogue additions to some social links that allude to the weather
There we go, I
changes,
posted it.
like how
It's in the
Ayane
chat right now.
mentions that the
Alright,
rain is
I can,
lightening up,
find you
or
this
that
other
she's
one
going
after
to
this
practice
one.
under the gazebo thing instead of staying out in the
Oh,
rain.
shoot.
The extra attention to detail with every aspect of Inaba's world often goes
ASD,
unnoticed and
Fweg,
underappreciated.
Fa,
Because
Grog,
it's the sort of
Grog.
thing that
Oh,
when it works
nice.
well, it
I
feels
didn't wanna
so
log in.
natural, but it's easy
Okay.
to imagine the countless
Shoot.
RPGs
At
where
least I didn't
dialogue
get
is
a
plain, unchanging,
perfect.
and blatantly tutorialized.
This is a. You ever
I
played
wanna
Bloody
impress
Roar?
him,
more in a different
no,
segment,
but it
but
seems
take a
super
look
cool.
at the Bookman, for instance.
What's the first fighting game I played that wasn't Tekken? Well, first fighting game on PS. No, fuck. No, that's a fucking lie. But fighting games are like some of the first games I played. So.
Says when he says it, he
The first fighting game that did something, I'm sure.
and has plenty
It was
of
like-
extra lines to flesh out some of these stories that you only get brief descriptions.
Never mind, I can't say anything.
Like
It's
when he
completely
says
unoriginal.
favorite authors to come
What the
back,
fuck? Like,
knowing
literally,
she
I've been playing fighting games for so long.
long
It was just like, it's just a game that I remember fondly.
Something
That's
else
it.
that really breathes life
That's all I
into
got.
Cinema are the bits
That's
of
pretty cool,
foreshadowing
too.
that are
Yeah.
sometimes impossible to pick up on your first playthrough
No.
due to them being fundamentally
let me take a
unimportant
look.
details by any sane regard.
key.
Mainly the recurrence of Namatame's truck that he used to kidnap people.
Oh, it's-
Now, if you've
okay,
been into
never mind.
Persona 4 for a while now, it's very possible
The
you've
24-hour
already heard
countdown
about
again.
the Namatame truck going by when the investigation team in Adachi chased the
2
creepy
hours?
otaku guy down the street just before Risei's arc. While they move away, Namatame's truck
Do you sense that? Something is in the air. Something dark and haunting.
Oh, I'm getting drunk, by the way, just so you know.
Inside of you,
So be,
right?
you know, cover that mute
Something
button.
monstrous that grows stronger
Alright.
as the moon rises. This time of the year when spirits are free, when the supernatural is everywhere, you can feel the beast inside of you crying out. A beast that is hungry with claws and fangs pushing through your skin as you feel a desire to feed, a need to fight, to rip and scratch and howl, but most of all, a need to be 90s and metal as f***. Oh, that's right, it's Halloween, our favorite time of the year. But this Halloween is extra special, because it marks the 25th anniversary of one of the most unique fighting games ever. A game that was distinctly 90s, while at the same time being timeless in how original it was. And a game that was huge for me when I was a kid, and I've been looking forward to talking about ever since we started this show. Ladies, gentlemen, zoanthropes of all
Hey,
ages,
back, I need a drink,
join
too.
me, won't you, as we get in touch with our inner beast in this, the Bloody Roar retrospective.
Music's good. Oh, I missed it. I was a bit too close.
The 90s was a time when everyone was getting into the fighting game scene. It didn't matter what company you worked for, someone there was making a fighting game. It didn't matter what property you owned, someone was trying to pitch it as a fighting game. Well, around the middle of the decade, Hudson, the company who at the time was mostly known for pumping out tiny, adorable mascot games such as Pong's Adventure, Adventure Island, and of course their flagship title, Bomberman, decided they wanted to make their foray into fisticuffs. So they reached out to fellow developers, Rising, who they had previously worked with on Bomberman Panic Bomber. Now, Rising was still a relatively new company at this point, having only formed a few years before this when several developers from Compile, the company behind Puyo Puyo, split off to go in different directions. Which I am bringing up right now just to point out the fact that the people who used to make this...
Alright, let me know whenever someone, you know, wants to get their ship pushed in. I'm available.
We're about to make this.
Maybe after like a few games, I'd like to see you and Nintendo go.
Alright, I can't find the I can't find the window with the thing in it, with the YouTube video in it. I can't find it.
Representative to pair up and direct
How
the
many
game
windows
together.
do you have?
The Rising representative was Susumu
Yeah.
Hibi, and Hudson's representative
Yeah,
was Kindi
okay,
Fukuya.
that.
Now, even though they worked together on the creation of this game, when you look into it, it quickly
That
becomes
says
clear this was
everything.
Fukuya's baby. I say
There
this
we go,
because
found it.
Fukuya kept working as the director of Bloody Roar throughout its entire history, while Hibi stepped back
Yo,
and
the
gave
bunny
him
is hot.
responsibility
I'm just
at
gonna
the
say
game. Plus, Hebe worked on multiple other video games throughout his career.
You seem to like your bunny ladies.
Really only worked on Bloody Roar.
You said you liked
Seriously, the Bloody Roar series is all he had.
Yeah,
on his
I like
resume,
bunnies.
except for
Who doesn't
3
like
thank
bunnies,
yous on
dude?
earlier Hudson games. But more importantly,
I mean,
listen, you're
people
looking at
who
the
like
footage of this
humans,
game.
probably.
You know what this game is. You know the
Imagine
crazy
not
idea
being a
behind
furry.
it and
Couldn't
the
be
tone
me.
and aesthetic that it has. And after
Well, sorry, not
researching
liking
guys,
furs. I'm not a furry,
yeah, Fukuya
but I do
just
think.
screams, "I'm the
Okay,
guy
I'm
that
not.
made
I want to
Bloody
stop
Roar."
right here. It's the
Here's a
alcohol
few facts
talking.
about Kenji
Disregard.
Fukuya. He made this game when he was
All right.
only 23, which probably explains the youthful, rebellious aesthetic the game has. He would go on to be a pro Bloody Roar player, going under the pseudonym The Beast King. When interviewed for V-Jump magazine, he was described as, quote, a hard drinker from Hokkaido who developed Bloody Roar in pursuit of the perfect game. And in that same interview, when he was asked to list off his favorite things, he replied with sake and Genghis Khan. Yeah, I'll be real with you. When I started researching this game, I thought, oh, there has to be some wild story behind how they came up with the idea of a fighting game with humans that turn into animals. There's got to be some crazy explanation for how they came up with that idea. But after learning about Kenji Fukuya, yeah, I think he just wanted to make a game about wolfmen beating up lion dudes. That just feels like his vibe. He's probably had that idea in his head ever since he was in middle school. And so, in 1997, this brand new venture from a company with zero fighting game experience and another company who used to make goo-themed puzzle games, being headed up by a heavy-drinking Genghis Khan fan, hit arcades, and the result was something the fighting game community had never seen before.
Shoot.
Fucking love Bloody Roar, dude.
Wow. What? God. We love synths in music.
I played the mole. He was so cool. He was like a ninja.
A mole ninja, interesting. Oh, full screen. Low. Let's go. And it like trips up too. I wish my low did that. Too bad.
Man, watching two like range people fight is like watching two old people fuck, dude. A lot of misses.
So that tells me that you've seen that before.
Seen what?
Your analogy.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I see. Dang.
Oof.
Ooh, nice.
You both like
The
dust
first
to
Bloody
each
Roar
other.
was released in arcades on July 7th, 1997, and released on the PlayStation 1 on October 31st of the same year. Yeah, that's
Howdy,
right. Halloween was the
Skajor
25th
Reich.
anniversary.
Thank
I
you
was
for stopping
insane.
by.
They put out the game where you play as a werewolf on Halloween. They knew exactly what they were doing with that release date.
This game,
Although,
it
before we
still
go
looks so
further,
good. Looking at this
I should probably
replay.
mention the thing that I'm sure many of you
Definitely
have already
does.
spammed in the comments. Yes, when this game was released in arcades in North America, it wasn't called Bloody Roar. Its name was changed to Beasterizer.
Oh my god!
Which is just
Beasterizer.
perfect.
Yo,
Don't get me
this is
wrong,
an
I
18 game?
prefer Bloody Roar. It holds up
Oh, really?
way better to the test
Yeah.
of time. But Bloody Roar was a
Wow,
series
this
that
is
was
an
loaded
18
with
game.
90s aesthetic.
How
And if
far
you
they
wanna talk about a
fell?
title that just screams
They-
90s
they
edgelord,
didn't.
it's
Well,
Beasterizer.
I guess Aiden is probably isn't used to like. I think this is the first game that they've had to maintain a live patch for, right?
Bloody Roar? No,
I guess, yeah.
You can't
Like,
slap
I don't think they actually made any games in like about 10 years, right?
Beasterizer.
Yeah.
That's a game you can play
Yeah.
while drinking a Mountain Dew.
But they
and
usually
riding a
they turn out
next
bangers.
The game was set in a world where
Yeah, they haven't made anything
racism
since
These are humans who have the ability
Multi
to
like what's it called Fate Unlimited
Marvel.
Codes.
For ages, these zoanthropes.
Oh, they made MVC3?
Yeah, MVC3.
Wait, they made Ultimate too, so there was like nothing in there. Like no patches.
No patches.
And are awakening to their lycanthropic powers.
It's a brand new game with.
Well, what happens when suddenly a group of people discover that they have superpowers? A giant mega.
They also made Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, another fucking banger. They made Naruto Clash of Ninja, another banger. Fate Unlimited Codes, I played that game to fucking death. And they made the what's it called?
Why so many zoanthropes are suddenly emerging? Well,
Session was disconnected. Oh, it's probably a Weiss.
If you went to Blade War's website, you would find a
Alright,
long
I'll make a
description
new
about
one.
how mankind was destroying the planet, implying that either global warming is causing it or that nature is creating zoanthropes
what
to
is
try
Dream
and fight
Carnival?
back against man. Yeah,
We should go through and play all the aiding fighting games. Actually, I think that'll be really fucking fun.
That would be fun. If they were easily available on PC with online.
There's the game's protagonist, Hugo, a zoanthrope with a
We can play them all on PS2.
out to find his
Yeah,
father,
same
a man who
code.
was kidnapped by Tylon.
Yeah, like I almost definitely have all of these downloaded.
Who, surprise,
All right.
surprise, is also
Parsec,
a zoanthrope with the power to turn to a lion.
Yeah, Parsec.
After this is Alice the rabbit. Alice was kidnapped as a child and experimented upon by Tylon. She was able to escape, but a friend of hers, Yuriko, wasn't so lucky, so Alice is heading back to Tylon's base to try and rescue her. And she's not the only one going back for Yuriko. Yuriko's mother, Mitsuko the boar, is also making her way to the base to get her daughter back. I remember when I was a kid, I was actually surprised by Mitsuko, and even still this day, I'm pretty impressed with Hudson for creating her. This was a time when 99% of all fighting game women were young, slender supermodels or perky pop stars. So creating a middle-aged buff woman who looks like she knows how to kick ass was brand new. Good for you, Bloody Roar. Now,
Good
those
for
were the
you,
heroes of
Bloody
the
Roar.
game, but Tylon had their own zoanthrope soldiers. From Britain, there was the sadistic assassin Hans, who goes by the codename Fox. Guess what they turn into? Then there's Bakoryu the Mole, another assassin.
That's my guy.
So he pairs up with Tylon because he wants them to pump him full of drugs so that way they can turn him into the ultimate zoanthrope soldier. Which is understandable. If I found out that I could turn into an animal only to learn it was a blind creature that lives in the dirt, I'd probably be asking for an upgrade too. In all honesty though, Bakoryu was my favorite back in the day. His
Let's go.
giant claws were so
Nice.
fun to
Nice,
swing
nice.
around, and he's got some of the best throw animations in the game. And the last of these assassins is Long the Tiger, although it's more accurate to call him a former assassin. Yes, Long was a master of martial arts, and as such he became the strongest assassin in his guild, even going on to work for the Tylon Corporation. But after years of dirty deeds, Long has come to regret his past and decides he wants to atone for his sins, so he leaves the Assassin's Guild
come
and
on.
decides to fight back against Tylon. This is an interesting collection of characters, because typically in a fighting game you really only get 2 or 3 characters who have some kind of a connection to the plot, but here every single character has some kind of a reason for fighting. Some reason for either going against or working for Tylon. Except for the 8th character, Greg the Gorilla. Yeah, he's there because his circus is going out of business and he wants to convince other zoanthropes to join and perform for him. He has zero connection
What a
to what's
Chad.
going on with Tylon,
What a
but
fucking
hey,
Chad.
every game needs its comedic relief, and Giant Monkey Man who attacks you with his butt certainly fits that description. Also, small detail,
Oh,
but
shoot,
Greg's
I'm
head
getting
falls
mixed.
off whenever he gets
Not
knocked
even
down,
looking
and
at
I
the
remember
screen.
as a kid trying to make it through an entire match without losing that hat. Never did it once. Now, the cast were certainly memorable, but what really stood out about Blade Roar was the gameplay. There were 3 basic buttons, punch, kick, and a beast button.
Yo,
As you
I have an
fought, you would
idea.
build up a beast gauge, and once it had filled up, you could
What's
hit
up?
the
Why
beast
don't we,
button to transform into your
like,
animal state. While in this
just
form, not only would your stats shift around, such as giving
play
you
the
stronger
weirdest
stats
fucking
and
fighting
longer
games we can
range,
find?
but also you would
I'd be
recover
down.
back any recently lost health.
Like I can
because
handle
this
like all
button
the
would
setup,
activate
the
third attack.
tactical
You
support.
could also press your 4th button to
Alright.
activate Rave Mode.
Good. I've
While
been
this
meaning
mode, your
to
attacks
play,
will be faster, allowing you to combo together stuff that you couldn't.
Pokemon type Wild for a long time, since I really love that game.
That's something you
You
want
played
to
it
keep
before?
an eye on.
Yeah.
You see, once
I'm
your
a
game
brave
becomes
Pokemon.
activated, you may be
What is
tempted
it-
to just
what is it on?
immediately smash that
It's
beast
on
button,
PC.
But if you decide to keep
It's
fighting
like
as a
this
human, you
fan
can
game,
continue to increase
but
your
it's
beast
made
gauge
by
until it's
people who
double the
actually
size.
worked on the anime.
Which is a good idea because if you take damage in beast form,
Which
your
is why
gauge
like
will
a
go
bunch of the
down.
stories are
Once it's depleted, if you get
from
hit with a
people-
heavy attack, then it will return you to your
are,
human form.
are actually
That means if you
stories
just
from
jump
the
into
anime.
beast mode without thinking about it, you can get hit with 1 or 2 good smacks and instantly lose that advantage.
Oh,
But
shoot.
on the other hand, if you're really low on life, you might need to heal back that health as fast as you can, so you're going to have to risk beast
But
mode
yeah,
even if you don't have the bar
I'll
to back
get
it
you
up.
the link
When I
to
was
the
a kid, I thought the
download.
beast
I don't know
mode
if it
was
works
just here
though.
to be a fun mechanic. There's a mindless good
Oh,
monster.
it doesn't have to
I
work.
assume that
I'll make
you're,
it work.
Back and replaying
What's
this,
up?
I see it's a
It doesn't have to
very
work, I'll
effective
make it
tool,
work.
And there's a
I
lot
see.
of strategy to knowing when and how to use it. In fact, that really describes a lot of the combat in here. It's both enjoyably simple and engagingly complex at the same time. Again, playing this decades ago, I just mashed on buttons, and yeah, I could do a few combos out doing that. But watching professionals play it now, people that know what they're doing, it can get wild. This game really knew how to take advantage of that 3D space because the amount of maneuverability this game was capable of was insane back in the day. Like, if your opponent is attacking you and you're blocking, but then you step forward at the exact moment that they're attacking, you do a split-second dodge that leaves your opponent wide open to be counterattacked, and that always felt so good to pull off. And speaking of feeling good, this game knew how to give everything an impact. I might not have been able to figure out any big special moves or combos back in the day, but I knew it felt good to just run across the stage and do a kick that sends your opponent flying against the wall. So I spammed that every chance I got. It always felt rewarding. And you slam
man
your
launcher
into
needs
those
to
walls
hit
over
3
and over,
times
then
just
you
to
can
get 2
actually break
damage
those
down.
walls with your
Yeah,
final attack,
that's
which will
definitely
send
how it
them
feels.
flying out of the ring, and that was always
Shoot, I
so
dodged into
satisfying. Especially if that final hit was one of your big heavy moves, then the camera would repeat that action 3 times, and that is the secret to making anything feel good. Just show it 3 times. And speaking of making this game look good, I have to point this out, but this was one of the first 3D fighting games to run at 60 frames per second. Yeah, it certainly wasn't the first, but was still rather rare back in the day. In fact, I've mentioned several times that I'm not technologically blessed. I can't emulate games to save my life.
Shoot.
But I have heard from several people that Bloody Roar is one of the more demanding PS1 games to run, and a lot of that has to do with the frame rate. Well, then also the fact that you can completely change your character model around mid-match with just the press of a button. Yeah, I feel like I need to stop and make sure that we are all aware of just how big this is. This game, back in 1997, at a time when if Shang Tsung used his morph powers in Mortal Kombat, your PlayStation would freeze and start smoking, allowed you to completely change the model of your character at any time in the middle of a fight, and it didn't slow the game down at all. And I gotta tell you, hitting the beast button and hearing that electric transformation sound mixed with your animal roar as you suddenly just explode into a brand new savage fighter without the game being interrupted for even a millisecond, there was nothing like that in fighting games back then. However, I'll admit a lot of the praise I'm sending at this game has been nostalgia, and there is a lot in this game that I ignored as a kid, but now returning to it as an adult, I do think it has some problems. First up, we're talking about the game's mechanics. As I said, I love how huge the stages are, and because you can just run across and smash right into your opponent and send them flying, it just feels so good, and that maneuverability is one of the things that I remember so much about this game. But if you miss your opponent as you're swinging at them, or you jump around them at an improper time, then you are stuck with your back to them.
I'm not dead, though.
Which makes sense. You screw up a move, you leave yourself open. That's just fighting games. But here's the thing.
Good combo.
It's not like your back is to them for a second and they have that brief opening to punish you. No, if your back is to an opponent, you have to manually turn yourself around, and that takes way longer than I want it to. I know it's not going to bug people, but it is an extra step for something that I feel should be automatic. Although I should point out that this game does give each character attacks that hit behind them in case you wind up in that position, so you do have options. But okay, that was admittedly a nitpick. And here comes another one. I don't really care for the blocking in this game. I know that sounds strange, but hear me out. In most fighting games, you block by holding back, or they give you a dedicated block button. Well, Bloody Roar decided it wanted to be different. So in this game, you have 2 kinds of blocking. If you hold back, then you can block anything. Makes sense, that's how blocking works. But if you just don't press anything, just let the controller sit there, then the character will auto-block anything other than low or heavy attacks. Yeah, you can literally just not do anything and the computer will auto-block for you. I admit it is a super minuscule complaint. Most people aren't going to care, and I get that this places more emphasis on counterattacking and reading your opponent's moves. I totally get the appeal of it. But just something about leaving the controller unattended and still watching as your character blocks on their own, it just kind of bugs me. I'll let you on a little behind-the-scenes secret here. Whenever I'm recording footage,
this guy sounds a little drunk.
I always have a little time
but it might just be me.
where I want to make notes about the things that I want to include in this
Perhaps
video.
you're just projecting.
And normally, whenever a round starts, I hit
Wait,
pause. So
yo,
that way I
this
can
Pokemon fighting game has low punny and Gardevoir and Blaziken.
I literally would just leave the controller there because I knew it would be fine because the computer would just keep punching me and I would just automatically...
Yeah, as Lopunny, as Gengar, Snorlax, Combuskin, Blaziken, Gardevoir, Breloom, Swalot, Lopunny, and Lucario.
Yeah.
As three of my favorite waifu ma.
Blocking a huge advantage because there are so many combos in this game.
Lopunny, Gardevoir, and who?
Blaziken.
Yep, that is
clearly
100% supposed to be a combo. But they still give the opponent breaks in the middle of this combo animation that lets them just start blocking halfway through it. And considering that you can block by not pressing anything,
but yeah, I think Lopunny was like an addition after the first version of the game.
Pressing buttons.
So I just like kind of,
and I think this one might be a little bit
kind of
controversial.
just forget sometimes.
I like these character models.
Because there used to be one without like a Combuskin and
easily identifiable whether they're in beast or human mode. They all have those
without
designs that
Combuskin
just
and
pop out
Lopunny.
at you and make you remember them. But my god, the stages are basic and ugly as sin. They're all just gray, black, or
You remember part of Battle Arena Toshidan?
There are other colors that pop out.
Battle-
They're typically
I heard
way
of
in the
it.
background past a ring of nothingness,
Is that the
and
one
the colors
with,
are still muted. And when it comes to how the game
with
sounds,
Cloud Strife?
listen,
And
no, that's it. You're thinking of Airgeese.
Oh, I see.
grungy, rebellious 90s rock that the game is going for.
We've had this exact same conversation before,
But none of
actually.
it goes beyond just being fine.
Yeah, Battle Arena
Don't get me
Toshidan
wrong, it's
is a
good,
Tamsoft
but
game.
It's not going to get stuck in your head. However, there is one other bit of presentation
probably
that Bloody
They
Roar
made
excels
they
at,
made a game, I think,
where
Nanoblade also.
so many other games fall short. Unlockable. Normally, when you think of unlockables in your fighting games, you think of things like...
Oh, they make Sin and Kagura now.
Here,
That's interesting.
No, Bloody Roar had unlockable customization. Right off the bat, this game gives you unlockables straight out of NBA Jam with the ability to play in chibi mode or big head mode. Can you imagine a modern-day fighting game doing something like that?
Odechamara too, and
Big
Nikitosen
epic conclusion
games.
to the Tekken Mishima saga, but Jin and Kazuma have giant bobbleheads the entire time. And this game also came out with a full-blown gallery,
Nice.
including peeks at some unused characters, and I
Nintendo,
always
would you
want
like to
stuff like
play
this.
against?
But after that, every time that you beat the game with a character, you unlock brand new
Rikair?
ways to
Rikair.
alter the
Yes.
game. You can turn off
And,
blocking, remove
please
the
have a good
walls,
night,
control
Catherine.
the camera. You basically just
Oh, good night,
get to
Thank you
Catherine.
for
game
the raid
however
and
you
thank you
want.
for stopping by.
This is so brilliant, and it
I
gives
really
the
appreciate
game
it.
so much replay value. And speaking of
Love
being in
the
the
enough
game,
duel.
after you have
Now that I know
faced off
aiding
with
makes it,
all
I love it
your
even more,
opponents, then
dude.
make your way onto the boss.
no.
And hey, remember Alice's friend and Mitsuko's daughter Yuriko? Whatever happened to her? Oh, she's been fully brainwashed and turned into Tylon's killing machine. Of course, why wouldn't she be? She transforms into a grown super anime woman, and I remember when I was a kid, I kept looking at this thinking, oh, it's because humans are also a type of animal. That's so smart. But now looking at it as an adult, I realize, oh no, they just wanted to have a super anime woman in here. She's fast
What'd I
and she
miss?
strikes with electric attacks, but what makes this fight so unique is that when her beast gauge gets depleted, she doesn't turn back into a little kid. No.
I don't know when
She
you left.
transforms into a giant.
you start
right
the
before this,
video?
right as
I
this
remember
was
the
starting.
first time that I saw this
see.
happen,
This
I
video.
was so shocked. I expected
Well,
when her beast gauge got depleted, she
Rikair
would
found
be
out that
weakened for
this
a
game
moment,
was
if nothing
made
else.
by aiding.
Not that she would transform into a buff demon
which
from
is,
Doom. But after you beat her, each character gets their
like
own
the
unique
same
ending.
company who
Yugo
made
learns that his
DNF
father
Duel.
has already been killed by Tylon, so
Oh.
he's going to keep fighting
Well,
in
then,
his honor.
topical.
Mitsuko gets her daughter
Yeah.
back, and
Yeah,
he
like
even adopts
I've always loved
Alice,
aiding
making her
games. I
from
love
50
them so
years
much.
ago.
Aiding and
There's
Kavia.
not a lot
I have
of
like those
huge
names. I
development
wanted those
in
names
these
inscribed in my
games, but
tombstone,
that's
dude.
fine. It was the first chapter of a brand new series. It was still finding
That's
its
pretty
footing.
cool.
But more importantly, it was finding an audience.
Rikair, are you
This
gonna
game
be
sold
in soon?
400,000 copies
Yeah,
in America, which
one.
doesn't feel like that big of a number by
There we
today's
go.
standards.
Man,
But
let's
remember,
fucking
Hudson
do it.
wasn't
Rikair's
the
gonna be
biggest
gaming,
developer back
Nintendo.
then. They didn't have massive
Nintendo, dude, let's-
expectations.
Nintendo, you know who Nintendo is?
Around this time sold similar
Nintendo?
numbers.
Yeah.
So for these smaller developers,
Sounds
this was
familiar.
considered a success.
Yeah, League of
They
Legends-
made a profit off the
League of
game,
Legends
and more
player.
importantly, they made an audience. An
Maybe not
audience
that
was
familiar.
now hooked and eagerly awaiting a sequel. And lucky for
Like
them,
he's a
they wouldn't have to wait
professional
so
League of
long.
Legends jungler. Nintendo X.
Okay. Well, there's a different Nintendo, the Smash player.
Oh, really? I guess,
There
this,
is.
well, Nintendo is pretty popular. Beast, Bloody Roar, dude. God damn it, dude. I love this game. Rented it from Blockbuster like 15 times. The bat was hot, too. Oh, wow.
Nintendo X is a completely different person.
Bloody Roar 2 was released in arcades the next year in 1998, and would come to the PlayStation in 1999, and this game right here, this is when Bloody Roar really began for me. You can never really judge a series just from the first installment. Typically it takes 1 or 2 games to figure out what they want to look and feel like, and the jump from Bloody Roar 1 to 2 is quite noticeable. When it comes to the combat, it's actually pretty similar. All the mechanics of the old game are still here, except for the raid mode. You still got your punch, kick, and beast button, but now your fourth button is a dedicated throw. And combos and special moves still function very largely like they did in the last game, except they just feel better. Moves flow together more smoothly, and they feel more rewarding to pull off. I mean, listen, you guys know me. You know that despite the fact that I love fighting games, I'm kind of, you know, trash at them. But if you just look up online some of the big combo videos for this game and you see what it's capable of, this is the kind of stuff that you would expect out of a modern-day anime fighter, not a 3D fighter made back in 1999. It is insane, some of the stuff that can be stringed together. But they do keep some of the stuff that I didn't like from the first game, like having to manually turn your character around and face the opponent, and the auto-block system returns, along with a dedicated guard button that blocks heavy attacks. But the rest of the combat is improved enough to make that stuff more bearable. But as far as new mechanics go, they did give each character supers, or as they're called in this game, beast drives. With these, you can sacrifice your beast gauge, transforming you back into a human, but in return, you do a big super that can deal massive damage to your opponent. And they look great. Cool. Very few games back then actually had supers with cinematic camera angles, so this was groundbreaking. Although, speaking of dealing damage, that is one complaint that I have about this game. The damage is
that's really cool for like an early 3D fighter.
For half your life to just vanish after one combo.
Oh wow.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, that felt a bit excessive. The game's director, Kenji Fukuya, said that when making this installment, he wanted it to be a game where, quote, every moment got your heart racing. And hey, you know what? Seeing your entire life bar get completely decimated from one combo and then having to quickly go into beast mode to try and heal it all back, well, that certainly does keep you on your toes. Nothing gets your heart racing like constantly thinking you're going to die. But on average, the game does play better, and it definitely looks better. Don't get me wrong, the last Bloody Roar looked fine for the time it came out, but in just 1 or 2 years, the presentation in this game massively improved. Sure, you still have a few sharp polygon edges here or there, but character bodies actually do have curves now. They're not just a clump of cubes. And the stages? As I said, that was the biggest negative of the last game, but now, sure, many of the stages still have that stretching void of nothingness around them, but the colors are much
King
better.
is in this game?
The textures are much better, and there are far more details in them. It doesn't look like you're fighting in a wasteland anymore. And I have to point out that the character select screen is possibly my favorite character select screen of all time. God damn, you're picking your character from inside of a beast mouth. That is just so damn cool. So, the gameplay was better, the graphics were better, and you know what? It sounded better too. As I said, the music in the last game matched the grungy 90s rock tone that I was going for, but it was kind of generic. Now it's got far more personality to it. And there's a reason for that. The entire musical team from the last game returned, except for one new addition. Jun Kajiwara was the new lead guitarist on the team, and if you're wondering who Jun Kajiwara is, well, if you're a fan of this show, then you probably know him best from this.
Oh.
Yeah, Jun Kajiwara was the lead guitarist for KOF 95 through 2000, and if you've ever heard the arranged scores for those games, you know the guitarist is just going off on those tracks, and he definitely brought some of that energy to these tunes. So between the gameplay, the graphics, the sound, everything about this game is so much better. As long as you're playing the PS1 version of the game. Yeah, I should probably bring this up. Bloody Roar 1 and 2 are both available on the PS3 as part of the PS1 Classics collection. And I heard some die-hard Bloody Roar fans say I shouldn't play those versions because they were poor transfers, but I decided to try them out, and I played the original Bloody Roar on the PS1 and on the PS3, and it felt exactly the same to me. I'm sure there were some slight hiccups that were so subtle I couldn't detect them, but hey, I'm just playing these games for fun, not to learn the frame data so well that I can become the world's best Bloody Roar 1 player. So after playing Bloody
Like one of the
Roar
ones
1
available
on the
in your store.
PS3,
That
I
is
thought,
right.
you guys don't know what you're talking about. The original
What
Bloody
is?
Roar works fine on the
Bloody Roar.
PS3. So I decided to move over to Bloody Roar 2 on the PS3, and within 2 matches, I realized, oh, this is the game everyone was talking about. Yeah, I have no idea how they dropped the ball this hard on this one. Bloody Roar 2 on the PS3 is loaded with so much slowdown, it is flat out unplayable. Normally, I never tell someone, you have to play the game this specific way. And I know the PS1 copies of Bloody Roar 2 are much more expensive than they are in the PS3. But do not play this game on the PS3. It is flat out busted. That's why for the rest of this video, I'll be using the official PS1 version. So let's just kick that out of the case and pop it into— Oh God, why would you put that on there? Yeah, as soon as you open the case, you are greeted with some of the brand new shocking characters in this game, of which there are a lot. Which is surprising because back in the 90s, if you had a brand new installment of your fighting game come out so quickly after the last game, normally they kept the roster mostly unchanged and they just focused on updating the gameplay and graphics. But here, out of a starting roster of 9 characters, only 3 of them were playable in the last game.
Interesting.
2/3 of this cast are brand new and created just within a year.
That's fucking awesome.
Well, kind of. They actually reuse a lot of assets with these brand new characters, as many of them actually use some of the moves from the previous cut characters. But hey, I'm fine with that. I've always said reusing assets is how you get big rosters in your fighting games, and this is a perfect example of that. And to help flesh out these brand new characters, the game didn't just come with an arcade mode, but also a full-blown story mode for every single character, each of which explored why these characters were fighting, and it had fully illustrated panels in between each fight to carry the story along, and I love this. I have said many times that yes, stories are important in your fighting game. People like these characters, and they want to know who these characters are, and what they're doing, and why they're doing it. So stories in your fighting games are important. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you need a big cinematic story mode movie. You don't need to spend a ton of time and money on a feature-length story mode that people are just going to play through once. I honestly think most people would be happier if you just gave them a fleshed out and interesting arcade ladder that showed interactions between these characters in between the fights. And this game is a perfect example of that. Giving each character their own unique stories makes you want to keep playing through this until you've seen them all. But what is the story this time around? Well, I've often said that the reason people are invested in fighting game stories and their characters is because fighting game stories are essentially soap operas. You got multiple characters who return for new installments for years and years and years, each with their own stories growing and twisting and weaving with the other characters. So if you follow these games for even a limited amount of time, yeah, you're going to get invested just like you would watching a soap opera. But even by other fighting game standards, Bloody Roar 2 goes full soap opera. It's got evil twins and heroes turning bad and long-lost family members and characters with amnesia. Who would have thought that the game about fighting were-rabbits would have one of the bigger stories of any fighting game of this generation? For starters, it's now been 5 years since the end of the last game. Yeah, most fighting games you have to beg them to finally have the guts to do a time skip. Bloody Roar did in the second game. After the first game, the Tylon Corporation was successfully destroyed, but in the process, the entire world learned about the existence of zoanthropes, and like any time that a new group of people revealed themselves and asked to live in peace, humankind proceeded to freak the hell out and lose their minds. Tensions start rising between humans and zoanthropes, with some humans even hunting down the zoanthropes for sport. And so, the Zoanthrope Liberation Front is formed to protect their were-brothers and sisters. Hooray, that's good! Oh wait, it turns out the ZLF is actually a terrorist organization that's killing humans in cold blood, blowing up buildings, and when other zoanthropes speak out against them, the ZLF kidnap them and brainwash them to become their killer soldiers.
Lamau.
Okay, so that's bad. But who are our cast of characters, and how do they all tie into this war between humans and the Brotherhood of Evil Zoanthrope Liberation Front? Well, Yugo returns, having spent the last 5 years as a boxer, and while most of his moves are exactly the same as the last game, you can definitely see some more fancy boxer footwork and some more ducks and bobs and weaves in his animation to match his new fighting style. But 5 years ago, at the end of the last game, as Tylon's base was being destroyed and crumbling down around him, Yugo found a young boy named Kenji in the wreckage who was unable to speak, barely able to move, and had no memories of his past. But Yugo couldn't just leave him there. So Yugo took him home, and slowly Kenji warmed up to Yugo, and the two of them ended up becoming like brothers. Unfortunately for them, the chief mad scientist for the ZLF decides to kidnap Kenji because he wants to awaken his lost memory. Turns out that Kenji was the ninja student of Bakuryu from the last game, who is not returning in this game because, well, remember how he had Tylon inject him with a whole bunch of drugs to try and make him stronger? Well, it turns out that strange concoction of drugs caused him to dissolve into a puddle of goo.
Yikes.
Yeah, he ain't going to be walking that off anytime soon. So, this mad scientist brainwashes Kenji to become the new Bakuryu, which is the title of the top ninja of the clan they grew up in, and he ends up becoming a deadly assassin for the ZLF, and as you can imagine, he shares most of his moves with the original Bakuryu. Again, some nice asset reuse right there. But who is this mad scientist? That would be the new fighter, Bushuzima the Chameleon. Yeah, that's right. This guy is the big bad mad scientist of the ZLF. Not exactly the vibe that his design gives off. I don't really see evil scientists out of this. More of guy who smokes weed at the record shop all day. But I think that's on purpose. Even if he's evil and he does some really despicable stuff in the story, he still fights like a total goofball as he wildly flails his arms around.
Yeah.
Heck, even
His
in
animations are all over the
story
place.
mode, he ends up losing as all the heroes team up and curb stomp him, during which he breaks the fourth wall like Deadpool and says they all came back because they used to continue. So, yeah, he's not exactly meant to be a real threat in this game. Although I do have to stress, he is evil. He used to work for Tylon, and working beside him was another scientist, Dr. Steven Goldberg. Dr. Goldberg learned the work that they were doing was actually hurting the zoanthropes, so he decided to turn on Tylon. And like any time that a scientist learns that the work he's doing is for the bad guys and he tries to rebel against them, he is immediately kidnapped and disposed of. Bushuzima experiments on the good doctor until he transforms him into a hideous bug monster, now going by the name Stun the Insect, who still wants to make up for his past mistakes by taking Bushuzima down before his body completely breaks apart. Stun largely acts as this game's grappler with a ton of options, including the ability to grab the opponent with his...
That's pretty awesome.
Damn, let's see Zangief do that! Now, as for some of the other returning characters, Alice returns, having become a nurse in the 5-year time skip. Then Alice's friend and the former boss of the game, Yuriko, comes back, and this time her mother is the one who is kidnapped by the villains, so now she has to go off and rescue her. A nice bit of role reversal from last time. Unfortunately for Yuriko, because of the experiments Tylon performed on her, her zoanthrope gene is permanently damaged, so she can only halfway transform into a beast, making her not a tiny human girl or a giant cat lady. Instead, she's more of a tiny cat girl. Realizing she can't fight like this, she goes off to find Long, who after the last game went to live in isolation as he hated his beast side and wanted to hide it away. Now, this is something I actually really like about this story.
I like that now that Vice is gone, Moody, the head pat is just a bicep pat.
I dig the idea that these characters didn't just pass each other like ships in the night. No, they actually met each other in the last game, and they remember each other, and they even now have some level of familiarity between themselves.
There we go.
Now there's two more new characters, Ginny the Bat and Sheena the Leopard, and both of them are connected by a third party. Sheena was a young soldier who was adopted by Gato,
Paper Bag Chan,
fighter from the last game. Yeah. Now, her real name is Jean, but she got the nickname Sheena because of what a talented fighter she was. How does that make sense? Because in Japan, her nickname is Marvel, so in the original game, they say that she got her nickname because she was
who drew that?
Marvel on the battlefield. But in English, they changed her name, probably because they were worried about some comic book company coming around and asking questions. Which is fine, I like the name Sheena.
Let's see.
Except that in the story mode, they still say she got her nickname Sheena because she was a Marvel on the battlefield. Guys, come on. Sheena in Japanese means good or virtue. You can still totally make that work with her origin. All you had to do was change the translation. But hey, whether she's called Sheena or Marvel or Jean, I still love this character. She's easily my favorite character in the entire series. She's a total badass who fights with headbutts and double leg drops, and she's got Super Saiyan hair. Are you surprised that when I was a kid, I thought she was the coolest?
Good one,
the
Jimmy.
reason she's tied up in all this is because she's searching for her father, and she's heard rumors that Gato has broken bad, and now he's the leader of the ZLF. Which brings us to the final new character, Ginny the Bat, a femme fatale spy who may or may not be taking fashion tips from Felicia from Darkstalkers. Ginny is tied up in all of this because she's investigating these zoanthropes on behalf of her employer,
Her outfit
Gato
just
the
disappears
Lion.
when she transforms.
So Sheena thinks Gato is the leader of the ZLF, and Ginny is investigating zoanthropes
That was
on
a
his
nice
behalf.
ulti right there.
Could
That was
Gato
very nice.
really be their leader? Did he actually turn evil from the last game?
You guys are
No, he didn't.
really close.
But I can't blame anyone for thinking
You guys
that,
are
because not only is
basically,
Gato smack dab on the cover of this game, not only is he treated as a big, intimidating figure in the intro animation, but he's even the final boss in the arcade mode. So, yeah, of course you're going to think he's the leader of the ZLF. But when you play through the story mode, you find out that he's actually trying to bring the ZLF down. So, why is he the final boss? Well, if you're playing as one of the villains, then he's trying to stop you. That makes sense. But if you're playing as one of the heroes, he says that humans and zoanthropes need someone to unite them, and he's too old for the gig. So he wants to test your strength to see if you can be the leader that this new era needs. That's certainly an acceptable reason for him to fight you, at least by fighting game logic.
That's
But
interesting.
doesn't that also mean that this final boss fight has the smallest stakes ever for an arcade ladder? I mean, who cares if you lose to him now? If you make it to Gato, that means the ZLF has already been defeated. Win or lose against Gato, everybody still gets to go home just fine because the bad guys have been taken out. It kind of almost feels like this should have been a secret boss fight instead. You take down the leader of the ZLF, and if you do it with a super move or within a certain amount of time, then Gato now pops up and says he wants to test your might. That would make way more sense to me. Although, speaking of secret boss fights, after you beat arcade mode, you do
If you did it so, if you did the fight so well, why would he need to test you?
Isn't the only unlockable. Yeah, by now you're probably thinking, wait, if Gato isn't the leader of the ZLF, then who is? Well, secretly behind the scenes, Bushuzima is running everything, but because this is not a face that screams, follow me into battle, the one who is running things up front is the brand new character, Shenlong. Although I say brand new character in quotation marks. You see, back when Long was working as an assassin for Tylon, old Bushuzima got a sample of his DNA and then created a clone who would be loyal to him. And that was Shenlong. And like many evil clones, he's the total dark reflection of the original. I mentioned that Long hates his B-side and wants to fight against it. Well, Shenlong basically is what Long would become if he rejected his humanity instead and embraced his savage beastly nature. But like with any Frankenstein story, Shenlong does eventually learn his true origin and ends up having something of a psychotic breakdown and turning on his master. Now, how do you unlock Shenlong? Well, you have to make it through the entire arcade ladder without losing a match. Then you get a secret fight against Shenlong himself, and you have to beat him, but you only get one shot at it. And this secret one-shot only boss fight would become a tradition for this series moving forward, and while Shen is certainly tough, the game is nice enough to let you cheat a bit. You can still hit the requirements to face him even after messing around the options menu, meaning that you can set the difficulty to the lowest, turn the matches to one round only, and double your attack damage, so even if you do lose to him, it'll only take you about 5 minutes to get back to him and try again. And that was Bloody Roar 2. As I said, that was the game that really helped this series find its footing, not only tweaking the combat into a more stable state, but it was also the game that more firmly established the cast, the tone, and the art style.
Man, I'm falling
and audiences
asleep.
responded positively to this, as it sold nearly 500,000 copies in North America
Have
and
an hour
Europe,
left.
which was a big bump from the first game, meaning all this extra work had paid off. In fact, that same year, Soul Calibur came out for the Dreamcast and sold almost the exact same numbers in the West, meaning Bloody Roar wasn't just succeeding, it was competing with other big names now. This game now had a growing fan base, and it had passionate developers working behind the scenes. But was that going to be enough to carry this series into the next generation?
I am very curious about how the rest of the series goes, though.
How long did the series go on for?
I don't know. Bloody Roar 3, Primal Fury, Bloody Roar 4. 4 games, I guess.
Okay, that's...
4 games. 5 games, I mean.
Interesting.
Busuzima's back.
Couldn't do without him.
Oh, this guy's cool. Oh,
Dante?
He's cool in human form and so.
I like the run cycles, especially the chameleon. It's really funny.
Yeah.
Bloody Roar 3 was released in Japanese arcades in December of 2000 and will be released on the PS2 the next year. Now, I'm gonna be straight with you guys. So far, I've been talking about these games from a very personal stance, talking about how I remember them and how much I loved these games when I was a kid. But this is the one Bloody Roar I never got to touch before doing this retrospective. I played it once for a charity stream a year ago, and that was it. Don't get me wrong, I really wanted to play it back in the day. This was one of my most anticipated titles when it was released, but this was around the time that I was flat broke. I had no money for new games. And every time that I went to Hollywood Video to try and rent it back in the day, I always saw its empty case sitting there on the rack, just mocking me. I don't know who in my old neighborhood kept this thing checked out 24/7, 365, but they wanted to make sure that no one else in my hometown got to play it. I bring this up because it means going into this game, I didn't have any nostalgia backing me up.
Terrible.
Instead, it was quite the opposite. Throughout the years, I heard this game wasn't as well received.
Yeah, relatable though. There was always certain games you wanted to rent that were pretty popular or something. Didn't end up, or like, I don't know, maybe they lost them and didn't replace them. Like somebody stole it or something.
Yeah, it's okay.
And they're just tricking you.
I feel like that was the case. I don't know. When I was a kid, I remember there was always like some kid saying, "Oh yeah, I got this game from Blockbuster or Hollywood Video," and they never even noticed I gave them back an empty case or something. I'm like, how is that possible? But at the same time, I'm like,
yeah, I was that kid.
You were the kid.
Yeah.
Some stages are
Rikair, wow.
There's one that's
It's
just
you.
a long row of gates they have to knock down.
Rikair was the one who was screwing you over all these years
up to
ago.
cage you in, but that's just the theme of the game.
Yeah, like, you know,
Knocking
when
your
you
opponent
can't
into them
buy
and
video
sending them
games,
flying out with your
you
final
just
blow is
keep
part
them
of the
rented
fun.
out.
However, what isn't part of the fun is that thanks to the new camera angle,
Just
you
forever.
often get the walls semi-transparent in the foreground, and God, do I hate this! It wasn't that big of a problem the first time that I played through this game, but
Like, when do the late fees run out? When do you just own the game?
Oh no, I take it back and rent it the same day.
It makes the game look uglier
You
and
took
at
it
worst,
back
There's
the
no
same
limit.
day, okay.
distracting during a fight. But I
You
don't
just-
think that's why
they
the
just want to
game
make sure you
got
haven't
worse
destroyed the game.
reviews. No, that comes down to two things. One is the modes. Yeah, in the last game you had the arcade mode, but you also had a story mode with a unique path for every single character, full of unique illustrations.
I guess, but like eventually
Now
you just pay
have
enough
arcade
money
mode
where you
with
could have
some
just got the
intro
game.
artwork and ending artwork, and that's about it.
No one in this
Not
game
bad
uses
for
conversion,
most
dude.
fighting games, but compared to the story mode of the last game, yeah,
Okay,
it's
that's
only
fair.
freaking strong. And in the previous games, you had
Because
all
it's
kinds
really
of
tough
bonuses
unless
like
you
TV mode,
have like a
head
way
mode,
to get
or all
gray
kinds
health
of
like
other
you.
different ways to play.
Like your
In Bloody
character.
Roar 3 you have
Because like gray health recovers fairly quickly.
yeah, if you want
and
bonuses, you can go into the gallery.
and
which
it's
is
like
just the intro and ending artwork that
not
we've
always
already
available.
seen.
I don't
Again,
even use
that's
my
fine
conversion
for
most
other
off of Great
fun
Health,
games,
actually.
but when you give us
I mostly
two
use off the
games
damage you guys do to me.
bonus mode,
If you,
and then
whenever you
take them
guys don't
away,
get in a
it's
combo with
going
your
to
ulti,
hurt.
I'm gonna use that to
The
convert
original
on my next
Japanese
combo.
release of the game did have a
I see.
debug mode that let you
Yeah.
freely manipulate
Like I
models
hardly
in
ever
game.
do the
So that was
the
kinda
noob
neat.
trap anymore.
Except that the
Or I
debug mode
kill
was in
myself.
there on purpose. They just forgot to take it out before the game was released, and this was when the internet was starting to become a big deal. And yes, this did lead to people uploading pervy 3D model art of Bloody Roar characters on fan sites. So yeah, shockingly, this mode was patched out the international releases. But the other thing that I think led to these mediocre reviews was the gameplay. Now, I mentioned that the camera angle is different, and that results in a slight change to the gameplay as well.
Fukuya said that going into this third
Against
game, they
Grappler,
want to
it seems that like the fight's all about just maintaining, managing the distance.
Totally see that
He has a
gameplay.
very, very
Don't get me
short
wrong,
effective
throwing
range,
out the punches and
being a
kicks still
Grappler and
feel
all.
the same. In fact, I'm sure some of the hardcore Bloody Roar fans will disagree with me on this, but I actually think it
He has
even
slightly
feels
more
a little
range in the
better
air.
than in Bloody Roar 2. I found I could now combo moves together that I couldn't pull off in the previous games, so yeah, I think it feels pretty good.
Yeah.
And again, I am the casual trash player that Fukuya was trying to aim this game at, so what do I know? But Bloody Roar was known for having tons of mobility. It almost felt like an arena fighter at times. But now, yeah, this feels like a full-blown 3D fighter. Don't get me wrong, it's still got a ton in common with Bloody Roar 2. Your hits still feel the same, it's still got that blocking mechanic from Bloody Roar 2, and you can still jump and run all over the stage. Those full-screen charging flying kicks are still there, don't you worry. But with the camera zoomed in closer, your characters feel more tethered together, like the importance is more on close-range combat rather than what you can do within the arena. And the sidestep dodge from the previous games is gone, and instead you now have a fast evade, where if you hit guard at the last second, then you bob and weave around the attack. Which again, puts more focus on keeping yourself close to your opponent, but it keeps you feeling kinetic. I do understand why people would miss the higher mobility of the previous games, but I do think that this game still has a ton of flexibility to it. I also have to point out that I think the problems with the back being turned to your opponent is massively improved upon. You can still end up with your back to your opponent, especially because now it feels like almost every single character has a dedicated turn your back to the enemy move, and yes, that is irritating, but you can now turn your back around much quicker, and boy do I appreciate that. Now when I get my back to the opponent, it doesn't feel like he's just going to bully me and keep me down. No, now it feels like I screwed up, I left myself open to be punished, but if they don't take advantage of that quickly,
This
then
feels
I
like a
do
bad
have the
matchup for
opportunity to
Grappler.
recover. Also, speaking of getting punished, have to point this one out. The damage,
true.
much better. It no longer feels like one combo is sending you straight to the hospital.
player.
This damage is much more manageable.
But I assume so.
So while
Whenever
I can understand some people preferring
grapplers have to
Who's
deal with
gameplay,
like
I
long
think
range
the combat
attacks, it's
does
always
flow
not.
better here, and it does fix some problems
It's
I had.
always not good.
So why do I think the combat led to negative reviews? Because aside from the speed and the emphasis on closer combat, this still feels a lot like the previous games. And this was at a time when a lot of fighting games were dying off.
I'm
and
down
many
to
of the
cower
series
it
that
out
were
anytime,
surviving
by the
were
way.
trying to feel new. And while Bloody Roar 3 did
You mean
make some
tag out?
changes, they were fairly
Yeah.
subtle. To the casual
Head to
fans,
bed.
this was still just Bloody Roar. And if I can be honest with you, listen, I still love the
The
whole
bunny's,
beast mode.
like,
I think it's a great
shuffling.
mechanic.
It's
I think it's
kinda
fun in the
funny.
older games. I think it's fun in this game. But I feel like a lot of critics were starting to fall out of love with it, and they were just saying, you can turn into an animal, that's great. What else can you do? Yeah, I think the honeymoon stage was just over for a bunch of critics, and while
Jenny's
I didn't
new
read
outfit
all
is-
the negative reviews, most of the ones I did read called the combat way too
It's,
simplistic and mindless.
kinda nice,
And
yeah.
again, I know the hardcore Bloody Roar fans who know each character's frame data will disagree with me on this, but for the
Yeah, it
people
looks
who
pretty cool.
didn't want to learn all the crazy combos,
It's like a pink
yeah, this still
Ada
felt like the
outfit.
combat from a PS1 game. Now, okay.
Yeah,
I realize
it's
I'm
exactly
making it
like
sound
that.
like the game doesn't add anything new, but there are a couple of additions that are worth
sleep
mentioning. Each character
Pretty
now
awesome.
has 2 beast drives, but you can also go into something called the Hyper Beast form. While in this form, you'll have a limited amount of time where you'll deal more damage, heal more quickly, the timer freezes, moves can now combo together that couldn't combo before, and you can perform as many beast drives as you want without referring to being a human. This is the ultimate power-up. It is everything that you could want. Everything.
I think it's funny when you said about cowarding out Moody.
Man, does it
No,
come
nobody
with a
said
huge
anything.
downside.
Yeah.
You come out of Hyper Beast
Nobody
mode,
wants to be the
your
one.
beast gauge
Nobody
is
wants to.
gone.
I'll
Not
be
for
the one to.
round,
Want to do what?
For the entire match.
They
You
say
pull
let's
that
power
round
it out.
2, you better hope you don't go to round 3.
I'm never
It is
fun.
a massive gamble, but
Yeah,
hey,
'cause
risk
you're
and
actually
reward is what
playing
fighting
the
games
game.
are all about, and it does raise the tension when your life is low and you know this could be
but
the
it's-
only
it's
thing
not
that
that I'm,
saves you. But what is the Hyper Beast for?
I'm,
Why
like,
are
pissed
I'm not
our
playing the
favorite
game, I'm
vampires
fine.
Gain this power up. Well, to
Are you
learn that,
really?
we have to
Are you
turn
really
to the
though?
story.
I'm playing the
First
long
time in
game.
the series, we're taking a break from the tension between
That's what I'm
humans
playing.
and Zoanthropes.
It should be almost done, right? How much time left on this video?
Beastmen. I guess we're
Hey, don't
calling
know.
them
An hour.
Beastmen now. Yeah,
An
in North
hour,
America,
yeah.
this game was being
Hour
distributed
and
by Activision,
4 minutes.
so I'm guessing they just didn't have a translator who paid attention to the last game because
At least
the
said it was an
phrase
hour,
is
like an hour
nowhere to
ago.
be found in this game. But yes, after the last
like
game,
30
John
minutes ago or
Lewis
something.
said
I said
that he
when
has
it
to
was
act
like
as
an
the
hour
link
and
between
15
humans and
minutes ago.
zoanthropes. So he heads up a new organization called WOC, World of Coexistence. And
I
some
see.
zoanthropes find a strange mark appearing on their bodies that grant them this incredible power. This is known as the Sign of the Beast, or in Japanese, the X genome code. Oh, come on!
Oh god.
You guys are
I fucked that
literally
up.
calling it the X gene now? You are making it really hard not to compare you to the X-Men. Now I know why you had to
X
change
genome
Marvel's
code.
name. These beast signs are coming from a mysterious artifact known as the Tabula of 1,000 Beasts. This tablet has a dark evil entity
What the
called
fuck?
the Unborn
How did that happen?
inside, but its powers are seeping out and causing these beast signs to appear. So the Unborn possesses one of these zoanthropes, a man known as Zion, who becomes obsessed with killing all the other zoanthropes, including his own sister, so that way he won't have to share this power, and he can then open the tablet and let the Unborn free to destroy all life. Now Zion doesn't turn into an animal. Instead, he turns into the avatar for the Unborn itself, meaning he turns into this big, pale Super Sentai insect creature. And since he doesn't turn to an animal, a lot of Bloody Roar fans are kinda torn on Zion, and so am I. Because I get you want your big villain to be something special, so just making them another regular animal might not be big enough. But there's a lot that you can turn your villain into that keeps the animal theme going and still make them special. Heck, if you want something that feels really threatening, then just choose a mythical animal or a dinosaur, something huge and intimidating that feels out of this world but still connects to animals. No, well.
Yeah, I can see
In
that.
the end, it's just this one villain.
And he's
so
kind of a
I
bug.
guess it's okay.
Yeah.
Good thing there isn't another Unborn ripoff
yeah.
character coming in the
He
next
could
game.
be like a mythical
So yeah,
bug
that's
too.
basically the plot. Zion wants
Hey,
to kill
true.
the zoanthropes to open this tablet. Everyone is racing to stop him.
I think it's better that he's
Yeah.
not like anything
As you
special.
can tell, even cutting it slack
that,
for not
like,
having a
that's-
story
that's
mode,
just
the
old.
story of Bloody Roar 3 is
He's just a regular guy's like,
pretty
yeah,
light.
I'm gonna kill everyone.
Most character arcade endings are nothing more than good thing we beat Zion.
guess.
Anyway, back to our normal lives. Zion is really the only character in here who matters. Heck, as I said, I never got to play this game when it first came out, but they were pushing Zion so much that I actually thought he was the new protagonist for a while. And there's a reason they're pushing him so hard. He's the only new character in the base roster, which might be another reason why
Ooh.
people found this game disappointing. Bloody Roar 2 introduced so many brand new characters, but you turn this game on and it's literally just the exact roster of Bloody Roar 2 plus a Dante from Devil May Cry wannabe. Wait a second.
Huh.
When did I say this game came out? And when did the first Devil May Cry come out? Well, I'll be damned.
Oh shit.
Is that everyone who's been spamming the "that's just Dante" joke in the comments? And Zion isn't just the only new character in the game, he is also the big boss of the game, and holy crap, do I
copied
hate
Bloody
this
Roar.
fight. He's fast, his combos go on forever, he can jump around you to easily mix you up at speed so fast, I just wrote Zion's jumping BS in my timecode notes. He's got huge range in his beast form, he loves to sidestep and dodge your attacks, and the ones he doesn't dodge, he blocks. Dear God, does he love to block. He will block everything if he can. Have I mentioned I hate how much this franchise loves to block? Like I said, I read a lot of the reviews for this game, and most of the complaints were from the gameplay, including how you can really only get out a few hits before the game just starts auto-blocking everything. And again, yes, I know that all the die-hard competitive Bloody Roar fans out there know all the combos of how to get around that. But speaking as someone who just enjoys fighting games from a more casual standpoint, after playing through this arcade mode a few times, I went from disliking the auto-block system to flat out loathing it. Now, as I said, Zion is the only new character of the starting roster, but there are two unlockables, both of whom harken back to the very first game. There's Koryu, the Iron Mole. You remember Bakoryu from the very first Bloody Roar? Remember how when he died, he dissolved into a pile of goo? Well, apparently some of the remaining scientists from Tylon scooped him up and put him into a robot, reviving him as a mecha mole. And the final unlockable character is Uranus. She's a floating woman with insane speed and strength and electric
Nice
attacks, and
callback.
she has the power to transform into a chimera, and if any of that sounds familiar, it's because she's literally just Yuriko from the very first game. Yeah, apparently they figured that the boss from the very first game should be playable, but we already got Yuriko just sitting over there as a half-beast, so we can't really use her. So let's just create a brand new character with a UR name and nobody will know the difference. However, if you're looking for any story behind her, yeah, there really isn't any. She doesn't even have an arcade ending. In the next game, we do learn that Tylon made her after they couldn't control Yuriko, but again, that's kind of all we know. Was she another kidnapped Zoanthrope? Is she a clone of Yuriko? We have no idea. But I do dig her design, and she is fun to play as, although if you want to unlock her, then not only do you have to get through the arcade ladder without losing a single match, but just like Shenlong in the last game, you then have to fight her, and you only get one shot to beat him. You lose, that's it. Try again from the start. So how was Bloody Roar 3 received? As I said, the sales on Bloody Roar 2 were up from the sales of the first game, and considering that the PS2 cost more to make games on than the PS1, we can only hope that those sales increased. They did not. This game only sold 350,000 copies worldwide, meaning this game sold less worldwide than the previous game sold in just North America. So the next game would have to turn things around, and hopefully a change in consoles could help with that.
That guy looks badass. Looks like the guy from end of Elden Ring, right? What's his name? Horalu?
I'm not familiar.
Wait, have you finished Elden Ring yet?
Sorry, the thing's too loud. What did you say?
Have you finished Elden Ring?
Elden Ring? No, I have not.
The intro for this is pretty cool.
Yep. Cute girl.
We now come to not just the 4th game in the Bloody Roar series, but the 5th as well. Well, okay, it's more like the 4th than 4th and a half. 4th and a quarter. You'll see what I mean in a moment. So, right after Bloody Roar 3 was released, Fukuya decided that they wanted to make essentially a side story for Bloody Roar. I mean, this decision was probably made after seeing the increased sales of Bloody Roar 2 and before seeing the decreased sales of Bloody Roar 3. They wanted to bring this series to a brand new console, and they decided on the GameCube because despite its low sales, it did have
Really, on
better
the GameCube?
horsepower and some more advanced lighting ability.
I thought this was gonna be on the
They
Xbox
took
or
advantage of
something.
this new power because this is easily the best looking Bloody Roar game. Heck, I still think this looks pretty good by today's standards. This game has the
Yeah, it
exact
does look
same roster
nice.
from Bloody Roar 3, but each of these characters...
Yeah, it looks. I don't know. It looks so like nice and shiny that I just didn't think it was GameCube.
Yeah.
Not that GameCube wasn't capable of good graphics, but this reminds me of like early Xbox graphics.
I guess.
I'm sure
But
some of you have been laughing at these
also,
characters out there
Resident
throughout
Evil
this video,
4,
but
it was
heck,
like
what can I
better
say?
looking
I
on
dig 'em.
GameCube,
These
right?
designs just scream Bloody
Yeah,
Roar.
yeah, it was. It was better. It was best looking on GameCube until like the Wii came out, and they had like the progressive scan mode. It had it in I think a higher resolution too. I think it had it in 480p or something instead of like 480i or something. And then then the other newer versions came out. But yeah, like they kind of had to downgrade it for PS2.
Rising tension between humans and zoanthropes, a new zoanthrope
Yeah, not that GameCube wasn't capable of good graphics or anything. It just kind of reminds me of that like early Xbox sheen.
beat the X-Men to a plotline. Dang, this game really is turning things around. Now, this new nation does want to bring peace to humans and zoanthropes, but considering they have a whole army of zoanthrope soldiers and they largely get funded through a series of zoanthrope mercenaries,
And I don't remember a lot of fighting games on GameCube either.
not to mention, rumors are beginning to spread about experiments being conducted on zoanthropes to try and learn about the origin of their powers, and everyone wants to know who is behind that. Well, in order to help build trust with the humans and to celebrate the founding of this new nation, the leader of the Zoanthrope Kingdom, King Orion, hosts the first ever Zoanthrope fighting tournament. Now, I said it's very odd to me that this is a spin-off story, and I say that because, sure, this is the only
That's a
game
very
that
odd way to foster hope and goodwill by showing you ripping each other to shreds.
So in a way, it does have that anime tie-in movie that will never be referenced in the main series kind of vibe to it. But outside of that, just think about the plot of the first two Bloody Roar games. Now think about the fact that this game is all about tensions between Zoanthropes and humans and Zoanthropes being kidnapped to be experimented upon, and it's a side story, and the official third installment of the franchise is the one that's all about a tablet with a demon inside granting our heroes special one-time power-ups, and the big boss is the only non-animal in the franchise. Doesn't it feel like those two got mixed up? Now, as I said, every character from Bloody Roar 3 was here, including Uranus and Koryu, but there were two new characters. Ganesha the Elephant, a powerful grappler and the bodyguard of the Prince of the Zoanthrope Kingdom, and the Prince himself, Kronos, who also acts as the game's final boss. Now, I really like Kronos. He's got a good design, he's fun to play, and you can tell in the story that he's actually a very complex character because despite wanting this new nation to succeed so that it can help Zoanthropes, he's very torn about the experiments that his father is conducting. Oh, yeah, right. Should have mentioned that. The guy leading this new nation is also the one conducting all the evil experiments on Zoanthropes. Who could have possibly seen that coming? But what makes Kronos stand out and be really unique are his beast forms. That's right, forms. Because Hyper Beast form returns from the last game, but it operates very differently this time around. Previously, you could only use it once and then your beast gauge was gone, and you could only activate it when that beast gauge was completely charged to max. Now, you can activate it at any time, and I mean any time. And once you've activated it, you don't lose your beast gauge. But the downside is that not only does it drain your beast gauge while you're in this form, but if you don't have full beast gauge when you activate it, you lose a chunk of your life. Which sounds like a fair trade, until you remember that while you're in this form, you can do as many beast drives as you want, and one thing that I haven't mentioned so far is that when you do a beast drive, it instantly heals back all the damage
Roll has
you
ending
recently
lag.
took. So just activate Hyper
but
Beast, have it take a
it's
chunk
like
of your life, but then
not enough
instantly
ending
use
lag
beast
for
drive,
some
and
people
even
with
if you
slower
live it,
jabs.
you're still going to gain all that life
It's
back,
it's
and
like
you'll still have plenty of Hyper
somehow
Beast
like
time left.
very punishable yet
It's
not
all that
punishable
well
at all.
thought out, but honestly, it's still really fun using Hyper Beast this time around, so I don't care. Be as broken as you want, Bloody Roar, I'm down with it. Now, the reason I mentioned this change is because when Kronos goes into his beast mode, he turns into a penguin. Yeah, the big final boss of this game turns into a penguin. In April 2001, the official Bloody Roar website launched a poll asking players what animals they would like to see, and penguin, as you can guess, came in fourth. Yeah, it wasn't even number one. However, a lot of people theorize that because it's still ranked fairly high, that's why Kronos had this form. Which does sound possible, although it's also possible they gave him this form because it means his hitbox is atrocious. This is the hitbox that you would give to a gag character, not the final boss. However, if he activates Hyper Beast form, then Kronos goes into his second form, a Phoenix. And this form, yeah, this ain't no gag character. You see this thing coming, all you can do is try and survive until his beast gauge is gone. And if you're wondering why Kronos has two forms, considering that Kronos' dad is doing experiments to try and find the origin of Zoanthropes, and he says these experiments will bring humans and Zoanthropes together, if I had to take a guess, I'd say King Orion is trying to find a way to force Zoanthrope transformation onto people, basically turning the entire world into Zoanthropes, and he experimented on his son, and the end result was his son having two transformations. That is entirely just my theory, but this franchise leaves massive holes in the story everywhere, so if you want to make it through, then you're going to have to fill in the blanks. Now, there was one more secret character in this game, but before we get to that, I need to explain why I said this was sort of a game and a half. This game was released in North America in March of 2002 as Primal Fury for the GameCube. But in April, 1 month later, it was released in Japan under the name Bloody Roar Extreme. And in that version, it included a brand new character. Kind of. This is Fang the Wolf, a character who originated in the manga Bloody Roar the Fang. He's a journalist who is investigating Zoanthropes and mysterious occult-like events, and he just happens to look a lot like Yugo, and because of that, he is essentially an echo fighter for him in this game. And because of this, a lot of people think that Fang is meant to be like an evil twin to Yugo or a doppelganger of some kind, which is understandable. I mean,
nice.
Look at his wolf design. He literally has devil wings. But no, that's just a misunderstanding. He's actually a good dude. He just happens to look like our hero, and fighting games have taught you if someone looks like our hero, he's either their rival or he is a villain. Now, what makes this even more confusing is that Fang was only in the Japanese version of Primal Fury, which, as I said, was called Bloody Roar Extreme.
Okay,
well, the next year in March,
after this
game
section,
was ported
I
to
think
the
I'm
Xbox
gonna
under the name Bloody Roar Extreme.
head to bed.
That version did include Fang for Western audiences.
You're gonna stream from bed?
Also had several small
Yeah,
updates to the gameplay,
definitely.
the most noticeably relating to the
Based.
sidestep dodges. But again, just speaking to you guys from the casual perspective, it's nothing that anyone outside
Innovative.
of the competitive diehard Bloody Roar fans are
Very
going to
much so.
notice. In fact, the
Please
biggest
don't
change
check
to me
out
is
the
that
I
the
am
Xbox
streaming
version completely
tag on
remade
Twitch.
the anime cutscenes with CGI. And when I say they remade them, I mean they just flat out remade them.
I am.
The opening
What did I say?
cutscene
I
and
am
character
streaming or I am
endings are
sleeping?
exactly the same,
I am sleeping.
just in
You said I am
CGI.
streaming.
And when it
He
comes
said
to
I'm
endings,
streaming.
hey, I get it. That's story
Yeah,
stuff.
I
You
should
don't want to
definitely
change
sleep
story
then.
stuff. But why just copy the
I think that
opening?
means you should definitely
If
stream.
you're going to try and make this
I am
feel like a
streaming.
different game and you're remaking the opening anyway,
I see.
just make a new opening to help this game stand out. At this point, you should just save yourself some money and just keep the anime cutscenes in. Which you totally should have done anyways. These anime cutscenes are full of life and personality, and they actually look pretty good.
That's so
Meanwhile,
nice.
The CGI scenes feel
Animated
dated and are low
cutscenes?
with awkward faces. Yuriko, what are you doing? What is that expression? So, just to recap.
Still looks better than SF6 Chun-Li.
Then, a month later, it was released in Japan with a new character going under
So
the name
true.
Bloody Roar Extreme. Then a year later, North America got Bloody Roar Extreme on the Xbox with the brand new character, but with different gameplay, meaning technically there are 3 different versions
What?
of this same one game.
New gameplay too?
Anytime I do a retrospective, someone always asks me, so if I can only pick up
It'd be
one,
easier just to port the GameCube one
rarely do I
with the
have
same
an
game.
answer to that. What is best is very dependent on your own personal taste.
Oh, that's
But when
sick.
it comes to Bloody Roar,
Very interesting.
Primal Fury and Extreme, those are the best. It's not even close for me. And it's not just because they look better or sound better, although I do have to mention that each of these games did have voice acting, and so far they've been...
Lucky it wasn't a full moon dinner. Lucky it wasn't a full moon. You're lucky there's no full moon.
whatever that was. But Primal Fury was given a full cast of high-profile voice actors, and you can totally feel that. The voice acting isn't good just because the other games sucked. It's good because it's actually good. Something that was still very rare to say about a fighting game in 2002. But the most important thing is that the combat, while still feeling similar to the last game,
Yeah, Ganesha,
was vastly
yeah.
improved in some key ways. All the basic ideas and rules of Bloody Roar
Pretty
are
awesome.
still here, but the buttons feel like they actually advance.
Elephants are
The
cool
combos
animals.
Are mostly the same from the last
Yeah.
game, but the speed is slightly increased, making it more
Better than
interactive
penguins.
combat of the earlier games. And I know
I'll
I said
toss this
earlier
little
that some
penguin.
fans accused this combat of being mindless,
Actually, kind of
but in
cool.
reality, there was a whole deeper
Because
layer
it's
to this
such a
gameplay.
weird decision.
You see, you could pull off many moves and combos by pressing 2 buttons at the same time, or at least very closely together. And hey, that's fine.
It's
I mean,
like
heck, half the combos in
it's
Tekken
like
require you to hit
the
multiple
chameleon
buttons.
guy, but on an
But
actually
Bloody
cool
Roar
character.
isn't Tekken. It doesn't feel
Yeah.
like Tekken. It doesn't flow like Tekken. It has its own pacing and
Yeah,
speed to
I
it.
guess
And because of that,
the series
not
is a
only did
thing
I
for
always think
like
putting the
almost
combat
gag
felt
characters, or at least
easier, it just
in their
felt
design.
less natural with the rest of the combat. Well, Primal Fury shifts all that around. Now you can do far more with just 1 button at a time. And thanks to
Stun's
the new
really
pace
cool
of the
too.
game, those buttons just flow together so much smoother. They
I
feel
think I
like
just like
they're
anyone with
together.
like
I mean, listen, I'm just running out
major
ways to say, this
major
game just
looking
feels
grabs
really
like that.
good. This is hands down the best
And
combat
yeah,
in the
Heracross.
franchise. And I have to point this out, the auto blocking, again, I know that the more dedicated players knew how to work around this before, but just speaking personally, it is so much easier to adapt to that now. That's because the combat isn't just quicker, but it's also more responsive. So when you see someone blocking, you can quickly adapt to that. You can start building something new around it. And the critics seem to feel the same way, because no matter how you felt about the combat of the previous games or how good it might have been, I mentioned that a lot of critics still basically look at this series as that game where you turn into beast and nothing else. Most critics didn't pay attention to the combat. But this was the most positively reviewed Bloody Roar, and a lot of that had to do with the combat. More people were paying attention to that now, which could be why this game still sees the most tournament play to this day out of the entire series.
Oh,
and most shockingly of all,
so I guess
the big
that's
cherry on
the main
top,
game. Yeah.
this game brings back all the crazy unlockable modes
Pretty
of the
cool.
first 2 games.
I mean, it looks good.
Big head mode, big
Yeah.
arm
Big head
mode,
mode.
it's all back and it's delightfully nutty in the best way. Bloody Roar might have stumbled with 3, but this
Nowadays, that would be
all back.
$5 DLC.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
immediately
yeah.
lose it all again.
DLC along with a special costume that just changes some colors. Oh shoot, we're on the next section.
On the next section.
Alright. I think I'm gonna hop off now.
All right.
I mean, I'm
What
really
do I
curious
think
about
of
what's what's up with this, but I
Oh.
guess we can just finish it in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for watching, everyone.
Yeah, thanks for hosting.
Yeah, thanks for
Fun.
hosting, dude. This is so much fun. I think this is
Hell
just to be
yeah.
our last set then.
Yeah. Okay, let me remove my browser first before I switch over to
All right.
Twitch. Alright. Do you guys have any raid recommendations?
Okay, yeah, Corpse.
Hey, Corpse is on.
Yeah, but I raid her all the time. Do you guys have any raid
Genie.
Junie.
The Genie A1?
Oh, Genie.
Genie
yeah.
A1.
Ray Genie all the time too, they're right.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
do
don't
you?
think I've
All right,
raided
all right.
him
Oh,
before.
I'll find someone fresh for you.
No, I don't think I've raided Genie before. I'll raid him.
Wait, you've never raided Genie before? How?
I don't think so.
It's not-
I'm always on his streams, so I never actually get the time to like stream during his streams. I'm always like interacting and stuff. Do you guys have like enough if you actually watch them, do you have enough coins to like redeem something?
What do you want to redeem?
Ooh.
Yeah, I definitely have enough coins to redeem.
I have a
mean-
few coins.
I mean, like just maybe like 200,
Channel points.
and then find like
Oh, I got more
most...
than that for sure.
All right.
All right,
Could you
what
find
should I-
like the most cursed song ever? Then we can.
Oh,
just...
right.
I don't know. I like good songs. I don't got cursed ones.
I mean,
Yeah, I got a lot. I got a lot of Genie points. I got like almost 10K.
Dang. I
You said
always
you
use
wanted-
mine to like make them post on Twitter, so I don't have that many.
So you say you want to redeem Ram Ranch?
Sure. Do
Yes.
you guys all want to redeem Ram Ranch? And that'll be our
Actually, no. I have something more cursed.
Raid Ranch.
I can redeem something. I can redeem Border of Ecstasy by Iosis.
all right.
I don't know what that is, but
yeah,
I'm
I
down.
don't
Oh, it's a bit more cursed than Ram Ranch.
Oh shit!
I see.
Is it
Very
is it
exciting.
safe for Genie
Huh?
stream?
I mean, Genie has a lot of cursed stuff on his stream, so I don't think it really
True.
matters.
All right, there we go.
All right. Well, we'll let him decide.
All right.
All right.
Alrighty.
Could
Good
you
night,
post it in
fellas.
chat?
Oh, I've already redeemed it.
Oh shoot! What? We're supposed to rate it.
Oh, my bad.
Oh boy.
It's telling of our
Coordination.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Do you want to rate him with Ram Ranch then, Rez?
Yeah, let's rate Ram Ranch.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm pretty far gone right now.
Yeah, same. Okay.
We get that.
I've had a
let's
headache
see.
like all day.
There it is in chat. Okay.
All right.
GG.
He's
Yeah,
like,
thanks
this
for
is good.
gaming, everyone. What's up?
All right. He said this is good because I'm able to test out the VOD audio tracks play.
All right.
Awesome.
Genie A1 start raid. A few seconds. Karagi Pain, you're gonna kill Gene with memes. Thanks for the stream, Rudy. Thank you all for watching, everyone. Please have a good night. And thank you, Rikair and Rez for hanging out, and everyone else as well. But you two were here all this time.
Anytime, homie. Next time we do a watch along,
Yeah.
we should do it in a more public channel so everyone can hop in and hop out. You know.
Yeah. Kind of like like when we did it with the Sunday one or something. Or we could create a new one and just invite whoever.
Yeah.
Whatever. That probably would have been a better idea. But we also started watching the curse stuff like before then.
Yeah,
before we started streaming and stuff. Before it's public.
Yeah, it was impromptu.
Mm-hmm.
Impromptu. I thought it was. Wait, who's the person with the white hair? Who's the
bag?
Who?
Paper bag.
Why is paper bag here?
Junior Dean girl paper bag earlier.
There's a girl paper bag redeem.
Yeah. Oh shoot! Time's running out. Thank you for watching, everyone. Please have a good night. Goodbye.
Peace.